Chapter 72. Torture. Edmure POV. I was swinging from right to left, from front to back, as my hands were bound by chains hanging from the ceiling. If I were swinging any harder, I would be sick. Even now, I feel lightheaded. I didn't know for how long I was in such a state. There was no light. Sometimes someone would come to feed me before I started starving. The cabin inside was damp, and I could smell the moldy air. The only sound I would hear was the rats scurrying beneath me, chains clanging, and the wooden ceiling creaking under my weight. There were no other sounds. The guard outside the cabin was dead silent. The people who were bringing me food did so in silence, not uttering a word. These conditions would break anyone, but I knew it was just the beginning of my torture. I didn't know what they wanted. My cooperation. My secrets. I tried to think of a reason why I was still alive. After all, they tried to kill me time and time again before, so why now are they keeping me alive? What changed? As I was thinking of the possibilities of my survival, the doors to the cabin opened. A man with black hair, pale skin, one covered eye, and one smiling eye came through the doors. His blue lips curved into a smile, seeing me hanging in front of him. His one blue eye looked playfully at me as if I was a toy for him to play with. What should I do? The man asked, lightly patting my cheek. You and your friend put our spy master into a coma. It is even hard for the warlocks to heal him. My bad, I laughed. My voice was raspy from thirst. Sorry I couldn't put you next to him. You will miss your laughter first, Euron Greyjoy said. I didn't understand what he meant as he turned and lit the candles around the room. It illuminated the cabin, showing the many bloodstains and cracked wood. Then there was a table with various tools. Whips, pliers, knives, and buckets could be seen. I wondered what he would want to know from me that can't be found out by their spy master. I will make sure not to break your body, so don't worry too much. After all, I will need it. Do your worst, I said. I killed your brothers. I will kill you too. Yes, I should thank you for making my work easier, Euron replied. They did their job in getting attention from the rest of the kingdoms. Even if it was for a short while, it was enough for my spy master to establish his network. Even with me as your hostage, you won't be able to do anything, I told him. The Golden Company with you only will last a few months in the Seven Kingdoms. That will be enough, he said. After all, they are not my men, so it will be even better if they all die. So, you will use them to take over the Iron Islands. I tried to pry into this plan. Even if you succeed, the Iron Islands will fall again. Not before I burn the rest of the kingdoms, he said. Don't worry. You will play a role in it too. I will make you even if you don't want to do it. I didn't have time to question him anymore as he went to the table. My mind ran through many scenarios of what his plan could be. He was a madman, and words about burning the kingdom stuck with me. Even if I believed he would be stopped, I didn't want to give him a chance to wreak chaos in my lands. The whip cracked in the air before hitting my back. Blood splattered to the walls as I screamed in pain. I have lost consciousness a couple of times, but he would wake me by pouring cold water over me every time. It was salt water, so it burned my wounds. My throat was sore from screaming in pain, and I still didn't know what he wanted. It should be enough for today. Euron wrapped the whip and put it back on the table. I will send some warlocks to look after your wounds. I didn't have the strength or will to reply. My breathing was hard and heavy. Blood dripped from my back to the wet ground. The warlocks came soon enough. They had pale white skin and pale blue lips. They put something cold and slimy on my back, making my wounds even more painful. At least the blood stopped dripping. When Euron returned, I stared at him, waiting to see what he would do. I wanted to know why he did this to me and his goal. Yet part of me thought I was nothing but a plaything for him to play with until it broke and was thrown away. His one blue eye was always playful when he looked at me. Today he wasn't alone. Bring him down. 2 men took me off the chains and lay me on the floor. I can't kill you, as you will be a good present for someone. But don't worry. Nobody will care if I play with you a bit. A cloth was put over my face as 2 men held me down. Then water was poured over my head. The water forced me to gag, I tried to struggle, but it was no use. They held me tightly and poured water on my face intermittently. Every time I felt like I was going to die from the lack of air, they would stop and lift the cloth to let me breathe and then repeat the action. "It is enough for today," Euron said after what felt like an eternity. They lifted my tired and sore body from the floor and put me back on the chains. I stared at them as they left me. I knew they would return tomorrow. Euron didn't ask me anything. I still had no idea what he wanted. I was starting to feel afraid of the unknown. How many times has it happened now? I didn't know. I lost count long ago. He did as he said. He didn't break my body. Yet it felt like my mind would be broken at any moment now. They had whipped me, drowned me, ripped my fingernails with pliers, and cut me. I didn't know what else they could do. Every day was a nightmare. I didn't know when I was awake or asleep. I could move my body, but it was so heavy that it took a lot for me only to lift my head. Sometimes I would leave my head hanging down, as the only time I would raise it was when he would come. Today was no different. "You know, I don't like how you stare at me with your bright blue eyes," Euron said. He went to the table. I saw him taking a torch and then lighting it up. After that, he drew a sword, my sword. "This Valyrian sword doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the Ironborn." He held the sword above the flames of the torch. I watched as the sword's tip slowly heated up. It turned slightly red, then Euron smiled at me and walked up. His blue eye was more playful than ever. He laughed when he put the hot Valyrian sword to my left eye. The heat burned my skin before melting my left eye. When he pulled the sword away, there were skin pieces on it. "That's better. Now we can look at the same eye level." Euron's smile was devilish as he looked at my eye as I passed out from the pain. "It is enough for today." I never begged. Even if I cried and screamed in pain, I never begged for mercy. But it only got worse. Everything was hurting. It was hard to breathe. I couldn't sleep, and I was starving and exhausted. The swinging made my mind spin, the damp cold forced me to shiver, and the mold sickened me. "Is this it, Edmure?" I turned to the voice in the darkness. Patrek, a man formed where I was looking. He looked like my friend. "It has been some time. You are dead." I knew he wasn't real. "If you don't do anything, you will die too." "There is nothing I can do," I said. "I have no weapon to fight with, nowhere to run. I am done for." "The Redfish I know would fight with his teeth if he must," Patrek said. "He would rather die by his own choice than anyone else. Can't you feel the swinging? The storm is raging outside." It was true that I was swinging more violently than usual. I could hear thunder and waves hitting the ship. "Can't you hear the creaking of the wood above you?" I looked up. The wooden plank the chain was hanging from was creaking intensely. Patrek nodded at me. "If you put your mind to it, you can do it. You are the Redfish. How can you let some kraken do as he wishes with you?" I didn't need more encouragement as I lifted my body using the chains. It hurt, but I was consumed by rage and somehow managed to lift my legs and set my feet on the ceiling. I pulled the chain with all my strength, hoping to break them from the wooden plank. The plank creaked, and the whole plank broke off the ceiling, bringing me down to the floor. I almost fainted as I landed on my back but managed to hold on. "You need to get up, the guard would have heard you, and he will come to check on you. Use the plank as a spear and crush his neck." I did as Patrek had said and stood up, taking the plank and holding it as a spear. When the doors opened and the guard entered, I rushed at him and pressed one end at his neck. I pushed him to the wall and pushed the plank with all my strength until I heard the neck being crushed. I felt like I was about to collapse from my exhaustion. "You can't, not now," Patrek said. "You need to climb up. The storm will keep them preoccupied. Use it to escape." I climbed the stairs one by one, barely lifting my feet. They felt so heavy and unresponsive that I could barely walk. The chains clanged rhythmically as I climbed up. Nobody stopped me as there was no one. The ship was silent as ever, but with each step, I could hear more clearly the wind and the waves. When I pushed the doors to the deck, I found the crew working hard, trying to grasp the ship back to its control. I stepped forward and then quickly pushed myself to the railing. I drove away those who wanted to stand in front of me. Now, below me were the raging waves from the sea, and behind me was him. You still had enough strength to pull something like this. He sounded more amused than furious. You did great. I don't think there is anyone like you who could have done it. But even so, it changes nothing. Look around you. I looked, and they looked back at me. The crew was looking at me in silence and with hollow eyes. I shivered in fear. It is enough for today. Instead of answering, I jumped over the board into the cold sea. As waves consumed me, I could only hold on to the wooden plank. I knew my survivability was low, but it was better than enduring endless torture from a man whose goal I didn't know. I only hoped for a quick death and sweet rest. Chapter 73. The Wedding. John POV. He stood tall and proud with his belly sticking out. As he shouted, spit spilled everywhere. I didn't understand why Lord Mace Tyrell would want the position so badly. He couldn't even rebuild the city with his gold and promises. How does he think he can take on the hand's duties? I wanted to shout for him to shut the fuck up. I wanted to bash his head on the table for him to remember where he was. I wanted to shove the necklace of the hand down his throat so he wouldn't be able to say another word. Yet all I did was stay quiet as he finished his speech. He talked a lot, but I didn't hear a thing he said. Lord Jason Mallister, I called out to the Master of the Law as everyone else stayed silent after the passional speech of Lord Mace Tyrell. Prepare to pass on your duties to Prince Oberyn Martell and take the position by my side as the King's hand. Your Grace, Lord Mace Tyrell shouted again, but I interrupted him before he could say another word. Do you have any objections, Lord Mace Tyrell? Are you questioning my decision? Of course not, Your Grace. My apologies. Lord Mace Tyrell sat down back to his seat. He thought too much of himself. Even if he soon would be my good father, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, and with his belly, I don't think I could throw him far. I knew very well that he would use his daughter to change my mind. Too bad for him. I needed a hand that could guide me and makes up for my mistakes, not another way around. Should I tell the good news to my uncle? Princess Ariane asked. No, I will meet with him myself, I replied. It was time I faced him and talked with the infamous Prince Oberyn. It was long overdue. The grand wedding was upon me, and after that would be the great tourney to select my Kingsguard. Then would come the most arduous task, informing the realm's lords about the threat beyond the wall. And even after that, I had to secure the Stormlands. It wasn't hard to find Prince Oberyn. He wasn't well behaved. Walking through Silk Streets, I could hear people talking about the prince's actions in the brothels. When I arrived, the doors opened for me. The girls wearing anything barely would likely crowd me if not for Ghost walking beside me. The giant white direwolf would defer everyone to keep their distance. Leave, I said as I opened the doors to where Prince Oberyn was staying. Does His Grace wants to join me? Oberyn asked as the girls and boys were getting dressed. You don't need to be shy. I am sure they would enjoy your company as you would theirs. Levi repeated as a girl tried to lay a hand on me. I will speak with Prince Oberyn alone. Just before the prince could say anything else, Ghost strode inside, baring his teeth at the girls and boys. Seeing the white wolf, they quickly gathered their clothes and ran away. I eyed the prince and waited for him to be dressed. He did reluctantly as he took the wine bottle he wanted to open. To what I have the pleasure of His Grace to meet with me. I have appointed you as the Master of the Law, I told him. And if I refused, would His Grace be insulted? He asked. Prince Oberyn, I had enough of your childish behavior. If you don't like me, so be it. There are plenty more who don't like me too. But I am tired of your crying. Go back to the Dawn. I will find someone else to lead the host to the Stormlands. If you still want to stay, take the position and be quiet. If you want to kill me, this is the perfect place and time, but I assure you Ghost will rip you apart before you can reach me. Now choose and be done with it, because I have no time nor patience for you. I ate dinner alone. There were a few guards outside my solar, but that was all. Ghost was lying beneath the table. He was silent as always. The mushroom soup tasted rich, and the chicken stew was thick. The bread was freshly baked, and the wine was of the highest quality. As a bastard of Winterfell, I would never enjoy such a meal. As a king of the Seven Kingdoms, I can't enjoy the meal. I had too many things to think about. Too many worries to enjoy anything. People already decided that Lord Edmure Tully was dead. Captured and killed by the remains of the Ironborn pirates. I couldn't accept him being dead just yet. He had been supposed to stay by my side and teach me what to do. I felt lost most of the time, wondering if I was taking the right path. Your Grace, Mistress of the Whispers wants an audience. A guard knocked on the door and said. Let her in, I replied. Princess Ariane, Mistress of Whispers, Lady Regent of the Riverlands, and mother of 3 children, yet her smile hid more. She might as well be the most capable member of the small council and the most dangerous person in court. She as well might be the most powerful person in the city. I had no idea how many men and women served her. Your Grace, she bowed. I came to report. Please be quick, I replied. We have checked the backgrounds and chosen the people to attend the wedding. The invitations were delivered, she said. The guards, the servants, the cooks, the musicians, and gardeners were observed and concluded not to be spies or enemies of His Grace. I looked over the list, but I trusted her enough to dismiss it. I wanted to ask if she had heard anything about Lord Edmure, but if she didn't bring it up, she had not, and asking would only bring out her wounds. After Princess Ariane left, I finished eating, giving chicken bones to Ghost. I went to sleep. Tomorrow would be a long day. Red and black were the colors of House Targaryen, and I had to wear them at the wedding. Still, I hid some gray of House Stark beneath the garments. First, I needed to attend the breakfast. I could already predict how the lords would try to get closer to me with their presents and sweet words. The royal wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the lesser lords and ladies to get closer to the royalty. I did not doubt that Lady Margaery Tyrell would be fine with the people surrounding us. Sometimes I felt like she was born for such an occasion. Well, from what I heard, she was preparing from little for her marriage. While I never thought I would marry anyone. While Lady Margaery broke her fast with her attendants from House Tyrell, I ate with the other lords and ladies. Gifts were brought before me. Some gave me swords or daggers, others brought jewelry, boots, saddles, and rare books. Even Oberyn gave me a silver scorpion ring. Princess Ariane had told me that Oberyn wasn't trying anything funny. After accepting my offer to join the small council, he behaved himself, for now at least. After breakfast was time for the main event. The marriage ceremony would usually be held in the Great September of Baelor, but as it didn't exist anymore, it was held just outside the Red Keep so Lowborn could still see the binding of 2 houses. Even though it was midday, it wasn't burning hot as I thought it would be. The new High Septon performed the ceremony. After what happened to the servants of the faith of the late, he didn't dare to misspeak or do anything that might ruin the ceremony. Margaery wore a beautiful green dress adorned with flowers. When we spoke our marriage vows, she said them in a soft and sultry voice. Finally, the time came for the feast. By the time the ceremony ended and people could take a look at their king and queen, the sun started to set. I took only one bite from each of the 77 dishes brought to us. I could tell people were surprised, and even Margaery sat straighter with Ghost by my side. If there were any poison in the food, Ghost would smell it. Even though the musicians did their best to entertain me, I got my fun from looking at the proud lords and knights shaking in their boots when they tried to approach me. Of course, I hid my smile. Princess Ariane would have some words with me later, that is for sure. But it was the only way I could calm myself down. Ghost is well behaved, I said to my wife. Even if you pet him, he wouldn't mind. Thank you for your concern, Your Grace, Margaery replied. You look beautiful today. If Ghost makes you uncomfortable, say a word. It was my mistake not trying to get closer to my wife. I always saw the wedding as being in the far future. It was decided it would be held on the new turn of the century, yet it has been 3 months since the year turned. I couldn't postpone it any further as I had to use the occasion to bring the grave news from beyond the wall to be shared with other lords. Ghost is lovely. I just need to get used to him to feel comfortable. You don't have to worry about me, Your Grace, Lady Margaery replied. Please forgive me for my rudeness to you and your family for not trying much to get closer to you. We are married and family now, so tell me if you feel uncomfortable. I want you to trust me even if I can't ask for love. Do you trust me? She asked. Even if it is hard to believe for you, I do. I never thought I would marry or have a family all my life. I thought it was above me. A bastard like me doesn't deserve such a thing. I thought I should only serve as a knight to House Stark for the rest of my life to atone for my sins. Yet there I am with the lords of the realm celebrating my wedding to the most beautiful woman in the known world. Forgive me if I am wrong, but you don't look that happy, Margaery said. Don't get me wrong, I am happy. But I would like it if my father had been here. I mean Lord Eddard Stark. I would like it if he celebrated with the rest of the lords, telling me how proud he was of me. Yet the only family I have left is far in the north or somewhere in the Essos. I am sorry to bring it up, Margaery gripped my hand and said. I only smiled at her. I wondered how my Aunt Daenerys Targaryen was doing. Was she safe or trying to survive in the deserts, starving to get to a new day? The news from the Essos travels slowly, even though I asked Princess Arianne to look for her. It might take a few more months before I get any information. Time for the bedding, I heard a shout after the feast was almost at its end. Even though they were pretty drunk, the men didn't dare to do anything else but shout. Ghost stood before Lady Margaery as a brave knight, deterring anyone from getting close to her. I laughed at the scene, took Lady Margaery into my arms, and stormed out of the feast to my chamber. I could hear the laughter from behind me. Chapter 74. Help from a stranger. Edmure POV. I was cold. I shivered as I felt my body freezing, yet at the same, I felt like I was burning from the inside. My head felt like it was splitting apart into thousands of pieces. It was hard to open my eyes, and everything was blurry and spinning when I did. My stomach churned, and I tried to move to the side to throw up, but I couldn't move. Someone hearing my groans helped me to turn, and a bucket was provided for me to throw up. I had nothing but the acid in my stomach. The smell and the taste of it stayed in my mouth. My stomach was in pain. A cup was shoved to my lips, and I eagerly drank the cold water, washing the terrible taste in my mouth. My vision was still a mess, but I could hear voices around me. I was weak, so weak that I couldn't move a finger. My body was simultaneously burning and freezing. The world around me felt like it was spinning around me. The voices got louder, but so did the banging pain in my head. Your Grace, you shouldn't be here, and an old, weathered voice sounded worried. How is he? A young feminine voice asked in worry. It might be luck that he is still alive, or he is just that tenacious. In my years, I knew many who would have died, and they weren't even injured as much as he was. Those scars. I felt a soft, small hand touch my skin and shiver. Your Grace, please don't touch him, the old voice almost cried his request. From the chains we found on the plank, he floated on. I strongly suspect he is a slave. How can people be so cruel? I could hear a tremble in her voice. You have seen it before, Your Grace, the old man spoke softly. People are cruel, more so than we can imagine. I am sorry. Will he live? I am no maester or a healer. I can only do so much, the old man said. We need to reach a city to find medicine and a healer. Until then is up to him to endure. Is there nothing we can do? You did more than enough, Your Grace. Not nearly enough. He is in so much pain, sir. I wish I could do something. Sometimes it is hardest to do nothing, Your Grace. We have no choice but to wait. Once again, I tried to open my eyes, and once again, I got sick. A hand helped me to turn into a bucket once again. A cup of water was forced upon me, and I took it eagerly. I wanted to ask where I was and who they were, but my throat was sore, my mouth didn't open as I wished, and I could only groan in pain. It was a lovely day for fishing. Uncle Brynden let out words of annoyance as Axel forced him to teach him how to swim. Elia played with Arianne by the coast while Gerald and I sat on our little boat, trying to catch something. Behind us stood Riverrun, tall and proud. Knights stood nearby, protecting us with their vigilant eyes. Yet when I turned to look at the water, I found myself looking with one eye and half of my face burned. One eye was bleeding, and I reached to touch the water. A hand emerged and grabbed me, dragging me into the water. I fell and tried to get away to the surface, yet when I freed myself, I saw only red. Everyone was gone, only leaving blood-red river running, taking me with the stream. I tried to swim, but my hands and legs felt heavy. I heard screams of pain and agony. I saw my children floating in the river, my knights were cut to pieces, Riverrun was burning, and a man stood on the coast, looking down at me with one eye. It is enough for today. When I woke, I felt like my bones were breaking. I was wet with my sweat. The blanket felt heavy, the pillow was soaked. I was so cold that I tried to curl up into a ball to keep myself warm. But my body hurt so much. With a little movement, I felt like I would fall apart. I could do nothing but groan silently in pain and despair. Bring more water, I heard a voice of an old man. Clean his body and bring more blankets. Sir, he is burning up, a younger male voice said as I felt him touch my head. We need to reduce his fever fast, or he won't last the night. How long till we reach Astapa? At best, it will take until midday tomorrow. Then he will have to survive. We will not let him die, the old voice almost shouted. Clean his sweat, change his blankets, and bring more water. Why? Why did they save me? Why are they helping me? I wanted to ask, but I couldn't. Astapa, why was I so far from home? How much time has gone by since I was captured? I couldn't die. I had to survive. Even though I felt like I had come back from hell, I had to endure the pain. I will stop him no matter what. I will not let him destroy everything I worked so hard to achieve. I will kill him for what he did to Patrek. When I was awake, I was in pain. When I slept, I was in hell. The ship's rocking made me sick. I was pathetically weak and would throw up whenever they gave me something to eat. I was exhausted. The pain wore me down, and I couldn't even groan anymore. It felt like I had been like this for all eternity, but from the words the voices said, it had only been a couple of days. I am sorry, Your Grace. The voice of an old man was always the first thing I would hear. I don't think it is safe to land there. We should go to Yunkai. He won't survive that long, will he? The voice belonged to the young girl but was firm and determined. It was a miracle he survived so long. But we can't risk our lives for one. I am sorry, Your Grace. You always apologize. You are a knight, I am a queen, yet we can't save one person. Do we deserve our titles? I am sorry, but I will not allow you to risk your life for a stranger. Even if he will die. Even if he dies. I will not die. Words came from me for the first time. I will live. I can't die. I felt cold hands helping me stand. I held my hand, waiting for my shield and sword, but I only heard a laugh. Patrek looked at me apologetically. I smiled softly at his antics and stood up. The world spun around me, and I almost fell, but Patrek stood beside me, helping me take my steps. I walked out of the cabin to the deck of the ship. I heard the old man's voice, but I had to concentrate on my steps, so I ignored him. I walked to a rail of the ship and saw a city. Someone was yelling in front of the ship. The knights blocked his path. I dragged myself to the bridge connecting the ship to the dock. I heard yelling from behind and shouting from before me. A man in front of me spoke in broken bastard Valyrian. I could understand only a couple of the words. Something about king and toll. Behind him stood 100 or so men with spears and shields, but they didn't look like they knew how to use them. There is your sword, Edmure, Patrek said, pointing at the knights standing near me, sword belt. Before I lost my vision again, I grabbed the sword, and before the knight realized it, I drew it and swung at the man, yelling something at me in broken bastard Valyrian. Warm blood spilled on my face. The voices got louder. I didn't understand what anyone was trying to say by their yelling. I only saw Patrek pointing at the men rushing at me. There is your shield, Edmure, he said. A spear went for my head. I didn't have the strength to block, so I just fell on the man, turning my head to avoid it. My sword pierced the poor leather armor. Warm blood covered my hands. I took the shield as the man fell to the ground. Another spear flew towards me, but a knight stopped it. He tried to say something and even grabbed my arm. Everything was spinning around me. Yelling and shouting entered and left my ears without me being able to understand anything. But I saw Patrick standing next to me, pointing in the direction where I needed to go. So, I went, lifting my shield and blocking a spear. I stabbed a man in the throat. Knights poured out of the ship, killing the men in poor armor as I walked forward. I didn't even realize that the shield I took was already broken when I tried to block another spear. It pierced my arm, but by now, I could feel myself getting lost. I couldn't lift my sword even with Patrick helping me. "I will not die," I said as he looked worried at me. "Patrick, you will have to wait for me a bit longer. Protect that man, in the name of your queen Shireen Baratheon." The old man's voice filled my ears as I fell to the ground. Davos POV. To say it was shocking would be an understatement. The man who couldn't even talk and barely clung to life killed the Buddha King and a couple of his men before falling to the ground. Chaos reigned on the harbor, and with the Buddha King dead, everyone started to fight among themselves. The knights loyal to Her Grace cut down everyone that tried to come closer. "Sir Davos, we need to protect them." Her Grace put her hand on mine. "We will take the man back to the ship," I said. "No, we need to protect these people." She pointed at women and children trying to hide from the chaos. "With all due respect, Your Grace, your safety is my priority. We are already risking a lot trying to save that man. I will not watch innocent die again." So I couldn't do anything when she spoke with such a firm voice, just like her father. "I order you to protect them, Sir Davos. Everyone secure the harbor," I yelled. "Protect the women and the children, in the name of your queen Shireen Baratheon." The men bashed their swords on their shields and moved forward. What was I doing? I should order them to retreat. It wasn't our fight. I had to protect Shireen as I promised her father I would. But when she looked at me with such unyielding eyes, what could I do but listen to her? While the knights were securing the harbor, I went to the red-haired man. He was barely breathing, and he was burning. I could feel the heat from his skin, and now he had another wound in his arm. He kept mumbling that he had to live and something about Patrick. I dragged him back to the ship and had someone put him back to bed. "Your Grace, the harbor is secured." One of the knights knelt before Shireen and reported. "Thank you for your service, sir," she said before walking down to the harbor and speaking loudly in Valyrian. "I ask for forgiveness for causing so much trouble." A knight from House Florent translated to me. "But I beg you for help. I need a healer and medicine. I will compensate anyone who helps me in gold or grain." I was about to tell her to return to the ship as everyone looked warily at her, but before I could, an older woman came forward and bowed her head to Her Grace. Soon others started doing the same. Some even went on their knees and began to beg for something in Valyrian. I didn't understand what was happening, but Shireen looked at me and then back to them before nodding. Waking up. Davos POV. Her Grace was too kind for this city. Seeing what the butchers and barbers who proclaimed themselves kings did to people were a hardening experience for Shireen and me. People starved on the streets. Children were forced into slavery, and women were raped and beaten regularly in daylight in front of everyone. After the previous self-proclaimed king was killed, the city went into chaos, with men from every corner proclaiming themselves the city's ruler. We barely had men to keep the city's harbor and center safe. I wanted to leave as soon as possible, but Her Grace was too kind. She can't avert her eyes from the evil that has consumed the city. I blamed the red-haired man. If we had not found him, we would have gone to Queen Daenerys seeking refuge. Shireen could have lived a peaceful life as long as she gave up the crown. Yet this man lying in bed forced us to stay in this God's forgotten city. Maybe I shouldn't have helped him. He didn't deserve Shireen's kindness. All would have been better if he had died before we reached the city. His fever is gone. He will wake up at any moment, the healer said. I didn't know how to pronounce her name. It was a miracle that she spoke in a common tongue. Only a few of the knights with us knew any Valyrian. I was surprised at how well Shireen knew it. It wasn't easy to learn. Yet, what does it matter? It would have been better if she didn't know, then we wouldn't have to stay here. You are overthinking, Sir Davos. Her Grace knew me well. Maybe it was fate that we saved this man, fate that brought us to this city. Your Grace, I can only stay by your side, no matter what decision you make. I couldn't say that she was wrong in trying to help these people. It would be wrong to leave after what we have seen. Thank you for your services, Sir Davos. Shireen bowed lightly to me. It is my honor to serve you, Your Grace. Your Grace. A man barged into the room. An envoy from Yunkai has come. He demands that the city surrender to Yunkai. I will meet with the envoy. Shireen walked in front of me. Sometimes it was hard to see that she was still a girl. When we walked into the meeting room of the palace we stayed, a man was waiting for us. He wore expensive clothes and shiny jewelry. He didn't even stand up as we entered nor greet us. Taking one look at Shireen, he only laughed and turned away with disgust in his eyes. I will not waste time with a little girl. The man spoke in a broken common tongue. Surrender the city to the wise masters of Yunkai. I do not know what kind of people the wise masters are, Shireen replied. But I don't think they are very wise if they do not even have proper etiquette. What a girl, with such a scarred face that even the lowest of the brothels wouldn't take in, no. The man laughed. The city belongs to wise masters. I only came there to tell you to leave before we force you. May I know the esteemed person's name? Shireen asked. What would you do with my name? You bunch of savages need only to leave. I see, Shireen replied. We will leave. At least you are not stupid as you are ugly. I wanted to punch that man in this smug face. He drank the wine as he insulted her grace. Yet I could do nothing. He was right. This wasn't a place we belonged. It would be better to leave before more bloodshed is spilled. Still, I knew that if Shireen left now, she would blame herself for the rest of her life for what would happen to this city, just like he blames herself for the death of Lord Stark and her father. We will leave when we want, Shireen said. But you, on the other hand, will stay until we want. Seize him. You bitch, do you know who I am? The man yelled as the knights grabbed him and dragged him away. No, you have not told me, after all, Shireen replied and left. I followed her, and as we walked further from the meeting room, I could see her shoulders tremble. I hated to see her like this. When every other girl would have broken crying over the words that vile man said, she instead stood tall and proud. But how much more can she take? These despicable men will not stop. Their greed will force them to attack the city. I don't want Shireen to see the bloodshed. She endured enough as it is. Your Grace, we should return to your chambers, I said when we walked into the room. The red-haired stayed before I even noticed. I want to see him, Shireen replied. Your Grace, I don't understand why you care so much for him. He is no friend of you. When I see his wounds and scars, I can only imagine how much he had to suffer, yet he is still fighting. You said he should have died long ago, yet he refuses. It gives me strength to believe that if he can still fight after suffering so much, so can I. I couldn't reply to her, so I kept my silence. It was hard to console her when I was so weak myself. How could I give her strength to go on when she is the one who gives me a reason to fight? I have lost many, just like her. So, I will stay by her side and watch no matter what. Even if we lose and die meaningless death for strangers, so be it. Your POV. Voices were everywhere. I felt lighter than before. After so long, I didn't feel splitting pain. Yet I was scared to open my eyes. I was afraid to see that man, a man who took my friend, no, my brother. Anger should have compelled me to open my eyes, yet the fear of what he will do kept them close. I was lost in my darkness. When I see his wounds and scars, I can only imagine how much he had to suffer, yet he is still fighting. You said he should have died long ago, yet he refuses. It gives me strength to believe that if he can still fight after suffering so much, so can I. A young girl's voice broke through all the others. She was right, I had to fight, even if I was afraid, even if it would get hurt. I will have to fight no matter how badly my body is broken. I knew if I didn't kill that bastard, he would kill more people I cared about. I will have to stop him. So, I will set aside the fear and focus on my rage to give me strength. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was an old lady cleaning my body with a cloth. She had soft hands. Further in the room stood an old man. He had brown hair with some grey showing. His face was weathered by time, yet he held kind eyes while looking at the girl next to him. The girl was no older than 12. She had a square face and big ears. What shocked me was the grayscale on the bottom half of her left cheek that went through her neck. I knew only one person that is scarred like this, Shireen Baratheon. I wanted to close my eyes and pretend to be asleep to think about what was happening. Yet I was too late as the old lady saw me and yelled out. "He is awake." Shit, I had to think about what to do next. Did they know who I was, and that is why they saved me? What were their plans for me then? I quickly took a look around the room, finding only one window. The doors were too far away. There wasn't anything that could be used as a weapon. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you," the girl talked to me in Valyrian. "What is your name?" "My name is Oscar," I replied in Valyrian. If they didn't know who I was, there was no need for me to tell them. "You spoke in common tongue previously. Are you from Westeros?" the old man asked. I was. It was for what felt like an eternity since I was taken away. I didn't know what they knew, but it was better to play along with what they believed to be the truth. "We found you in the sea." "What happened?" "Storm hit the ship I was on. I used it to escape the ship," I replied. Enough with the questions. "Let the man rest," the old lady said and shooed away the old man. Shit, in what kind of shit did I get myself into? To see the daughter of the man I defeated and handed to the king to be killed. And it seems she saved my life. What kind of fate was that? Well, it was better not to look at a gifted horse's teeth. Now I needed to know where I was and how to get back home. Astapa, knowing where I was, only brought more questions. Why was I so far away from home? How long was I on the ship with that madman? Why did he get me into Slaver's Bay? Wasn't his plan to attack Westeros? I didn't understand anything. What should I even do? Should I try to find the madman now, or should I return home and prepare for him? To return was impossible now. No ship went to Astapa as the port was blocked. The 3 ships belonging to Queen Shireen won't leave without her, and she had no reason to return to Westeros. I couldn't tell the truth. I didn't know what they would do with me if they knew who I was. "Sir Oscar, you should be resting." Shireen would come to me every day to check on me. "I am no knight, Your Grace," I replied. "I saw you kill a dozen men when you could barely stand." Sir Davos was always by her side. "Killing doesn't make one a knight," I replied. "Everyone can kill, even a starving child, if you give him a knife and tell him that you would feed him." Shireen seemed to listen to my words attentively for whatever reason. I found out that she took it upon herself to protect the city, but chaos still reigned. Food shortage will start to show if nothing is done, and the darkest parts of people will begin to emerge. Soon Yunkai will come to claim the city too. It was a losing battle from the beginning, yet she still refused to give up. Just like her father, she was very stubborn. "Word is spreading in the city that Yunkai will come to save them," Sir Davos said. "They will only enslave everyone and sell them off," Shireen grumbled. "The enslaved people do not revolt against their enslavers. Even when given weapons and trained for war. It takes an external force to break the shackles of slavery, Your Grace," I said. "These people are already slaves to their desire to live. Chains and shackles would mean nothing to them if they could be fed. It is a losing battle, Your Grace. I would suggest leaving before it is too late." "I can't, and I will not," she said stubbornly. "Were you a slave, Sir Oscar?" "I was," I lied. "That's why I suggest leaving. Yunkai has more than 5,000 soldiers they can call upon, which does not include the sellswords they can hire. We have 300 men and half a thousand young men wanting to fight for you, Your Grace," Sir Davos informed us. "We barely can keep peace in the city with these numbers. To defend it against an approaching army is impossible." "I went from Bravos to Volantis seeking refuge," Shireen said. "Every time they refused to look at me because of the scars on my face, I thought I had no place to go. No one would even think to help me. Yet there were people who begged for my help. If I abandoned them, I would be no better than those who refused me." "I am sorry, Your Grace, but there is nothing to be done." Sir Davos held Shireen's shoulder as she started to tremble. "No, there is something that we can do," I said. "We can fight. Even if we lose, we still can fight." I didn't know what came to me, but I imagined Elia while looking at Shireen. If I had lost, would she have to travel the world, not knowing if she would find a place to stay ever again? Will she be hunted for her father losing? Part of me felt pity, the other guilty over what happened to Shireen, and she did save my life, so at least I could help her for a bit out of gratitude. Unexpected encounter. Tyrion POV. Drinking and whoring were all I wanted now, yet it didn't bring as much pleasure as I expected. Everything seemed empty. The gold poured from my purse as wine spilled from my cup, yet what did matter? Well, I didn't have anything else to complain about. I could only enjoy the empty pleasure as nothing else was left for me. Besides Bronn and a few other household guards, everyone else took what they could and ran away. That bastard Coburn sold himself to one of the magisters. My gold was running out, too. I could get a job somewhere. Even though I am a dwarf, I am a well-educated dwarf. Someone could make good use of me, yet it felt meaningless. A Lannister working for few scraps to survive, our name means nothing anymore. Still mulling over there, Tyrion? Bronn asked, sitting next to me in one of the taverns of lies. I have long forgotten where I was. What else is it for me to do? I asked. Don't know, don't care, Bronn replied. But you will need to keep out of the harbor. What for? I asked. 7 ships arrived in the morning, Bronn answered. They are from the Iron Islands. Ironborn? I asked, surprised a bit. What are they doing here? Who knows, but nothing good will come of it, Bronn replied. We are going deeper into the city. There is a brothel with all kinds of people inside. Even if they come, nobody will notice you there. Stay a few days there before the Ironborn leave. Hide in the brothel. Well, that's fine with me, I said. What about you? I will take Trigger and Godwyn and try to get some information from the Ironborn. You will need to drown them in ale for them to talk, I said before throwing him a purse of gold. Find everything they know. Will do. I didn't even know why I cared. The Ironborn meant nothing to me, yet I was curious about what had come to Westeros. Have the Westerlands already fallen? What happened to the other kingdoms? I should forget about it, but part of me was still hoping Uncle Kevan put on a fight against the mighty fish. After all, we lions shouldn't be afraid of fish. Indeed, the size of the brothel in the city's center is different from that in the harbor. This one was like a palace, with never-ending halls. It was damn expensive too, yet it was filled with people from around the world. A dwarf wasn't that out of the place that someone would notice him. As I was enjoying my wine while sitting on the lap of an olive-skinned woman, I heard a commotion. I didn't want to end this empty pleasure too early, so I was ready to take the woman to a private room. Of course, a knife was put to my neck before the woman screamed in terror. Tyrion Lannister, you will come with me. The man was big and broad. Well, every man was like that compared to me. It seems that I was fucked this time. No Bronn to get me out of this situation. I let him handle me as he wished. He was lifting me on his shoulder before running out of the brothel. Was he sent by Edmure Tully, or someone wanted revenge for what my father had done? Why don't you kill me? I asked as we walked through the streets of lies. It is not by my hands you will die, but at those whom your family has wronged. Probably half of the world was wronged by my father. Well, shit, I had to keep calm and think of how to escape. I killed Lord Tywin Lannister. Even if I can only live in dark, shit-filled streets, I will not die at the hands of some vermin who can only think of taking revenge when the lion is dead. Have my family not wronged you too? I asked. I needed information about whom he was working with. There is a family that lost everything because of your father's ambition, the man replied. Targaryen, I replied, the only name I could think of. So, King Jaehaerys had found me already. It meant it was Edmure Tully who found me. I would be brought to the feet of the king while he sentences me for my crimes. He will hold a show for the people. I have no chance of living if I am brought to Westeros. The man believed in his mission, so I don't think gold would mean anything to him. The man kept to the shadows. He looked around carefully, probably looking out for my guards. Too bad he was wasting his strength. But it wasn't good for me too. Nobody would come to save me if nobody noticed him while we walked through the shadows. On the other hand, why would anyone even come to save me? As I thought so, an arrow came from nowhere and hit the leg of the man. Tyrion Lannister, you are coming with me. A man with a bow pointing at us came. Theon Greyjoy. I remember the face of a boy in Winterfell. Long time no see, Theon said before dragging me away from the old man, who struggled on the ground with an arrow in his leg. Theon seemed in a hurry as he didn't care for people looking at us as he dragged me. Now, I was confused about what was happening, and before long, we were close to the harbor. No matter what I tried to say, Theon didn't listen. Was he the one who came with the Ironborn? Where did he want to take me to? I wouldn't say I liked how I was handled like an animal. I was dragged and tossed around, but I could only keep quiet and follow my kidnapper's lead. Still, I held hope as we reached the harbor. Bronn should be somewhere close. Knowing that, I tried to distract Theon by stopping and trying to run away. While Theon was restraining me, Godwyn came from behind him and knocked him away. "Good to see you, Godwyn," I said. I felt momentarily relieved before a sword went through Godwyn's neck. Now with a limping leg, the man grabbed me by my neck and put his sword near me. Theon was already aiming his bow at us with a notched arrow. Bronn just came to see me taken hostage. He put his hand on his sword hilt but didn't reveal himself yet. "Let go of the dwarf," Theon demanded. "He is going with me to Queen Daenerys Targaryen," the man replied. "He is going with me to King Jaehaerys Targaryen," Theon responded. "Boys, let's calm down," I said, trying to distract them so Bronn and Trigger would get closer and save me. I didn't know I was so wanted. "I'm sure we can make some kind of deal." They didn't listen to me. It wasn't like I expected them to do so, but still, I thought I at least had something to say for them to hear. By now, the people around have noticed the dead body next to us and two men pointing their weapons against each other. Soon we were surrounded by people looking at us with interest. "Let the dwarf go, or I will bury an arrow in your neck," Theon said. "I think you will have to let go of your bow, boy." Bronn put a knife to Theon's neck. "Let Tyrion go, and we walk away without any bloodshed." "I don't care for him." "You can take him and leave if you wish," so the man replied, putting more pressure on my neck. "Nobody is going anywhere," a woman suddenly shouted. "Put down your weapons." "I don't think you should get involved in this, girl," Bronn said as Tregor walked up to us with his sword raised. "I wouldn't want to hurt a pretty lady like you." "Is that so?" she asked as a dozen men soon surrounded us. "Lady Asher, what should we do?" one of her men asked. "Asher? Is that you?" Theon asked as Asher turned to look at him. "It has been a long time, brother," she said before motioning to the men around us. "Capture them all." Neither Bronn nor the man who tried to kidnap me first tried to fight back. Even Theon was taken against his will, and we were forced onto a ship. Trigger and Bronn were tied up by a rope and locked in the same cabin as the man who started this shit. I was left behind with Theon and the rest of the Ironborn. "What is this?" "Release me, sister," Theon shouted. "You still causing trouble, Theon. You are embarrassing your family's name." "My family's name?" Herr Theon laughed. "The same family that sold me so they could survive. The same family that decided to get rid of me so they could attack the north. You are not my family. You betrayed me, and even then, what have you accomplished but let the Iron Islands fall? It is you who is an embarrassment to the name Greyjoy." "Watch your words," one of Asher's men kicked Theon. "It is you who should watch your words, slave," Theon replied. "I am the rightful lord of the Iron Islands." "Enough, Theon. I don't know what you are doing, but what you said is true. We lost the Iron Islands. A Greyjoy never will rule over Iron Islands, at least while the Targaryen and the Starks are alive." "But I could," Theon replied. "Bring the dwarf to the king and ask for forgiveness. Pledge yourself to him, and we can return home." "You would see us beg to return to our home?" Asher asked. "I rather die, and I would never support someone who would do something like this." "You don't deserve to return home." "Shut up, you bitch." "What?" Asher turned sharply at Theon's words. "Who took me away from home? Who let me die at Rob's hands? It was you. So, don't dare speak so highly, you who would sacrifice your family for your ambitions. I knew from the beginning that you didn't want me to return. After all, you would be the only heir left without me. You planned to kill me from the beginning." "Enough," Theon. Asher looked troubled. Yes, enough, Asher. Just kill me. At least do it with your own hands. Tie him and throw him with the others. Asher turned away from Theon and ordered her men. Well, it seems my family isn't the only one who is messed up. I sympathize with Theon. Everyone would turn bitter when their family abandons them. Seeing as he is still alive after what the Greyjoys did, it means Robb let him go. In the end, the family that took him as a hostage was more of a family than the real one. What should we do with the dwarf? Bound him and throw him with the others, Asher said. He will sell well in Slavers Bay. It would be an understatement to say it was uncomfortable to be in this room. Bronn and Trigger looked at me for answers. Theon looked at me like he wanted to stab me. The man who started this shit show was looking around at how to escape this situation. The worst was that we didn't know what would happen to us. I understand why Theon wants to take me to King Jaehaerys. What about you? I asked the man, who ignored me. At least you could tell me your name. Jorah Mormont, he replied. I hadn't heard the name for a long time, so it surprised me. Bronn and Trigger introduced themselves afterward while Theon brooded in the corner. Soon we could feel the ship moving as the waves bashed against the ship. If I heard right from Asher that we were going to Slavers Bay, I could already feel how long the journey would be for us. Siege of Astapa. Edmure POV. It is said that war never changes. I call it bullshit. War constantly changes, from the weapons to the people using them. I fought in many battles, yet this one was different. The lands, the people, and the goals were neither mine. I looked at the little girl as she looked down on the Yunkish army. About 7,000 to 8,000 men. Yunkish slave soldiers only accounted for a third of the host. The rest of the men were sellsword companies and iron legions from Nugis. We didn't even have a few months to prepare for this battle. I have mostly been healed from my injuries, but I was still not used to seeing through only one eye. We had 300 knights loyal to Shireen and 2,000 barely trained soldiers from Astapa. It was good that the previous masters of the city were hoarders, so we still had enough supplies. The problem was that the men were too afraid. If we lose even some ground, the men will give up or run away. Can we win? Shireen asked, looking at Davos and me. No, we have too few men, and what we have are not prepared for such a battle, I replied. But it doesn't mean that we lose. What do you mean? Shireen asked. It might seem that we are at a disadvantage, but they have more problems than we do, I said. The sellswords, the legions of Nugis, and the rest have different commanders. There isn't a person above them. Most importantly, all of them are squabbling, wealthy lordlings. They know nothing about warfare. But there are plenty of sellsword companies that have fought countless times, Davos responded. Do you think the Yunkai lordlings will let some sellsword captains order them around? I asked. They are arrogant and foolish. If we make our stand and don't do anything foolish, we will not lose. But we will not win. Shireen asked. We won't. They will send more and more men. All we can do is hold them down, I explained. Still, the sellsword companies only fight for gold. If they feel like they can lose their lives, some will leave, and we might be able to buy the others. They are coming, Davos said. Do we need Shireen here? Yes, it will be a big blow to their ego when they see a little girl not scared of them. The men behind us will feel ashamed if they harbor any fear, I replied. Her presence is equal to 1,000 men. So please stand firmly, Queen Shireen. Don't let your voice or expression break. Your performance is key for us not to lose. I will do my best, the little girl answered firmly. I have done everything I could to maximize our defenses. Even though we didn't have much time, I trained the men to use spears and bows daily. Blocked all entrances to the city and made signal fires along the walls to warn of the incoming enemy. I built scorpions to destroy their siege engines. I even made a few men infiltrate the enemy to spread rumors to weaken their morale. The city was clean of criminals after I took control of some men. I ensured to eliminate those who could harbor ill intent toward us, showing no mercy. Most citizens were happy to live peacefully, even for a bit, so they respected us. The rest were afraid to go against us. I wouldn't say I liked being stuck in this place, but I had no choice. If I wanted to leave, I had to take care of those bastards first. Little Queen of Astapa, surrender now and throw away your false claim over the city. Otherwise, face our might. This is the last mercy we will give you. I didn't know who he was, but his action was predictable. He didn't even care to give terms of surrender, as he thought this whole situation was a joke. The lack of siege engines meant they felt they could take the city by storming it. The wise masters didn't care about how many men they lost as long as they took the city. To them, their men were only numbers. Why do you want to throw away the lives of these men of valor? Shireen spoke in Valyrian, loudly for all to hear. I heard the masters of Yunkai are the wisest, so choose your champion as will I and settle this between them, or your army lacks courageous men to take arms against this little girl. If they refuse, they will be looked down on as cowards. If they agree, I will kill their champion, showing the sellsword companies that they will pay the price if they fight us. Morale is the most crucial factor in prolonged sieges. The first force to grumble will be the one that will have low morale. So, I needed my force to see that the enemy could be defeated. My force mainly consisted of green boys that only learned how to use a spear and a bow a month ago. They were former slaves, so their endurance could be considered excellent. They were tolerant of pain and fear. Yet, they lacked strength and skill, so the knights that belonged to Shireen would be crucial in this battle. We are not afraid of any man you have. After some time of considering, they agreed. Send your best man to die, little girl. I didn't like how arrogant they were, but I expected it. In the end, I needed to kill a man to maintain our morale. The more conceited the enemy was, the higher chances we had to win. I only hope that doesn't get their act up after their first loss. I suspected they would blame each other for every loss they experienced. Can you win? Shireen asked. It is not a question of whether I can or not. I must win, I replied. I fought many times against many types of people. The fact that I am alive means that I never lost. I do not wish to die, so I will win no matter what. I didn't underestimate my enemy. But I didn't believe many men were as strong as the Mountain or the Kingslayer. Still, my vision was a problem. I could see fine, but I had a blind spot that an enemy could exploit. But we needed this victory. I needed it to prove that I could still fight. If I can't kill this man, how could I possibly kill that bastard? When I left the city gates, a big man awaited me. He was a head taller than me and had broad shoulders. From the scars on his face and hands, I deduced he was from fighter pits. He wielded a giant axe. I drew my longsword but didn't take my shield. I could tell the man would break my arm with one axe swing. There was no ceremony or introduction. The man didn't care for such a thing, nor did I. It was good that I fought against someone who used his brawn rather than his head before. Still, I didn't underestimate him, as looks can be deceiving. There wasn't anyone to start the duel. Once we got close to each other, the man with the axe charged at me. The man's swing was powerful, and his reach was long. I didn't dare to receive a hit, so I moved carefully, not to lose sight of him. As he swung, I would jump to his side and cut him. The cuts mainly landed on his arms, which were too shallow to damage him. His swings were still powerful, but they only got wider with each swing. Even though I got plenty of opportunities, it was still hard to land a good hit. After a few bouts between us, I knew I needed to finish him in one blow, or he would not go down. His neck was a bit high to cut it. I needed to get close to stab his heart, but that would be too dangerous. I didn't want to prolong the fight, fearing the man would notice that I had a blind spot. After a few more bouts, I found the man's tight exposed, so I cut it. It was deep enough to hit an artery, spilling blood. The man fell to his knees, and I cut his head off with one swift swing of my sword. I heard cheers from within the walls of the city. I picked up the head by its hair and threw it in the direction of the enemy army. The next to come against me will await the same fate, I yelled in Valyrian before walking back to the city. It was a complete victory for us. Not only did the man didn't scratch me, but I also killed him brutally and challenged the rest of the enemy. I could see the men looking at me with more respect and trust. As long as I stood with them, they wouldn't feel threatened by the enemy. For now, our morale was at its highest point. They are not leaving, Shireen said. Of course not, I replied. They do not have honor nor shame. They will attack us in the morning if not tonight. We prepared for the night attack, building fires along the walls. We were organizing archers and patrols to watch over the enemy host. But as night fell, nothing happened. It seemed that the wise masters did have some common sense. As morning rose, I saw that the enemy prepared their camp and started to build battering rams and ladders. I guessed that only a few men among them knew about sieging cities. I don't think there were many times in SOs when a city was besieged. It isn't easy to build siege engines without experienced artisans. At most, I suspected they would try to force their way with a battering ram and try climbing walls with ladders. Days passed since the Yunkai forces surrounded us. I never stopped archery training. The former slaves didn't complain when I pushed them to exhaustion. It was better for them to work rather than think about the enemy. With time I believed they would be skilled enough to be guard forces, but now they were a little better than levies. It was good that the city's population was lessened after Daenerys Targaryen took thousands of people with her. Many former slaves left the city on their own, and with the chaos that Butcher Kings had started, only more than 2/3 of the original population were left. For now, we had enough food to feed the hungry. Maybe knowing that we were still fine, the Yunkai forces started attacking us with only ladders and battering ram. So far, they have done everything I expected. With the few scorpions I built, it wasn't hard to destroy the battering rams, and the archers held down the men rushing with ladders, even if we wasted many arrows. Still, I could see that some sellsword companies were smarter than Yunkai's wise masters. I only hoped that Daenerys Targaryen would respond to our plea for help. I have written a lengthy letter that would make her the wrong person to rule over Meereen if she didn't send a relief force. I made sure to include a few things that would help to turn her advisors in my favor. I used the 3 ships Shireen had to deliver the news to Meereen and send some men to spread rumors about how the rest of the cities would return slavery to the Slavers' Bay, starting from Astapa. If Daenerys does nothing, she will start losing her supporters. I wanted to accomplish one of 2 things. Gain Daenerys' trust by defending Astapa or weaken her to accept my offer to return to Westeros as a princess later on. Opportunity. Edmure POV. Arrows flew, hitting my shield. Few men near me fell to the ground with arrows impaled in their throats and chest. A battering ram was trying to get close to the main gates even after getting hit by the scorpion bolts. With my order, a volley of arrows finished the rest of the men protecting the battering ram. As the sun set and the light was gone, the men from both sides retreated. I ordered the men to collect the dead and the weapons and arrows. After checking the defenses, I went to report to Queen Shireen. The fighting became more intense each day, yet I still couldn't find the right opportunity to strike back. Your Grace, I implore you not to participate in the next battles. Davos was on his knees pleading with the little queen. She has to. I interrupted them. She alone is worth 1,000 men. If you have not noticed, there is a reason why they are only attacking the main gate. Even so, if she falls, the battle will be lost. Davos didn't give up. And that is one of the reasons they are not putting more pressure on the other gates, I explained. Without her, we will lose. Enough, both of you, the little queen said. It is as Sir Oscar said. I have no choice but stand with the others on the wall. Then, at least take your knights with you, Davos again pleaded. No, we can't use the knights yet, I said. They too important of force to be wasted on the walls. I explained my plan many times. Shireen had to stay on the tower above the main gates to bait the enemy forces into attacking only that point. If the wise masters put their troops to the other gates, they would admit they feared the little queen. The sellsword companies attacked the main gates to get to Shireen, as they get the most rewards for capturing her. And our soldiers had a massive morale boost as they saw their savior fighting with them. Still, even though most forces were concentrated on the main gates, we were trapped in the city. The harbor was blocked by 12 or so ships. Hundreds of men watched the other gates. They would block our escape if they were opened and hold us from escaping until the rest forces arrived. And once they got into the city, it would be all over. How many we lost today? Shireen asked. She was too kind. She always worries and then blames herself for losing lives. 50 died. Another 20 will be too injured to fight tomorrow, I reported. We won't have even 1,500 left fighting, she said. The enemy has lost 3 times more, I said. But they will soon use other tactics, wouldn't they? By the lack of ladders in today's fight, I assume they are building a siege tower, I told what I guessed. Still, it will take 3 to 4 more days for them to use it. Then we need to do something before that happens, Davos said. There still isn't an opportunity to go anything, I replied. We have to wait. With each day, they are getting closer to taking the walls, Davos responded. For how long can we wait? Until opportunity presents itself, I replied. That's why I am protecting your knights. Even though they only number 300 and only a small part of them are truly knights, with their armor and horsemanship, they are a formidable force that can break the enemy forces. But to use them, an opportunity has to be presented to us. For a former slave, you know a lot about warfare, Davos said. You can suspect me as you wish. I didn't bat an eye at him as he tried to insinuate something. I am only repaying the debt to the Queen for saving my life. No matter what you suspect me, that is my goal. Davos didn't seem to trust me, nor did I blame him. After I took control of the defenses of Astapa, I did my job too well for a former slave that didn't know much. My pretext for being a son of a wealthy merchant and squiring under a knight in my childhood wasn't the best of explanations. Still, fighting for Shireen put the rest of the men to rest about my past. Yet sometimes I would catch Sir Davos and even Shireen staring at me when I lied like they knew the truth already. I could tell as days passed that the wise masters were frustrated. I have watched how they behaved and how the sellsword companies reacted. Ever since the siege began, I made sure to watch their camp. I could tell the sellswords didn't risk their lives and didn't want to die on the wise master's commands. Now that everyone knew that it wouldn't be an easy fight as they expected, it became clear that the sellswords would have some dissatisfaction. So far, it was slave soldiers from Yunkai and iron legates from Nugis that fought most. 2 massive sellsword companies commanded thousands of men who still had not fully entered the battle. From my knowledge, it was a company of Cat and the Windblown. Both companies had separate camps, in the middle being that of the wise masters. If I got an opportunity to strike the wise masters' camp and managed to kill their command, the battle would be ours. The lack of authority would cripple them even if they didn't disperse. Yet it wasn't that easy. The camp was quite far away, and once the knights rode out, they couldn't return easily to the city. They would be trapped outside. I got only one chance. My guess came true after 4 days. It wasn't easy to build a siege tower. Even if they knew about building one, it still wasn't that simple. Firstly, one needed to measure the wall's height, and Astapa had tall walls. So, the siege tower had to be tall too, but if it was too tall, the base of it had to be wide to contain the balance. Otherwise, it would just fall. Even though I knew how big it should be, it still shocked me to see it getting near us. It was bigger than I expected. It had a broad base covered in thick hide and metal sheets. If I wasn't wrong, hundreds of men could get inside it from the bottom to the top. The fire arrows did nothing as the tower was covered in something that prevented it from catching on fire quickly. The men on the walls were rightfully terrified seeing it getting closer and closer, even after killing the horses pulling it. I suspected that Iron Legate would first come through the siege tower, securing the walls or even breaking into the gates and opening them for the others. Yet, I found an opportunity I had been looking for so long. Your Grace, I quickly climbed to the watchtower where Shireen stayed. Please gather your knights. Soon I will make an opening for us to strike. Isn't it too late? Sir Davos asked. Look at that tower. Once it reaches the walls, it will be over for us. You are mistaken, Sir Davos, I said. I was preparing for it to appear for a long time. Once it reaches our walls, it will be a death trap for their forces. Will you lead my knights yourself, Sir Oscar? Shireen asked, not questioning my plan. Yes, I have a pretty good idea where their command is, I answered. I hope you made sure to tell them that they might not return. They know that if the wise masters win, I will be brutally killed or sold off as a slave. Such fate would bring too much dishonor to the knights that served my father so proudly. Indeed, they followed Shireen's orders without question. They have lost the war and their homes, so all they have left is their queen. I feared what they would do if they discovered that the man who took everything from them was now leading them. If my identity were revealed, I would be doomed. The siege tower was going to the wall near the main gates, Sadavos informed us. It is as I expected. They will open the gates from the inside, I said. Then I hope your plan will succeed because we will all be doomed if it doesn't. He didn't have to say that. I knew very well how important it was. While the knights prepared themselves, I watched as the siege tower approached. Scorpions couldn't reach the wheels of the siege tower as they were covered by wood, hide, and metal. Fire arrows did nothing as it got closer and closer. A shield wall was created to meet with the forces inside the tower once it hit the walls. I got men to cover both sides of the siege tower, and barrels were prepared to be thrown. With a thunderous sound, the siege tower hit the walls. It opened, revealing more than 50 men with spears and shields. Without delay, they pushed forward through our shield wall. When I ensured that the tower was filled to the brim with men and our shield wall started to falter, I ordered the barrels to be dropped. The barrels broke at the siege tower, covering it with oil. A lot of oil, more than half of the city's oil, was now on the tower and the ground at the bottom of the walls of the main gates. Before anyone could realize what was happening, torches were thrown, and a blaze of fire consumed everything. Screams rang out. The tower shook as the men inside started to push to escape from being burned alive. The men at the bottom of the walls backed off as the fire spread. After I ensured the shield wall could withstand and push the men back, I climbed off the wall. A horse awaited me at the gates with 300 knights. Every single one looked like they were prepared to die. With a signal, the gates opened, revealing confused and panicking men outside. With a roar, I rushed forward, knocking down everyone before me, and the knights followed close to me. The enemy had no time to prepare to confront us. Groups of men tried to get in our way, but we skillfully avoided them and went straight to their camp. I saw panic in them as the camp tried to muster some defenses, but they couldn't stop us. I led the knights and trampled everyone before us while those at the back threw torches at every tent they saw. It didn't take long to find targets, as they were the first to run away. I didn't know if they were in command of his army, but they were the most important people. Without mercy, I directed the men to hunt them down, cutting and then trampling them under our horses. I ensured they died even at the cost of time for us to run away before we were surrounded. I led the men away only after seeing that nothing else could be done. There was no way to return, so we just rode forward. Before they started to chase us, we had made some distance and managed to escape. Still, after a close look, I found that we had lost more than 50 men. In all considerations, we succeeded and got minimal losses. The attack was lightning fast and exhausting to our horses and us. Once we managed to escape and felt relatively safe, we all dropped to the ground breathing heavily and taking our armor off as we felt like we were burning under the scorching sun. Yet the men laughed at their victory. We took our opportunity and struck a massive blow at the enemy. Now we needed to wait for the response. More than 200 men behind their backs would put some fear into them. And without wise masters will be hard for them to direct the battle. At best, the forces will dismantle and retreat. At worst, they will still try to fight. We will ensure they don't have a good night's rest if they try to fight again. Negotiations. Edmure POV. The night began to fall when we had patched our injuries and rested enough. I have sent scouts to watch the Yunkai host and what they are doing and put men in the perimeter to watch out for search parties. I did not doubt that the Yunkai would want to take revenge upon us, even if that was the last thing they did. We were lucky to find a hill to stay close to. It overlooked the lands nearby, so I was confident that no host could sneak at us without us noticing them first. The problem was that we didn't have much food, only enough for a few days. So, if the Yunkai doesn't retreat, we might be in trouble. If the worst comes true, we could raid the Yunkai forces' camps and steal some supplies. But it would be my last resort, as it was perilous, and I didn't want to lose any more men. Our force was small already. If I lost more men, we wouldn't be a threat to them. I could only hope that my plan worked and that the Yunkai army won't betray my expectations. A group of riders is approaching a scout rode as fast as he could and yelled to our camp. How many? I asked immediately. A dozen riders, he answered. A dozen was an odd number. Too little to be a force to challenge us, too much to be a group of scouts or search party. It might be bait, but again, what kind of a trap could they prepare for us that we wouldn't be able to notice? I had to meet them, as running away from only a dozen men would be counterproductive. Prepare for a battle, I ordered them, while the rest of the camp quickly prepared for an attack. I took a score of men to meet them at the foot of the hill. In my mind, a couple of scenarios played out. There wasn't a forest, nor were we near enough to the sea for the enemies to come unnoticed. Another motive for these riders could be to have a parley. When I saw the blue and white banner, I knew it was a company from the Windblown. I knew quite well of their leader, the Tattered Prince. I kept notice of more prominent sellsword companies. Even though the Tattered Prince was an enigma that even his real name wasn't known. But I knew what he wanted, what he desired the most. Stop, I yelled when a dozen riders came closer. I didn't risk them getting too close. Speak your intents or die. A man rode a bit closer. He had silver hair and wore silver armor. His stallion was an enormous grey war horse. I would consider him an elegant man if not for his tattered cape. He sat tall and straight. I moved my hand to my sword hilt when he stepped too close. Seeing my actions, he stopped. I am the leader of the Windblown, he spoke softly in High Valyrian, yet his voice carried clearly to me. Speak what you want, and know that your life is in our hands, I replied in High Valyrian. Your plan left the Yunkai forces crippled, he replied. Have you come to seek peace? I asked. No, I came to ask for a deal. And why should I even consider it? I wanted to agree, but I needed more information before deciding. You left the Yunkai army crippled but not defeated, he responded. Commander of the Iron Legion took command of the rest of the army, and now we are waiting for reinforcements from the Yunkai. Yet you seek a deal with us? I asked, suspicious of his words. I am a sellsword, he replied. The Yunkai would pay us handsomely, yet I can see that the battle for Astapa is and would be more challenging than anyone suspected. If you can pay us what we want, I will be able to help you defeat the remaining army that is left outside Astapa. Then we shall speak alone, I said, and ordered my men to leave. If you want to, the Tattered Prince did the same. I shall give you something that you always wished, I began once we were alone. If you serve me, that is. What do I wish? He asked, and I could see his eyes narrow. Pentos, one word from my mouth, and I could see his hand move to his sword. Who are you? He asked, and I rode close to him, close enough for our swords to reach each other. I am Edmure Tully, hand of the King Jaehaerys III of his name, Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of Riverrun, I told him. I have the power to give you what you want, but you will have to serve under me until our goals are achieved. I heard of that name, yet it is hard to believe he would be here before me, the Tattered Prince said. With your scarred face, how would I know you speak the truth? You already decided to work with us with a smaller reward. Why are you so hesitant when I offer your most desired dream? In this world, a man must learn to seize whatever gifts the gods chose to send him. That was a lesson I learned at some cost, the Tattered Prince replied. I shall trust your words, but you shall pay my men their due first. Very well, I agreed. You shall keep my name to yourself. I am known as Sir Oscar here, a former slave. I shall do as you ask, Sir Oscar, he agreed. Once we made our deal, it was time to plan our attack. Both he and I agreed that we should strike tonight while the iron is still hot. The Tattered Prince told me of the forces outside Astapa and how we should attack them. I liked his plan, but I didn't put my guard down around him. For all I know, it could be a trap, even if it were a bit too complex and unnecessary. When the night was the darkest, we moved. Slowly we rode, trying to make the slightest sound as we neared Astapa. It was good that most of the lands were flat and easy to traverse in the dark. We didn't light torches to keep ourselves hidden and only saw as much as the moon's illumination let us. When we came before the enemy camp, we waited. I made sure to be careful of scouts near the camp, but the Tattered Prince seemed to take care of them as he promised. It didn't take long before the camp descended into fiery chaos. Tents were lit on fire, and a particular pattern could be seen to direct us to our targets. As the sound of steel clashing with each other and men woke and left their tents, we descended upon them. 250 riders we had, and all of them, without fear of hesitation, went for our targets. Before they could realize what was happening, we cut through them and rode deeper into their camp. A man from the Windblown had put their banner to where the commander of the Iron Legions was. Seeing a big man angrily shouting and waving his sword gave me an indication that he was whom we were looking for. A dozen guards could do nothing to stop us as we trampled them under our horses before they could even get into a formation. I took the head of the man swiftly and then ordered a small portion to split from me and wreak more chaos. While they did that, I turned to the company of the Cat. After the Iron Legion, they were the second strongest and most important. Before the camp regained any control and order, I rushed to finish it. The camp of the company of the Cat was in the most intense battle as the Windblown company rampaged through them. Seeing us, they let us through as we carved our way to where I saw the colorful rags blowing in the wind. Once I reached the tattered prince, without a word, he pointed at a man not far away. Bloodbeard has to be killed. As long as he is alive, he will pose a problem. He was known for his brutality, and I knew very well that he wasn't fond of peace. He was the kind of man who sought revenge for the pettiest things. Seeing him furiously cutting the sellswords of the Windblown, I rode to him without hesitation. His reflexes were fast, as were his arms strong. With his great sword, he blocked me and pushed me out of my horse to the ground. Rolling to my feet, I avoided the sword from crushing me as it crushed the ground where I was a moment ago. I kept him in sight as I dodged his great sword from cutting my head. "Show yourself, you damned dogged prince," Bloodbeard yelled in bastard Valyrian as he furiously swung his sword at me. "Don't stand in my way, little queen's dog." His words didn't bring him victory but made him a target of my men. Two horsemen, one after another, managed to ride by him and cut his arms. Taking the chance, I rushed at him, first stabbing his exposed armpit, and then after getting behind him, I cut his back. Blood spluttered to the ground, but Bloodbeard still stood. His eyes were mad as he coughed blood from his mouth. Barely able to hold his sword, he turned to me and tried to lift it above me. Yet before he could do so, a sword went through the back of his head and emerged through his mouth. For good measure, I cut his head off. The tattered prince looked at his sword with the head of Bloodbeard and nodded to me. Without leaders, Iron Legion and the Cat's company fell without too much resistance. Before the sun rose, most men had thrown their weapons away and surrendered while the rest ran away. As per our deal, the loot from the camp belonged to the Windblown company. I didn't care about it and left the tattered prince to oversee the camp while I rode to Astapa. It certainly shocked the Astapa when we entered the city victoriously. The citizens cheered as they realized they could keep their freedom. But it wasn't the end. The Yunkai fleet of 20 ships still blocked the harbor. Soon, the news of what happened would be brought to Yunkai, and they would undoubtedly send twice as many men to reclaim Astapa and hold on to their reputation. A little girl can't defeat the wise masters, not after they have surrendered once to another girl. "Sir Oscar, thank you for your services," Shireen said. "It is still too soon to celebrate," I said. "We should discuss our next action." "We shall," Shireen said. "But not before you have rest." "I rest later," I replied. "We should first take a look at the harbor. The Yunkai fleet still is a danger to us. There wasn't much I could do about them. But we could stop anyone from getting to the fleet and informing them of what happened on the land. I could only buy a little time before they noticed something, but we had to do anything we could. If we managed to inform Meereen of our victory before the Yunkai got the news, we might be able to stop them from gathering another host. That was if Meereen agreed to help us. It wouldn't be good for Daenerys to refuse us any longer." As I was thinking of it, we arrived at harbor only to see a small fleet sailing to Astapa from a distance. Looking from the far eye, I spotted a golden kraken on its black sails. I unconsciously started to tremble as unfounded fear gripped my heart. Edmure POV. The ships pierced through the small fleet from Yunkai. Before they could realize what was happening, half of the ships were already on fire. The rest quickly sailed away in fear. I clenched my sword's hilt. The left part of my face and I started burning in pain. These bastards were waiting to attack Yunkai ships. There was no way it was coincidental that they started attacking just after I defeated the ground forces. It was clear that they waited for an opportunity to strike. They were somehow watching us. Still, only 9 ships were present. Where was the rest of Euron's fleet? Something was wrong, but I would not let him get away if I had a chance to kill him. Prepare for battle, I yelled, ordering the men to surround the harbor. Get Princess away. But aren't they helping us? Shireen asked. Don't you know these banners? They are the Ironborn. They help no one but themselves. I was agitated, and my voice trembled. I knew if Euron was coming, it was my chance to kill him, yet I feared him coming. It was hard to make my hand stop shivering in a cold sweat. At most, 1,000 men could fit in these 9 ships, I had more, yet I was afraid. Before the ships landed, I ordered men to bring the tattered prince and his men to aid me. A white banner, Sir Davos said as a group left the ships and walked towards us. Lower your weapons. We shall talk with them first. It could be a trap. They will get closer to us and kill us, disturbing the order around there, I said. Only 5 people are coming. We have enough to defend ourselves. Sir Davos looked suspiciously at me. I will speak with them. Shireen, who hadn't yet left, said. Your father had defeated the Iron Fleet. Do you think they will be happy to see you here? I asked. For a former slave, you know a lot, Sir Davos said. It is common knowledge, I defended myself, getting more agitated with each moment. I am Asher Greyjoy, heir of the Iron Islands and captain of Blackwind. They arrived before I could calm myself. I know that Shireen Baratheon is in the city. I wish to speak with her. Let them through, Shireen said. Hearing that it was Asher Greyjoy, I calmed down but didn't let my guard down. As the Ironborn came, the tattered prince came with his men too. I trained the former slaves, so I was confident they wouldn't attack me on order. Even though Asher had never seen me, I was worried someone might recognize me, even with half of my face scarred with burn wounds. Not closer, I spoke when they came close enough to have talked but too far for any weapon to reach us. Speak your intentions. I have come to Princess Shireen to establish an alliance, Asher Greyjoy said. I have heard what was happening in Volantis. I came to assist you. There is no way we should trust an Ironborn. I didn't let Shireen speak. That's why I brought gifts, she said before shoving a dwarf in front of her. He is Tyrion Lannister. I am sure he is a valuable man to many people. I heard he escaped justice. I wonder what Edmure Tully would give for him. You only need to ask, bitch, the dwarf spoke, and I was ready to draw my sword. He is standing in front of us. I can recognize him even with these horrible scars on his face. Now the question is, what is he doing with the daughter of the man he killed? He is helping us to secure Astapor. I was ready to take Shireen hostage, yet she spoke before I could move. He is our benefactor, it wasn't him who killed my father. The Red Priestess and my mother pushed him to take such actions before the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms rightly punished him. Still, isn't it a surprise? The dwarf asked. What will you do now, bitch? There stands the man who killed your uncles and father and took your kingdom away. Shit, Asher cursed. I have not heard anything about you, Lord Tully. Tell me what you are doing here. You can thank your uncle Euron for that, I said as my nerves calmed down and I became cold as ice. And for these scars. Calm, everyone, Shireen spoke. There will be no blood. We shall talk in peace. We are leaving, Asher said. And why do you think we will let you? I asked. Enough, Lord Tully. They can leave as they want, Shireen spoke. But I wish to speak with you, Lady Greyjoy. Even if you have bad blood with Lord Tully. We shall see, Asher said, retreating to her ships. You knew? I asked Shireen. We suspected. Sir Davos was more certain about your identity with each day you stayed with us, she explained. Yet you didn't kill me. I asked, shocked. I do not wish more blood to be spilled. Lord Stark had died for nothing, then my father, and that not speaking of all the people that had to suffer, she said, sounding more mature than a child her age should. And you didn't give me a reason to kill you. You helped me in this hopeless and idealistic situation that I created. And we know how important you are, Lord Tully. Sir Davos spoke, even though he hid his distaste towards me. By this point, we walked some distance from everyone else. If we killed you and someone found out, we would be hunted by many. You are the King's Hand and Lord Paramount of the Trident. Who else knew about me? I asked, still surprised and not knowing what to do. Nobody, but the word will spread soon, Sir Davos said. I could do nothing but laugh. They were fools. They could have taken me a hostage and bargained to return home. Yet they did not take revenge upon me, but they saved me. I could call them nothing but fools. Yet I wished more people were like them in the world. Especially Shireen, she had no reason to spare my life. It was me who defeated her father and made her run away from home to seek safety. Marry my son, I told her and Davos, shocking them both to silence. Return to Westeros and take the seat of Storm's End. My son isn't that younger than you, and it is the only way for you to return home. The kingdom of the Stormlands is gone. It will be given to the Crownlands and Dorne. Dorne? Sir Davos asked. No lord will accept it. They will fight to the end of their lives against them. It must be done. I cannot leave them unpunished. If I show even a bit of mercy, they will rebel again and again. I have to end what I had begun, I explained. With your return, Lady Shireen many could be pacified. I will think about it once I am sure Astapa is safe. I will see through it with my own eyes. I could see the longing in her eyes, but she was still determined to help a stranger city. Then I will help you, I said. No matter what, you saved my life. And helping this city might help me to get closer to Daenerys Targaryen. I had to get to the Queen of the Dragons. After thinking about it for days, a terrifying thought occurred to me. Euron was after the dragons. From the beginning, he didn't care about the ruling. He wanted to destroy the Seven Kingdoms. And using dragons, he will unleash hell upon everyone. That is why he is working with Varys. I had to stop him, or I will have to kill the dragons myself. I was still surprised by her reaction to Shireen. If she only suspected me being Edmure, now she knew. Yet I could not see any malice in her eyes. Even as the day ended and we were alone, I questioned myself if I could have acted similarly to her in the same situation, and I had to admit that I wouldn't have. The idea of taking her as my daughter-in-law sounded more appealing with each moment. To have her by my side, I would gladly dismiss Casterly Rock. Are you sure you are okay with this? Shireen asked. It must be done, I replied. We will accept Asher's offer. Even if I didn't like it, we needed the small fleet of Asher's. It was now numbered 15 ships after capturing some Yunkai ships. Euron is probably already in Meereen trying to get closer to Daenerys and her dragons. I needed Asher's help, even if I didn't like it. With my name revealed, the knights loyal to Shireen will soon start showing her hate toward me. It was time I left. If what you said is true, why not take more men? Shireen asked. No, the Ironborn and the Tattered Prince will be enough, I replied. You will need men more than I do. Even with the slaves from Yunkai joining you, you need to train more to defend this city. I finished talking as Asher's ship, Black Wind, came to the harbor. I had to take almost any offer she gave me for her fleet to help me. I needed her ships that desperately. I had already started to form a plan. A plan to kill Euron and for Daenerys to make an alliance with Jaehaerys and end this war before winter came. I have received your message, Lord Tully. Asher came and spoke, as I was still deep in thought and planning countless plans to destroy my enemies. Seeing as you have not run away, it means that you want something that I can give, I replied. I need your fleet, so speak your conditions. Your head, she said. Was I mistaken? I asked. I thought you would be different from your father. I want the Iron Islands, she said, relenting. The pike, I will let you have it. I had enough power over the Seven Kingdoms to do so. But you shall be a vassal house of Lord Stark. I refuse, of course. She wouldn't agree so quickly. Can you refuse? I asked. Do you think you will be able to ever return to the Iron Islands without the other kingdoms trying to hunt you down first? You mentioned my uncle, Euron. Tell me, what is he doing? He is trying to create chaos, I answered honestly. I didn't know much about Asher, but I hoped she was different from her family. I hoped she cared about her people. He is probably in Meereen with a boy pretending to be a Targaryen. They are probably trying to convince Daenerys to join them. Another pretender. I thought one bastard was enough. Watch what you are saying about the king, I snarled. Jaehaerys was a better man than many before him, and part of me liked to teach the boy and see him grow to be a man. Anyway, his plan is nothing but to wreak chaos. He is just using them as he will be using the Iron Islands. I am not naive and know how the Ironborn feels towards the king and me. Then I shall join him, she said, trying to bait me. And destroy the Iron Islands? I asked. After all is done, even if he wins some battles, the Iron Islands will be the most hated place in the world. The Seven Kingdoms will unite to destroy it once and for all. Take the chance of serving Lord Stark and rebuild your home from the ground. No matter how much I rebuilt, it would mean nothing if it belonged to someone else, she was adamant. It would belong to you too if you married Lord Stark. I had to grab the last straw. Accept this offer. If not, after I defeat Euron, I will ensure that the Ironborn become nothing but miners and fishermen. I will think about it in the end. At least I got her not to ignore me. It was fine. I needed to focus on one object at a time. The tattered prince had already started marching to Meereen. As I have ordered him, he will try to get employed by Daenerys, and I will have a man to defend her and be by her side. It was hard to trust him, but I needed him, and I believed he trusted me to get him Pentos. With the victory against Yunkai, people started to truly accept Shireen as their ruler. More and more men are joining her, and with the slaves from Yunkai that have surrendered to her, it is enough to defend the city. I will try to move to Daenerys and get closer to her as a benefactor of Shireen. Only a few knew my true identity, and no word will travel further from Astapa for a while. I will cover my face and pretend to be Oscar, a former slave. I will have to go unnoticed by Euron and Varys. I will have to use Asher to keep an eye on Euron, as even he will not be able to kill her, as in doing so, he will never get the Iron Islands. Even the Ironborn abhor kinslaying. The Old White Knight. Barristan POV. I did not like these people. Aegon Targaryen, as he called himself, was at the front. Behind him was Euron Greyjoy. From his eye, I could tell he was not someone to be trusted. That eye smiled too much like it hid many things. Then there was Jon Connington. He had not shown any respect to the Queen, only caring for the boy he brought. They have been in court for weeks, demanding Her Grace's assistance in helping them attack the Seven Kingdoms. It was hard to believe them, especially when the one with answers supposedly lay in a coma. I knew Varys, and I knew he had many secrets. But hiding the true-born son of Rhaegar was shocking, too shocking. I wanted to believe them, as did Daenerys, but there were too many questions. How did he survive? Who was the baby that was presented to Robert by the Lannisters? And most importantly, if Varys saved Aegon, why did he not save Rhaenys? She looked like a Martell rather than Targaryen. It wouldn't be hard to swap her for any other if he did the same with Aegon. Aegon looked like Valyrian, but I could not see any resemblance to Rhaegar or Elia Martell. Even though I was old, my eyes could see well, and I remember Prince Rhaegar well enough. They and the happenings in Meereen wore out Queen Daenerys. I could see how exhausted she was each day. Is there news from Astapa? The Queen asked after we were left alone. The last I heard, the city is still under siege. I should have sent some of my men to them, the Queen laments. I know how you feel, but the Golden Company endangers us. The 10,000 could destroy Meereen if we let our guard down. We can't trust them. Who can we trust? Daenerys asked. Is everyone a liar trying to use me? Betrayal was too familiar. Everyone spoke of one thing but did another. I could not answer her, yet part of me wanted to say something as I escorted her to her chambers. I stayed silent under Aerys' rule, and Robert ignored my words. Both were dead now, bringing their dynasties to ruin. I didn't want the same to happen to Daenerys. She was a good queen. We want to return home, Your Grace. Euron's only smile was smiling at us as he turned from the corner. Our homes were taken, and we were forced to leave them behind. We could only forget them alone, but we could take them back together. I have listened to your words, Daenerys replied. And I have given my answer. I know that you are concerned about many things, but you always could burn them to ashes. Euron left after these words. Only when he left did I realize I had my hand on the hilt of my sword. I didn't know what it was about him, but I felt fear around him. He walked non-threatening, but every time his eye moved to my queen, I felt like she was in danger. He didn't speak much, but each of his words seemed to dig deep into Daenerys. Your Grace Missandei came to the Queen before she left for her chambers. A messenger brought another letter from King's Landing. Daenerys took it, read it, and threw it away. The news of another Targaryen was shocking not only to her but to me too. I never met Jaehaerys Targaryen, or as he once was called, Jon Snow. It was hard to believe that Eddard Stark had fooled them all, yet it could answer some things too. Lord Eddard Stark was called honorable for a reason. So, many wondered where his bastard came from. Most were satisfied with the explanation that it was war, men lost themselves in war, and it wasn't hard to believe that a bastard or two would come out. Yet, I met Eddard Stark. He didn't look like someone who would lose himself. What was written, if you don't mind me asking, Your Grace? I asked. Lies, she replied in one word. I didn't try to convince her otherwise, as I didn't fully believe in it myself. Not speaking that now there were 2 Targaryens aside from the Queen. Both sons of Prince Rhaegar. With better claimant to the 7 kingdoms than Daenerys. It was too convenient. Yet it seems that the 7 kingdoms accepted one while the other didn't dare to reveal himself. Who's here? I yelled out as we entered the Queen's chambers, and a shadow stood inside. It is me. Daario Naharis still had his blue beard and hair. I have returned, my queen. Why? Daenerys asked. You were to keep watch over the siege of Astapa. The siege is over, he replied. So, Astapa has fallen? I asked. No, the opposite. Yunkai had lost, he answered. Once, you said that it would take a miracle for Astapa to win, Daenerys said. You said it was a lost cause. You are one of the reasons we didn't send help when Shireen Baratheon asked for it. Now, you say that Astapa still stands. Taller and mightier than before, Daario replied to the angry queen. The former slaves from Yunkai have been accepted inside Astapa. How? I asked. Yunkai had 3 to 4 times more men. It seems to win such a battle. One night is enough, he said. Have you heard a man named Sir Oscar Rivers? There are plenty of knights in the 7 kingdoms, yet I never heard of someone named Oscar Rivers, I answered. It is said that half of his face is burned so badly that you can see his eye socket with a melted eye inside, Daario said. I saw him lead a couple of 100 horsemen into Yunkai's camp, killing the wise masters, before escaping. Then another night, he joined forces with one of the sellsword companies and crushed the remaining forces of Yunkai. Did you see the man? Daenerys asked. From far away, I couldn't see how he looked. It couldn't be, I muttered, thinking of a certain man. Do you know someone? Daenerys, hearing me, turned to me. Sandor Clegane, half of his face is scarred with burn marks, I answered. He is a ferocious fighter with few equal to him. What kind of man is he? Daenerys asked. He was called the Hound, I said. He is a brother of the Mountain, who killed Elia Martell and smashed Aegon's head into the wall. The last I saw of him, Aegon didn't seem to have been smashed into the wall, Daario commented. I saw the babe that was presented to Robert, I said. It had silver hair. I did not dare to look better at the face or what was left of it. Enough, Daenerys yelled. Leave, both of you. I want to rest. Both Daario and I left the Queen's chambers, leaving her alone. I shouldn't have said the last part. It would only give her morbid thoughts and terrible dreams. The thought of what happened that day still doesn't let me sleep peacefully. I still wondered what would have happened if I was left to protect Aerys, not the Kingslayer. Why are you still here, Daario? I asked as I saw him not leaving while I guarded the doors. I wanted to ask about them, he said. If what you said is true, then the boy is a liar and trying to use our queen. They are not honest, I agreed. Nobody knows that I have returned, he said. I will watch them and find out what they are hiding. You won't find much, I said. The boy seems to believe in his story, and neither Jon nor Euron will tell the truth. At least we can agree on something, he said. But even if what they said is true, the boy is a puppet playing his part in a mama's show. It was hard to disagree. The boy didn't seem to have experienced any hardships. He looked naive. He did anything that was told to him like he had no thought of his own. He seems to believe he is Aegon Targaryen, yet he doesn't realize his situation. To demand that he and the queen marry so audaciously and then be shocked when she refused only meant he didn't even think about such an outcome. What is the situation in Astapa now? I asked before Dario left. I didn't stay to take a look, he replied. Once I saw the Yunkai army defeated, I left to report to our queen as fast as possible. Is that so? I asked. Don't look at me like that. I did as my queen commanded. He was bad news. It would have been better if he hadn't returned longer. I could not trust him with the queen's safety and well-being. As Egon, he, too, only cared about power. Without the dragons being by Daenerys' side, they would have abandoned her. After all, Varys told of the queen in a small council in King's Landing when she was powerless and harmless. Only Lord Eddard and I have not agreed on the assassination of a little girl. It wouldn't surprise me if getting rid of Daenerys and Viserys was his goal back then, so Egon wouldn't be interrupted in his conquest. He knew of the incest and everything, yet he didn't care to tell anyone. He wanted a war between Joffrey and Stannis, so Egon would come with his Golden Company once both forces exhausted themselves. It fitted his character well. A spider spreads a web to catch its prey. Yet the appearance of Jaehaerys was shocking to him as it was to others. Who would have thought of Honorable Lord Eddard Stark being able to harbor such a secret? Once he told Jon Snow was his bastard, everyone believed him. You cannot treat me like this, Egon shouted as he stormed out of the courtroom. Another day and another refusal from the queen. The boy started to show his temper. At first, he came with promises, and now he comes with threats. His actions didn't help him get any favor from the queen. It was wise of the queen not to let the Golden Company inside the city. No matter what Egon or anyone else said. I fought them in the Ninepenny War. They were supporters of the Black Fires, so they could not trust them, no matter what they said about only wanting to return home. It was the only reason the queen tolerated them. She sympathized with them and their wishes to return home. Otherwise, she wouldn't even listen to them. Your Grace Missandei came next to the queen once she was done holding the court. A dozen of ships have arrived at the harbor. Who is it? Daenerys asked. She proclaimed herself as Asha Greyjoy, Missandei answered. She wants an audience with you. Greyjoy? I asked, and Missandei nodded. If I may, Your Grace. Please speak, Sir Barristan. We should secretly have an audience with her, I said. We could find out more about Euron from her. You don't think they are working together? Daenerys asked. As far as I know, Euron was exiled from the Iron Islands for his crimes against his own family, I replied. I don't know the details, but it is an opportunity to learn more about Euron. Missandei, please discreetly prepare a room and lead her to it. As you command, Your Grace. Missandei left. Though she was just a girl, I knew she was wiser than most. She understood what she had to do without much explanation. The fact that she always comes to the queen first with any news meant that she didn't trust anyone else. It wouldn't be easy for a girl only of 12 name days to live such a life. Looking at her, I thought of Sansa Stark. She was a similar age, yet their personalities and capabilities couldn't differ anymore. Hard offer to pass. Edmure POV. I sharpened my sword as we sailed to Meereen. I could see eyes covering me with interest. Only a few of Asha's crew knew of my identity. To others, I was a guy with a face covered in bandages. Asha kept a close look at me too. As a whetstone went through the blade of my sword, I could see her flinching. I know what you are thinking, I said. What am I thinking about? She asked. You are thinking of betraying me. Joining Euron and his forces and handing me over, I replied. You are partially true, she responded. But I am still trying to think why I shouldn't do so. I already gave you my offer, I commented. What if I want more, and my uncle can offer me more? She asked. He can't, because there is nothing more to be offered, I answered. Even if you gather 100,000 men with thousands of ships, you will be isolated once you land in the Seven Kingdoms. You will have no friends or allies. Your actions will only unite the Seven Kingdoms like your father did in his little rebellion over 10 years ago. Fine, but I will not betray you because I don't trust my uncle and not because I trust you, Asha said. As you should, I agreed with her mindset as I checked the sharpness of my sword. Now, we only need to convince the dwarf. Bring the imp. Asher yelled out the orders. My only eye followed the two men entering a deck and bringing out Tyrion Lannister. He was thrown at Asher's feet. Asher kicked him toward me. Tyrion grumbled in annoyance as he stood up on his feet. Before he could say anything, I put my sword on his neck. He gulped but didn't flinch at the cold steel. Before you have any ideas, I will tell you, I began. I don't give a shit about you. I could throw you over the board and forget your existence the next day. And why are you not doing so? He asked. Because you can be useful to me, I replied while pushing my sword, cutting his skin and letting a droplet of blood swim through the blade. But it depends on you if I can use you. What do you want me to do? He asked. I could see his eyes tremble. He feared death like everyone else, even if he didn't want to show it. Asher will offer you with Mormont to Daenerys, I said. You will have to get closer to her or her enemies. Why do you think she won't kill me at first glance? He asked. Because alive, you can offer much more, I replied. And don't get ideas of revealing my identity. I will kill you, and you won't accomplish much, as the only reason I will hide is to get to Euron. If I am in danger, I will reveal my identity anyway. What will I get? He asked. Casterly Rock, I replied. I will make you the Lord of Casterly Rock, and you will serve me until my son is of age and can marry your niece Janie. Then you will serve him as Castellan. Of course, you could serve under Daenerys if you want, and she accepts after the ordeal in Meereen is done. I promise I will not send any assassins to kill you. I agree, but I want one another thing, he agreed, a bit too fast. I offered you more than you could ever imagine getting. I was prepared to cut his head off here and now. I want you to find my wife. His words stopped my action. If you find Tisha, I will kneel to you and serve you and your family as a dog. The crofter's daughter? I asked. She might already be dead. Then find her grave, he said. Do that, and I will never even think of betraying you. Write everything you know about her, I said. When I return home, I will not spare any resources in finding her. I didn't expect such a condition, but Tyrion looked earnest in his request. If she was still alive, it shouldn't cost much to find her, and with a Lannister in my hands, controlling the Westerlands would be much easier. Still, if he wants to return home, he will be under my watch, and one wrong move, and I will dispose of him. I left Asher to announce herself to the guards in the harbor. Asher had Tyrion and Mormont bound in chains and ready to transport them. Theon Greyjoy and the Tyrion's guards will have to stay behind. Aside from Asher and Tyrion, everyone who knew my identity stayed behind too. It was better that fewer people knew about me. I wanted to strike Euron while he didn't expect me. After a while, a messenger informed some guards to guide us into the Great Pyramid of Meereen. When I stepped out of the ship, I was greeted by the bustling activity and the sounds of the city. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices mixed with the salty smell of the sea. It was different from King's Landing, at least before it burned. The streets are crowded with people, their clothing ranging from simple robes to more elaborate and luxurious attire. There were no slaves with chains and collars. It seemed that Daenerys' policy was still at work. There were many Unsullied around the streets, guarding the order with their spears and shields. As I walked through the city's winding streets, I was struck by the stark contrast between the grandeur of the Great Pyramid in the distance and the poverty of many surrounding buildings. Some structures appeared to be crumbling, with signs of neglect and decay. But despite this, the people of Meereen didn't seem to be starving or dissatisfied. I had learned enough about the rule of Daenerys when we arrived at the Great Pyramid that towered above me. It casts a shadow on a portion of the city. When I entered the palace, I was surprised again by the cool and fragrant air. It was a big contrast between the outside of the pyramid and the inside of it. Please his way, a little girl, not even in her teens, led us and took glances at Mormont. Please leave your weapons with if you want to meet her grace, Queen Daenerys. Asher and I handed our swords and daggers to the Unsullied outside the ornate chambers at the pyramid's apex. I expected to go to the courtroom, but it seemed that Daenerys had a different idea. I guessed from the interior of the chamber and guards outside the rooms that we were in her personal chambers. My guests, please take a seat. I could recognize Daenerys' silver hair and purple eyes. We are outside the eyes of most, so you don't need to keep the courtesy. We are grateful, Asher replied, bringing her prisoners to the front. But I brought some gifts for you. What is this? Daenerys didn't seem to be pleased with the two men. The small one is Tyrion Lannister, as of the Lannisters that killed your family, Asher said. The old one seems to be your old friend, so I brought him too. Tyrion Lannister. Daenerys turned to the White Knight next to her. It is true. I recognize him, the knight in white answered. Jorah. Daenerys turned to Mormont. I am ashamed, my queen. Mormont bowed his head. I saw the imp in lies and wanted to bring him to you and ask for forgiveness. Too bad he messed with my brother, Asher added. If you want, I can chop him up. I would like for introductions first, Daenerys replied. Where were my manners? Asher laughed. I am Asher Greyjoy, rightful ruler of the Iron Islands. I am Daenerys Targaryen, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I wouldn't say I liked how he called herself, yet I said nor did anything about it. It was not time, and I feared a certain man more than her. As I was thinking and keeping myself in check, I felt eyes fall upon me. They were waiting for my introduction, but I had to take a breath to gather my thoughts. I couldn't make any mistakes. My life and the lives of my family depended on it. I am Oscar Rivers, envoy of Queen Shireen Baratheon, ruler of Astapa. Missandei, please take a few guards and take the prisoners to the dungeon. I will talk with them later. Daenerys motioned for the little girl. Lady Asher, please take the chambers next to me and have some rest. I will soon call upon you to discuss why you are here. I, too, want to wash myself, but please don't keep me waiting for long. Asher smiled and left with another guard guiding her. Sir Oscar. Daenerys turned to me. I am no knight, I replied. Knight or not, we would like to see your face, the knight in white said. As you might have heard, my face isn't presentable, especially to young ladies, I responded, looking with my only eye at Daenerys. I have seen many terrible things. Daenerys didn't take her eyes off me. Please uncover your face. I do not wish to do so, I replied. But I insist. Ha! I exhaled loudly in annoyance. You might have seen many terrible things, but I do not wish to show my face to anyone. Do you think I take pleasure when sweat soaks the cloth, and I have to suffer from heat and the terrible smell? I do not think you like it, so please take it off. I do not like it, but it is better than looking at eyes of disgust looking at me, I said, thinking of how to convince her to drop the topic. You have smooth and pale skin that many women would envy. You do not know how it feels when people reel back because they see your face. When they back off so they can as far as possible from you, or when they stare at the scars that were inflicted upon me in disgust and mockery. My apologies, I didn't mean to offend you, Sir Oscar. Daenerys' voice seemed to soften. I have not heard of your name in the Seven Kingdoms, the knight in white said. I don't think many have heard of my name, I replied. I am not a knight, but a former slave that the benevolent Queen Shireen Baratheon saved from death. You said you are an envoy, Daenerys said. What do you bring to me? An offer from Queen Shireen, I said. She knows that you might not be able to send for any reinforcements to Astapa, but she wants you to join hands with her in defending the good people of Meereen and Astapa from cruel slavers. My word is hers word. I am to help you in any way you want and answer all your questions. I have heard of your skills and feats, Daenerys said. I gladly accept you, but what does Queen Shireen want in return? Support in upcoming wars, I replied. Daenerys looked at me, but I could see she was deeply thinking. I could guess that she didn't trust me. She weighed what her decision would bring to her and her rule. In the end, she could only dismiss me and give me room to rest. I wasn't in a rush. It was an offer she couldn't pass on. If my plan with rumors worked even a little, she would soon proclaim her support for Astapa. Now, I could only wait and plan further. I had to see how she acted with Euron, as from the ships in the harbor, I believed him to be somewhere around. If he were close to Daenerys, I would have no choice but to fight against her. If not, I would have to use her to corner Euron. I will not let Euron unscathed, no matter what. Crimes and Judgment. Edmure POV. As soon as I was accepted into Queen Daenerys's court and left mostly alone, I started planning. The tattered prince still has not arrived, which might take some time. I knew I couldn't strike Euron alone and needed help. As much as Asha was helpful, I couldn't truly trust her. I knew I had to move fast. The first thing I did was ask about Queen Daenerys's visitors. I confirmed that Euron was in the Great Pyramid, and as I expected, he was with Aegon. Now I, without a doubt, knew that Euron was after the dragons. He probably wants to use Aegon to get to the dragons. The worst part was that I didn't know much about the dragon binder that Euron should possess. Even if he could bind only one dragon, it was too much for me. I had to assassinate him and do that. I needed to learn where he stayed, how many guards he had on himself, and what he was doing at all times. I was hoping Asha would come in and be helpful in that part of the plan. Otherwise, I would need to get close to Euron, and doing so would only put me in danger. In the worst possibility, I would have to wait for the Tattered Prince and attack him with full force. And even then, I didn't know if the Tattered Prince would agree to do something like that. I needed Daenerys to help then, and the only way for her to help me was to prove that Euron was after her dragons and Aegon was an imposter. I spent the first night walking around the Great Pyramid, planning the layout. The halls and the chambers were built differently than the castles back home. But it wasn't as complex as I expected, but there were many guards. Unsullied stood guard at most chambers and patrolled the halls without rest or many blind spots. I made excuses that I couldn't sleep and wanted to take a walk and see the Great Pyramid more closely. I knew it would only work once, so I used it to its full potential. I couldn't walk through all of the Great Pyramid, but I knew how the layout was built and could plan the next step when I gained more information from Asha. Sir Oscar, as I prepared for the day, Missandei came to my chambers and called out from the outside. "The Queen would like to meet you." "Lead the way," I told the little girl when I opened the doors. She nodded and led me to the personal chambers of Queen Daenerys rather than to her courtroom. I wasn't fond of the special treatment as I knew news of me would spread soon enough. Once it did, Aegon and his companions would not let me slide and confront me. I didn't want that. The less interaction I had with Euron, the better it would be. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he recognized me. "You here?" Before we entered the Queen's chambers, the White Knight stepped before us. "Wait, I will tell the Queen." "No need, I heard your steps." The Queen stepped outside. "Let's go." I didn't know what all this was about, yet hearing her say that she heard us gave me a pause. It seems that the walls might be thinner than I thought. I would need to keep that in mind while I am here. It wouldn't be good if people heard me sneaking around, and a fight was out of the question. If they heard me fighting, I would be surrounded by the Unsullied. "I would like to know why you were looking for me, Queen Daenerys," I said as I followed behind her. "I have a few things to ask you, but first, we are going to the dungeons," she replied. "Why not ask on the way?" "Very well." She didn't have a reason to disagree. "You came to me for aid, but sadly I can offer you little." "Is it wise, Your Grace?" I asked. "You are the breaker of the chains, yet you will let Astapa fall, enslaving the people you saved." "Astapa is not my responsibility," she said. "You say that, but it was you who freed the city, you who killed the good masters, and it was you who abandoned the city for savages to rule with fear and violence." "I left a council to oversee the city," she replied. "A council with no power, no protection." "It is not my concern what you think," she said. "You can ignore me, but can you ignore the people?" I asked. "By now, they have heard of the battle for Astapa. They might soon start questioning your will. They will start to doubt you and fear that you will abandon them as you did Astapa. They are free men. They can think and do as they wish," she replied. "You, the Queen, you are their ruler," I said. "It is your duty to ensure their safety and ease their fears." "I am doing that already," she said, but with a trembling voice. "We arrived," Missandei interrupted us. We stood before the dungeon doors. The guards opened the doors and let us in. With only one eye revealed, I looked around. There weren't many prisoners, as the city probably had separate prisons to put the criminals in. The Great Pyramid's dungeons only held political hostages. "My queen," a rough voice broke the darkness. Jorah Daenerys looked at the balding burly man. "I came to decide your fate." "You were banished," Barristan Selmy said. "Yet you came back." "I don't have anywhere to go," he said. "My place is beside you, my queen. I do not see a reason to accept you." Her voice broke as she spoke. You should have forgotten about me and moved on. I rather die than forget you, my queen. Then that might be your fate, she said. Sabaristan. You said you couldn't help Queen Shireen, I interrupted her. Yet you are willing to kill a capable warrior, and for what? He betrayed me, Daenerys answered. There is no place for him by my side. Why not give a second chance? I asked. I don't know him and don't know what he did, but you gave him a choice to leave rather than kill him before. If you want to kill him, do it yourself while looking at his eyes, and if you can't, maybe he doesn't deserve to die. I knew I spoke too much, as Jorah narrowed his eyes at me, but Jorah was a capable fighter, and he definitely won't trust Euron. He could be helpful to my cause. Daenerys didn't say anything momentarily and looked into Jorah's eyes. I didn't say anything and waited, as did Sabaristan and Missandei. Enemies, Jorah, enemies surround me. Daenerys stepped closer to the captive. Can you promise to protect me from them? I promise to protect you from the whole world if I need to, from death itself. Jorah knelt. I can't trust you yet, but I need you. I will earn your trust, my queen. Please give me a chance, he pleaded. You must forget the love you hold for me. You must renounce your home and ambitions. I have no home, and my ambition is to protect you, my queen, Jorah said. But I cannot forget my love for you. I don't need your love. Daenerys closed her eyes. Then I shall bury it deep in my heart, Jorah replied. So deep that no god will be able to see it. Then rise, Sir Jorah Mormont, rise as a knight of my queen's guard. Ahem. The moment was ruined by a dwarf sitting in the next cell. It is all nice and well, but could I get some wine and warm food? That way, it would make it a lot nicer for me. Tyrion Lannister, I was thinking of postponing to sentence you to death, but if you insist, I shall do it right now. Daenerys turned to the dwarf. And I promise you that you won't find mercy when you look at my eyes. Death. For what crimes will you sentence me? He didn't look concerned at all. Your family killed my father, nephew, and niece, Daenerys said. You mean my father did? Tyrion replied. I was not even 10 years old when it happened. Are you going to sentence a child to death? We heard how you burned King's Landing, hundreds of thousands of men lost in the great fires, Sabaristan said. Again, it was not me, Tyrion replied. I had no say in it. You should blame my father or King Joffrey, but he is already dead if I am not mistaken. Where is your father? Daenerys asked. Let's say he had a weak heart, Tyrion laughed. He couldn't even take a bolt in his heart, so he drowned. Enough with your japes, Daenerys yelled. Your family is responsible for my family's downfall. I don't need any other reason to kill you. If you're going to blame me for my father's crime, then shouldn't you be blamed for your father's crimes? Tyrion asked. How many did your father burn unjustly? Will you take the crimes of your father burning the Starks? My father paid for his crimes. Daenerys tried to defend herself. So did mine, Tyrion replied. So, I rest my case. I am innocent. Kill me if you want, but don't hide behind frivolous excuses. Daenerys, a man barged into dungeons before the queen could respond. Aegon, what are you doing here? Daenerys asked. What do you mean? What am I doing? I was looking for you, Aegon said. I had enough of you ignoring me and hiding from me. Then leave. Daenerys was angry. You are nothing but a pest with no proof to your name. If you have had enough, I would gladly show you the gates out of my city. I am your king, the rightful heir to Iron Throne, only son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell. Now that I looked closely, he was just a boy. He dwarf laughed. I thought my father killed you. Tell me, is your sister alive too? Who is he, Dany? The boy asked. He is my prisoner, Aegon, Daenerys said coldly. And you are no king. When he returns to the Seven Kingdoms, he shall reclaim his birthright. A man with a red mane came forward. Yet he is now in Meereen. I walked up to the boy. In Meereen, there is only one ruler, and she is Queen Daenerys Stormborn, the unburnt, Queen of Meereen, Khaleesi of Great Grass Sea, breaker of shackles, and mother of dragons. Step aside, servant, the boy demanded. I shall not, boy, I replied. You should look around. If you are not careful, you will not leave this place. You are threatening a king, the man with a red mane said. Princess Daenerys, are this servant's words your words too? They are not, as she isn't my queen, I replied. I am the envoy of Queen Shireen Baratheon, ruler of Astapa. Enough. Daenerys' voice broke the tenseness. Aegon, I will overlook this insolence, but there won't be a second time. Now leave, and if you want to speak with me, you shall wait in the courtroom for your turn. The boy looked furious, but he turned and walked away. It could have gone better, but at least I managed to take a look at the boy. I didn't know how true his identity was, but neither did I care. Ultimately, he will be only a puppet, no matter who he is. And I could not let the puppet set foot at my home, as he would bring only war and dissension. Seeds of doubt. Edmure POV. Silence fell when the self-proclaimed Aegon left the dungeons of the Great Pyramid. I looked at Daenerys, and she looked back at me. There was nervousness in her eyes, but most of it was rage. At what or at whom, it was hard to say. Was it at herself for her powerlessness or at those around her testing her limits? Now I can see why you were indisposed in helping Queen Shireen, I said. The Golden Company is with him, isn't it? At least 10,000, Sir Barristan Selmy replied. He Tyrion giggled. Silver hair and purple eyes, he does look like a Targaryen, yet somehow I am more inclined to believe Jon Snow to be one than him. Jon Snow? Daenerys asked. You know, the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, the third of his name, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Tyrion elaborated. Do you know him? Barristan asked. I met him a few times, Tyrion replied. Eager to impress and prove himself, yet at the same time dour and somber. Questioning his existence and purpose, you know the type. Enough with you japes, Lannister. Daenerys wasn't willing to listen. I don't need to hear about some bastard who claims to be a king. He doesn't need to claim to be a king, Tyrion replied. Many others gladly claim him their king, willingly serving him. I said enough. Daenerys was at her limit, and I thought Tyrion was trying to get killed. I have enough to deal with one pretender, I don't want to hear about another. So, give me a reason not to kill you, Tyrion of House Lannister. I can deal with the one pretender closer to you, Tyrion replied, and Daenerys looked at him to continue. I know how to deal with pretentious dicks that think the world belongs to them, and everyone has to do as they say. Why should I trust you? Why shouldn't you? Tyrion asked instead of answering. I have no power. I am a dwarf, not a great warrior, or have any knowledge about poison. I can't do anything to harm you. And how would you deal with Aegon? Sir Barristan was curious too. If he wants to talk to you, Your Grace, you can make him talk to me, Tyrion replied. I will tell him what he wants to hear and promise him to give anything within my power to him. Power you do not hold. Daenerys quickly got what Tyrion was trying to say. I am no proud lord or heroic knight, I am a dwarf, and I want to live, Tyrion replied. Give me a chance to live, and I make that pretender not to bother you ever again. He even won't realize it. Your Grace, I gather everyone's attention. Yunkai will not wait for you to deal with your enemies. At this very moment, the rest of the free cities are gathering forces and attacking Astapa. It will not hold forever. When it falls, they will turn their force to Meereen. I do not fear them, Daenerys replied. I have dragons. Dragons I have not seen, I responded. Your Grace, I don't know where you keep them or why you refuse to use them, but if you were willing to use them against your enemies, you would have done it. If I know that, so does everyone else. What do you want me to do, Sir Oscar? Daenerys' eyes were sharp. Do you want to trust him? I want you to do something and not wait until your problems magically disappear, I replied. I might not know much to advise you how to rule, but I know what the wise masters of Yunkai will do to Astapa. Masters don't care about people, they care about themselves, and now a little girl defeated them. They will use all their forces to crush her, even if it means they must burn the whole city, and they will do the same to you. We can't sit and do nothing, Your Grace. And as much as you may dislike Shireen Baratheon or me, you know that our fates are linked. I will think about it. Daenerys turned and left with Barristan and Jorah. I watched her leave and turned to Tyrion, who had a sly smile, knowing he would not be killed. I nodded to him and left too. I had to meet with Asha secretly and ask her for the information she got from her uncle. Then I needed to start planning how to kill Euron and dispose of Aegon. Asher Greyjoy's chambers were close to mine, on the same floor as Daenerys' chambers. It took patience to wait for a chance to sneak up before a patrol could notice me. It was good that Asher stayed close to my chamber, so it didn't take long to sneak in. The bad thing was that we both lived on the same floor as Daenerys. The floor had dozens of guards walking from one side to another. While we didn't have guards by our doors, and only Daenerys had, it still took some luck and timing to sneak past the guards. Asher had waited for my visit, and when I entered, she was playing with her dagger while sitting on the bed. How improper, sneaking into proper ladies' chambers late at night, Asher sniggered. I see no proper lady, I replied, sitting on the table next to her bed. How crude. Where have your manners gone? When your uncle decided to ambush me, kill my men and friends, then kidnap and torture me for his amusement, I answered. Oh, I am so sorry that my fathers and uncles murdered had to endure such an injustice. You know as well as I do that your father got what he bargained for, I replied. And when an axe is swung at you, you swing your sword at them back. So, stop acting like a little princess that had to endure some enormous injustice against her family. Euron offered me to join him. He promised to reclaim his seat as the King of Iron Islands, Asher said. Tell me why I should not accept such an offer. Maybe because he wants to reclaim what isn't and never was his, I replied. What else did he say? Observant, aren't you? Asher sighed. He wanted me and my ships to return to serve him. He didn't even try to wince his words. Sounds stupid for him to do so, I replied. Shouldn't he have said kinder words and promised you something? Oh, he did. He promised many things. And yet it was hard to believe him, Asher replied, stabbing her dagger at the table. He presumed me to be a little girl who believed in fairy tales. What exactly did he say? Euron told me that he will get dragons to burn down our enemies and reclaim the throne of the Iron Kingdom. He promised that the Greyjoy name shall be feared, and nothing will stand in our way. Nothing specific? I asked. I asked him how he would do it, but he didn't reply, Asher said. So, I told him I will listen to him when he has a plan and not fantasies. Is he staying in the Great Pyramid? I asked. No, he only stays here when that silver-haired brat calls him. Otherwise, he is always in his ship with his silent men. It was good and bad that he wasn't living in the pyramid. Good thing it lessened our chances of meeting. It was a bad thing because it made it harder to get to him. While in a pyramid, he would be with Aegon and his guard. While he wasn't, he would be in his ship with his men. The only method to get to him would be to strike while he was on the way to his ship. Either way, he had work to do. He needed to map out the Great Pyramid and the routes Euron would take, spy on Euron and Aegon, and see what they are planning. It won't be easy, even with Asher and Tyrion's help. I needed the tattered prince and his men to cover my sides. I can't let Euron accomplish his plans, which will undoubtedly cause disaster. Staying close to Daenerys wasn't as much of an honor as it was to observe us better. If I didn't know how to sneak around, Daenerys would know my every movement. Good thing I have had many dealings with spies and observed their training. Years of experience have made me very observant and silent when I want. The Great Pyramid had 33 floors. Aside from its size, it wasn't a complex building, so it didn't take long to fully map it out in my head and remember all the entrances. Yet the simplicity made it easier for guards to patrol and stand guards at every corner. There were few shadows I could hide myself in. I did manage to find a way to move unnoticed and uncontested. As Meereen was, the air was mainly humid and hot. So, it wasn't surprising that the Great Pyramid had so many windows on every floor. And it so happens that I was staying at the top of the Great Pyramid, and its walls weren't very steep. With durable and long rope, I could descend to any floor and climb back up. Sir Oscar Missandei was always the one that called me. Her Grace wishes to see you. I liked the girl. She was beyond her years in intelligence and wisdom. I didn't talk much with her, but the little conversations I had with her between my chambers to the queens were enjoyable. She knew many things and was very courteous. I even smiled when she tried to probe me for some answers. She was still 10 years too early to get anything from me or see through my lies. Your Grace, I have brought him, Missandei said to Daenerys as we entered her chambers. It has been a few times now when I entered these chambers. Sir Barristan Selmy was still standing by the doors with his hand on his sword hilt, watching vigilantly at everyone and everything. It was clear he didn't trust Tyrion or me. But I was more surprised not to see Jorah anywhere. Maybe he was resting and would replace the old knight in the night. Well, if it isn't the famous knight of Shireen Baratheon, Sir Oscar? Tyrion asked as he sat comfortably in front of the Dragon Queen. I am no knight, I replied. To what do I own the pleasure? I have decided, Daenerys spoke. I will help Astapa defend against slavers. Queen Shireen will be delighted to hear it. But firstly, I need help, Daenerys said. I can't help anyone with an enemy within my walls. Aegon? I asked. Him, Euron Greyjoy, the Golden Company, among the others, Daenerys answered. I want you to discover their true intentions and proof of his lies. A tall order, I responded. I hope we will have some support. You will have me, said a man with blue hair and a beard with a tinge of purple still present. Daario Naharis at your service. Oscar Rivers, I introduced myself, hiding my surprise that I didn't notice him. It seemed I still wasn't used to having only one eye. And I am Tyrion Lannister. Everyone turned to the dwarf. I thought you might forget me, as I am small. Anyway, now that we all know each other and are friends, should we talk about how we are doing this? Aegon was torn to us for quite a bit, Daario said. They don't know much of you. But they will find out how close you are to the Queen, and I don't doubt they will try to approach you for information. And instead, you want us to get information from them, Tyrion smiled. It is a good plan, but it needs wine. Wine? Daenerys asked. Men talk more loosely when they have a drink or two or three or four or... He didn't finish for everyone to understand what he meant. And it so happens I had not many who could outdrink me. Few think someone as small as I could hold his drink better than him. Wine can be provided, Daenerys replied, unsure what to say. Now, how about a bodyguard? Tyrion asked. I have few in the custody of the fair Lady Asha Greyjoy. Having 2 men accompany me would make others think I am an important person who holds information. It could also be false information, but nobody needs to know if it is. Tyrion was in his element, talking about how to deal with others. And so, the plan was being made to help Daenerys unravel the mystery of Aegon and his company while I made my plans. From what I knew, I only needed proof that would let the seed of doubt could blossom in Daenerys' mind. Then I will use her to kill them. Angering the Redfish. Edmure POV. With Daenerys' support, moving inside the Great Pyramid became easier. Not minding the Unsullied, I could leave any time I wanted. I observed the roads that Euron took most of the time, and sometimes, I would watch him from the shadows as he walked through the city. He never was alone, never unarmed. Getting into his ship would be impossible for now. His silent crew seemed never to rest, ever watchful. And I noticed quite a few Golden Company men around the harbor. I didn't dare to come closer to inspect as I didn't blend in with the city's populace with my face fully covered in cloth, only my mouth and one eye visible. For what it was worth, at least I wasn't alone in this. Daenerys, even not knowing it, agreed with me that Euron and his lot were suspicious and could not be left alone. Even though I wouldn't say I liked Daario much, it was better for him to work with me than against me. I had enough enemies as it was. Making sure nobody noticed me snooping around Euron, I returned to the Great Pyramid. On the way, I was surprised to see a group of men approaching the Great Pyramid. Looking closely, I identified the Tattered Prince. He came sooner than I expected. It had only been a week since I arrived by ship, so I thought it would take another week for the Tattered Prince to come, but I was wrong. I was glad he arrived. If Daenerys accepts him, she will have 2,000 more men, and so will I have someone to rely upon. As much as Tyrion and Asha helped me, they weren't very trustworthy, and I had to keep an eye on them if I didn't want to be backstabbed. They had all the right to think I wouldn't hold my word as it wouldn't benefit me. On the other hand, the Tattered Prince's goal was clear, and achieving it would only help me in a long turn. So, as long as the Tattered Prince believed I could help him achieve his goal, we did not need to betray each other. It definitely wouldn't get us any benefits and only would hinder us. I didn't attend the court and instead rested in my room. It was a hot day, and I had been wandering around the city since dawn. I knew I would have more chances to watch Egon and Euron at night, so I rested to be on top condition for now. I was adamant about it, as I felt that if I faced Euron, I would need to be my best. I heard the door knock as I rested in the cool shadow of my chambers, hiding from the scorching sun. I expected to find Missandei behind them, as I always did, but instead, Asha awaited me. I let her into my chambers, ensuring the dagger on my belt was still there. I refused to let my guard down. Euron was in the court today, Asha began. He was next to the boy. And? I asked. The boy demanded to see the dragons. My eye narrowed. When he was refused, I saw Euron whispering something to the boy's ear. And you rushed to me to tell this? I asked. Don't get me wrong, I am grateful you want to help me this much, but this isn't worth interrupting my rest. Maybe it wouldn't, but I overheard Euron saying there is another way to take the dragons. Were these his exact words? I asked. I was next to him, so I know what I heard Asha said. It didn't help that afterward, he came to me and asked to find a way to the dungeons where the dragons were kept. He didn't whisper, and I swear others heard it. He wants to isolate you from Daenerys and push you to the corner, I replied. That way, you might have no choice but to join him and will have to accept his deal. I gathered that much, Asha agreed. From the start, I met him. He reminded me of you. Trying to manipulate me. At least you were honest with it and didn't look at me like I was nothing but a means to an end goal. You will be a family when you marry Robb, I said. I never agreed to it, Asha replied. What? I couldn't understand her words. Wasn't that why she agreed to help me? Don't think I don't know what you are planning, Asha said. I marry Robb Stark, and I will always be a puppet for the likes of you to control the Iron Islands. I will not be anyone's puppet, no matter what. There was steel in her words. I could understand not wanting to be manipulated and doing something you didn't want to be, but she had to realize that her family lost 2 rebellions they started. No lord would trust them, nobody feared them after being crushed twice. She had no leverage to hold any power or influence. Then what will you do? I asked. Asha laughed. You think you hold all the power in the world, but you are not the king. And some might say I hold more power than the king. Maybe you do, but there is a person who has dragons, Asha replied. She holds more power than you and your king combined. I will have my home back if I help and gain her trust. If she doesn't like your bastard king, dragons will beat any of your armies, and if she does, she will hold more power than your king, and she will only need to ask for the seat of the Seastone throne. You are playing a dangerous game, I replied, surprised she would do something like this. Then why are you still here with me? Because you need me while she doesn't, at least for now, Asha replied. But that will change, and having 2 most powerful people indebted to me will only help me. And I find the way Euron does things is not what I want. Is Euron still with Egon? I asked. He left with the boy, so he should be, Asha said. The boy did look angry, though. Saying her piece, Asha left. I was left to think about what she said. I shouldn't have forgotten how people acted in this world. I was no different. Everyone played their games for power. Asha's method wasn't new, nor did it matter in the long term. But one thing she said stuck with me: Daenerys held the most power in the world if she used her dragons. Ultimately, it was another reason to stop Euron from getting the dragons. I knew he had that horn, even if I didn't know how it was used. I needed to get it before Euron could be used, and from what Asha reported, Euron wasn't waiting long to use it. Once he manages to find his way to the dragons, it will be too late. I have to keep a better watch on Egon. I suspect Euron would use Egon to get close to the dragons or even let him use the horn. Once Egon did his job, he would be killed. Without thinking much about it, I took the rope from under my bed, tied it carefully to hold my weight, and climbed out of my window. Egon stayed in a chamber on the lower floor. I was lucky that my chambers were on the same side as his own. Covered in a sand-colored cloak, I climbed down, blending in with the walls. Sliding down the wall of the Great Pyramid, I soon reached the floor where Egon's chambers were. Being careful not to make much of a sound, I neared the window. Tyrion said we will have to wait till Hisdar Zolorag keeps his promise to stop the Sons of the Harpy from killing Daenerys' men before we can get to the dragons. I heard Aegon's voice. If that merchant keeps his word, will you let Daenerys marry him? Euron asked. If she does, all our work will be lost. We can't do anything but wait, Aegon replied. The longer we wait, the more Daenerys' power grows. She doesn't need us. Euron's voice was calm. She doesn't trust us, nor does she believe your origins. No, she refuses to believe it. Then I need to prove my lineage. Aegon's voice was erratic. I could hear fear and anger in it. But she won't let me. In the end, she is just a girl, who doesn't understand what kind of power she holds, Euron said. She is trying to please those slavers when you, with one dragon, could destroy them once and for all. But I don't have the dragon, Aegon yelled out. She won't let me have one. Then we have to take it. And what if the dragons don't accept me? Aegon's voice was filled with fear. You don't have to worry about that. I almost could hear Euron smile. I have been in Valyria, and I found a horn. With little help from some warlocks, I learned that your ancestors used the horn to tame the dragons. If you use it, the dragons will be yours. But before that, I need Daenerys to let me near the dragons, Aegon complained. We can't wait for long, Euron replied. Soon, the bastard king will have all of the 7 kingdoms under his thumb. We won't have a place to land if we wait longer. And whose fault it was? Aegon's voice once again raised the volume. You supposed to bring Edmure Tully to us so we could use him as a hostage. Varys used all his resources to find and pinpoint where he would be. And your job was to snatch him, yet to blunder it all when he escaped. It was my mistake. Euron didn't raise his voice. He still sounded calm and collected. But I am ever your loyal subject. And even if I made a mistake, with Edmure Tully dead, there is a power void in Riverlands and the rest of the 7 kingdoms. His children are too young to lead. We need to use this opportunity. What do you suggest? If Daenerys doesn't let us go to the dragons, we will force our way. Euron's reply was cold. On the wedding day of Daenerys and that merchant, the guard will be distracted, and we can use it to sneak our men to the Great Pyramid. We use force if she refuses to listen to us before the wedding. She is my aunt. Aegon sounded uncertain. And yet she still gathers more power and men to hold you back, Euron said. She will only acknowledge you when you show the power you wield. For now, she thinks you are a boy and nothing else. Trust me. She is waiting for you to prove your worth. That's why she didn't kick us out of the city. The Hasdar keeps his word. The wedding will be in 2 months. Aegon seemed to have gained confidence. No, we will move sooner. We smuggle our men into the city first and pretend to be sons of a harpy, killing Daenerys' men. You are right. We can distract Daenerys with the murders, and then we take the dragons. Euron agreed. She will have no choice but to acknowledge me. Aegon laughed. Then she will fall to her knees and beg me to marry her. She is just a woman who doesn't even know how to use the power she was gifted. She doesn't deserve the dragons. But you do, my king. Yes, I do. I could hear Aegon crackling in his self-confidence. I will have the dragons and her on her knees ready to serve me. Then we will take the 7 kingdoms from these usurpers. Starting with the Riverlands, I will kill Edmure's family first, then take Ori and Martell for myself, then Dorne will serve me. Yes, Euron agreed. You will have the 7 kingdoms knelling to you. My rage was piling up. I considered crashing through the slightly open window and killing them, but I knew I had a slight chance of succeeding. Even if my arms weren't tired from holding the rope, I only had a dagger. I knew that Golden Company men were guarding the chambers behind the doors. If I couldn't kill them fast, they would hear me and rush to the chambers. I couldn't lose my life here. Euron and even Aegon were trained in martial arts, so it would be hard to kill them. With the Golden Company close by, I would be killed. So, even when rage burned in my heart, I swallowed it and climbed back to my chambers. It was good that I decided to act and spy on Aegon while he was with Euron. Now, I know their plan. With it, Daenerys will trust me thoroughly, and then I will convince her to kill them. With her men, I will hunt down Aegon and Euron no matter what. I will make them pay to even think about harming my home and family. Enemies closer. Daenerys POV. Rage, I don't think I ever felt such rage. No, I did, remembering how I felt after seeing the 163 children nailed on 2 mileposts. Just remembering the sight made my blood boil in anger and sorrow. I still see the children in my nights of sleep. Yet, after Sir Oscar reported his findings to me, I wanted to order Sir Barristan and Dario to go and kill Egon and bring me his head. Your Grace, we have over 20,000 fighting men, Dario said. You have nothing to fear. Give me an order, and their heads with the rest of the Golden Company will be yours. One simply does not underestimate Golden Company, Sir Oscar replied. And in the end, it is my word against theirs. If we attack now and Egon or Euron escapes, or any of their accomplices, they will spread the word of how the Queen killed her nephew, for he had a better claim to the Iron Throne. The King of the Seven Kingdoms will not overlook such news. Sir Oscar is right, Your Grace, Sir Barristan agreed with the other knight. I don't want to offend Sir Oscar, but he could lie to us too. None offense was taken. Sir Oscar didn't seem to mind the insult to his honor. It is a delicate matter. We need to tread carefully. It will be a bloody war if the Golden Company joins Yunkai. Your refusal to use your dragons might be the end of us. And I should do nothing while they kill my men. I was beyond furious. I did everything I could to satisfy all. After I made a deal with Hisda as Oloric so the murders would stop, another group decided to take up the mantle. How dare he? Even if I didn't trust him, I still was hospitable to him, yet he dared to use my kindness against me. Against my men to wage another war. Your Grace, the tattered prince spoke next. I might be in your service the least of time, and my words might seem presumptuous, but would you be kind to listen to this old man? Please speak your mind somehow. His calm voice calmed me down. I think all we can do is to prepare. The tattered prince waited until everyone turned to listen to him before continuing. There aren't that many men of Golden Company in the city. We should triple the security and not let any guard wander alone. It will not stop murders, Dario replied. They will wait until our men let their guard down or went to take a piss. It will not stop it, but it will still make it harder for the Golden Company to move unnoticed, Sir Oscar said. Please continue, Prince. As Sir Oscar said, the tattered prince continued. We will make it harder for the Golden Company to do as they wish. We can't do much for your future, Sake, but wait for the first murder. Like a helpless child, I couldn't help but comment. Sometimes doing nothing is the hardest thing to do. I looked at the one uncovered blue eye looking at me with sympathy as Sir Oscar spoke. For now, we can't take any action, but we should give all into the reaction. I know little of wars, Your Grace, Tyrion spoke from within his cup of wine. But I know few things about deceit. After the first murders, we should pretend to fall into this Egon's trap. Condemn the sons of the Harpies in a public court. And get the ire of them back to me. I asked, irritated. Yes, Tyrion replied without hesitation. But will it be at you? You don't know who the Harpy is, and I don't think they will believe you are killing your men. So, what should they do when another force interrupts their plans? After all, there is a reason why they stopped their actions. Call of the wedding, Dario seemed to agree. It will get some reaction from the Harpy. They will be forced to do something, or at least that Hisda or whatever his name is will be forced into action. Let your enemies fight among themselves, Tyrion continued. While they do so, we could reinforce our defenses and recruit more men, Sir Oscar said. It will be only a natural reaction, after all. And they might be too busy fighting each other to notice your men investigating them. The most important thing is to let Egon think that he successfully tricked us, Tyrion agreed. You will need to act naturally with him around, Your Grace. I even would suggest seeking help from the Golden Company. Keep your enemy close to you. I think I heard enough, I said. It is late, and I will think over everything you said after taking a rest and with a clear mind. Then I will leave it to you. Sir Oscar was first to leave. I still didn't know what to think of the man. From what the tattered prince said, Sir Oscar was a great warrior with the courage and wit to lead anyone. It didn't help me evaluate the man, but he seemed helpful. Maybe it was because he genuinely expected me to help Astapa and saw it as his duty to help me. Missandei, can you stay with me? I asked the girl once everyone else had left. Of course, Your Grace, Missandei replied. Somehow, I didn't want to be alone at the moment. So many thoughts were in my head that it was hard to relax. I knew that I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I thought that Miss Andia would be able to quell my rage a bit. I always welcomed her presence. She would say she felt safe with me, but it was another way around. I felt relieved by her company. She was proof that my actions were correct. Tell me, Miss Andia, what do you think I should do? I don't think I can, Your Grace, she replied, uncertainly what to say. The cycle of violence doesn't seem to end. I spoke more to myself than Miss Andia. I locked my dragons so innocents wouldn't die. I agreed to marry a man I barely knew so innocents wouldn't die. Yet it didn't end. What else do I have to give up? What else do I have to do? It isn't your fault, Your Grace, Miss Andia replied. But it feels like it is my fault, I said, taking the girl into my arms. Your brothers died, and now I must sacrifice more, and for what? For the greater good. With each day, I feel more lost than the previous one. Miss Andia said nothing and just held me in her little arms. I only realized now that I was trembling. Was I afraid? No, it wasn't only fear. It was anger. Was I afraid of the anger inside me? I didn't want to be like Viserys. They called me a mother, and Miss Andia called me a mother. I can't betray their trust. Part of me hoped that Sir Oscar was lying, trying to rile me up. Maybe if he were trying to use me, I wouldn't feel so horrible looking at two dead bodies in a dark alley on one of the city streets. Only 2 days did I have to hope. 2 unsullied lay on the cold ground, killing that hope. I ordered the bodies to be buried and then returned to the Great Pyramid. On the way, something snapped in me. But for now, I kept calm. The court would proceed soon, and I needed to do my part. I will need to act in a way my enemies wouldn't suspect and make them fight against each other. All kneel for Daenerys Stormborn, the Unburnt, Queen of Meereen, Queen of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Breaker of Shackles, and Mother of Dragons. Miss Andia took the role of a herald announcing my entrance to the court. Walking to my throne and sitting, I looked at all that gathered. Aegon had a proud smile, with Euron keeping his expression calm. Hizdahr wasn't as calm. He looked perplexed, with a hint of anger in his furrowed brow. I wanted to believe he wasn't part of the Sons of Harpy, even when everyone around me told me otherwise. Yet now, I had nobody to trust when even my supposed nephew was plotting behind my back. They were vultures looking at me like I was prey for them to feast on. They will soon realize I am a dragon and one that they shouldn't have awakened. Your Grace, Hizdahr was the first to come. It was no surprise as I declined any private meetings. He will say something with all the court to hear if he has something to say. I heard of the recent attack. I came to give you my condolences and ask what is known of the attack. It looks like Sons of the Harpy once again started to target my men and me, I answered, my voice cracked. It seems your word to me meant nothing in the end. Your Grace, Hizdahr bowed his head to me. We shouldn't accuse someone yet without any witness or evidence. Even if it is uncommon, murders do happen. The Unsullied might have come into some unsavory people. And when should I consider it to be nothing but retaliation of Sons of the Harpy? When more of my brave and innocent warriors die with daggers in the back? When they come for my own life? Tell me, Hizdahr Azoloruk. Of course not, Hizdahr tried to sound calm. I will use all my connections to find those responsible. You have my word. I find it hard to believe in your word, but I allow it, I said. Your Grace, before Hizdahr could reply, Aegon came forward. Let the Golden Company help to protect the city. Let us into the city, and we will patrol and watch the streets in your name. And risk my guests' lives. I asked. This is my city. I will deal with myself. Your Grace, the tattered prince knelt beneath me before Aegon could say more. The Windblown Company is at your service. Let us prove ourselves. Very well, there is a reason I pay you, I said. I want all your men to patrol the city streets day and night. You have my permission to arrest anyone that is acting suspiciously. Your wish is my command, the tattered prince said. My 2,000 is at your service. Your Grace, Ser Jorah, standing next to me, spoke. We should reinforce the guards of the Great Pyramid. Your safety is most important. I agree, Your Grace, Aegon again spoke, and it took much self-control not to order Jorah or Barristan to kill that bastard. Let at least a few of the Golden Company protect you. That won't be needed. Before anyone could say, Sir Oscar came in front. I shall protect Her Grace, and we can't rule out the Golden Company as the culprit for this transaction. You dare? Aegon shouted. If you want to test my skills, you are welcome to try. So Sir Oscar looked at the boy. For all we know, Yunkai could have already bought the Golden Company to keep Her Grace in check. Enough, I said. Nobody will accuse anyone. If you want to help me, Aegon, please direct the Golden Company to watch the city's outskirts. The last thing I want is an attack from Yunkai. And I will let you for half of 100 of your most trusted men to come to the Great Pyramid for your protection. I do not want any harm to my last blood relative. Now all I could do was trust in my advisors. I could see Aegon was proud of what he did. If I give him a chance, he will do something reckless. Still, even if it was his idea to let Sir Oscar, who was nothing but kind and helpful, put himself in danger to antagonize Aegon, it left an unsavory taste on my lips. Yet my resolve was firm. I would wait for Aegon to make his move before crushing him. Blood in the streets. Edmure POV. Soon it will be time for the show. Tyrion monitored Aegon and Golden Company well. The 50 new faces got barracks rooms on the Great Pyramid's lower floors. We now needed Aegon to strike. For him to do so, we needed to force his hand. While Tyrion worked to get into Aegon's good graces, I started to watch Euron's ships. For a moment, my mind was preoccupied with the spider. What was Varys doing? Was he indeed in a coma? Somehow, I didn't believe it. If he didn't die back then, he was hidden and done something in the shadows. So, when I couldn't find my way to the Euron's ships, I stalked people around the harbor, listening to their whispers. I listened to the rumors about Astapa and how the Little Queen defeated Yunkai and defended the freedmen from slavery. I spread those rumors, but the rumors about Daenerys conspiring with the Great Masters wasn't mine. The more I listened, the more I found how far-fetched they were. Someone was working hard to spread them, and I had an idea of who was responsible. That was fine, as everyone did their work. It was time for me to do mine. I was Lord Edmure Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident, Hand of the King, the Redfish. And I bumped into one of the men dressed in golden armor, knocking him to the ground. It was a loud crash, and common people stopped whatever they did and turned to us. Hey, watch, were you walking? I told the man on the ground. Or you can't see with the cock of the false dragon in your mouth. Watch your words, slave, the man replied angrily, standing up. Just because you have favor with the queen, you still should be careful of daggers in the dark. At least my queen is true, cocksucker. I won't ever get used to cursing. Everyone knows the Golden Company works only for the Blackfyrs cause. Your little false dragon won't trick me. I shoved the man out of the way before leaving. I did an excellent job of painting a target on my back. At least, I think I did. If what I thought about Aegon was true, he would not react well to my words. He was a brat, and I didn't think he could take an insult, especially to his identity. And if it isn't him, someone among them will not let my words slide easily. I wasn't concerned for my safety. I knew my skills well, even though I could only see with one eye. I was always careful. It made me more paranoid, but it was fine. I could take 1 or 2 of the Golden Company, 3 might be a bit much, but I don't think they will risk traveling in a group of 3 when they want to kill me and stay hidden. I still didn't get used not having any servants of my own. When I returned to the Great Pyramid, I wanted to send someone to fetch Tyrion and Asher, but I immediately remembered that I didn't have anyone to order. So, I just sat on my bed and rested while waiting for them to come by themselves. It would be weird if I came to them, as I was in no position to talk to them if I were the one approaching them. I had minor status, no power over anyone, and stayed in the Great Pyramid only because of Daenerys' grace. Still, I had the ear of the Queen, so it wasn't weird that people would come to me to get a favor. Mostly it was merchants or former rulers of Meereen. They asked me to encourage the Queen to return to slavery to prosper the city more. I only listened to them and promised to deliver their words to the Queen. They wouldn't know I never bothered to do so, and I got few favors from them. A win-win situation, for me, that is. As the night started, I thought I would not receive my visitors. But soon enough, I heard footsteps in the hall behind the door of my room. "I have been awaiting your presence," I said as I opened the doors before Asher could knock. I can see," Asher replied, walking inside with Tyrion. "You have nothing better to do anyway." "Let's get to the point," I said. "What did you find out?" "Euron was starting to smuggle men of the Golden Company," Asher began. "I suspect about 100 have already entered the city." "Could you keep a closer look at him?" I asked. "Euron already doesn't trust me," Asher said. My refusal to help him made him quite angry. I heard from a few of my most trusted men that he had already tried to poach them to join him. It is a good thing that he doesn't know about Theon. No matter what, Theon is still my father's sole son and heir, and if my men would betray me, it would be for my brother, not uncle. Aegon started to poach Bronn to join him, Tyrion said. "So far, he didn't come at me directly but left quite a few hints." "So, it has begun?" I asked. "Most likely," Tyrion agreed. "Once he thinks he has enough power, he will strike. Or if he thinks he won't have any other choice. Then we need to force him into action before he is fully prepared," I replied. "It is a reckless plan," Tyrion commented. "Going alone might get you killed." "Your brother was considered the best in the known world, and I defeated him," I replied. "There aren't many who could challenge me." "Yes, but then you had 2 eyes," Tyrion said. "Well, now they have a chance, but nothing more." I didn't back off. "Anyway, if Euron suspects you, Asher, don't try to get too close, but if he does something big, I want to know." "Fine, but you have many promises to keep when it is over." "I will be true to my word," I said. "Well, then all is fine." Tyrion was the first to leave. "Good hunting." Now left alone, I took my sword, checked that it was sharp, put on my armor, and covered it with a dark cloak. Making sure my face was covered, I left my room. I didn't bother hiding my presence as I walked through the halls of the Great Pyramid. I made sure that there were plenty of people who noticed me as I entered the city. The night was dark. Clouds covered the sea of stars usually seen in the sky. The city was relatively quiet, all things considered. Few walked the streets, aside from patrol, there was barely anyone else. I walked up to the tavern. I could feel some eyes staring at me, but I dismissed them. I took a seat at the tavern and ordered an ale. I ate a bit of salted fish as I pretended to get drunk. Every time I drank half of the cog of ale, I would ask for another. I made sure to pace myself enough to keep my senses intact but still be able to fool anyone watching that I drank too much. As midnight descended, I wobbled outside the tavern into the dark streets. It didn't take even 10 minutes before I heard footsteps behind me. They were following me, 2 men and, from the sound of it, clad in armor and armed. Sometimes I wonder if my hearing got better with losing an eye, or maybe over the years of war and betrayal, I have become too paranoid and started to assume the worst. As I turned one corner, I saw 2 men before me. Even in the dark, I saw a glimmer of steel as their swords were unsheathed. Without waiting for them to take action, I moved first, tackling a man before me to the ground. I smashed his head to the ground and rolled away. Taking their surprised reaction, I quickly pulled out my sword and moved to the other man. I heard 2 men running towards me while another started to get up as my sword clashed with the last one. They were pretty well trained and experienced. The one I engaged in combat only defended himself, waiting for his friends to arrive. Not wanting to get surrounded, I moved back and watched as 3 men drew their swords and joined the first one. I wasn't afraid. I could handle 4. I just needed to keep an eye on them all at all times. I will be in danger if I lose sight of at least one. So, as the fight began, I didn't let them lock with swords with me, as I knew I couldn't stop moving as they would stab me and cut me if they found a chance to do so. Kicking one of them in the shin, I blocked the second one before jumping back, evading the third sword. As the fourth one jumped at me, trying to catch me off guard, I deflected his sword and punched him in the face. I heard the crunch as my gauntlet met his nose. They didn't wear helmets, which were harder to hide than armor. Seeing that the man I punched was still in a daze, I quickly knocked his sword away from his hand and pushed him to another 2 coming to me. As the 2 caught their friend, I focused on the last one running to me. This time I blocked his sword with my left hand. The gauntlet took most of the damage, even if it still hurt. I stabbed him in the unprotected thigh and then head-butted him in the nose. As he fell to the ground, another two took his place. By now, one couldn't fight with the injury in his leg, and another had lost his sword and was busy searching for it in the dark. So, the two before me were the only ones I needed to focus on. I dodged one attack and stepped to the side of a man, stabbing him into an armpit before using his body to block another swing from the last one. Letting the body fall, I turned to the one who had lost his sword and ran to him. Before he could react, I sliced his throat, letting blood flow to the ground. Now there was one who wasn't injured and one with a stab wound in his leg who barely could stand. The uninjured one looked hesitantly at me, and it cost him, as he could hardly receive two swings of my sword before I found an opening in his defense and stabbed him through the chest. "Now, only you left," I said, walking to the barely standing man. I grabbed his throat and pushed him to the wall. "You will tell me everything I want. Sons of the Harpy will have their revenge," the man spoke. "I am sure they will, but I don't think they speak common as well as you do." I could see the realization of his blunder settling in his eyes. "Don't worry, we have all night, and you made sure that no patrol would come this way, didn't you?" "I know nothing," the man said. "We shall see," I replied, digging my finger into the hole in his thigh. "I know who you are and know who tasked you to kill me. I want to know where are the rest of you hiding." "I will not tell you." It was barely a whisper as he tried to hide his pain. "We shall see," I replied. It took only a couple of minutes before the man broke. With few promises that I would let him live, he told me of the hideouts and meeting places he knew of. After I got everything I could from him, a few patrols arrived. They quickly recognized who I was, as not many walked with covered faces and had one eye. They took the man, and I ensured he would be brought to the Queen discreetly. The street had to be cleaned, and nobody knew what happened tonight except the Queen. No mercy. Edmure POV. It was late into the night as we gathered in the dungeons, and Daenerys looked at the captive I captured. He spilled the beans to the Queen as he did to me. He was telling about the hideouts where they gathered. He knew of 3, each having about 30 men hiding inside. So, about 100 men in total. It was a significant number that managed to smuggle themselves into the city. "This is a proclamation of war," Jorah said. "No, they are only preparing for war," Daria replied. "The proclamation will be an attack." "What should we do?" Daenerys asked. "Attack them, and Aegon will deny they are from Golden Company and spin a tale of me killing innocent. Leave them be, and they will smuggle more and more men into the city until I won't be able to contaminate them." "It is better to defend against rumors than swords, Your Grace," Sir Barristan said. "For us, it is," I replied. "But for Her Grace, rumors will push her people against her. She will start losing allies and earn enemies." "We can't leave them be," Dario said. "We can," I replied to the baleful stare from the rest of them. "But the Sons of Harpy definitely can't." "What do you mean?" Daenerys asked. Instead of answering, I picked a mask from my bag and showed it to them. It was an ordinary mask you could find anywhere in Meereen. But that was enough for my plan. It would be enough to convince most if we wore the mask and left the mark of Harpy drawn in blood on victims. After all, it was no secret how the Sons of the Harpy operated. "Let your enemies fight each other," Tyrion commented. "I will start spreading rumors among the higher status people about the shadow war between the Golden Company and the Sons of the Harpy." "A week," Daenerys said. "I will allow it to happen for a week. Then I will use all my men to hunt and kill all that is left." "A week will be enough to get Aegon and the Harpy to leave their hiding," I said. "Then it will be your time to strike, Your Grace." "I hope you are right," Daenerys replied. "So do I said. "And you should remember why I am doing this. I am helping you so you can help Astapa and end this war. I will do everything I can to end slavery in the Slavers' Bay." That was enough for me once I was done with this. I will reveal who I am and leave for home. I was gone for too long, and who knows what kind of enemies against Jaehaerys have sprung out from my absence. I was concerned, but I believed in Arianne and Jason Mallister to keep order in the Seven Kingdoms. All I had to do was bring Euron's head back with me. The night was dark, even with stars in the sky. The streets of Meereen were quiet and filled with shadows. I walked in those shadows with 4 men beside me. The tattered prince was with other of his 3 men. We were covered in dark cloaks and masks and armed with daggers and swords. Another 10 groups of 5 moved to the location from a different direction. The first location was a warehouse between the harbor and the marketplace. I waited until everyone gathered and surrounded the hideout. There were 2 entries into the warehouse, so we split up and drew our swords. I looked around me at the men gathered. Most consisted of the Windblown Company and the Strong Crows. Remember, I said, looking at 20 men behind me. No mercy. They nodded, and I went for the warehouse. There were 2 sentries outside the entryway. Before they could even react to me, I threw my dagger at one, piercing his neck, and jumped on another, thrusting my sword into his heart. They had to pretend to be nobodies, so they wore no armor, only a few blades. So, there wasn't much of a sound when they fell to the ground. Listening to the inside and finding no sound, I relaxed momentarily, took a deep breath, and pushed the wooden gates open before the men inside could realize the sound of the wooden gates opening. I sprinted with my blades ready. Half of them were sleeping or resting. The other half were talking with each other and had no time to react when our blades cut them down. One after the other, I cut down. Blood from their throats soaked my sword and mask. In a few moments 1/3 of them were dead or dying. Before the rest could counterattack, the doors from behind opened, and men ran into the warehouse surrounding them and cut down their escape route. It was a massacre that ended in a couple of minutes. Only a few screams of fear and pain were heard from the warehouse. Once the deed was over, I took my dagger and drew blood from the nearby corpse before starting to draw harpies on the walls and the floor. I left a few masks around the warehouse and then went with my men outside before we scattered. Dario and Jorah were probably finishing their hideouts by this time too. In the span of a night, about 100 men were killed. The morning will bring many ripples into the city of Meereen. Walking through the shadows, I shed the cloak and the mask, leaving only my covered in bandages face. I soon sneaked inside the Great Pyramid, with the guards letting me pass without questioning. I only rested for a couple of hours before the sun rose. As expected, the following day, the courtroom was filled with people. 100 men were found dead in various places. People were afraid and disturbed. Hisdar Azalorik wanted to know what happened. Almost outing himself as one of the sons of the Harpy when he declared it wasn't them who did it, claiming that nothing like that ever happened in Meereen. Daenerys asked who the men that died were. Nobody answered. Aegon looked furious, but not at Daenerys but at Hisdar. Hisdar looked confused. It was the second time someone used the Sons of the Harpy to kill someone, and the implications were clear. By waging the Shadow War, the Shadows have turned against them. That is precisely what I wanted. Let them panic. That will push them into the light. Aegon already considered Hisdar the one responsible, his anger clouding his judgment. Euron's presence by his side didn't help him to calm down. Euron didn't care what happened to the Golden Company. He only cared about getting to the dragons. The more chaos the city was in, the better chance he got. That would serve me too. Chaos is going to happen when Aegon is not able to control his temper. He wasn't as bad as Joffrey but was like every other arrogant boy from a noble family. The pressure from the Golden Company and his supposed name didn't help him. Everything around him was falling apart, and he didn't know how to take control. The court ended without anyone answering any questions and leaving everything unresolved. It wasn't Daenerys they blamed, but each other. This time an unknown group of men killed an unknown group of men. And Daenerys played her part right, pushing the responsibility to others and proclaiming to double the patrols over the city. "You ready?" the tattered prince asked, concerned. I looked at myself and minimal armor, a mask, a dagger, and a sword. Ready? I think I was. It was just beginning, yet, the tattered prince looked concerned. For me? I didn't know. Letting out a tired sigh, I turned to him. It was some time since we spoke alone. He was old but still acted my age, while I felt too old for this shit. "Is there something you wanted?" I asked. "I see you dismissed your shield," he pointed out. "It slowed me down," I replied. "There is no use for it to me for now." "If you say so." He didn't bring it up anymore. "So, whom do we strike tonight?" "You do nothing," I replied. We made a deal, I help you, and you give me Pentos. And it will be done, I said. Do you know Magister Iliomapatis? Enough to form an opinion. I believe he is the one behind Egon, I said. I will bring the full force of Westeros on him on Pentos to uncover the truth. When I am done with him, someone will have to take control of the city. Very well, the tattered prince seemed satisfied. Then I leave it to you, but be careful. Please don't die on me after all the promises you made. I will not die, I said. Not until I have my revenge. I dismissed the concerned look of the tattered prince as we separated into different paths. I walked into the dark city while he turned to the Great Pyramid. Using the disguise, I moved in the shadows to the harbor. It was time to strike some of Euron's men. He kept reserved for too long. I will have to cut down some of his men and find Varys. He had a lot to answer. I hoped to sneak into silence while most attention was gathered on the Golden Company and the Sons of the Harpy. From what Asha said, it seems that Euron started to stay close to Aegon, but she didn't try to get more information. She stood on the fence for too long. It was time for her to take a side, or neither Euron nor Daenerys could trust her. It didn't matter. She had provided enough information for me already. And all of this will end soon. Then she can come home with me. I will keep my promise if she doesn't step over the bounds. I had more pressing things to think about anyway. I had to work out how to defend the wall from the White Walkers and prepare for the winter. When I reached the harbor, I slowed down and took a deep breath. I looked carefully around and moved to the ship I had my eyes on. Without mercy, I killed anyone who noticed me cutting their throats open and watching them drown in their blood. I moved the bodies to the shadows and drew a harpy in blood on the walls. Moving past the sentries and climbing on the ship was challenging. But the crew of the Silence was silent, and they couldn't warn anyone when I killed them one by one. I pushed their bodies into the water but didn't throw them. The splash of water would announce my presence. I slowly lowered them into the water and let them sink. I knew of the ship a little when I was captured and escaped. I memorized the ship partly and knew where Varys might be. The nightmares reminded me of every detail I had seen of the ship, even if I didn't want it. I moved into the lower deck. Without Euron, the ship deserved its name. I could only hear my footsteps. Checking one cabin after another, I killed a dozen men before finding what I was looking for. I saw a bald man in a small cabin lit by a few candles. Varys has lost some weight, but he is still the spider I remember him to be. He wrote notes as I moved to him and put my dagger to his neck. He didn't let out any sound or even react and continued to write. I moved closer to his face and saw his hollow eyes. It shouldn't have surprised me what Euron did to Varys. And it was probably deserving. I grasped his jaws and turned his face to look at me. I asked him many things, but he kept silent. He was a broken man who couldn't speak or register anything before him. Part of me was furious that I couldn't get the answers I wanted, but part of me was delighted to see Varys be what he did to his little birds. I stabbed him in the heart, and he fell to the ground. He didn't let out any sound as he slowly died. I took notes of what was written and started to read through them. There was information on every man of the status of the city. What got my attention was information on the Sons of the Harpy and the Golden Company. Routes through the streets to the Great Pyramid were written in fine detail, patrolling times and routes that even I didn't know. It was too much for me to go on now, so I took everything I could but stopped when I saw a note addressing the Warlocks. In the note, it was written that everything was prepared. The Warlocks were in position, and the horn was ready to use. The flames of the marketplace will indicate the start of the attack. I read through it many times, but that was as much as I was able to get. I left quickly. And moved away from the ship. A fire got my attention, and I looked toward the now ablaze marketplace. I ran to the Great Pyramid and hoped I wasn't too late. Plans of a madman. Edmure POV. Seeing a portion of the city burning, I realized I made a big mistake. I shouldn't have thought of Euron as I thought of everyone else. He wasn't a man of reason. He didn't care about anyone but himself. He didn't care about Daenerys or ruling. All he wanted was dragons. To achieve his goal, he needed everyone distracted. And I have given Chaos he needed to accomplish it. Euron waited for an opportunity, and I indirectly gave it to him. The burning of the marketplace would bring out everyone to investigate. It was close enough to the Great Pyramid that every patrol near it would go to the fire. Who knows how many men Euron had smuggled, and he probably saw that longer waiting would not work anymore. At least I could hope that it wasn't too many. Still, with 50 or so of the Golden Company already in the Great Pyramid, another 50 outside without any patrol noticing them would bring disaster. Of course, there was no hope of winning with only that many, but it would be over if he got to the dragons. That is why I ran as fast as possible. The attack probably was already underway. The Queen will be escorted to her chambers and protected by most of her guards. Few will defend the dungeons, and even fewer will guard the dragons. After all, what kind of madman would go for them? Euron will likely pretend to go after Daenerys' life to put them on the defensive. Most, with any training, will go on defense and wait for the chaos to end. We have more men and more defensive places. There was no need to risk our lives and position by attacking them. I should have thought about it before. I thought I had time to counter him. As I ran through the streets, I saw panic settling into the city. It only got worse when bells started to ring. I saw fires lit at the city's walls, indicating an attack. It was nothing but a ploy to give themselves more time. As numerous as they are, the city's forces will be divided, and Euron will use it to buy himself enough time to get to the dragons. I couldn't let it happen. So, I ran, knocking everyone and everything in my path. When I came to the Great Pyramid, the fighting was already underway. It was chaos, bodies lay on the ground, and Unsullied were on their own, trying and failing to form any formation for defense. The Golden Company men were good, skillful, trained, and armed well. Good thing they weren't armored too well. Smuggling in swords would be easier than armor, and they couldn't walk around with their armor without anyone noticing them. There were about 100 of them. I could count about 20 who were well armored too. Aegon's guards took a position at the entrance and didn't let anyone inside. I ran into the chaos, cutting down anyone that wasn't an Unsullied. I needed to get inside before it was too late, but I couldn't get through the main entrance. I would take time to get around and get through the servants' entry at the side of the Great Pyramid, but it was probably locked, and doing so would waste only more time. I stabbed one man in his chest as he ran at me and pushed him away. Panic and fear gripped my heart, but I forced myself to calm down and think. I looked at everything around me to find a solution. The battle would only intensify, and more of the Unsullied will come sooner, but I couldn't wait for them. Time was of the essence. I tried to find something that would let me get inside fast enough. But I couldn't get distracted as men came to kill me. I blocked one and kicked another away from me. Before the third came, I was prepared to jump out of the way of the upcoming sword and gain some distance before the third man's head flew in the air. Using the chance, I pushed the first one away before stabbing him in the throat and then ripped my sword back out, leaving his head hanging with only half his neck still intact. Oscar Dario said as he cut another man. "Can you tell what is happening?" "It seems our enemies struck sooner than we could anticipate," I replied. "We need to get inside. The Queen should be safe. Once more men arrive, we will dispose of them," he said. "It isn't the Queen I am worried about," I responded to him with a raised voice. "They after the dragons. Then they die anyway, they will be burned before they can do anything, and if they free them, they will come to protect their mother. Do you think they would risk attacking us like this if they didn't have a plan?" I asked. "They know as much as we do that they can't win. It is only a ploy to buy more time. We can't get inside." I tried the side entrances. "They were locked and barricaded," Dario replied. "We sooner will be able to get through them than break the other doors." "Window," I said, looking up. "And how do you think reaching it?" Dario asked. "It is at least 8 meters from the ground. We don't have a ladder." "Where is your imagination?" I asked, regaining my calm. "Gather the Unsullied around. We will make a human ladder." "Crazy fool," Dario commented. "Well, there is no time to waste then." There was no time to lose, and with Dario shouting orders, half a dozen Unsullied quickly replied and joined him. I grabbed another 4 closest to me and pushed them to the wall with a window above it. With a quick explanation, 6 men formed a shield wall to defend us while another 4 climbed on each other. If they weren't the Unsullied, it would take too long. I didn't waste time and climbed on the backs of the Unsullied. It was good that I only wore chainmail and no other armor to slow and weigh me down. The Unsullied struggled under the weight, even with their hands on the wall supporting them. Another good thing was that the Great Pyramid had an incline on the wall. It helped a bit. Once I reached the window with my hand, I holstered myself inside. It was a guest room. After all, building a window into a pyramid was complicated, so it didn't surprise me that it would be used for important guests. The room was empty. With a glance, I pushed the bed to the window and removed the blankets. I used the blankets to make them into makeshift ropes. Tying one end to the bed, I dropped it through the window. It didn't reach the ground but was enough to reach with someone bolstering them up. Dario came first, then a few more Unsullied followed. Without waiting for anything more, I rushed through the doors to the stairway. The hallway was empty. The guest, the guards, and the attackers probably all moved to higher floors, and the rest of the attackers were below them. The 4 of us moved fast to the staircase, which was empty too. While Dario wanted to move up, he had no choice but to believe Egon was after the dragons and moved with me to the dungeons. Stop. 2 men who kept watch on the first floor looked at us surprised. Before they could react, Dario and I threw our daggers at them. Mine hit the neck, Dario's eye. They fell to the ground, and we moved on. As we turned to the staircase to the dungeons, Jorah walked out of one of the rooms. He saw us first and motioned them to stop. He probably heard 2 bodies fall to the ground. There are 12 of the Golden Company, Jorah said, and only when he got closer I noticed his side bleeding. Euron, Egon, and John Connington are with them as well as 4 silent Ironborn and Warlocks. What's the situation upstairs? Dario asked. And what are you doing here? Tyrion and her grace are on the top floor, Jorah said. They are well protected and barricaded. No one will get to them. I used rope from Sir Oscar's chambers to get myself below and investigate the situation. How did this happen? Dario asked. It was a surprise attack. Some of the servants were bought or replaced by their men, Jorah explained. We were all over the place before we could coordinate a defense. They planned this well. If they had a bit more men, I don't even want to think about it. All we could do was to focus defense on the Queen and wait for support to arrive. It only confirmed my suspicions that Euron had convinced Egon to act this way. It made sense. From the beginning, Egon was nothing but a puppet for Euron. While I tried to weaken Egon, it only helped Euron to manipulate him. And now, I created a perfect situation where Egon had no choice but to accept this reckless plan. We are moving in, I said. We outnumbered, and Euron and Jon will be great adversaries. Then we should wait, Jorah said. We can't, they are after the dragons, and if they get them, it will be all over for everyone, I replied. It ends here and now, one way or another. You can stay. You are injured and tired. I'm fine, I called his bluff, but he didn't back off. I still can fight. Then let's go, I said, and Jorah and Dario nodded. Part of me wished the passage would be longer. Another part thought it was already too long. I feared Euron. I had to accept that. The situation didn't help either, we were outnumbered, and strength-wise, we weren't any better. We were already tired after fighting many people and running around. I pushed my doubts away. It was now or never, and all my planning did nothing to stop Euron. Maybe it weakened him and made him act ahead of schedule, but nothing more. I had to face him now, and even if fear gripped my heart, I moved past the dungeons into the place where the dragons were held. Every step I took was heavier than the last. My grip on my sword hilt became tighter. I wish I had a shield, but a knife in my left hand might be more helpful. Plans and tactics formed in my head as we started to hear voices and snarls from the dragons. It was simple. We moved fast and tried to kill as many as possible before they noticed us. When we reached the doors and saw 3 men guarding them, I looked at Dario, and he looked at me. With a nod, we threw our daggers at them, and an Unsullied threw his spear. Killing the 3 instantly, we moved fast and caught their bodies to lessen the sound of them dropping to the ground. Without any words, I pushed the doors and winced when it started to creak. Abandoning sneaking in, I pushed the doors open and rushed at the enemies. Egon was with John trying to calm the dragons down, but they weren't successful. The dragons snarled and huffed but didn't breathe fire on them, probably because the warlocks were doing something with incense and chanting. Before they could react, one of the Golden Company men had his heart pierced by my sword, another had his head cut off by Dario, and another had a spear in their chest. Jorah struggled to kill his foe but managed to push him to the wall. Ignoring them, I looked at Euron, who wasn't concerned. It irked me to no end to see his smile. "It seems we don't have any time anymore," Euron said. "Use the horn. We will hold them back. Don't let him do so." I yelled out and rushed, only to be stopped by Euron himself. "It is enough for today, Edmure." The confrontation. Edmure POV. It is enough for today, Edmure. 5 simple words, that all it took for him to drain me of my courage and strength. Everything started to spin around me. I could feel the rocking like I was back on that damn ship. My face began to burn in pain. I felt the countless cuts on my body. It was hard to breathe as I felt like I was drowning. I loosened my grip on my sword as I thought my fingers convulsed in pain as if nails were plied off. I was back on the ship. Blood ran through my body as I shivered in the cold. The rocking of the ship made me sick. I knew it wasn't reality, yet it didn't matter as I couldn't escape it. The chains held me tightly, digging into my skin. I heard his footsteps as he approached, raising the Valyrian sword above me. I was defenseless. I couldn't do anything. "Raise your sword," Patrek said next to me, and I listened. The chains disappeared, and I had a sword in my hands. I raised it and blocked the swing from Euron. It was a weak block. The hit pushed me back, and I almost fell to the ground. Another swing made me flinch, and once again, I blocked. My sword was pushed aside with my arms. A kick made me fall on my back to the ground. I couldn't breathe. Fear and despair gripped my heart. "You need to get up," Patrek said. "Think of what he will do if he defeats you now." Images of my home emerged before me. Riverrun crumbled to nothing as I stood in front of it. My family was dead, with blood running beneath my feet. Riverlands were burning to ashes as my people begged for mercy and pleaded for someone to save them. The screams of my people merged with mine as I rolled to my feet and swung my sword at Euron. It was a pathetic swing. There was no form. But I put all my strength and swung my sword. Euron laughed as he easily deflected it and kicked me again. Air escaped my lungs as I folded before him. Euron toyed with me as he let me swing at him again. Another kick, and I fell to the ground once again. "Is that it?" Euron asked. "Maybe it is enough for today." I was helpless. What did I expect? Could I do anything, to begin with? He was a monster, and I was just a man. Could it be enough for today? Should I give up? I didn't know anymore. I didn't know what to do. I can't defeat him. His laughter was like when he cut me apart and melted my face. Edmure Patrek looked down on me. "I know it hurts. I know you are afraid, but you must stand. You are not alone. You can defeat him." It hurt to breathe. It was hard to think. So, I didn't, held my breath, and didn't think. I acted. Jumping back to my feet, I stood before the monster and readied my sword. This time I didn't swing foolishly. I went for his throat with a stab. He deflected, I swung at his thigh, and he blocked. For a minute, we exchanged blows, getting to a rhythm. Euron was excellent and skilled with a sword. But I was more so. Even if he held a Valyrian steel sword that could cut skin and muscle like butter, it amounted to nothing if he couldn't touch me. Our swords collided with each other. No matter how often he deflected or blocked my strikes, I didn't stop. I only got faster and more precise. I took long breaths and held it inside as long as I could. I didn't think about anything. I had forgotten who I was fighting. Before me didn't stand a monster, but another nameless and faceless man, like countless I killed before. I refused to hear him speak. I only looked at his shoulders and tried to predict his movements. There was nothing else. Then there was a loud and overbearing sound of a horn. It broke my concentration and filled the whole dungeon with its sound. Suddenly I was back in reality but didn't have time to panic. As suddenly as the sound came, it was gone. I, like everyone else, looked at the source of the sound. Egon stood holding the horn. His lips were still pressed to it. Then Egon let it go. It fell to the ground. As the moment of the silence spread, we watched as the boy started to bleed from his eyes, nose, and ears. John Connington yelled out as the boy fell to the ground with hollow eyes and no sound coming from him. "You're on!" John yelled out. "What going on? This isn't what you promised." "I said I would get the dragons, and I did it." Euron laughed. "Finally, the fool did something worthwhile." "No." John dragged Egon away and tried to save him, but it was too late. Then in a rage, John turned to Euron with his sword pointing at him. "You did this to him. And you shall pay." "Burn the fool," Euron said, then laughed. Nothing had happened. Ah, what were the words? Oh, yeah, Dracarys. The white dragon turned to John and breathed fire on him. John screamed in pain as he burned alive, but he didn't let go of Egon. I looked at Jorah, who was bleeding heavily. Dario looked shocked at the scene. The men from the Golden Company that were still alive looked as appalled as the rest of us. I had paled in fear. It was over. The Kraken had defeated us all. "If it is over, then what is there to fear for you, Edmure?" Patrek asked. "It is time for you to rage." "The horn!" I shouted. "Jorah, take the horn, Dario, take the warlocks. I will distract them." "No, you don't," Euron said. "Dra." But before he could even begin, I screamed with all I had. Euron couldn't say anything. The dragons turned to me and tried to come forward, but the chains around them stopped in place. Before Euron could regain his bearing, I rushed at him. I abandoned any reason. I just swung my sword at him with all my strength. I heard Jorah and Dario move, but I didn't look. I raged at Euron, screaming, not letting him say a word as I swung my sword at him. I didn't stop even when my sword broke against the Valyrian steel sword. Seeing as my sword's top half flew in and descended to the ground, I gritted my teeth and grabbed it with my left hand. I ignored the pain of the sharp edges digging into my skin as I stabbed it into Euron's shoulder. He yelled out in pain but didn't retreat. Instead, he stabbed his sword into the wrist of my right hand as I tried to cut his neck open with the other half of my sword. I had no choice but to release my broken sword from the pain. Euron kicked me away as I recoiled from the pain. Ignoring the top half of my sword sticking out of his shoulder, Euron swung at me. With nothing to defend, I stepped backward, trying to dodge, but even then, the tip of the Valyrian sword managed to cut me, going through the chainmail and my skin, but not deeper. When he reeled his sword back and stepped forward to swing at me again, instead of stepping back, I lunged at him. The Valyrian sword only cut my arm below my shoulder, but it wasn't deep enough to worry about. I grabbed his collar and head-butted him into his nose. With a loud crunch, Euron's head snapped backward, and blood spilled from his nose. As he was dazed momentarily, I tackled him to the ground. I couldn't use my right arm as it was too injured to use, and I knew I couldn't hold him back for long. So, I took my dagger with my left hand and tried to stab his chest with it. Euron caught it and held it with both his hands, slowly pushing it away. Even if rage filled me, I didn't have enough strength to stab him. The two dragons started snarling and tried to snap at me, but their chains held them back. Still, it made me flinch and loosen the dagger grip momentarily. Euron used the moment to push the dagger away from him and free himself from me before kicking me out of himself. I didn't give up and tried to fight him while we were still on the ground. We wrestled for a long moment, with both having injuries over our arms. Euron's left shoulder still had the top half of my sword sticking inside, while my right arm was bleeding heavily, especially from the stab wound in my wrist. I tried my best but couldn't hold Euron forever with only my left arm. In the end, he managed to push me away. I rolled on the ground, tired and too injured to fight for much longer. It felt like we were fighting for hours by now, but at most, it was probably a half hour since the fight began. My rage had disappeared, and even though fear didn't grip my heart anymore, tiredness had settled on my body. Your sword, Edmure Patrek ushered me to look at the Valyrian sword not far from me. The fight isn't over yet. You can't stop. You can't let him free the dragons. I took the sword with my left hand and slowly stood like Euron. His nose was bleeding heavily. Blood ran down the lower part of the face. His mouth was covered in blood. It dripped to his chest and the ground. Using the Valyrian steel sword like a crutch, I stood up. I heard as blood dripped to the floor from my right arm. I really should have killed you the first time I met you, Euron said. Who could have guessed that you'd be torn to my side so much? Why? Why won't you accept your defeat? You can barely stand. Can you even lift your sword anymore? It is over. I will kill you like I killed your brothers, I replied tiredly. So be it. Euron stepped away from me. Dracarys. Before he could begin the word, I had already jumped and rolled away. The place I stood a moment before was blackened from the fire. There were only two ways to save me now: get close to Euron, so the fire would hurt him too, or get behind the dragons. Euron moved away from me, leaving me with only one choice. With everything I had, I jumped in between the two dragons. Their chains and massive forms made them sluggish. So, when they went to bite me, I managed to dodge. Yet the green dragon's tail battered me, and I fell under the white dragon. Using my sword, I blocked the claws from the white dragon and crawled behind the dragon. The dragons tried to turn to me, but their chains wrapped around them and stopped them. I crawled away, not counting on my luck. For fuck's sake, why won't you just die? I laughed at the angry Euron. Before Euron could move to free the dragons and finish his plan, footsteps were heard coming down. They were loud and rushed. Euron's face was beyond furious as he looked at the dragons and then behind him at the entrance to the dungeons. With a snarl, he turned and fled. I won, I thought as I leaned against the wall. I unwrapped my face and tried to stop the bleeding from my arm. My eye started to lose focus as the footsteps got louder and louder. I looked up, seeing Patrek smiling softly at me before disappearing, as he wasn't here to begin with. I knew I couldn't muster the strength to chase after Euron, even if I knew leaving him alive would only cause me more problems. The last thing I saw before I closed my eye and welcomed the darkness was Daenerys coming in with the warlocks, the Horn, and Jorah with her. The last of the Krakens. Asher POV. It was hard to look at Theon. I wanted to trust my brother, but I couldn't. I didn't know him, so I could only keep him locked in my ship. Every time I visit him, I see him hate me more and more. It came to now when he won't even talk to me anymore. I wanted to let him go as he asked, but I couldn't risk it. Euron was too dangerous. If he finds Theon, I shudder at what he would do to him. But soon we will deal with him. And then we can return home. Even if Edmure doesn't keep his word, I will pledge my services to Daenerys. With her dragons, the bastard king sitting on the Iron Throne will have no choice but let us return. Though I didn't have a chance to prove myself to Daenerys and gain her trust, Edmure was too efficient to my liking. And Daenerys hasn't asked, nor did she need my help. From how I saw her interact with others, I could tell that it wouldn't end well if I tried to push myself on Daenerys, so I kept to myself for most time. But I had to be patient only for a bit longer. With Euron gone, I will be the only one left with a fleet, even if it only contains a score of ships close to Daenerys. Only then can I be beneficial to her. I need her to secure my place in the Iron Islands. I won't let myself be dependent on the Starks. No matter how beneficial Edmure's offer is to me, I still have my pride. Won't you at least eat? I asked Theon, getting tired of the silent treatment. I am not hungry, Theon replied. It already evening. The last time you ate was in the morning, I commented. Don't be stubborn. You are already lost too much weight. Why do you care? I am your sister. I shouldn't have shouted, but he was getting under my skin. And I thought I was just a prisoner to you, Theon smirked. You are not. I knew my words meant nothing to him. Just be patient for a bit longer, and we will be able to return home. I would have done that with Tyrion in my hands, Theon said. But you took that away from me. Like you took me away from my home. And what should I have done? I was only a couple of years older than you when the Stark took you away. I tried to reason with him. Should have I offered myself in your place? Should I have fought Robert fucking Baratheon? And you couldn't stop father when he decided to forsake me for the second time. He responded with another hard question. Is that what it is about? I asked. You don't care about Pike. It is about Winterfell. It is my home. You are a kraken, not a wolf. It couldn't have gone worse. Theon didn't say anything after we finished yelling at each other. At least he didn't ignore me. And I wanted to yell and scream at him in my frustration, but I knew better. I had to get him to talk to me without resorting to violence. At least it felt like we were children once again. I wonder whether he even remembers that. The Iron Islands are our home, I said, filling the silence. And I promise we will return soon. It is your home, Theon replied. I don't belong with you. You are a Greyjoy, I was close to yelling. Am I? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I thought you all had forgotten that when you decided my life isn't worth more than your ambitions. Father didn't see any other option, no matter what we tried to tell him. I grimaced at his words. You should blame the Starks for holding you hostage. Blame them? Theon asked. I am alive because of them. Rob could have killed me once he heard of what you have done, as it was expected of him. Yet, he gave me gold and a horse to have a chance to live. He did more than you ever did. He is my brother and my only family. It hurt more than I imagined hearing his words. It hurt me even more when I realized that he meant those words. It wasn't just words from frustration or anger that he said in the heat of the moment. It was how he felt. And I was furious, but I didn't know at who or what. At the Starks for turning my brother against me. Or was it at myself for being unable to do anything for him? Did I forsake him as he thought? If you truly feel like that, then I will let you go back to the wolves you love so much, I said, standing up. Even if you hate me, I still promise you that I will take you home. It doesn't matter where it is. I don't hate you, I heard Theon as I passed the doors. These words relieved some pain I felt. There may still be a chance for us to be a family. Perhaps not everything was lost. At least, it gave me hope. I didn't want to live in a world where I was the only kraken alive. Euron didn't care about it. I could tell he didn't look at me as his family but as a piece for his game. Now, he might try to get rid of me as I refused to play with him. It was a good thing that he didn't know about Theon. If he did, he would get rid of me sooner and use Theon. Soon, I should be able to put him out of my mind. For what he did to Ed Muir, I do not expect Euron to survive. Once he is gone, everything will be fine. All I have to do is to wait. Yet I couldn't relax. Everything was going according to Ed Muir's plan. It went too smoothly for my liking. It made me fear Ed Muir a bit, how he seems to know everything and predict the future. Now, I understand how he easily defeated the Lannisters, Stannis, and my father. And compared to them, what am I? I am no threat to him. It was insulting but reassuring. Asher. Tristify Botley ran into my cabin yelling. What is it, Tris? I asked, not wanting to deal with bullshit for tonight. Fire, the marketplace is on fire, he said. What? Why? I don't know. I came to you once I saw it. What was going on? Was this another part of Ed Muir's plan? No, he would have said it to me. Would he? Shit, what should I do? Is it Euron's doing or the work of the Sons of the Harpy? Maybe it was a fight between them that got out of hand. I wouldn't be able to know from the little information I possessed. Gather the men, I ordered. Take the best warriors and tell the others to sail out. Block the harbor. Nobody is to go in or out. As you wish. I didn't have enough men to try anything drastic, but if it was the work of Euron, it was my chance. I will take him and his men out. Not only will I prove that I wasn't part of this, but I will be able to prove to Daenerys that I am someone she wants as a friend and not an enemy. It was my only and best chance. When my men gathered, the city's chaos only intensified. It wasn't hard to hear shouting and steel clashing from within the city. By now, I knew it wasn't part of Ed Muir's plan. So, it could only mean it was Euron's doing. And for a moment, I hesitated. Should I go through this, I will be Euron's enemy forever. It wouldn't matter if he lost, and I would gain favor from Edmure and Daenerys, but if he succeeded in his plan, if he somehow got the dragons, it would be bad for me. I didn't want to burn in dragon fire. Still, I couldn't let such a chance go and had to believe that Edmure would stop Euron, no matter what. Everyone is prepared. Asher Carl the maid brandished his sword and nodded to the men gathered. We await your orders. We move on Euron's ships, I said. Kill everyone in the Silence. Nobody disagreed. Nobody liked the crew of the Silence. The mutes were creepy to everyone, even if we weren't superstitious. And the Silence had garnered quite a reputation, and not all were good. Still, I only gathered my best and most trustworthy men, so none voiced their disagreements, even if someone had qualms about fighting their own Ironborn. I led my men through the harbor, and soon we saw the site of the Silence. There weren't many who tried to stop us. Without wasting time, we attacked. There weren't as many of the mutes as I expected. Probably some were wreaking havoc in the city. Yet when we moved inside the ship, I found a few bloodstains on the board, indicating a fight. Someone was there before us. Asher, you should look at this. Triss led me into one of the cabins. There was a bald man on the ground. He was dead, but it wasn't the man that caught my eye. It was the letters in Triss' hands. I took them and found that in these letters was information. It was information about the war in Westeros, a list of lords, houses, and their families. But what shocked me the most was the information about the attack on the north my father instigated. I read through it, finding information about my father's plans. Plans nobody but only my father and uncle should know. Movements of our ships and actions Edmure had taken. I didn't understand it fully, nor did I have time to read through it all. But it felt like Euron knew everything even before the war even started. Take it all, I said. To not leave any piece of paper and then burn this damn ship. When every corner of the ship was searched, I left it and watched it burn from the harbor. Deeper into the bay, I could see some ships trying to enter the harbor, but my ships soon stopped them. Some decided to retreat, and others chose to engage. It didn't look like they were of the same forces. Maybe they were sell sails or disagreed on the course of action. It didn't matter to me. I have secured the harbor. Nobody will be able to leave or arrive. Now, I only needed to wait for the battle to end. Then I heard an earth-shattering roar from the sky. I had never seen nor heard a roar of a dragon. But the black shadow in the sky made me shiver. I couldn't see it well, but his roars made it impossible not to notice. Asher. I turned my eyes from the sky and looked at the person walking toward us. What is the meaning of this? It seems you have failed, Euron, I replied, looking at his blooded body. You would turn your sword against family? Euron asked with blood running over his mouth. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I said. I know someone who will love the chance to kill you more than I do. It was a short laugh from Euron. So, you indeed worked with Edmure Tully. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. I chose the winning side. Stand aside, Asher, Euron ordered. And what if I won't? I asked. We are family, he changed his tone fast. Let's return home together. Capture him and tie him up, I ordered my men. I watched as Euron tried to fight back, but he couldn't do much as one of his shoulders was severely injured, like he had fought someone to death not long ago. It was probably Edmure. I wondered if he managed to kill the Redfish, but if he did, he wouldn't be here, running away. Either way, I got myself a hefty bounty. Edmure will owe me a big favor after this. With the last breath of the bear. Daenerys POV. The clashing of steel and screams of pain dwindled as the night got darker. It was infuriating to stay in my room and not know what happened behind those doors. Only Sir Selmy Barristan and Missandei were with me, keeping me company. Tyrion was in another room, hiding too. I didn't know where Sir Oscar or Asher was. I could only pace around the room and wait for the battle to end. Once the silence descended, it only unnerved me more. I felt like someone would burst through the doors soon, an enemy or an ally. I didn't know. That was what made me most furious, not knowing what exactly was going on. From the window to the city, I could see fires coming from Marketplace. Distraction, Jorah said before he left to try to get to the lower floors. Your Grace, there is nothing to worry about. Sabaristan looked like he needed these words more. Grey Worm and his men will push away the assailants soon enough. How did it even happen? I asked. It was a desperate move by Aegon, Sabaristan answered. He didn't have enough men to strike in a day, but he failed to see that the apex floor is most guarded at night. Even if he surprised us, this attack lacked the momentum to overtake the floor. It was a fool's play. He is trying to kill me, I couldn't help but comment. He dared to point his blade at me. A fool's play, Your Grace, Sabaristan replied. It's quiet, Missandei said. Is the fighting over? Grey Worm probably managed to have pushed the assailants away, but he will need to secure the rest of the Great Pyramid before he returns to report to you, Your Grace, Sabaristan answered. It still isn't safe for you. I couldn't convince Sabaristan otherwise. How much more time will I have to wait? It already felt like an eternity since the fighting started. How could I stay calm when I didn't know what was happening? I could only have faith in my men and trust them to put down the foolish ambitions of Aegon. What if he didn't want to kill me? I asked as realization hit me. Your Grace. Sabaristan looked at me. The dragons. I shouted, hoping I was overthinking. Aegon wanted the dragons, not me. Your Grace, please calm down. Sabaristan tried to reassure me. Everything is all right, Grey Worm will retake control over the Great Pyramid, and Ser Jorah will return with news soon. We are going, I said, going for the doors. It is not safe, Your Grace. Sabaristan stood before me. I have you to protect me, I stated. We are going now. I implore you, Your Grace, to think wisely about it. Sabaristan didn't relent. My children are in danger. I shouted. I am coming to them with or without you, Sabaristan. I knew I had put him in a difficult situation, but I must hurry if my suspicions were confirmed. Sabaristan only sighed as I pushed past him and went out through the doors of my chambers. Sabaristan was behind me soon enough and followed me like a shadow. I didn't apologize for my actions, as I thought I was right to do so. The hallway was empty. The fighting didn't come here. Yet the stairway was blooded with bodies lying around. 2 Unsullied stood guard near them, and seeing me, they tried to block me. With one look from me, they backed off and let me pass, but they didn't leave me and followed close behind. Sabaristan took the front as we climbed the stairs and started leading us down. One body after another lay by the walls as I walked down. I had to take careful steps to not slip on the blood or trip on weapons. Among the men from Gold Company, I saw some men dressed as servants. Your Grace, Grey Worm met me as I was halfway down. It is not safe yet. We haven't even cleaned the bodies. Please return to your chambers. We are going to the dungeons, I said. Follow me. Grey Worm looked at Sabaristan, but my knight could only nod. Grey Worm accepted his orders and gathered most of his men to lead us down. Before we proceeded, I told few Unsullied to return to my chambers and protect Missandei. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened to her. With each floor we passed, my fears grew stronger. There was no ambush as Sabaristan feared. There wasn't anything, only empty hallways and staircases. Not even a sentry was put to watch for us. Grey Worm had said that Aegon didn't have enough men, but where was he then? Neither Aegon nor Euron has shown themselves yet. If they risked everything to attack me, why have they not risked their lives? Were they craven? But then they wouldn't have instigated this attack to begin with. It only meant I wasn't their actual target but a distraction. Realizing it, I almost started to run down the stairs, only for Sabaristan to hold me back. Your Grace. I saw Ser Jorah limp as we neared the dungeons. What are you doing here? Jorah. I saw blood running through his side. You injured? We don't have time for this, Your Grace. Ser Jorah pushed my hands away from his injury. What going on? I asked. The dragons have gone mad, Daario answered me and pushed 2 men in front of himself. You are the warlocks from the Undying House. I recognized the 2 men with long robes and blue lips. What are they doing here? Euron brought them, Daario answered. The horn. Jorah took a big horn with weird engravings to show me. Euron used the horn to make the dragons listen to him. Impossible, I couldn't believe it. It can't be true. We watched ourselves as Euron told the dragons to burn John Connington and Egon, Dario explained. Edmure stayed back and told us to take the horn and the warlocks, Jorah continued. Edmure? I asked, hearing an unfamiliar name. Sir Oscar, Jorah corrected himself. Euron called him Edmure. We don't have time to concern ourselves with names, Dario said. We need to know how the horn works. Egon blew it, but instead of gaining control of the dragons, he died. They are my children. They will listen to me, I stated. Let's go. No, Dario stood before me, and Jorah held my hand. It's too dangerous. We need to know how the horn works and what it has done to the dragons. What have you done? I turned to the warlocks, directing my fury at them. What have you done to my children? The warlocks didn't answer. Nobody answered me. My mind started to get clouded with rage, and it took a lot to hold myself from taking the sword from Sir Barristan and running it through these men's hearts. I knew it would not accomplish anything, and I had to stay calm, but I had to make the warlocks talk one way or another. Make them talk, Dario, I ordered. And fast. As you wish, Your Grace. It didn't take long before the warlocks started to sing. It was enough to break their fingers before they confessed. The horn worked only with blood magic. And only those who believed the horn would grant what they wished for could blow it. But it would only take them as a sacrifice for the horn's true master. How do I become its master? I asked. Blood, one of the warlocks said through gritted teeth. The blood of the master must run through the horn. I looked at the horn, examining it as best I could. It was heavy, and I could barely lift it. The strange engraving caught my eyes as I traced my fingers through them. Taking a dagger from Sir Barristan, I cut my palm and let my blood fall on the engravings. The blood started to run through the engraving like they were veins. Your Grace, Sir Barristan bandaged my palm after seeing what I did. We must hurry, I said. Come, Dario took the warlocks. If your words are false, you will be the first to die. We don't fear death, one of them said. We shall see, Dario didn't believe him. We quickly started to march down the stairs, and soon I heard my children. They sounded like they were in pain. I ordered us to walk faster, as I couldn't listen to my children's pain. Soon, we reached the place where I chained my children. I shouldn't have done that, punishing them for what they might do. Euron is gone, Jorah commented as he looked around, not finding the man who started this farce. Your Grace, look, Sir Barristan pointed at a man lying against the wall as my children were entangled in their chains and trying to reach them. Sir Oscar, I tried to get close to him, but the dragons started snapping at me. Please stay away, Your Grace, Sir Barristan said. They are my children, I tried to convince him and myself. They won't hurt me. Their minds are clouded, Your Grace, Jorah said. They can't recognize you. The horn, I said as I looked at what Jorah held. Dario, get the warlocks. We can't trust them with it, Jorah said. You can't mean, I looked at my bear's eyes. The wound is too deep, Your Grace. Jorah showed his wound, and I saw a massive amount of blood pouring through it. I don't have much time. Let me repay you for your kindness. It is the least I can do for your forgiveness. No, I couldn't let him do so. You can't do this. I shouldn't have made you leave me. Without you, I wouldn't be here. I have made many mistakes, Your Grace, and I have accepted them. Jorah smiled weakly at me. If you ever meet my father, tell him I am sorry for what I have done to his name. Tell him I paid for my crimes and honored the Mormont name. Before I could say anything, Jorah held the horn to his mouth. The sound of the horn silenced my scream. I could only watch as the dragons calmed down at the sound of the horn, and Jorah bled through his eyes and nose before falling to the ground. He died with a smile on his face. I closed his empty eyes. Your Grace, Sir Barristan called out for me. Kill them, I said. Dario knew what I meant and cut the heads of the warlocks. I didn't even look at them as I heard their head hitting the ground. I walked to my children as they looked at me longingly. They put their heads on my hands as if asking for forgiveness. It was me who should ask them to forgive me. Sir Oscar, I looked at the man lying by the wall with a bleeding right arm. His face wasn't as scarred as he made me believe. If his red hair was longer, it could cover the burned eye. While I was near my children, Grey Worm helped Oscar, but seeing that he won't wake up soon, Grey Worm ordered some of the Unsullied to carry him away and have a healer to look after him. "Your Grace, what are you doing?" Sir Barristan asked as he saw me helping my children from their chains. "What I should have done a long time ago. I freed them. 10,000 Golden Company men standing outside the city's wall would not escape the dragon they woke up. I will let the world know what it means to stand against me." Viserion and Rorigal held their heads high and let out a low roar as if knowing my feelings. Another roar answered them, and I smiled as my last child had returned to me at last. The Kingsguard. John POV. It has not been a week since my wedding with Margaery, and the capital city of Westeros has entered another festival, a tourney to choose the new Kingsguard. It was almost a more significant event than my wedding. At first, it was meant to be scheduled just after my wedding, but too many wanted to attend that we had to postpone it for a week. It hasn't been long since Lord Edmure Tully disappeared with Sir Patrick Mallister, but it felt like an eternity. Lady Orianne still worked hard to contact all her informants. Lord Mallister and she thought that Lord Tully was mostly likely in Essos, as no information was given yet. It took time for information to go from across the narrow sea. So, we could do nothing but wait. The work has been steadily increasing. Even with Lord Mallister as my hand, I barely had time for myself. And after this tourney, I had to send a host to the Stronglands to break their lords and put this war to an end. But even then, the rest will not find me. Robb has already informed me of his expedition north of the wall. Robb had written me that he plans to gather 5,000 men and join the men of the Night's Watch to travel north and break the Wilderling army. At least that was the pretext, but he would investigate the others. It would do no good if the small folk started hearing about the appearance of the others and started panicking. So, for now, only the most trustworthy lords knew about it. I only informed Lord Mallister, Lady Orianne and Lord Tully of this information. I could not risk the word spreading further, for I didn't know what the others would do knowing it. Most probably wouldn't believe it even if they saw the still moving severed head. Lady Orianne had cautioned me that some might start calling me a madman. Others might blame me for the calamity, saying I brought the other back. It would be mostly Faith, but Faith had far-reaching power to influence people. I had too much on my hands, but the wall still stood tall and strong. Stronger than ever, so I had nothing to fear for now. They would have done it if the White Walkers could cross the wall. I had to focus on stabilizing the realms and ensuring people were prepared for the winter, for it would be long and cold. "My dear, please at least try to pay attention to the tourney." My dear wife, Margaery, patted my hand to gain my attention. "They have come from all over the realms to prove their worth to you." The melee has not ended yet?" I asked, looking at half-dozed knights still in the ring. "My brother seemed to have trouble fighting the Euronwood knight," Margaery commented. "Sir Archibald Euronwood," I said. "He is pretty big and looks strong. His skill with the warhammer is quite excellent." "It is indeed," Margaery agreed, seeing that her brother had trouble dodging the warhammer. "What do you think of Sir Tully?" "Hyle Tully?" I asked and looked at the other side of the ring. I heard he had served House Tully for a long time, yet he doesn't look old. Samwell had said that Sir Hyle was captain. "From what I remember, he had nothing but good to say about the knight," Margaery commented. "Gallant, eloquent, and even though he was quite stubborn and languid, he had a kind heart." "But who is he fighting?" I asked. "His opponent doesn't look like he lacks skill." "I don't know, but if he lasted that long, he must be trained well." I waved my hand for a servant. I was sitting on a platform built for me and my wife. Neither my hand nor Lady Orianne took their seats for today, and only Mace Tyrell sat with us. While I wished to focus on my other tasks, I had to be here. I had to look regal, wave, and smile at everyone. Clothed in a red and white overcoat, I wore grey beneath it. "Yes, Your Grace," a young girl came at my calling, bringing some snacks and wine. "Would you kindly ask around whom Sir Hyle Tully is fighting against?" "Of course, Your Grace." The girl blushed lightly and soon disappeared. "What about Sir Balon Swan?" Margaery asked. "Didn't he serve the Lannister?" I countered her. "You can't hold it against him." Margaery pouted her lips. "He only did his duty, and his skill is unquestionable. But it seems he is struggling with Sir Gerald Dane, I commented. I don't like that one, Margary said. He calls himself Darkstar. How pretentious can one be? He is from House Dane, isn't he? Even if he is lacking compared to Sir Arthur Dane, I wouldn't dismiss him so easily. I still don't like him. Margary frowned at the knight as he parried another strike from Sir Balon Swan. Your Grace, the servant returned just in time to see the mystery knight managing to parry one of Sir Hyle's strikes and batting the sword away from his hands. He is Sir Roland Storm. Wasn't he serving Stannis? I asked. He was with his brother, Bryce Caron, Margary confirmed. Both have since pledged themselves to you, my dear. All 6 of them are good enough, I said. But still, I rather have Ghost by my side than any of them. Please, my dear. Margary frowned at me, and I surrendered. We shall see after the tourney. My brother will gladly choose to protect me, Margary said. And stab me in the back, I added. Dear. Margary slapped my hand. He has let his grievances out, please don't hold it against him. He wasn't in the right mindset previously. Fine, fine, I could only nod at Margary. But he will have to make peace with Sir Robar Royce. I think he is the only one most suitable so far. Yet, I worry that they are all quite young. You are younger than them, Margary stated, and I had no defense against her words. By the end, it was a 3-way battle with Sir Loras, Sir Roland, and Sir Gerald. Neither tried to work with the other to defeat the last one. Loras handled himself quite well, but he was the least experienced, as it seemed that Sir Gerald would gain a victory here. Yet Sir Roland surprised me again and knocked Sir Gerald with a good-timed kick to the ground before disarming Sir Loras. I stood up and gave a quick thanks for the show and asked all 3 to have a drink with me. It looked like Margary was right about Sir Gerald's character, as he didn't even bow to me before storming out of the tourney grounds. Even though I didn't mind it, it was pretty disrespectful. Please sit and watch the archery competition with us, I implored the 2 knights. It would be my honor, Your Grace. Sir Roland accepted gracefully. As you command, Your Grace. Sir Loras was a bit redundant but didn't find it difficult to accept it. Archery would soon enroll and end. Then I could return to work after having a feast to celebrate the winners and those whom I shall choose as my Kingsguard. At least we over with the joust. It took 5 days before a winner was announced. Sir Loras Tyrell took the last win against Sander Clegane. The archery was quite dull, but seeing one of the Northmen winning, made me smile. Sir Wendell Marndaly was an immense man, not as fat as his father or brother, but he was still bigger than most men. It didn't seem to trouble him to win the competition with his excellent bow skills. And I had to wonder how many lost they bets against him. What do you think, my love? I asked Margary about Sir Wendell. You have to be joking, Margary said. He will make you starve by eating all your food. At least I will be secure from poisoning, I smiled. Don't come crying to me when you get hungry, Margary replied. I know how kind you can be. You will never refuse to give him your meal if he asks. And before you say anything, I know how crass the men from the north can be. After the tourney ended, I stood up from my seat and addressed the knights and small folk here today. I got used to giving speeches. Most of the time, I don't even remember what I said. I was always instructed to provide kind words and make them short. People seemed to like it, so I continued doing it with a soft smile. The selection of the Kingsguard has become a hassle. There were plenty of candidates, but only a few were satisfactory. Yet, they had to choose now, before the feast started. Lord Malister and Lady Orianne were the ones who helped to weed out the selection. Margary was close by to offer her thoughts. I found that Margary was quite a good judge of a character, so I trusted her. Even though they are young men, they act mature enough and are well experienced for the position, Lord Malister said. Still, there is a question: whom do we choose as a Lord Commander? We need someone who can handle men well, Lady Orianne stated. Someone who can look beyond their previous loyalties and origins. Yet we need someone experienced in leading, I added. I think Sir Wendell Marndaly suits all the criteria. He is from the north, Lady Orianne said. You can expect some words coming from the faith about it. The ones who will try to spread rumors only will make fools out of themselves, Margary commented. We shall spread a word about the history of House Marndaly. By the end, everyone in the city shall know the heroic tale of House Marndaly and how they were banished from the Reach but received aid from House Stark and the North. And now, they are a great house with one of their knights serving as a Kingsguard. Songs shall be written, Lady Orianne stated. Then it is decided, Lord Mallister said, taking out the list of men we chose. Those men shall be the new Kingsguard. I looked at Lady Orianne, who nodded in agreement. Maegary only smiled and caressed my hand. I had my doubts, but at this point, I had nothing to decline the men. Even though some were relatively young, neither lacked skill or capabilities. They seemed loyal and honorable. Some even were devout followers of the Seven. The feast was boisterous, as I should have expected. Many have gathered to celebrate my wedding, as they didn't arrive on time. From all over Westeros, they came and participated in the fine tourney. It was time to congratulate the winners and announce the new Kingsguard. So, as the music quieted down, I stood up from my seat, and silence descended. Good people who are gathered here today, I have something to say. I took a deep breath and looked at them as they waited for my words. Firstly, let me reward the courageous and tenacious knights who showed their skills to the whole realm. Please come forth, Sir Loras Tyrell, victor of the joust. Sir Roland Storm, victor of the melee, and Sir Wendell Marndaly, victor of the archery. People looked at the three knights coming forward. They held their breaths as Sir Loras and Sir Roland walked up to me and then laughed, seeing Sir Wendell's chin covered in grease from eating various kinds of meat. At least some tension was removed with that, but I started to doubt my new commander of the Kingsguard. The three of you have shown your capabilities and shall be rewarded with what was promised, I told them as they knelt before me. But I would like to invite you to join my Kingsguard to protect me from the malice of the others. I, Loras Tyrell, gracefully accept the honor of serving you, my king. It would be an honor if I, Roland Storm, could serve you, your grace. I, Wendell Marndaly, would be delighted to serve for one and true king, his grace Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name. I shall accept your pledges later, so please stand and enjoy the feast as it is held in your honor, I commanded, and they listened. Now, after much consideration, with my loyal advisors, I would like to announce the rest who shall join these three brave knights. Please come forth, Sir Archibald Urenwood, Sir Robar Royce, Sir Balon Swan, Sir Hyle Tarly. Lion of the Night's Watch. Jaime POV. I was a man of war, born and bred for it. Ever since I was young, I have been talented in killing. Yet I never let it cloud me. I trained myself every day to be better than I was yesterday. It wasn't long before people would say I was the best swordsman in the world, and I had no reason to disagree. It has been a long since I thought I could be defeated, but I was proven naive. Sir Edmure Tully was a talented man who probably trained as much, if not more than me. Yet I never thought I could lose to him. After all, he was younger than me, less experienced. Even if I could say I was already tired before facing him, I still lost to him, and I had much time to think of that battle. From the very beginning, I was fated to lose to Sir Edmure. He was fighting for a greater purpose, while I only fought for myself. It took much time, but living in Castle Black, separated from worldly desires, I understood I had nothing without my name. And I was nothing. The name of the Lannister was too big to ignore for anyone. It would garner fame, hate, fear, and respect. Even if I could see my father's faults, I didn't hate him. I wanted my father to be proud of me, to love me. So, I looked at the Lannister name with pride and respect. Yet I still desired something more for myself since I was young. I didn't care for the wealth or power my family possessed. I desired some higher purpose. I couldn't imagine a higher purpose than being a knight who served and protected people. I thought that by protecting a king, I would defend the kingdom and its people. Yet I had to kill the king to save them. What an irony. I did so because that was what I believed to be the right thing to do. I ignored the Kingslayer moniker and adapted it, so I could never forget what I did and for what I did it. Robert Baratheon shouldn't have been the king, and it should have been Prince Rhaegar. I never considered Robert to be a king. He was just a fat oaf that sat on the Iron Throne, even if most of the time, someone else sat on the Iron Throne in his name. Still, time had proven that I was naive and foolish in my thoughts. I had killed one madman to let another inherit the Iron Throne. If I knew of what would have happened, I would have served Robert faithfully. No, I would have taken the power of House Lannister from my father. But I became a knight and had failed in everything I ever stood for. There's no place here for you, Kingslayer. A chair I was about to sit on and eat my meal was kicked away by one of my new brothers. I didn't come here to serve for my realm, to eat with a murderous, incestuous bastard like you, Lannister. The name was spit on now, with contempt and spite. I would watch your back for daggers in the dark if I were you, Lannister. It was a weird experience for others to call me a Lannister, for more contempt when they called me a Kingslayer. But after hearing what my family did to King's Landing, it was enough for me to accept it. No matter what I did, it could never be worse than what my father had done. I had to take the disgrace of my family. It was the least I could do. If only it would lighten my quilt. For I let it happen, tens if not hundreds of thousands of innocent people die most horribly. Everything I did led to this. All the decisions I have done, made it possible. I did not change anything. I disgraced myself for nothing. I should have never been a knight. I don't deserve to be one. Eat, Jaime. I hated that there was someone that didn't hate me. I am not that hungry, I replied to Waymar Royce as he sat before me and saw me playing with the food I had on my plate. You shouldn't be talking to me. Others will think badly of you. After what we faced, I do not fear other people's thoughts, Waymar said. And as much as I despise what your family has done, you are not of them anymore. You, Jaime of the Night's Watch. We are your family now, your only brothers. I don't think many of my brothers like me much, I said. I didn't like my blood brothers while living in Runestone, Waymar replied. But my dislike of them never stopped me from loving them. Eat up, now. Lord Commander will soon address us. What a fool. I did not deserve someone like him as my brother. I have already decided to take the next mission to Beyond the Wall. At least I will die doing something for the realm of men, even if it will never pay the price of my mistakes. Nothing will, and I don't wish for it. After what was done in the name of House Lannister, the best I could ask is to be forgotten and buried in the annals of history. I don't deserve any better. The last thing I wish for is another chance. It would be for the best if I died on a ranger mission. I soon would be forgotten. I will have to ask for a task as soon as the address from Lord Commander ends. Maybe noticing my mood, Waymar didn't comment on anything else and kept quiet for the rest of the meal. We should go, I said after taking a few bites of my meal so that Waymar wouldn't complain. We still have an hour or so, Waymar replied. How about a spa? You won't last that long. Even I knew I lacked the smirk to convince Waymar I was fine. Still, Waymar said nothing about it and only led us to the courtyard. There weren't many people outside. Even if the day weren't cold, many would stay inside, hiding from the winds, especially if they had no work. It was fine with me, as it meant that not many would see Waymar still being close to me. I could tell that many of the men in the Night's Watch came from King's Landing. Even if they were criminals or beggars, it was still their home. Hearing it got burned down by Tywin Lannister to spite the new rule got them riled up. Even the prisoners of war who came with me have gotten hateful glances. I didn't blame them when they started to ignore me or if they joined with the others to have a few comments about me. But Waymar doesn't deserve it. He is a brave, intelligent, and strong young man. Many considered him to be the next first ranger after Benjen Stark. It wouldn't be good for his future if he were close to someone like me. He might be ostracized and hated. It wouldn't bond well for his future. We took our spa slowly, swinging our blunted swords at each other. I had no heart to get into it, and Waymar seemed to want to distract me, so neither of us did our best. Yet, somehow, an hour had ended before we realized, and a man with a bell went from one building to another to inform of Lord Commander's address. No hall was big enough to hold all of us in Castle Black, so we gathered in the yard. I was surprised to see Maester Aemon with Lord Commander Gia Mormont and First Ranger Benjen Stark. As Lord Commander's crow started screaming, everyone else quieted down. Silence descended on Castle Black, and only winds of the winter could be heard for a moment before Lord Commander began to speak. Today, I have gathered you all to inform you of decisions we made to answer the disappearances and events you probably have already heard. Lord Commander's voice boomed through all of Castle Black. As of today, there won't be any ranging to the Beyond the Wall. What? Even if I didn't say it, it was the same as I was thinking. We shall seal all the gates leading to the north. Even more shocking news. But not before one last ranging. Lord Stark and 5,000 Northerners have agreed to come with 2,000 of us for last great ranging to fight against the Wildling army and uncover truth over the appearances of the White Walkers. It was known to many of what we found on my first range, but not everyone. No matter how many saw the moving head, more didn't. It was hard to convince people of it, and even then, most were making their deductions. Some thought it was a freak accident, and others thought it was magic the wildlings used. It wasn't hard for me to conclude that the others were coming back. I have heard legends of it before, especially of the tale of the last hero. But I have seen it with my own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have believed a dead man could rise again. I would think they were seeing things that weren't there or simply lying. Be prepared for war is coming, Lord Commander said. There is much to do, for winter is coming. Maester Aemon shall inform the stewards what is needed to be done, and First Ranger Benjen Stark shall tell the rangers what their duties shall be. That is all. Return to your work. It was a short speech, but the Lord Commander will address the questions later, or at least I think so. I was more concerned about the gate sealing. It wouldn't do if I couldn't get a mission before it. So, I walked straight to First Ranger, and Waymar followed me. I could hope he had his question and didn't follow because he was worried about me. Lord Stark. Sir Jaime, Sir Waymar the First Ranger turned to us. Go to your duties. I will inform you of the changes later. What duties? I asked. We are rangers. We won't have anything to do if we seal the gates. There will be plenty to do, the First Ranger said. If you have nothing better to do, prepare for the great ranging. My lord, what about the outpost? Will we abandon them? Waymar asked. An order was sent for everyone to return, Benjen answered. As of now, not even a third have returned. Then why not send us to find them? I asked, desperate for a mission. Because not a half have returned whom we have sent off the late. Benjen snapped. It isn't worth it. The more we send, the less return. Living in the outpost or conducting ranging would be impossible in winter. You might not know, but if even half of what maesters think of the incoming winter is true, then all we can do is wait it out. I could say nothing as Waymar dragged me away, seeing that the First Ranger didn't want to be disturbed right now. In the end, I could only prepare and wait for the great ranging. It was hard to accept it, but at least I could do something with this life of mine. I should go and die on the ranging. There was no meaning to my life. A bunch of decisions that made life miserable for others. Why did I ever believe in my father? Even when he has done horrible things, I thought it was necessary even if I didn't like them. But now I know it was done out of pride. Tywin Lannister killed thousands of people because of nothing but his pride. Prince Rhaegar's children have died because my father's pride was hurt. King's Landing has been burned down because my father lost a war. Was I any better? Would I have been able to stop my father? Or would I have stood and watched as he ordered to burn the city? I will never know. But the quilt was killing me, and I could tell that only death would put me at peace. Farewells. Rob POV. Sometimes it felt like Winterfell was empty. Without my father, Jon, and Theon, it got quieter, even when my father and Jon were relatively silent to begin with. Arya's laughter became rarer. Bran wasn't a curious child anymore but a focused student. Rickon stopped his wild behavior and started to learn proper manners. I wish our father could see us now. We are growing, learning, and becoming the people we were meant to be. I couldn't help but think about it, sitting under the weirwood in Winterfell. Ice in my arms didn't need sharpening or cleaning, but it gave me solace. There weren't many problems arising in the north after the war. Apart from worrying about Dreadfort, as it was empty now, I only had to worry about the upcoming winter. Yet it left me time to think of my father and how I could have acted differently to save him. Was it right to slight my Aunt Lysa? Would my father call me on a list for killing Littlefinger? Was I worthy of my lordship? I wish Uncle Edmure were here. But he is gone, and I don't know who to ask for advice. Mother wasn't doing well either. Losing her father and husband, hearing how delirious her sister become, and now her brother was missing, probably dead. How many trials do the gods wish to throw at us? How many can we handle? I reflected my short auburn hair and stubble of beard. I looked at the blue eyes and asked, what should I do? Nobody answered, but I knew what I had to do. I had to ride north. I had to leave Winterfell to my mother and siblings. I had to leave them, for I had duties and responsibilities to uphold. I wished to stay with my family and help them with our grievance. But I was Robb Stark, Warden of the North, Lord of Winterfell. I had to uphold my name. Taking a deep breath, I stood up and left the godswoods of Winterfell. My mother was waiting for me as I entered my solar. She only glanced at me, and I saw her eyes tearing up. She knew me well. I wanted to say that she didn't need to worry, but the words would be empty and meaningless to her. I must do this, Mother. I held her shoulders. Ned had to ride to the south, Edmure had to sail to the Iron Islands, my mother responded, and I could feel her shoulders tremble. It is my duty as Lord of Winterfell. I had to stay strong. And what of the duties of my son? What will I have to think of when I don't hear from you for months? What will I do when they bring only your sword back? How much do we need to sacrifice, Robb? As much as needed, I said. Your father would be proud of you, and I would hate him for that, my mother told me. Say your goodbyes to your brothers and sisters, at least. I am sorry, Mother. You are no longer a boy, my mother said. A man grown. Where did the time go? As my mother left, I started writing letters to Karstarks, Umbers, Mormonts, and other houses up north. 5,000 men will be raised. Lord Commander of the Night's Watch promised 2,000 of his best men to join us. Our objective was to break the Wildling army, but my real intentions were to investigate the appearance of the White Walkers. If anyone knew about them, it would be the Wildlings. Yet it was almost impossible to make contact with them. Lord Commander Gia Mormont informed me that more than half of the rangers he sent still had not returned. He is concerned that the Wildling army is hidden in the Hounded Forest. It wasn't anywhere near enough information, as the Hounded Forest was too massive. It extended from Frostfangs to Shivering Sea. But there were two places they most likely were. Fist of the First Men or Hardham. Too bad those places were on different ends of the Hounded Forest. Knowing that staring at the map wouldn't give me anything anymore, I stopped. Standing from the desk, I walked around the castle. I came to Maestas Lewin's solar first, as I had letters I wanted him to send. I found Arya and Bran inside, listening to Lewin's lessons. It reminded me of Jon and I. Lord Stark Lewin stopped his lesson to the delight of Arya and Bran. Do you wish something? I wish to send these letters, I replied. And I want to take my siblings with me. Of course, my Lord Lewin took the letters from my hands, and my siblings followed me happily. I wanted to talk to them. Ask how they were and what they have learned, but no words escaped me. I walked to the courtyard with them. Arya and Bran looked at me, confused, but soon smiled when we reached our destination. It was empty, so perfect for what I wanted to do. I picked up a couple of wooden swords from the stack and gave them to my siblings. What is this, Robb? Arya asked. It just occurred to me that I have not sparred with you in forever, I replied. I wanted to see how far you two have gone with your training. Now both come at me. I laughed as they pounced at me like pair of direwolves. They were getting better, maybe even better than Jon and I were at their age, but nowhere near close to making me worried. I parried the attacks but didn't counterattack. I let them have fun, trying to hit me. It was a wistful few minutes until they got tired. Arya, don't get in the way. Bran yelled out in frustration. You are the clumsy one. Arya shouted back. I think it is enough for now, I smiled at them. What? Please, a few more times, pretty please, Arya asked with puppy eyes. Maybe next time I hit her head with the wooden sword. I will be leaving soon. Where? Bran asked. To the north, to the lands beyond the wall, I answered. I will be gone for some time. Can I go with you? Arya pleaded. No. She stepped back at my firm refusal. You are to stay at home. Practice more, learn more, and maybe one day I will not have to refuse you, Arya. Fine, Arya whined but didn't complain. Will you going to fight the Wildings? Bran asked. Mayhaps, I answered. Please, don't die, Bran muttered quietly. Bran, I looked at my brother's eyes. I will not die, I promise you. You can't keep that promise, Arya said. Yes, I can, I replied. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No. Yes. Arya got frustrated at me, and I laughed. Nobody going to stop me from keeping this promise, no wilderling, not even the White Walkers. I knelt to them and gave them a firm hug. Even if they hid it well, they still haven't gotten over the death of our father. And the news of Edmure's missing got them even more. I have forbidden anyone within the keep to say anything indicating Edmure's death. Those who spread unfounded rumors were punished severely. Be safe, both Bran and Arya said. You too, I replied before standing up. It didn't take long to find Sansa. She with Jane Poole were sewing something and chatting along with themselves. Seeing me, Jane Poole quickly stood up and bowed. I nodded to her and motioned to leave me alone with Sansa. After Jane left, I sat beside my sister and looked at what she was sewing. It was a direwolf. I heard you will be leaving soon, Sansa said. I am. I thought I could finish it by the time, Sansa said, motioning to her embroider. But it seems I won't. You can give it to me when I return, I told her. A welcome back gift. I make it most splendid. Ladies from every corner of the world will swoon over you with it, Sansa said. So, please come back. I will. I gave her a big hug. You will be the oldest of us when I leave. Take care of your siblings. No matter how much they might annoy you, we are all we have. I will. I promise. Sansa started to cry, and I held her. It was always hard to say goodbyes. I didn't know how long I would be gone, at least 4 months, even more, if the situation turned worse. After Sansa stopped crying, I left to find Rickon. He was still too young to understand that I was leaving for a long time, and after I told him to treat Shaggydoke well, I returned to my solar. There were still plenty of times we talked. We ate meals together, but it was easier to say farewell now. I had to focus on the task ahead of me. I had to make sure that everything was prepared for the marching. Men had to be ready, and resources had to be prepared. There was no room for a mistake. Edmure has taught me that it is better to be safe than sorry. With the new roads, Uncle Edmure helped the north building. It wouldn't take long to reach the wall. The other lords with their men will meet me in Mola Town. The track was peaceful, with no trouble, and 2,000 men with me marched quickly. Greywind was mainly by my side unless he went off-road to hunt. My lord, we see the town, my scouts informed me. Good, inform the other men, I said. After a few more hours, we reached the town. It was a bustling town with wooden walls protecting it. With a better road to the town and increased men in Night's Watch, Mola Town has prospered. I could see Lady Mage Mormont, Lord Umber, and Lord Karstark waiting for me with their children. My lord, we are glad to see you well, Lord Karstark said. Is everyone here? I asked. Yes, 3,000 men at your service, Lord Karstark answered. Very well, before I left, King Jaehaerys promised me that the ships would soon sail to the East Watch and join the Mandaeli fleet. Good tidings, then Lord Umber responded with a boisterous laugh. We shall rest here tonight and march to Castle Black with the sun, I informed them. Once I had supper with them, I put a helm and mingled with the Northmen instead of retiring to bed. I hid my face, and nobody questioned me, even if a few were curious why I was wearing a helm. I checked how well the men were doing under various lords. Taking a look at their armor and weapons, the food they received, and their mood. I was satisfied with my findings. It didn't look like any lord was abusing their power and weren't supplying the soldiers with what they needed. Even though some were worried about the journey to the north beyond the wall, the mood was light. Even the cold winter winds didn't seem to damper them. It might change when we reach the wall, and they start hearing stories I have heard. But I was glad the morale was high among the men, and nobody was dissatisfied with marching to the north. Many were delighted to be able to help the Night's Watch, and some even joked that it was time they start pillaging the wildlings. Once I returned to my tent, I was dead tired. I lay on my bed with a belly full of meat and ale. Greywind has returned from his hunt by this time with a bloody muzzle. I cleaned him up with cold water and let him sleep inside the tent near me. His warmth reassured me and made me fall asleep without any worries. The Wolf of the North. Rob POV. When we arrived at the wall, we were welcomed by Lord Commander Gia Mormont and First Ranger Benjamin Stark. It was good to see Uncle. I wished he had visited us, but I couldn't blame him, as he probably didn't have time for all that was happening. Time seemed like a limited resource the closer we came to the winter. The days are becoming shorter and shorter. There is more snow than rain. Winds are becoming harsher. Birds are fleeing the north and flying to the south. Yet as Northmen, we know that it is but autumn. When proper winter comes, nobody will be able to hide from it. Nobody will be able to ignore it. All we can do is prepare for it and wait it out. With all the support Uncle Edmure has given to the north, it shouldn't hinder our survivability much, no matter how long the winter will last. The glass we received was enough to build many glass gardens. With new roads, the north will be united more than ever. We will be able to support each other through the winter. Lord Stark, Lord Commander, put a hold on my thoughts. Lord Commander, I greeted the men who came to meet me. It will be a bit crowded with all of us here. How about we continue inside with a hot meal inside our bellies? I couldn't have said better. Lord Commander laughed and motioned for everyone to disperse. When we entered Castle Black and left our horses with stable boys before entering the common hall, a meal was quickly prepared for us, and while we sat and waited for it, I let Lord Commander have some time with his family. He seemed honestly pleased to meet his sister and niece. How have you been, Rob? Benjamin sat next to me as I dug into my meal. Honestly, most of the time, I just stumble around the ruling, I said in a rare moment of not needing to keep a facade. I doubt every decision I make. I wish Father were still here to tell me what to do. Ned wouldn't have much to say but praise, Benjamin replied. I heard enough about how you handled yourself in the war and how well you managed the North to know that you have done well. I haven't done much. Edmure has won our war and paved the way for my ruling, I responded without much enthusiasm. Compared to him, I have done nothing. Most of the problems the North faced previously are taken care of. Don't be too harsh on yourself, Benjamin laughed up my distress. As long as nobody complains, you are doing a good job. If only that were true. How is John? Benjamin asked. You are getting old, uncle. It is King G. Harry's third of his name to you, I answered. I may be getting old, but not as fast as you, Benjamin laughed it up. I guess you haven't interacted with him much either. He is certainly more swarmed with duties and responsibilities than both of us combined, I told him. And he is married. Ah, marriage, how perilous. No one can save him now, Benjamin joked. Speaking of marriages, I haven't heard of any would-be Lady Stark yet. I am sure many would be glad to offer their daughters to you. I can see one even in this hall. Daisy? I asked, turning to where Benjamin was looking at. What's wrong with her? She is fierce, loyal, and quite a pleasant sight to the eyes, Benjamin told me. When was the last time you slept with a woman, uncle? I asked. Forever ago, when legends were just stories we told children. When dead didn't rise, Benjamin turned somber momentarily before returning to his cheerful self. But at least I have slept with a woman before, Rob. You should not forget to fall in love before it is too late. You returned from one war and are heading to another. I am doing my duty. Trust me, I am, and thousands of Night's Watchmen are glad to see you fight with us, Benjamin said. But if you keep on like this, you won't return from one of these wars. I have Bran as my heir, and after him, there is Rickon, I said, tired of the topic. If I can leave them a peaceful realm, I will die with a smile. Let's not talk about such morbid things, Benjamin sighed. Not at least without the old bear. It is time we start making a plan for our great range. But finish your meal. With the meetings we have, it might take a whole night to cover all the basics. I agreed. I didn't want to turn our conversation into such a dark place, but I already had too much to worry about. I didn't have the strength to worry about marrying. Maybe after I return, I will ask the hand of Aelys Karstark or one of Lord Marndaelis' granddaughters. Both houses served House Stark well and were about my age. I was very disappointed with the map we were provided. It showed mountains in the west, various rivers, and the haunted forest. Near the mountain range in the west was the Fist of the First Men. In the east, on top of Storolds Point, was Hardham. These were the two most likely locations where the Wildling army would hide. "You have to forgive us, but we don't have a cartographer in our order," Lord Commander said. "Great Rangers created this map in the past," Maester Eamon added. "It might not be very detailed, but it is still very usable. The Night Watch never had a dragon rider who could fly over the lands and mark the locations," Benjen said. "It is the best we will get." "And you sure they are not in the Frostfangs anymore?" I asked the Lord Commander. "If they are, I do not expect the Wildlings to remain in the inhospitable mountains for long," Lord Commander said. "Whatever they were doing here, sustaining an army in these lands would be impossible. Yet they were noticed in these mountains." I asked. "They were, many of our rangers have encountered them there," Benjen answered. "But the main camp must be at the Fist of the First Men. It is the only fairly secure location that could hold an army. It was only an assumption. We didn't know where they were and what they were doing. It was clear they were planning to attack the wall. Otherwise, Mance Rider wouldn't be able to make the Wildlings united. They needed a purpose, and Mace Rider gave it to them. That is why he could control his army. We have no choice but to march to the Fist of the First Men," I said. "We should go through Caster's Keep in the Haunted Forest," Lord Commander said. "The old Wilding might not be trustworthy, but he should know something." "Very well, if we do not find anything in the Fist of the First Men, we shall follow Antler River to Hardham," I said, trailing my finger through the river. "They might be building boats and might try to sail past Eastwatch. It might be the only way for them to cross the wall," Benjen agreed. "Then our course is settled," I said, waiting for anyone to object. "If there is nothing to add, we should prepare ourselves." "My lord, I'm sure you have heard of the Dead Rising," Eamon said. "How are you going to deal with them?" "I have seen the moving head," I answered, remembering the head in the jar with his jaw trying to bite at anything that moved. "For now, we don't know how many there are of them, and the only sure way to kill them completely is by using fire. So, I gathered as much oil as possible and ordered the blacksmith to make torch pikes." "Torch pikes, my lord." "Bring it in," I ordered one of my men. The man soon returned with the weapon, a long pike with a blunt and flattened iron tip. I showed everyone gathered there the attached core of animal fat and fibers. I didn't understand well. But the core could burn for several hours if it isn't damaged or outside forces don't influence it. It was the best we could come up with in a short time. We also made arrows that can sustain fire even in the worst conditions. I took an arrow with a hole covered in iron that contained fiber soaked in oil. As for the White Walkers, we could only find out that dragon glass was used against them in the forgotten past. So, I have prepared dragon glass blades. They are fragile and hard to forge, so be careful. It wasn't much, but it had to be enough. I could only hope we didn't encounter the dead before we dealt with the Wildlings. If the rumors are true that there are 100,000 strong in that army, I would rather fight them while they are still alive. But I hope to reach a deal with them. As long as they are willing to bend their knees to me and the king, I will provide them with lands in the north. For now, predicting how the Wildlings would act around me was hard. I have heard about their free will. Even with the promise of a place for them to stay on the other side of the wall, they might not take it. So, I was prepared to break them first before negotiating with them. It was easier to settle terms for the defeated. "We have 2,000 of our best ready and waiting for orders," Lord Commander said. "Good, time is of the essence." "No, my lord, your life is of the essence," Lord Commander interrupted me. "I will ask this once and last time. Do you truly wish to come with us?" "What is the meaning of this?" I asked. "We cannot afford for the north to be disordered," Lord Commander said. "If something would happen to you, my lord, it would be worse than losing all of our lives. You don't have to worry about it. I have an heir," I told him. "A boy," my lord Eamon spoke. "A pup can command the pack. But you are a wolf, my lord. You are the only one who can command the north and lead the pack. In these times, a good leader is more important than thousands of old men who already know they won't last the winter." "What kind of leader would watch his men die for him?" I asked. "A wise one," Eamon answered. "For he knows why these men have died and will know what to do so their sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. I don't need to see them die to know it." It is dangerous, Benjen said. We are better armed, better organized, but make no mistake. We are marching on their lands. No ranger knows these lands better than a wilderling. They will know of us sooner than we will see them. There is no doubt that they will aim for the command if they don't think they can defeat us. Ambushes, storms, and fucking death will come after us, Lord Commander added. Even if we defeat the wilderling army, we might lose our supplies. We might starve or die of cold. We can do that, but you, my lord, must not die. No matter what. I will face all of it with you. I didn't relent to their wishes. If I to face death itself, I will see it with my own eyes. And I must be one to face Mance Rider, the king beyond the wall. It is my duty and responsibility as the Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. Very well, I won't ask it again, Lord Commander relented. But I will insist that you be surrounded by the best men we can provide. I have my guard, I said. But none of them are as good as Sir Jaime Lannister, Benjen replied. The Kingslayer? I asked. You want the Kingslayer to protect me? He is a man of the Night Watch now. His past means nothing, Lord Commander said. And he is the best swordsman we have. My lord, as much as it grieves me, I must agree with them, Lord Umber said. My son is great and strong. But even I wouldn't want him to fight the Kingslayer. My sons are brave and loyal, but they are still boys, Lord Karstark added. We must put aside our difference for your safety. I agree, Lady Mormont said. Daisy is capable but nowhere near skilled to fight against the Kingslayer. You are going to face many trials in these wilds, Maester Aemon said softly. You need the best swords by your side. You must live and protect the realm of the coming darkness. Sir Jaime won't be the only one by your side, my lord, Lord Commander continued. Sir Wimar Royce is a great ranger and skillful warrior. He will ride beside you and one of our best men, claw in half hand. I could only agree. Even if I disliked the Kingslayer, he was the best swordsman in the known world for a reason. And if he tried to betray me, Greywind would make minced meat of him. I still had other guards watching my back, and I wasn't a green boy myself. I did promise to return home, and if the Kingslayer can help me keep my promise, I will put aside my grievances. Little hope. Arianne POV. Nothing, no one knew where Edmure was. How long will it take before I lose hope for him to be alive? I wished I could say I would never lose hope, but each day was harder to endure. I had to know what happened to Edmure. I couldn't even face our children anymore. There was a limit to how often I could tell them their father was coming home soon. Every time they asked when Edmure would return, it broke my heart. That fool, he just had to go missing. He just had to go to war. He had to rush and sail back to King's Landing for the wedding. He didn't have to. He could have been late and come back for the tourney. Now almost 2 months are gone since he went missing. The Ironborn, damn them all to the 7 hells. I will have their little island sink to their damned god. Nobody fucks with my family and gets away with it. I will find Edmure and who took him, and they both will wish they were dead. My patience wavered with each day. I had much work to do, but I couldn't keep my focus for long. My lady, I stopped pacing in my solar at the knocking at the door. What is it? I asked, not bothering to open them if the reason wasn't serious. Prince Oberyn wished to know if you would join him for breakfast. Breakfast? I looked out the window and saw the sun rising from the east. I didn't sleep tonight again. I haven't even realized that I stay in my solar the whole night going through all the information my spies have gathered, trying to find something. Yet there was nothing, information from Essos travels for a long time, but I was tired of waiting for it. If I don't find anything soon, I will take all the men and ships I can find and sail to Essos. If Edmure were still in Westeros, I would have found him already. Iron Islands were mostly within our grasp, so the Ironborn who took my husband was not there. The only place where I didn't have much information was from the lands beyond the wall. My lady, what should I tell Prince Oberyn? Nothing. I opened the doors. I walked past the messenger and went to the dining hall. I already got annoyed by how big the Red Keep was, and I had to waste time walking through all these hallways and climbing the endless staircase before I reached the dining hall. I wouldn't have bothered to come if I didn't feel hungry. Even if I could work without sleeping, I still needed to eat sometimes. Ariane, here you are. Uncle Oberyn had plates full of food waiting for me. You look like shit. Cousin Nymeria didn't hold her words back. Did you need something from me, uncle? I asked, taking a seat. You look tired, he answered to my annoyance. Tell me something I don't know. I took big bites of the stew before me. Or don't waste my time. I leaving tomorrow. To Stormlands, I know, uncle, I replied. I thought I could meet you before I left. A small council meeting will be held before you leave, uncle. Ariane, you need to rest. Don't tell me what I need. I slammed my hand on the table. I know what I need. I need to know where Edmure is. I need to know where other bastards that took him from me are. So I can kill them. Who? Edmure or his killers? Tyen asked. He isn't dead. I couldn't control my voice. He can't be dead before I kill him myself. He's been gone for 2 months, Ariane Oberyn said. The last message about him was of the attack on his ship. I am sorry to say, but there is little chance he is still alive. No matter how small a chance it is, I know he is alive, I replied. He isn't someone who would die so easily. He would swim back from Essos to the Westeros shores if he had. He will endure everything to come back. So, don't try to tell me he is dead, for I will never believe it. I am leaving tomorrow, Oberyn repeated himself. I don't want to leave with you being mad at me, so I won't say something like that again. But I beg you to look at yourself. You are tired. You need to sleep. Elia, Axel, and Geralt need you. They are your children. It hurts them to see you like this. Damn him for being reasonable for once. He was right, I knew it because I was avoiding my dear children for the same reason. I didn't want them to see me like this. I was pathetic. I couldn't do anything but wait for the information. I feared that someone would bring Edmure's Valyrian sword to me, and I would have to pass it down to Axel. You're right, uncle, I said, calming myself down. Tyen, can you make a potion to help me fall asleep? I think I am too tired to fall asleep by myself. I knew you would say something like this. Tyen smiled at me and took a flask. So, I already made something. It isn't strong, but after a few gulps, it should relax you enough to fall asleep. Thank you, I took the flask. I should take a bath first, though. Wake me before the meeting, uncle, if I don't get up on time. I could smell the filth on me. And I didn't want to show this part of myself to others. I had to be a proper lady, beautiful and elegant but strong and proud. I couldn't show any weakness. Not to my enemies or my friends. And especially to my servants and agents. And most importantly, to my children. They can't see me weak when they need me the most. Ariane, I opened my eyes to knocking at my chamber doors and my uncle's voice. I am awake, I shouted and got up from the bed before dressing in silk garments. The sun was still in the east, and I could feel a morning chill, so I couldn't have been asleep for long. Maybe an hour or two, but I felt much better. Yet I did feel hungry and thirsty. Have I not eaten much at breakfast? It didn't matter, I would have someone bring me food later, and now I had to see what my uncle wanted. You look a lot better, Oberyn said after I opened the doors. Why are you dressed in your armor? I asked. I am leaving, he answered. Not until tomorrow morning. It is tomorrow morning, Ariane. Oberyn smiled at me. You have slept for the full day. What? I asked, shocked. I asked you to wake me up if I didn't get up. You did, but I never agreed, Oberyn said. And I was right in doing so. You needed that sleep. What of the small council? I asked. The king said that he will have a word with you at dinner, so don't worry, Oberyn answered before hugging me. Anyhow, I need to be going. Love you and goodbye. I wanted to chase after him and berate him for not listening to me, but instead, I turned back to my chambers and ordered servants to prepare a bath for me and bring me something to eat. I had a long day. I need to check on all the information I missed yesterday. Then I should have lunch with my children and see their training. My lady, a servant, came in as I washed myself. What is it? I asked, reaching for a hidden dagger in the bath. A merchant came in the first thing in the morning and said he had information for you. Was it a sailor? I asked. Yes, my lady. Bring my clothes and fetch Clegane, I ordered. Tell the merchant to wait for me by my solar. As you wish, my lady. I didn't take my eyes off her until she left the bath. I will have to check on my guards for letting someone inside without informing me first. It was an honest mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. In my household, mistakes couldn't be tolerated. Even if that girl had been a servant for me for a long time, it didn't take away a chance that she could have been waiting for such an opportunity to kill me. My visitor was well dressed, but I could see his stern expression that didn't like bullshit. He was muscular but not as big as Clegane, who stood by my side. His skin was tanned, telling me he had been in the sea for some time now. When he stood to greet me, I noticed his hands were scarred and calloused. He had some training with a weapon. I am Mordo Prestane, the merchant introduced himself. You accent, are you from Bravos? I asked. You are as keen as I heard, my lady, Mordo answered with flattery. I am the captain of Vixen and take voyages regularly. I have heard from some friends that you want to buy information. I am if that information has value. I think it does, as it partakes information about Ironborn, he replied, and I motioned for him to continue. I came from Lies, where I saw a small fleet of Ironborn ships in the harbor. I am interested, I said. Continue. Well, I have inquired some people and discovered they were sailing to Astapa to sell some slaves. But what is interesting is that there was a fight in the harbor before the Ironborn left. Some even swear that they saw the Ironborn take someone highborn. Do you know what that highborn looked like? I asked. No, before anyone could do anything, the Ironborn took them and left immediately. I hummed. It is valuable information, and it is worth a pretty coin. But before I give it to you, I will warn you that if your information is false, you better not show yourself again in Westeros. And if you blatantly lied to me, I will find you no matter where you go and take away everything you ever held dear. Lie, I wouldn't dare, Mordo replied. I might not be honest, but I don't care about the politics of foreign land to make up a lie. And I would like to get the pretty gold coins for other valuable information, should I acquire it. Then let's hope for a good partnership between us, Mordo Prestane of Bravos. That's what I like to hear. It almost sounded as good as the clatter of the gold coins. I liked simple men like Mordo. He knew his place and only cared for the coin. It was hard to find someone like him for a long time. Most merchants wanted to climb up in society. It wasn't hard to give some of the honorary noble titles, but I always could tell when someone wanted more than they were worth and could handle. So many I had to get rid of because they started to ask too much. At least there weren't any who asked for my body since the last time. Just remembering it made me sick in disgust. Even if women in Dawn were more open-minded, they still had limits. And Edmure satisfied me well enough to let him have 3 children with me. Damn, I miss him so much. Once he comes back, I will fuck him until he is dead. Clegane, I looked at the sword Edmure acquired. I will provide you 200 men and a ship. I want you to sail to Astapa and look for Edmure. I don't care whom you must bribe or kill to bring my husband back. Do you understand me? Clegane nodded. Finally, I had something to work with. A little hope that I could grasp. It will take months for Clegane to get to Astapa and get back, but I can be patient when I need to be. At least I will feel better when I tell my children that their father is coming back soon. I will have more conviction when I say it. All I needed was that little hope. Cold lands. Jamie POV. It was even colder than the first time I went for a ranging mission. But I endured like everyone else and followed Robb Stark from behind. I had to guard him for the duration of the range, and I had no problem doing so. It was Robb who didn't like it. I couldn't blame him for what my family had done. He could never trust me, so I stayed silent behind him. The Craster's keep was not far away. I hoped the Wildling would know where the army of the Wildlings was hiding. Riding through these lands from one end to another didn't sound appealing. I wanted to face the Wildling army and put an end to them. It would be great if I died at their most fearsome warriors' hands. It would be a better fate than I could hope for. It would certainly be better than dying from the cold. Anything would be better than that. Dying by protecting the life of the young Lord of Winterfell would give me more meaning than everything I did while I was alive. But I still didn't understand why they put me on such a task. I wasn't the only one who was ordered to protect Lord Stark. Thorin Halfhand, Waymar, and even Old Guard rode next to us. As a seasoned ranger, Guard rode in front of us. I didn't know Thorin, but I had heard that he was the best sword of Night's Watch. He was a living legend in Night's Watch. I have never heard of him outside the wall, but no one denied that he was one of the most excellent rangers that ever lived. He was tall as a spear and had shrewd grey eyes. Seeing his right hand missing all fingers but a thumb made me doubt his skill with his left hand. Waymar once said that Thorin had become even deadlier after learning to use a sword with his left hand. Part of me wanted to test the old man, but I kept those thoughts to myself. My lord, a ranger with Benjen Stark rode to us. "What is it?" Robb Stark asked. "Are we near Caster's Keep?" "We are close," but the ranger went quiet and was trying to find words. "But what?" Robb asked. "What did you find?" "It is better for you to see it yourself, my lord," the ranger answered. Robb nodded and motioned for the ranger to lead the way. It didn't take long for us to reach the keep. Or what was left of it. It was broken with the ceiling caved in, doors broken, and blood covering everything from the walls to the ground. Robb dismounted his horse, and we followed behind him. It was a sight that gave chills to everyone. "What in the name of 7 gods is this?" Waymar asked. "The gods won't answer you," Robb replied. "Not the new nor the old ones. Lord Commander. If gods can't answer us, why do you think I will?" Lord Commander answered and knelt to the first body. Children, women, and old Craster himself lay dead on the ground. The death wasn't a surprising thing. What shocked us to the core was how the dead bodies were arranged. Legs, arms, and even heads were severed and put in a spiral, like a ritual. I still could see the horror in their eyes. It wasn't something I had seen or heard. "Did the wildlings do this?" Robb asked. "I have not heard of any tribe that would do something like this," Benjen Stark replied. "And I know many tribes, from more civilized Thans to cannibals from the Ice River, but it is the first time I encountered something like this." Thorin. "Many tribes have their customs and traditions, but this is beyond anything they would do," Thorin replied. "Cannibals wouldn't leave the meat alone, and plenty would have taken the women to be their spear wives. I have a hard time thinking it is the work of the wildlings." "Are you suggesting it is the work of the others?" Lord Karstark asked. "We rest here for a few hours," Lord Stark said before anyone could voice their opinions. "Fill your stomachs, and someone, please burn the bodies. We will ride deep into the night." Lord Commander ordered a few men to take care of the bodies, while Lord Stark sent a few of his men to check the keep for resources. Everyone ate, but I could tell no one had any appetite. Ultimately, we let our horses rest, drank hot wine to warm ourselves, and burned the bodies with the keep. Nobody wanted to stay anywhere close to this place, so we rode as far as possible. Even when the sun had set, we didn't stop. We relied on the reflection on the snow to see our way through the forest. When the sun started rising, we quickly dismantled our camp and prepared for the day. We had another long day of riding before us as we began to near the Fist of the First Men. I could see the mountainous region in the distance. It is said that behind those mountains were the lands of Always Winter. They were the lands no men have explored. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Waymar asked. "If ranging wasn't life-threatening, and it wasn't so cold, I think more men would want to come here. Vale has mountains as beautiful as those," I said. "And they even have mountain clans. They are similar to the wildlings, aren't they?" "Vale is beautiful," Waymar agreed. "But these lands have a different kind of beauty. Is our talk going somewhere?" I asked. "No, but at least it gets you out of your mind," Waymar answered. "I worry about what is inside your thick skull that you spend so much time inside." I didn't answer Waymar, and he can think whatever he wants. My thoughts are mine alone. Maybe these mountains will end my morbid thoughts and put me at peace. The sooner I died, the better it would be for my children. At least they will have someone who died for a good cause. Someone not to be ashamed of. I started to think more and more about them. Poor Tommen and Mercilla, I could only imagine how hurt they are. Learning the truth of their birth was probably hard to accept. Now they have to live with the crimes my father has done. If people know their origins, they will be shunned and hated like I am in Night's Watch. No, their lives would be even worse. I could only hope Edmure kept his word and had them grow somewhere safe. But even if he didn't, what right did I have to blame him? I could only die. There was nothing else for me to do. This will be my last mission as a ranger. Mercilla and Tommen must hear how I have been killed doing my duty, how I died while protecting Lord Stark. Any signs of the wildlings? Rob's question to the approaching ranger woke me from my thoughts. No, my lord, the ranger answered. But Benjen Stark wanted to inform you that there are traces of a passing storm, so it is hard to see any signs that the wildling would have left. Keep me informed if something is found, Rob said. As you wish, my lord. It surprised me how well Rob Stark held himself. He reminded me of Edmure, but there was no question that he was Eddard's son. I saw that rigid, cold, and firm sense of honor in him that Eddard had. Rob never said anything to me, even when I saw how much he didn't like me. He could insult and tell me anything, and nothing would stop him. I wouldn't stop him. But he didn't. He kept his silence. I don't like this, Waymar said. Something is wrong. What do you mean? Rob asked. We were riding 4 months now, my lord, Waymar said, and indeed it was almost 2 months since we left the wall. We passed dozens of empty wildling villages. The wildlings probably joined Mance Rider. There is nothing wrong with it, Rob replied. No, but neither did we find any rangers along the way. Alive or not, Waymar said. We are now nearing the Fist of the First Men and haven't seen any sign of wildlings. No stranglers, no ambushes, nothing. Even wild animals are scarce. Who would dare to attack 7,000 strong armies? Rob asked. And we aren't silent in any way. With our pace, it wouldn't surprise that every animal in the hounded forest knows of our presence. I don't know, my lord, something feels wrong. Waymar couldn't accept Rob's words. Lord Stark is right, Waymar Horin said. We are riding fast. Even if the wildlings know of us, they cannot catch up to us. The animals have scattered away from us. You should focus on what you see, not what you can't see. No, Sir Waymar is right, Rob suddenly said. The wildlings should have made the move if they have seen us. They are running away from us or are preparing for a battle. That is if they saw us, Guard responded. As Horin said, the whole hounded forest knows of us by now, Rob replied. Another explanation would be that the wildlings aren't here. It would be troublesome if that were true. It would take at least another month or 2 to ride to Hardham. It would tire us too. But we still needed to go to the Fist of the First Men. Our mission wasn't only to defeat the wildling army and investigate the rising dead but to look for the lost rangers. By taking such a route, we can check the most likely places the rangers might be or have been. It was empty. The Fist of the First Men was empty. From this hill, we had a commanding view. Yet it meant nothing. It was empty. There were no signs of anyone, no wildlings nor lost rangers. Benjen Stark, with his rangers, went to look around but has yet to find anything. They were not there, and neither was my fated death. We rest here for 2 days, Rob Stark said. We will let our horses rest and get supplies from Shadow Tower that will come by Milkwater River. And send ravens back to the wall to inform of our location. So, they are at Hardham, Lord Umber spoke first after Rob Stark. Or they are dead, Lady Mormont replied. Set the camp. It could be a trap, Rob Stark said. They might want us to be stuck here while they attack the wall. Everyone went to work. Some started to gather wood for fires and makeshift fences. Others began to work on breaches in the low ring wall. They would be filled with timber and protected with rows of stakes, and the slopes would be booby-trapped with caltrops. Before a tent could even be made, Rob already had a map set on the ground, and he looked at the routes we should take to Hardham. Horin, is the route by Antler River the best one? Rob asked. It will take us to Hardham the fastest, Horin replied. And we have a river on one side, so we won't be surrounded by the wildling ambush. Good, the ships should arrive at Hardham just before us, Rob said. We shall ride quickly, with as little rest as possible. Thorin seemed to agree with Rob on his decision. I had no complaints, either. We were lucky so far to avoid storms as they always passed us or we outran them. While looking around the place, I saw Rob's direwolf digging the ground. Rob looked over once. He also noticed it. Walking up to the direwolf, Rob knelt and dug up a bag. Dragon glass? Rob asked, taking blades from within the bag. What are they doing here? A storm is coming, my lord, Thorin said, pointing at the distant clouds approaching us. It will come at us at nightfall. Tell everyone to work faster, Rob replied. The defenses must be built by nightfall. It was getting colder. I could feel it. But something was different with this cold. It felt like the cold came from death itself and not the lands. It looked like I wasn't the only one who felt it as I saw Thorin and Lord Commander gripping their sword hilts. The direwolf looked more vigilant than usual too. Within the snow. Rob POV. I looked at the weird horn Grey Wind found with the dragon glass daggers. It was disturbing how little I knew of these lands and the others. I was Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, yet there I am, with no knowledge about this mountain range. Why was there dragon glass here? The only conclusion I could come up with was that the dragon glass was brought there by the people who fought the others in the legends. What I found more interesting was the horn. What kind of horn was it? I didn't think it was a simple horn hidden with dragon glass daggers. I will have to bring it to Jon or Citadel for more information. Maybe the library in Winterfell has some books about it. I left Bran to organize the library so that when I returned, I could find something. I could feel it was getting colder each minute, and I could hear the winds howling. A storm will hit us tonight, probably. I had everyone build the camp as fast as possible. With all our efforts, we made tents, built makeshift walls, and dug trenches. We were lucky to find enough wood for everything. Otherwise, we would freeze to death without the fires. It would be too dangerous to send scouts now, so we must wait for the storm to pass and see what the scouts can find around this place. I did not expect to find the wildling army, but there were plenty of reports of the wildlings in these parts. Before we strike them, it would be best to find more information about them. It was said there are 100,000 of them, but not everyone could be a fighter. Who knows how many children and old people there were in the army? And then there were rumors of giants among the army. It could be difficult, but we had horses and better equipment. We should manage ourselves if we could come at them while they are unprepared. Grr, I heard Grey Wind growling suddenly. What is it, boy? I stood up from my seat and walked up to the direwolf. Grey Wind continued to growl at the outside of the tent. Seeing Grey Wind's seriousness, I took my sword and a torch before leaving the tent. Sir Wimar and Sir Jaime were outside chatting before seeing me. The wind had picked up quite a lot as the night descended. I felt as if the snow started to fall. Grey Wind continued to growl in the distance as we left the tent. Is everything all right, my lord? Wimar Royce asked. I don't know, I replied, turning to Grey Wind. The giant wolf led me to the camp walls and started barking at the darkness outside the wall. Sir Wimar, wake everyone up and tell them to arm themselves. Does your wolf sense something? Wimar asked. I could be a bear, I answered. Or wildlings, Jaime Lannister added. Or something worse, Wimar said before turning to leave. Tell everyone to light their torches and prepare torch pikes, I added before Wimar could leave. It is better to be safe. I will inform Lord Commander. Wimar left with a quick step. I wasn't very comfortable with only the Kingslayer staying beside me, but it wasn't the time to think about it. Grey Wind didn't stop growling at the darkness as the snow fell harder and the wind howled stronger. I felt a chill run through my back as I looked in the distance. I drew ice from my back and heard the Kingslayer drawing his sword too. It didn't take much time for me to hear the camp rousing. Fires were lit, and more men came to the walls with bows, arrows, and torches. I hoped it was some starving beast looking for food, but I heard nothing from the darkness and through the howling winds. I couldn't see far either, as the falling snow obscured my vision. My lord, Lord Karstark approached me first with his sons. Is something amiss? Hopefully not, but Grey Wind is restless, and I would be a fool not to take it as a warning, I answered. Lord Commander of the Night's Watch joined us too. He was silent, and Grey Wind's growling told him everything he needed to know. Grey Wind suddenly started to bark, and I heard the crows from within the camp cawing. Gia Mormont held his sword hilt at the sounds, and so did Lord Carstark. It was impossible to hear or see anything outside the camp as the storm intensified. Lord Carstark, check on the horses, I said. Something is coming. It would be bad if the horses were to panic and wreak havoc in the camp. And if we are attacked, I want you to prepare a cavalry for a counter-attack. These walls won't hold for long. Lord Carstark nodded in agreement and left. Gia Mormont took out a horn from his belt and climbed the wall. Yet it was still impossible to see much from all the snow falling. Suddenly a gust of wind extinguished my torch, and I felt a cold sweat run down my back as the fires around me started to disappear. Then all of us heard footsteps on fresh snow coming from the darkness. They weren't loud, but to be able to hear them meant there were a lot of them. Taking out my flint, I relighted my torch as the others followed my example. The animal fat on dry wood caught fire quickly, but it made me wonder how the fire was extinguished in the first place. Before I could think about it, Gia Mormont blasted his horn, once, then another time before finishing with the third. May the gods be good, I heard men around me mutter before I looked over the low stone and wood wall. Draw, Gia Mormont yelled out to the archers. Aim. Loose. The fire arrows flew into the darkness, where hundreds of shadows resided. But before the fire could hit anything, it was gone. Yet we still heard the arrows whistle in the air and hit something. As soon as men started to cheer, they grew silent as the shadows descended upon us. Grey Wind barked furiously, and the Kaying Slayer walked before me. Torch pikes up front. I yelled as men came in front with long pikes with burning tips. My lord, please retreat. It is not safe, the Kingslayer said. I will see through it, I replied. I had to be here and see it with my own eyes, no matter what. Gia Mormont continued to yell orders to give them fire. Then suddenly, the fire hit, and we could see better. A part of me wished I hadn't seen what was before us. I stared at the darkness with my blue eyes, and colder than ice blue eyes stared back at me. Hold your ground. Gia Mormont's shout wasn't even finished when the first black arms came upon the wall trying to climb over it. Torch pikes pushed them back, setting them aflame. I was surprised at how fast they caught on fire. But it looked like they didn't care about it as they still moved, trying to pass the low wall. Kingslayer pushed me back. My lord, leave. It isn't safe here, the Kingslayer said. I reluctantly nodded and left with Grey Wind. I had to take command of the camp and see the other walls. I saw men running around the camp, unaware of what was happening. I quickly instructed them to light up as many torches as possible and bring arrows to the walls. Then I went to another wall to see how they were holding out. I came up to Lord Umber baking orders to hold their positions. The situation here was the same. We were being overrun by the dead. I saw as the black hands tried to reach out from beyond the walls, and some even started vaulting over the wall. The situation was getting worse, and it didn't seem to be an end to them. I saw that men started to look for arrows as they fired them into the darkness. They were running low on arrows and fast. I realized at that moment that we weren't prepared for this. The wall was too low. And even the torch pikes were breaking upon the weight of the dead bodies. Arrows were running out fast as men shot them in panic. Lord Umber. I had to make a decision. Hold as long as you can, but retreat and round up everyone once they get over the wall. Burn the camp as you leave. Leave nothing behind you. I will cut down a path to escape. Instruct others of it too. Very well, Lord Umber nodded with a grim expression. Not wasting time, I ran to the horses. The animals were restless, but Lord Carstark calmed them down. I came up just in time to see that most horses were saddled and prepared for a fight. Lord Carstark had a few hundred men with him. I told him of my plan and mounted one of the horses. Just before I could command us to leave, the Kingslayer approached me. My lord, Lord Commander, bid me to inform you that the walls will not hold them back for long, he told me. Get on a horse. We will clear a path for us to retreat, I ordered him. Kingslayer nodded and mounted a horse before taking a torch with him. Carstark's sons and Daisy Mormont came up to me with their horses. Ignoring their pleading to ride behind them, I ordered them to move. There was no time to waste, we needed to get out of there before we were overrun. I could hear the men struggling to keep the dead outside our walls and retreating. Lord Carstark took the lead, and I followed behind as we left the camp. We needed to break through the dead and make them follow us, giving enough time for the others to retreat. With Lord Carstark leading us, we moved fast and hard. With a tight wedge formation, we rode through the dead, knocking them back with our swords and spears while dropping torches on the dead. I held my ice so the tip would be pointing down and let the force of my riding cut down the dead. Ice cleaved through the dead bodies like they were made of paper. I barely felt any resistance. Every few moments, men from behind me would drop a torch to burn the bodies and light the way. There wasn't any time to think of anything else. It looked like it took an eternity, but we finally managed to break through them. When I turned around, I found the camp ablaze, illuminating the darkness. But before we could relax, I heard more of the dead coming. With a yell, we rode toward them. There were more than expected as we crashed at them. Black Hands took some men down. Just as I saw the end of the dead, the horses suddenly stopped as they neighed and tried to turn. My horse wasn't any better as he lifted its front legs and threw me to the ground. I quickly got on my feet and saw a massive snow bear rushing at us. It came out of nowhere and took out at least 3 men before everyone could calm the horses down. The snow bear wasn't the end, as behind the beast came shadows on horses. We looked in pure horror as 5 riders came upon us. They were taller than most men, yet still thin. Their flesh was pale as milk, and they wore armor made of ice. Seeing these figures, the horses tried to back off no matter what the riders wanted. Someone not far from me took a torch and drew his sword before screaming and running at the pale figures. One of the pale riders unmounted his dead horse and met the man on the ground. The man swung the sword. The figure blocked it. The man stabbed his torch at the chest of the figure. The fire was extinguished. The figure beheaded the man. All hell broke through as the snow bear still rampaged. Lord Carstark, who managed to handle his horse better than others, rode to meet the snow bear. Grey Wind joins Lord Carstark by jumping on the snow bear's back and biting down. I didn't have time to watch the fight as the pale figures approached. There were only 5 of them and hundreds of us. With a shout, I ordered the men to dismount their horses if they couldn't control them and stand with me. There were no words as I raised ice and pointed at the pale figures. Yet I still felt fear, like everyone else. I knew I had to be first to go if we wanted to face them. But before I could take the step, the Kingslayer ran past me with his sword raised. After a long night. Rob POV. The fight should have ended in an instant. There were only 5 of them and hundreds of us. Yet I watched as my men were cut apart like they were made of cheese. I saw our steel weapons couldn't pierce the ice armor, while the ice weapons cut our armor easily. Before I could snap of it, 20 or so men already died by their hands. Only Jaime Lannister could stand his ground by dodging the ice weapons before they reached him. I would have joined him, but Daisy Mormont and Harry on Carstark stood before me, refusing to let me through. Yet when I looked at Daisy's back, I saw a hatchet with a dragonglass head secured on her belt. Without hesitation, I took it before Daisy could ask why I threw it at one of the White Walkers. The White Walker didn't see it as the pale figure was distracted by butchering my men or didn't care for it as nothing else worked on them. Fire arrows had hit him multiple times, but all they did was bounce off them, as fire extinguished at the touch and the torch pikes broke under their armor. Yet the dragonglass hatchet hit its shoulder. The White Walker let out a screech of pain as its body started to melt. Dragonglass! I yelled out. Use dragonglass! The other 4 White Walkers were surprised by one of them dying. It took a moment for the men to draw their dragonglass weapons. This would be the end of them, I thought, as I turned to see the snow bear's legs being broken by men led by Lord Carstark, and the bear was put on fire. Yet I heard from behind us the dead bodies closing in. At that moment, I realized that these monsters weren't mindless. The White Walkers were here to hold us down to let the dead surround us. They were more capable than I thought. We had to break through them and fast before we were surrounded. Lord Carstark noticed the dead, too, as he ordered them to prepare for them. Run! I ordered. Leave them and run past them. If only it were that easy. The White Walkers, understanding my words or my intentions, spread themselves a bit not to let anyone get past them. Ignoring the wishes of my guards, I pushed them away and raised ice to meet one of the White Walkers. I only wanted to push one of them back with my massive Valyrian greatsword. But ice cut the White Walker in half as it failed to block my attack with its icy weapon. Seeing me cutting one of them in half so easily, the last three ignored the others and rushed at me. It seemed I was the most dangerous to them. I didn't hope to win against them but wasn't alone. Harry on Karstark quickly stood before one of the White Walkers and me. Daisy Mormont blocked the second's attack, and the Kingslayer pushed the last one away from me. Go. Leave them and run. I yelled out the orders again as the dead were getting closer. Few stayed to stop the White Walkers from moving while the rest hurried away. Even though my guards wanted me to run with them, it seemed that the White Walkers made me their highest priority. Seeing no way out other than cutting my way out, I raised ice again and joined my guards in fighting the White Walkers. They were careful now, blocking and dodging attacks from my sword and dragonglass blades. But we outnumbered them way too heavily. It didn't take long before a few dragonglass arrows found their way into the back of one of the White Walkers. With the help of Harryon, the Kingslayer managed to stab another in the chest. And with the help of Daisy, I managed to cut the last one's head off. My lord, are you all right? Harryon quickly came to me. No time. Run. I yelled. They are on our toes. Daisy agreed. Even though the dead didn't manage to surround us, they overwhelmed us from behind. They rushed relentlessly at us. I watched momentarily as they jumped on the men, tackling them on the ground before ripping them apart. I forced myself to turn away from the sight and ran with Daisy, Harryon, and the Kingslayer. The freshly fallen snow covered the terrain, so men easily tripped and fell to the ground as they tried to run. Our feet sunk into the snow, making it harder to maintain balance and stability while running. The dead didn't seem to have the same problems as they continued to rush at us. Only half of the men were on horses, and it seemed only they would be able to escape. They are gaining ground on us. Harryon yelled as the dead were not far from our backs. Keep running. We lose them in the forest, I said, my throat hurting from heavily breathing cold air. We won't make it, the Kingslayer said. Go, I hold them back. What? I turned to see the Kingslayer picking up a shield from the ground and standing behind us. I wanted to tell him to stop his foolishness, but Daisy took my arm and forced me to leave him behind. I saw Kingslayer cutting the dead apart and pushing them back with his shield. It didn't take long for him to be overrun, but he drove them in a different direction from us even then. After a few moments, I couldn't see him anymore as we managed to enter the forest. With the little time the Kingslayer bought us, we managed to gain some ground on the dead, and in the forest, we quickly lost them. But we didn't stop running and followed the footsteps of the other men on freshly fallen snow. Only now did I realize we were the last to come into the forest. Those behind us were all dead. I wondered how many managed to escape. What has happened to the rest of the camp? Did they manage to run away with the help of our distraction? We have cut down many of them and burned them, but there were more. There were always more. How many dead did the others have at their disposal? Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Or more. After running for a while, we managed to catch up with the others. A few riders came up to us. I could see their relieved faces after they saw me. Grey Wind soon found us too. The wolf had several scratches on his body, but nothing seemed too severe. Still, I was concerned with the blood on his fur, but the wolf was more concerned for me as he licked my hands. After being given a horse, I quickly found Lord Karstark, and we both agreed not to stop moving forward but still stop at points and leave signs for the others to follow, as we feared not many would be looking at the ground to find our footsteps on the snow. We had to get as far away as possible from this place. We stopped at dawn as the storm ended and the sun rose from the horizon. I ordered my men to build a temporary camp to wait for the other men. The fires were quickly lit up to make smoke for others to see. While we waited and rested, everyone checked on their wounds. I had Lord Karstark see how many of us there were. He quickly returned, informing me that 120 men were with us. We shall rest till midday, I said. Then we continue to move. Where, my lord? Lord Karstark asked. We don't have much food, our tents were destroyed, and not everyone has horses. It will be a hard march for the wall. For now, we move forward. We don't know if the dead won't return to finish us, I said. We shall wait for the rest of the men and see how much we have left with. Very well, Lord Karstark agreed with a tired voice. I have few scouts to look for the other men. Do that, I agreed with him before collapsing next to Grey Wind. It was a long night, and I was dead tired. I ate some bread that was distributed among the men. Once I finished my portion, I quickly fell asleep. It wasn't long sleep, and I was still tense from the last night's encounter. The sun was about to reach its highest point when I woke up. I saw that our camp had grown twice once I opened my eyes. How long I was asleep? I asked Harryon, who stood near me. Not for long, my lord, Harryon answered. We found some men, and some men found us. How many? I asked. 100 men came to us, my lord. Still, too little, I didn't see any men from Night's Watch nor Lord Umber or Lady Mormont. The situation was still dire. And I could only hope that more would soon find us. For now, we had to keep moving. It didn't seem the dead were chasing us, but they could still be close. I told Lord Karstark that we should move southeast for now. Days came and left. Each day our men doubled. We were now almost 2,000 strong. Yet only today we came into Lord Umber. He had more than 1,000 men with him. After another 2 days of marching southeast, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch found us. He had 1,500 men of Night's Watch men with him. After more than a week of going in one direction and hoping for the best, I was relieved. A bit more than 4,500 men have survived. I have almost lost hope that most of us have died. Yet our problems only started. We lost our tents, supplies, and horses. We had about 2,500 horses with us. Not enough for everyone, and still a long way to go. It was a mistake to come here, Lady Mormont complained. We only started our campaign and have already lost almost half of our men. And we don't have enough supplies for the ones who are left. We are doomed. Lord Commander, which place will be easier to reach? I turned toward Gia Mormont. The wall or Hardham? Hardham. Lord Umber's voice thundered. You still want to continue this forsaken campaign? Lord Commander. I ignored Lord Umber. If we traveled by Antlers River, we would walk through better plains, Lord Commander answered. Then we continue, I said. My lord, I implore you to reconsider, Lord Karstark pleaded me. There is nothing to reconsider, I replied harshly. We already are moving to the east to escape the dead, and remember. Ships will be waiting for us at Hardham. And I suspect the White Walkers shall not let us return to the wall without a fight. We already have lost this campaign, my lord. I hope you understand it, Lady Mormont said. We have gained nothing from it. It is you who doesn't understand, Lady Mormont, I replied. We gained quite a bit of information. Firstly, it seems that the dead only travel at night. Otherwise, they would have caught up to us. Secondly, while it looks like the dead are mindless, the White Walkers are capable of strategy and can control the dead as they wish. Thirdly, the dead can be burned easily enough, but the White Walkers can be hurt only by the dragon glass or Valyrian steel. My words didn't seem to give them more strength, but they placated them a bit. Either way, we learned quite a bit from our encounter, so we had to return and inform the king. I feared that the White Walkers might be thinking that we would rush back to the wall and have prepared ambushes for us. I could only see that a sure way to return was through Hardham. Hard decisions. Rob POV. We were lucky to miss storms, but the march to Hardham was still challenging. I couldn't stop thinking of that night. I tried to remember every detail I could, fearing that I might have missed something. No matter how important, every little detail could be integral in our next fight against the dead. But it wasn't easy. Everything happened fast, and we were too busy trying to survive to observe the battle. It didn't help that it was a night, and we could barely see anything through the blizzard. Yet it gave me the idea that the White Walkers could control the weather or use the storm to mask and hide themselves. I knew they were inhuman, but it disturbed me that they could use magic. In the end, who knows what they can do. Physically, they are already stronger than most men. They can raise the dead and control them. What other abilities did they possess that we haven't seen yet? The more I thought about it, the more afraid I became. I couldn't imagine what was waiting for us in the future. But we didn't have time to think of the future as we weren't in a great situation in the present. I looked back at the men marching through the snow, following me. I could tell they were tired and hungry. I couldn't risk it, so I made us march at night and only rest in the dawn before continuing at midday. I didn't think we could survive another attack from the dead and then face the wildlings. Waymar, get your head out of the clouds, I heard Thorin reprimand Sir Waymar as he seemed distracted. My apologies, Waymar bowed his head in apology. I know the Kingslayer was your friend, but you need to think of your duty first, Thorin continued to lecture. He had a name, Waymar murmured. Sir Jaime fought valiantly, I commented, as it seemed Jaime was close to Waymar. He saved my life as well as many others. I shall remember him as a brave man of the Night's Watch rather than a Lannister if it makes you feel better. It does, thank you, my lord, Waymar replied. You can fall back if you need time to process your loss, I said. I am fine, my lord. He didn't look fine, but I couldn't change that easily, so I let it go. Many lost their friends or even family that night. The horrors we faced wouldn't be forgotten soon, and it wasn't easy to process what happened then. It would have been worse if the animals hadn't warned us of something coming. Another point to remember is that animals freak out in the presence of the dead. We reached the end of the Antlers River we were marching along. A bit more, and we would get Storrold's Point, where Hardham was located. Or we could cross the haunted forest and go to Eastwatch. Many men would be happier knowing they were returning to the wall and leaving these forsaken lands. But I had made my decision, no matter how hard it was. Even if we already had to endure so much, we had to push forward. The wildlings couldn't be left alone. Who knows what they might do? I couldn't afford to let the wildlings cross the wall and dedicate who knows how many men to hunt them down while the wall needed all my attention. My lord, Lord Karstark barged in on me as I planned our following actions. We are running out of food. As we leave the Antlers River behind, it has become harder to gather food from wildlife. So far, fishing has sustained us, and there were more animals along the river. So, hunting became harder. I asked, understanding the situation. Yes, Lord Karstark replied. And not many dare to leave the camp far for a hunt. Start killing the horses, I said. Horses, my lord? Yes, I answered. The horse meat should be enough before we reach Hardham. But I will consult Lord Commander first to make sure. I was prepared for it. I knew we could barely survive with hunting and fishing, but it would never be enough. The rangers from the Night's Watch helped quite a bit in that regard, but now that we were leaving the Antlers River and approaching Hardham, fewer and fewer animals could be found. I already thought we would have to eat our horses to survive. Uncle Benjen, I called out, seeing my uncle return from scouting. Rob Benjen jumped from his horse and came to me. We found signs that the wildlings are in the area, or at least were not long ago. So, we are getting closer, I commented. Find Lord Commander. I will have a few words with him. I had to find a way to avoid fighting with the wildlings. My men were too spent to face them, we would surely lose without supplies. But one way or another, we needed to dissuade the wildling army. And I have already decided to accept most of their demands as long as they are willing not to harm the North and my people. I would rather deal with their savage behavior than with the dead. Still, from what I knew, the wildlings wouldn't listen to me that easily. I needed to consult Lord Commander and other men from Night's Watch about approaching them. I couldn't afford to make any mistakes. A lot was hanging on my success. I couldn't back down now. I only hoped the ships had arrived and weren't wrecked by any storms. I knew the men would panic if we didn't see the ships once we arrived. Seeing Hardham standing at the tip of Storrold's Point relieved some men. The walls of Hardham were high but made of wood. The forest around it was cut down. In the distance, I managed to see a fleet of ships, but near the harbor of Hardham, I noticed hundreds, if not thousands, of boats. It took a while, but I managed to grasp the situation. The wildlings knew of us as they had closed the gates, and archers occupied the wooden walls. From what I could see, the wildlings were probably building boats to sail around East Waxth. It was the most sensible thing they could do, as attacking the wall head-on wouldn't have been wise. What mattered now was to find out how many were in Hardham. "Is the signal prepared?" I asked. "Yes, my lord," one of my men answered. 3 smoke signals should be seen from the coast soon. It was a signal for the ships to board the land. We couldn't wait for them any longer. The march to this place was harsh, and we were forced to eat almost all our horses to survive. We desperately needed supplies, and we would receive them with the ships. I was glad that I managed to lead the men this far. "My lord, the fleet commander wants to speak with you," one of my men informed me after I saw the ships near the land, and men were sent to meet them. Very well, I agreed. Walking to the first ship that landed, I was met with an immense fat man with a bald head. If his appearance didn't tell me who he was, the white merman banner did. I had never seen his man but met Lord Marndale many times, so I assumed him to be his son. I was right, as he soon introduced himself to be Sir Willis Marndale. "It is good to see you, Sir Willis," I said. "Ah, yes, I am glad to see you safe and well too, my lord," Sir Willis replied. 120 ships are yours, my lord. But I must confess that most ships came from the Reach. That is fine. I have asked for King Harry's support after all. I hoped it didn't hurt Marndale's pride, but they didn't have enough ships I needed. I hope there are enough supplies for us to take. Food, weapons, and clothes are inside the ships, my lord. Good, I believe you will like to know why we look so haggard, but I must speak with my uncle. I was relieved knowing we had supplies. Speak to Lord Carstark or Lord Umber. They will provide the information you need and how to distribute the supplies. I could tell that my men were happy to see the ships. It meant supplies we desperately needed and a way out of his forsaken land. We no longer would feel trapped there. But even so, our job wasn't done yet. After I talked to Sir Willis, I went to find Uncle Benjamin. He was scouting the area, and I needed information to plan our following action. After distributing the supplies, I met with my lords and men from the Night's Watch to discuss our plan. Even Sir Willis was here to listen. Uncle Benjamin managed to get a closer look at the defenses, which was terrible news for me as they were prepared well. Mance Rayder didn't take chances and had fortified the walls well. Hundreds of men with bows and arrows watched over the walls, and thousands inside would defeat us. "Do we have enough animal fat to burn the walls?" Lord Carstark asked. "Even if the walls are wooden, burning them will take too much," Lord Commander replied. "We should try to knock the walls down." "It will take too long to build siege weapons," I replied. "They are well fortified." "Too well." "Do you think they were waiting for us?" Lord Umber asked. "Not us," Lady Mormont replied. "They were preparing for the dead," I agreed. I could see Sir Willis being skeptical about the dead but didn't question it. Even most stout men would have difficulty challenging the notion when they heard about it from so many men. But now I was more concerned about Hardham. I wished we would finish it quickly, but it was only hopeful thinking. Mance Rayder had defenses and men to pose a challenge to us. "So, what are we thinking?" Lord Umber asked. "We can't stay here for long. I don't want to face the wildlings and the dead simultaneously." "Then our only option is to negotiate with them," I said. "Benjamin, you know the wildlings the best. Will they be willing to talk with me?" "If you try, they might be willing to hear you out, Rob. But I doubt they will listen to anything you want to say," Benjamin answered. "I will still try," I replied. "Prepare a delegation to meet with Mance Rayder. The wildlings have long been a thorn in our side, raiding our lands and threatening our safety." I wasn't surprised by Lord Umber's response. The wildlings have made it clear that they cherish their freedom and independence beyond the wall. "And you want to talk to them, my lord? In the first place, we should let them all die out here. Let the dead take them as they deserve it." "I heard there are 100,000 of them," I said. "Do you wish another 100,000 join the others?" "One way or another, they will fight us to cross the wall, and I would rather deal with the living than with the dead, Lord Umber. If it means offering them sanctuary to avoid a meaningless war, I am willing to accept it. We must not let past grievances blind us to the more significant threat beyond the wall. The others and the army of the dead are dangerous to all of Westeros, wildlings and northerners alike. If there is any chance of survival, we must consider the possibility of a united front against this common enemy. Seeing that even Lady Mormont agreed with me, Lord Umber could do nothing but crumble in anger. I knew where he came from, but I hoped that with time, he would understand that the past was past and we faced something that we only heard in bedtime stories. I will do anything to secure the North, even if I have to lower my pride. It was a decision I made. Peace talks. Rob POV. To persuade Mance Rayder, the leader of the wildlings, to agree to a peace agreement, I would need to offer compelling incentives that align with the wildlings' interests and address their concerns. I knew that much, but firstly, I had to make Mance Rayder agree to talk with me. So, I had no choice but to surround Hardham from the sea and the ground to show my power. Uncle Benjen was chosen as a messenger. I didn't think the wildlings would kill him, but I was still worried. Many things could go wrong, and there was no way for me to prepare for them. If the peace talks don't work, I will have to think of a way to defeat them, which would be almost impossible. The only choice would be to sail back to our home and leave them be. My lord, Benjen Stark is returning, Sir Waymar said. I turned my head from the walls of Hardham and looked at the approaching rider. At least he wasn't killed on sight. My worries lessened a bit with Benjen riding up to us. From his expression, I could tell that Benjen didn't receive the warmest of welcomes, but that was expected. I kept silent and waited for Benjen to speak first. Mance Rayder has agreed to meet you, Rob Benjen said. But you are to come alone. What nonsense is that? Lord Umber asked. Do they take us for fools? Do they not take us seriously? Lord Karstark asked more calmly than Lord Umber. It seems it is the end of our campaign, Lady Mormont commented. They know we wouldn't agree to such absurd demand. I agree. My lord. Everyone turned to stare at me. It is a foolish notion. If the wildlings wanted to talk with us, they wouldn't demand such a thing, Lord Commander said. If you go alone, they will take you hostage and demand more from us. Maybe, but if there is no way to hear them out, what choice do we have? I asked. Leave, Lord Umber answered. Let them all die. They have made their choice. Mance Rayder might have made his decision, but I don't think everyone would agree with him, I replied. If I don't return by sunset, leave for home. What? Lord Karstark asked. And let you die, my lord. I will not dishonor my house like that. They will not kill me, I said. If they want to survive, they will keep me hostage. And that is better in what way? Benjen asked. It would mean they are willing to make a deal, I answered. Our mission is before our eyes. The wildlings will know more about the White Walkers than anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms. We need that information, and they need us to survive. There is no talking you back, my lord. Lady Mormont asked. If something will happen to me, Bran Stark is my heir, and I name Edmure Tully, Regent of the North till Bran is of the age, I proclaimed. That is my decree. With those words, I rode before my lords and into Hardham. Common sense dictated that I shouldn't do this, but even if Mance Rayder decided to die, I couldn't let the rest meet the same fate. How many children and women were in Hardham? If I didn't try to save them, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Grey Wind followed me to the gates of Hardham. Turning back, I could see my men not far, preparing to strike at any moment, even when I told them otherwise. The gates opened to reveal a group of wildlings. A man with boiled leather armor covered in loosely tied bones stood before me. He looked at Grey Wind with distaste. The wolf stays outside, he said. I see. Then tell your king that the wolf will return home and leave you all to die, I replied before turning my horse back to my men. Wait, a woman with freckles and red hair stopped me. The beast can come, but if he harms us, we will kill it. I nodded and followed them. I didn't miss that the woman said they would kill Grey Wind but not me. It seemed they had no intention to harm me. That was good, as I saw giants. 3 times taller than a man. Their arms were like logs. I could tell that taking on a swing from their club would crush anyone to paste. And mammoths with them would scare our horses before we could get close to them. Is the Lord of Winterfell scared of us yet? The red-haired woman asked as she noticed me staring at the giants. I faced death itself, I replied. As long as they don't have cold blue eyes, I am not concerned with them. I could tell that my words made them uncomfortable. The man in bones turned sharply at me while the woman shuddered at the thought of the dead. I could tell they had faced the dead, too. But I had already suspected it, and it only confirmed it. Still, this information gives me another leverage to play with Mance Rayder. "We are here," the man in the bones said as we reached an average house. I climbed down my horse and ordered Grey Wind to stay. I didn't want them to feel any more uneasy. The wildlings were already tense. Any more, and they might snap. I needed to tread carefully but still hold my strength. I had to remember they needed me more than I needed them. Mance Rayder knew that, too. Entering the house, I was met with two men. The first man was eating a goat leg, and as he turned to look at me, I saw that he had white hair and a beard. His chest was broad, and his belly was big. He wore black chainmail and golden bands. But my attention was on the other man, a thin man with broad shoulders and graying brown hair. "You don't look like a Stark," the white-haired man commented. "And you don't look like a king beyond the wall," I replied. "Ha!" The white-haired man's laughter was powerful. "You might not look like a Stark, but I recognize that sword on your back," the gray-haired man said. I wonder how many of us, free folk, did that sword execute. Over the hundreds of years, it belonged to my family." "Hundreds, I reckon, if not thousands," I replied. "And at least a few kings, too. But it is never too late to add another to the list." "Your words are witty, but your decisions are foolish," the grey-haired man said. "To meet the king beyond the wall on your own was a foolish thing to do. To demand Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, to meet you alone was foolish," I replied. "But I had to meet the fool, and it seemed I had no choice but to be one too, to do so. And there I am, before you, Mance Rayder." "Here you are, Lord of Winterfell," Mance Rayder said. "I came to accept your surrender," I replied. "Ha!" The white-haired man's laughter boomed. "Surrender? I saw your army, boy. Your men are tired and cold. Their little hands can barely hold a sword. Do you think we would surrender because you asked nicely? To us?" "No," I replied. "We can board our ships and leave at any point. But it isn't us you are worried about. There is a reason why you are gathered in Hardham and are building boats. Am I wrong?" "Have you met them?" Mance Rayder asked. "I have killed them," I replied. "They came at night, covered by the snowfall." "Killed them?" the white-haired man asked. "Nonsense, they can't be killed. Fire won't burn them. Blades won't cut them. They are death itself. Pale as snow, they move like ghosts. Even I, Tormund Giantsbane, had to run from them." "You couldn't kill them, Tormund, because you didn't have the right weapons," I told him. "You recognize the sword on my back, Mance Rayder? Can you tell what it is made of?" "Valyrian steel," Mance Rayder answered. "Forged by dragon fire," I added. "It cut through the ghosts like they were made of snow." "So, you have a weapon that can kill them?" Tormund asked as his eyes shone. "Tell me why I shouldn't take it." "Because you would lose your head before trying," I answered. "You invited me to see you because you wanted to tell me something. Or was it to threaten me? Because it didn't work. Very well, you want to hear our demands. I will tell you them," Mance Rayder said. "Firstly, we want a safe passage through the wall." "It will be provided," I agreed. "Yes, that would be expected," Mance Rayder said. "But at what price?" "Listen," I responded by stepping closer, but Tormund stood up and blocked my path. "I know what you want the most." "Freedom." "Yes, we are no kneelers," Tormund agreed. "That's why we won't gain anything from you, Lord of Winterfell," Mance added. "You will want us to sacrifice it. You will want us to kneel and pledge our servitude to you and your king." "We both know you must give up some things to gain safety," I replied. "I could have let you all die, but I came before you because I know this winter brings dangers no one alive has ever faced. You might value your freedom more than your life, but what about the others? If I ask every woman and child if he wants to live in my lands in exchange for their meaningless freedom, what kind of answer do you think they will give?" "Our freedom isn't meaningless," Tormund answered. "It is our pride. And will that pride protect you from death?" Will it shelter you from the winter? Will it feed you? It might not, Mans answered. But we have more trust in our pride than in your promises. We are hated in your lands. Even if we get lands, we would be harassed by your people. And who would complain to you? Will you take our words before your people's words? And what is your plan? I asked. Try to row around Eastwatch. And where will you go from there? You will be hunted in West Eos. In Essos, you will be sold to slavery. I am giving you a chance to live, and I am sure proud and hard people like you can handle few insults, can't you? We will fight for the chance to live as free men, Tormund answered. We don't need your pity, Lord of Winterfell. I am Warden of the North. I am responsible for fighting against those who wish to harm my people, I replied. You will have to fight against me, Tormund Giantsman. I like my chances, Tormund smiled at me. Mans. A woman with red hair barged in before we could say more words. A storm is coming. A storm? I asked. The dead man's replied. Where they go, the storm follows. Varami says it will come tonight, the woman said. It seems our talks have ended, Lord of Winterfell, Mans said. But I am afraid I can't let you leave. I am not afraid for my life, Mans. His words didn't surprise me. I am afraid for my men's lives and your people. I will give you lands, and you must pledge in your name that you won't harm my people. And you will take our children to hold the pledge, Mans said. Yes, I confessed. The lords will demand hostages. But we will take care of them. They will be taught, fed, and protected. We can't trust your words, Mans disagreed. We are not your people. Then I will make you my people, I replied. I will marry one of your women, pledging in my name and honor to protect you from all harm. It still isn't, I interrupted before Mans could finish his words. The dead are coming, Mans. I have weapons to fight them and ships to retreat. Forget your pride and think of your people. For once we leave, we shall never return. Mans looked at me and then at Tormund and the red-haired woman. The night would come soon, and he didn't have much time to think it over. I have pushed him into the corner. And even if I didn't wish to bargain their lives, I had no choice. I didn't want dead giants with blue eyes to roam my lands. And to give another 100,000 men to the dead army. Northern Flames. Rob POV. The sun was disappearing from the horizon as the night descended. Dark storm clouds could be seen fleeting toward us. We knew that with it came death. Standing on the wall of Hardham, I looked down as my men entered the settlement. Mans Raider stood beside me, waiting for me to do something that would let him kill me. Looking behind me at the settlement, I saw the wildlings gathering everything they could carry with their hands to the harbor. Children and the elderly entered the ships first. But I could see quite a few men trying to push themselves forward and disregard everyone else. I couldn't blame them too much, as fear had overtaken them. You better keep your word, Stark, Tormund said. I understood why he was concerned. After the ships were provided to them, nobody questioned or cared why. They rushed to escape this forsaken land to safety. Even if I would take my word back, I didn't think most of the wildlings would care. Only the core of Mans's forces cared about it. The rest were too happy to leave no matter what. Once we return to my home, I will marry Val and proclaim you as the people of the North, I replied, remembering the blonde sister of Mans's wife. You will be given land and some freedom to live your lives as you want, as long as you follow the laws of the North. I was adamant about it. It would be hard to convince the rest of the lords to accept them. If they started breaking laws right and left, I wouldn't be able to stop some people from carrying out their justice on the wildlings. I fear many Northmen would be too happy to do so, and they wouldn't mind ignoring my orders. It is going slower than expected, Mans commented as he saw the wildlings had trouble boarding the ships. At this rate, it will take almost all the night for them to get into the ships, I said. Go, lead them. I think Tormund alone will be enough to keep an eye on me. Tormund. Mans turned to the white-haired man. I will be fine. The Stark boy is puny. I can handle him if needed, Tormund replied boisterously. With Mans leading the wildlings, they should take less time to get to the ships. And seeing the ever-approaching storm clouds, we didn't have much time. My men entered the settlement but didn't do anything and stood in place. They still were cautious of the wildlings and, without my ordering, wouldn't move to help anyone. We should prepare defenses, I said to Tormund. Your people won't be able to board the ships in time. We have sturdy and tall walls, Tormund replied. They will repel the dead. For how long? I asked. An hour or two. They will climb the wall and rush to the settlement. Then we defend it. Tormund didn't seem concerned much. Who will? I asked. Someone might need to stay behind and die while we take the ships. You ask too many things, Tormund replied. I sighed. The wildlings might be great warriors, but they needed more strategic thinking. They might know fighting, but they don't understand warfare. Looking at the sky, I could tell we had about 2 hours until the dead came. Not enough time for the wildlings to board the ships. It took too much time to coordinate 100,000 people, especially the giants and their mammoths. Let's go, I said. We will meet, my lord, and discuss the defensive plan. You are not to leave my side, Tormund replied. I will not. You will be coming with me, right? I asked Tormund. There is nothing for us to do here. Or do you like to watch the clouds? Tormund grunted in agreement. We soon climbed down the walls and walked to the gates where my men were gathered. Quite a few wildlings were staring at them and keeping an eye on them, especially on the men of Night's Watch. The woman with red hair and the man with bones covering his armor was among them. My lord, Lord Umber was the first to greet me. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, I turned to them before checking how the rest of the men were doing. Lord Marndale, how long do you think it will take to board the ships at this pace? 6 hours, I would say, Sir Willis, Marndale replied. Sooner if the giants weren't so big and if they threw away their possessions. And be left with nothing. Tormund asked. You would want us to depend on you for everything, wouldn't you? Kneel before you and beg. If it were me, I wouldn't let even one of you step into our lands, Lord Umber replied, squaring with Tormund. Keep talking, the man in bones said. Give us a reason to kill you all and take the ships for our own. Hell, Lord Umber snorted. Kill us. Please, I can see that most of your renowned warriors are already running before children and women can. We would gladly die to kill you all, so please give us a reason. Enough, Rattleshirt. Before I could say anything, Mance returned. We won't be able to board the ships before nightfall. And the dead won't wait for us. We need to plan our defenses, I said. We will give all our animal fat and oil. Only fire can stop the dead, but the others don't mind it. They can only be killed by Dragonstone and the Valyrian steel. We only need to worry about the wooden walls in front of the settlement, Mance said. They won't be able to pass through the cliffs. And if they try, they will fall to their death. They won't die even if crushed, Lord Commander said. No, but their bones will be broken, Tormund replied. At best, few will be able to crawl with one limb. Trust me, we tested it. Most of the buildings are built of wood, I commented. Mance replied. What of it? We should burn harder, I stated. Once we retreat to the ships, they will pass through the walls. So, we should burn harder on our way out. We would leave walls of fire between them and us. If it worked, we could take a good chunk of the dead, the red-haired woman said. The grid Mance turned to the woman. Take some men and start spreading hay into houses and preparing torches. Sir Willis, lead my men to the harbour and make sure that the boarding goes as smoothly as possible, I said. Lord Commander, I will need a few hundred men to stay with us and defend the walls. I will stay behind, too, Lord Umber announced. I will not trust my back to a bunch of wildlings. Quickly, we made plans to hold the dead at bay while the rest of the people boarded the ships. We didn't have much time, and men promptly started preparing. Animal fat and oil were brought to the wall. Some were spared for the wooden houses. Instead of waiting for death, I walked on the wall and observed the storm clouds approaching us. I could feel the cold snow falling on me. Seeing anything beyond the fires we made near the walls was impossible. And those fires will be gone in an hour or two at most. Then, it would be hard to tell what is happening. Looking behind me, I saw the roads to the harbour lit by torches and lanterns. Once it is time to retreat, we won't have time to stumble in the darkness. Sir Willis, How much more time do we need? I asked, seeing the knight of House Mondaly climb the stairs to the top of the wall. 3, my lord, he replied. Boats will be left for the rest of you to get in. You will have to row to the ships, as they would take too long to depart the harbor otherwise. Good, inform the others of it too, I said. And then leave to the ships. You sure you don't need me, my lord? We have 200 men from Night's Watch, 100 Northmen, and 400 wildlings watching the wall, I replied. Even if you counted for 4 men, you wouldn't be needed. I will feel better knowing the ships will be prepared to leave soon without hiccups. I will make sure that no mistakes will be made, my lord, Sir Wylis said. I swear on my family's name. I nodded thanks as Sir Wylis left, climbing back to the settlement. I felt better knowing that Sir Wylis would oversee that everything went smoothly. It would not be good if we retreated to find that the ships still couldn't depart. We couldn't afford such a mistake in this situation. After all, death was closing in on us. It didn't take much time for us to see shadows getting closer to the wall. With one hand raised to motion for the archers to prepare, I waited. The archers drew their bows, lit their arrows on fire with the torches placed on the wall, and pointed at the darkness. Just as I saw something move near the light of the fires near the walls, I let my hand down, and the archers let loose their arrows. Before the arrows fell to the ground, archers quickly drew new arrows. I raised my hand as the flame arrows fell to the ground. I let out my breath, which I didn't know was holding, as I saw the flame arrows hit the dead, rushing at the walls. Without a reserve, I ordered another after another volley of flame arrows to be loose on the dead that was now barely visible. But I knew the icy wind I felt on my skin wouldn't let the fire stay lit for long. Archers swiftly lit their arrows ablaze along the wall and aimed the approaching army of dead once again. They knew what must be done, and there was no need to waste more time for my orders to go through. A volley of fiery arrows soared through the frigid air, descending like falling stars upon the undead mass as I let my hand down. Yet it wasn't near enough to stop them. Some of the wights were engulfed in flames and fell. Others ignored the fire and continued to rush and slam at the gates. With a bone-chilling roar, the wights crashed against the wall and the gates. But even then, they didn't stop. They climbed on each other's backs, clawing their way up. They are coming, Stark. Tormund yelled, concern filling his face. Hold our positions. I shouted back, trying to sound as assured as I could. Hold. Hold. Lord Commander's Raven caught. It was still too early to panic, even if the wights ignored their burning brethren and pressed on. We still illuminated the dark lands with a fiery glow or burning whites. The crackling flames consumed their decrepit bodies. But more and more emerged from the darkness. There are thousands of them, if not tens of thousands. I wouldn't even be surprised if hundreds of thousands were in the dark. Hold steady. Keep firing. I yelled out again. Arrows reached the skulls and bones of the wights and collapsed them in flames. It was good thinking to cover the base of the wooden wall with stones, as by now, the fire probably would reach us. Yet it wasn't enough as the dead collapsed on each other, and they still continued to claw their way to us. And even though the gates still held, it was only a question of time before they collapsed under all this weight, even with all the support we managed to make. I didn't know how much time had passed. An hour. 20 minutes. I couldn't afford to count the time as I had to focus on everything happening below the walls. Suddenly, a gust of icy wind passed by us. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, and my heart started to race suddenly. The snow began to fall more fiercely than ever, and soon, it covered the fires, extinguishing them and letting the wights reach the wall easier. We can't hold them for much longer. Someone shouted. We can hold them back. I yelled louder, trying to drown out the men's doubts. For the north. For a living. Drop the logs. Quickly, men bent to pick up round logs covered in animal fat or oil. As some prepared to drop them, others quickly used their torches to set them aflame before rolling off the wall into the mass of the dead. The logs knocked them back and engulfed them in flames again. But I knew it wouldn't be the end and ordered the men to keep firing. As the night wore on, the defenders continued to fight with all their strength and determination. Each fiery arrow seemed a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. But I knew the battle was far from over, even if we had held the line for now. Fearing the answer, I didn't even dare ask how much time had passed. I was getting anxious. As our arrows started to run out, the piles of the dead continued to grow. I could hear the loud creaking of the gates and knew they wouldn't last long. We didn't have logs to throw at them anymore. But the dead continued to claw closer and closer to us. And I could feel the others not far behind them extinguishing the fire when it threatened to spread too much and consume them all. My lord. I snapped my neck toward Lord Umber as he came to me. The time is up. Instead of answering, I turned my eyes to the harbor to see lit fires, signaling they were prepared to depart. Yet my heart grew heavier as I saw the mass of the dead still upon us. The wooden walls creaked, threatening to break. Soon, Lord Commander, Mance Rayder, and Tormund came to me too. They waited for my orders, but I could tell the wildlings were about to run before hearing them. The wall will be breached if we leave, I said grimly. Someone has to stay behind. Just set the wall on fire as planned, Tormund said. It won't be enough, Mance agreed with me. There are too many of them. They will run right through the fire and chase us. It isn't part of our deal, Tormund said. I will not die today. Not part of the deal. Lord Umber yelled, his voice drowning everyone else's. We are here because of your worthless lives. The least you can do is be a bit thankful. But I guess the wildlings as you are not capable of it. Lord Umber, enough. Uncle Benjen said. We don't have time to argue. I will stay and order some of the men of the Night's Watch to do the same. No, Lord Commander responded by taking off his Valyrian steel sword from his belt and handing it to Benjen. Let this old man do his duty. You have to keep watch over the wall, Benjen. Tell my sister I am sorry, but this sword will be more valuable on the wall. Lord Commander. Benjen, just like me, turned to the old bear. Lord Stark, all I ask of you is to forgive my son, Jorah, and let him return home, even if he would never have the title of the Lord. It shall be done, I replied. You alone won't be able to hold the men from running away, Lord Umber said. I shall stay too. And will burn as many of these wretched shits as possible. Lord Umber. I couldn't believe what I heard. Even Tormund was shocked. I am not doing it for you, wretched wildlings, Lord Umber spat at Tormund. But I am an old man. I have questioned you too many times, my lord. And even though you never punished me for my stubbornness and insubordination, I still feel guilty about it. You have proven yourself strong, honorable, and good, but I still didn't follow you as I must have. I want to meet your father with a proud face, so let me do this. Great Jon, I didn't know what to say to him. May the gods be with you. Ha! All I need is my trusty axe, Great Jon laughed. Tell my son that it is his time to protect Last Hearth. Tell him I am proud of him and believe he won't disappoint me. And I rather not see him any time soon, or I am going to kick his sorry ass. I nodded, remembering every word he said. Even Tormund had no comments to reply and thanked Lord Umber and Lord Commander before we left the wall and ran to the harbour. We stayed silent even when we led the rest of the men through the empty settlement and got into the boats. I never turned my eyes from the wall, even when we boarded the ships. We left Hardham in silence and looked at Hardham as it was set aflame, illuminating the night sky. I thanked them once again, even though they would never hear it. I continued to watch Hardham as we sailed away further and further. The fire was still visible no matter how far we were. It was a true northern flame that defended us from the darkness of the night. Bloody mess. Edmure POV. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted by darkness. The cold stone touched my back as I slowly sat down along the wall. Few torches illuminated the hallway and the bars of my cell. I slowly got near the light and checked on my wounds. My arm hurt like hell but was well bandaged and cleaned, so I didn't fear an infection settling in. The bandages were new too, changed not long ago. You finally awake, a voice coming from a cell before me made my bones rattle. I didn't respond, as I felt parched. It would not be easy to speak for me right now. And I had nothing to say to that bastard. Instead, I banged the bars of my cell to get attention from the guards. I felt pain all over my body, mostly in my back, probably because I was sleeping on a stone floor. But I was starving, too, and smelled terrible. Still, I wore a clean tunic and pants, meaning someone changed my clothes. You have been out for almost 2 days. The voice continued to talk as I continued to bang the bars of my cell. I ignored him and checked my environment. My cell was small, but I had enough room to move around. The bars holding me were iron, and the lock looked sturdy, too. It would be impossible to break it. There were no windows, but it was still quite chilly, so I was probably in dungeons under the Great Pyramid. That would explain why that bastard was here. It took about 7 minutes for the guard to arrive, so the exit was quite far away but not too far for the sound not to be able to travel. Water, I said, feeling pain in my throat with each syllable. The guard was dressed as Unsullied, so Daenerys was still in power. Hearing my plead, the guard took a flask from his belt and tilted toward me. I opened my mouth and gulped down the water he poured, almost choking several times before I was satisfied. In the process, I even cleaned the dust that settled on my face and hair. Feeling better? The voice from the cell before my cell asked after the guard left. I will feel much better when I crush your head into nothing but a bloody mess, Euron, I answered. You might not have a chance to do so, as the little queen has already promised to feed me to her children, Euron replied. But don't worry, you will follow me soon enough. So, they found my true identity? I asked. Oh, they suspected it, but I confirmed, Euron answered. I told them everything they wanted to hear about how you used the queen to set your grudge against me. And how you were planning to kill the queen afterward. Too bad you didn't foresee my plan and were caught. How tragic. You were so close, Edmure. Thank you. I won't need to explain myself then, I replied, not even a bit disturbed by his words. There was no way anyone would believe Euron's words. I would need to meet Daenerys first to determine how she felt about me. But she did bandage me and saw that I wouldn't die before throwing me into the dungeon. The guard didn't say anything to me and gave me water, meaning he was instructed to take care of me. So, Daenerys didn't see me as an enemy, or at least an enemy she hated. I was too weak and exhausted to do anything but wait for Daenerys. She probably had many questions for me, and I had to think about how to answer them to gain her favor. I still had the tattered prince, and nobody knew his connection to me. Even Asher and Tyrion didn't know of our deal, so even if they told everything they knew about me to Daenerys, it wouldn't be enough to cover all the grounds. Still, I had to wonder what happened to them. Daenerys probably has seen some connection between me and them, but it probably wasn't enough to distrust them too much. Tyrion was too clever to give himself up and tell something he didn't need to. Asher could greatly help Daenerys, so she was probably fine as long as she could deny her involvement with Euron. Aegon was dead, Euron was behind bars, and the Golden Company was probably scattered, trying to flee the wrath of Mother of the Dragons. But things might not be as they seem. I needed to wait to see how Daenerys looked at me. With hatred and resentment or something else. And I still needed to convince her to help Shireen protect Astapa and eliminate Yunkai and Volantis. Then I needed her to agree to no aggression pact with Jaehaerys, and my job would be done. I was by the end of it. Soon, I should be able to return home and see my family once again. Without Aegon and Euron, my home should be safe until winter settles in. How many things have changed back home without me. Jaehaerys wasn't a fool, and he had Lord Jason on his side, so he would have done well even without me. Oberyn probably has already tried to convince Arianne to forget me and remarry. But I knew how stubborn Arianne was. Footsteps interrupted my thoughts. I looked out to see shadows nearing my cell. I heard many footsteps coming toward me, but only a few shadows reached me. 3 men and 1 woman soon got to me. Sir Barristan stood close to Daenerys, Dario was not far behind, and Grey Worm was checking the dungeons but still kept his eyes on his queen. You rushed quite quickly, I said. It hasn't been long since I asked the guard for water. Sir Oscar Daenerys looked at my lone eye. Or should I call Lord Edmure Tully? You know my name, I replied. But do you know who I am? What kind of question is that? She asked. I am Lord Edmure Tully, Lord of Riverrun, Lord Paramount of the Trident, Hand of the King, the Redfish, I answered. I know who you are, Lord Tully. Daenerys didn't seem impressed. Then why am I still in this dirty and dark cell? I asked. If you know who I am, I demand proper accommodations that befit my title. I liked you when you were pretending to Oscar. Dario pointed his blade at me. But it seems you are misunderstanding something, Lord of Trident. You are no guest of ours but a prisoner. You wish to wage war on Westeros for the Iron Throne when you don't even know proper manners, Queen Daenerys. I ignored Dario and turned to Daenerys. A highborn should be taken care of, even if he is a prisoner. You should teach her those things, Sir Barristan. Sir Edmure, you have lied to us, and we don't know your true intentions. We have no choice but to keep you secure, Sir Barristan replied. It has more than 10 years since you knighted me, Sir Barristan, I said. Yet you are refusing even to accommodate me properly. You should know that your queen's actions will have consequences. So, why are you here if you didn't come to release me? I came to confirm your true identity, and now I learned it, Daenerys said. There's nothing else for us to speak. Why is he still alive? I asked, pointing at Euron before Daenerys left. His time to be judged will come just like yours, Daenerys replied before leaving. Can't wait, Euron said as Daenerys passed him. Neither can I agreed. Oh, I didn't expect that, Euron said. Why would you blow so hard? Did you expect she would meet your demands? Have you learned nothing from Aegon? I ignored him and sat down to rest. A guard came soon after to give me bread and more water. I gulped them down almost immediately. And I asked to bring something warm next time. Daenerys should understand that I refused to speak with her now because I would be talking as her prisoner, not someone equal to her. I couldn't have it any other way. She will keep me here for a few days to try to break me. But I could tell she was anxious about me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come so soon to meet me. My hypothesis will be confirmed if the guard brings me something warm to eat. I will rest and plan how to approach my negotiations with Daenerys until she comes to me. Even though I had no power here, I still represented the Seven Kingdoms. I couldn't be looked down on. While waiting for the next meal, I watched the guards patrolling. From the sound at the end of the hallway, I could tell there were always at least 2 guards. After about a day of watching them, I noticed that guards only patrolled the dungeons every 3 hours. There were always 2 patrolling, I didn't know how many were by the exit. Hey, you know you ruined my plan that I worked very hard on. Euron spoke again. Before we die, I just wanted to say we are even now. Don't you think? I don't care what you say, I replied, still resting against the wall. Unless it is screams of pain, please be quiet. I could tell that Euron was desperate. He kept a calm facade but could not escape since his plan failed. He doesn't have anything left and is destined to die soon. But I couldn't wait for it. Just looking at him boiled my blood in rage. His talking like that angered me even more, and it was probably what Euron wanted. I wonder if he wants me to do something reckless by agitating me. When I was getting hungry, a guard came with a bowl. I couldn't tell what was inside, but I knew it was hot from the steam coming from it. Taking the bowl, I quickly ate almost half the soup that was given to me. It filled my stomach and warmed me from the inside. The guard watched me, and seeing that I had his attention, I spilled the other half of the soup on my wounded arm. Ah! I screamed as it burned my wounds. I quickly undone my bandages as the guard yelled at the other guard to come. Soon, the other guard came with keys and unlocked my cell. As expected, Daenerys has given strict orders to ensure I am fine. The dungeons were to scare me and make me lose my composure so she could use it against me. It was clear she needed me but didn't want to show it. As the cell was unlocked, I managed to untie my bandages. The guards quickly came to me and checked the wound. As one held a torch above me, and the other had 2 hands on my arm, checking burns on my injuries. While they were distracted, I smashed the bowl on the first guard's head before tackling the other guard to the ground. After a bit of struggle, I managed to down the 2 guards and used my bandages to tie them up. Taking their keys, I locked them in my cell. With a torch I took from the guards, I walked to Euron, who watched the whole thing with a smirk. He thought I would try to escape, and he could do the same with the commotion I caused. What are you doing? Euron's smile disappeared when he realized that instead of escaping, I went to his cell and unlocked his cell. I told you I would feel much better after I crushed your head. Realizing what I would do, he quickly tried to stand up against me. But I could tell that he was injured, too. Yet he didn't possess the rage to suppress the pain as I did. I kicked him to the wall before bashing his head with the torch, knocking him down. I enjoyed his screams as I burned his face with the fire from the torch while holding him down with my other arm. After I started to feel tired and heard footsteps approaching us in a hurry, I stood up before Euron as he clutched his face. Then I kicked his arms away to reveal a blistering mess of the face. I knelt to him, looking into his eye. I took his head into my hands and started bashing his head on the stone floor. I didn't care for the yells and footsteps coming behind. I didn't stop until only a bloody mess was left of Euron's head. Negotiations. Edmure POV. I could tell that the Queen didn't like my actions as I was dragged by the guards from the dungeons. My hands and legs were bound, and I couldn't move. They were pretty rough with me. They didn't slow down when they dragged me through the stairs, so I got a few bruises. Then, I was thrown into the courtroom beneath the throne. The guards then untied me and left the courtroom. Lord Edmure Daenerys' voice echoed through the empty courtroom. It was hard to tell the time in the dungeons, but now I could see the setting sun through the window in the courtroom. Aside from Daenerys and me, there were only Sabaristan, Dario, and Missandei. They all looked down on me from the throne. I wished I could ignore them and make them desperate for whatever they wanted, but I didn't have much leverage to begin with, and it wouldn't help me if I antagonized them further. Queen Daenerys Targaryen, I knelt to show my respect and willingness to cooperate. There are many things I want to say, Daenerys said. But I begin by accusing you of deceiving me. How to plead? Guilty? I asked. Is that what you want to hear? We both know what I did. I lied to you about my origins and identity, but that is where my lies ended. Everything I did and said was the truth. I could tell that Daenerys had difficulty trusting my words and probably still thought I was using her. There was nothing I could say to stop her from feeling like that. Trust must be earned, after all. But it didn't matter much to me. I am tired of this place and want to go home. I will be satisfied if I can convince her to open communications with Jaehaerys. You did a lot for me, Daenerys seemed to agree. But it could be said that you did it for yourself. Helping me was your way to get close to me so you could use me in defeating Euron Greyjoy. And now you killed him. When you put me before him, did you not expect me to kill him? I asked. He is a murderer, a monster in human skin. There were countless unspeakable crimes he had committed. He deserved to die. Even so, he was my prisoner, and I needed him, Daenerys replied. Don't think just because you are Lord from Westeros. I won't punish you for your actions. I watched Euron kill my friend, who I considered to be like my brother, I said before I grasped my scarred face. He made me like this. Your punishment wouldn't amount to anything that he has already done to me, Queen Daenerys. My words seemed to have some effect on her as she looked appalled. Even Dario didn't look as confident as he usually is. Sabaristan, too, was thinking of a response. They realized I knew there wasn't much they could do to me that wouldn't have consequences later on. Yet, I could still see confidence in Daenerys' eyes, as she wasn't terrified for herself but worried for people around her. Yunkai started amassing slaves once again, Daenerys said. I heard Volantis is preparing a fleet too. There is no doubt they will strike Astapa once again. You asked for my support in exchange for your support to me. I had asked for your support, indeed. And have given all the support I could, I replied. I defended your dragons. I fought your enemies. Even if I wasn't honest, I still did as you asked and given all I have to you, your grace. But it isn't the end, Daenerys replied. The sons of the Harpy are still prominent. Even though they went into hiding, they were still plotting something against me in this very city. And the Golden Company is still somewhere in Essos. Even if I managed to kill at least half of them, the rest scattered and escaped. Who knows what they are planning? I am just one man, I said. There isn't much I can do alone to help you with these matters. I am aware of your capabilities, Lord Paramount of the Trident, Lord of Riverrun, the famous knight Redfish. Lord Edmure Tully, your fame precedes you. So, I will ask you again, will you continue supporting me as promised? It was surprising how more mature Daenerys looked. She used my titles to trap me into the promise I made, even if I used a false name then. It would be problematic if she used my actions to make future negotiations more complex than they needed to be. I knew that Jaehaerys was trying to get Daenerys to talk with him. My influence might be lessened if Daenerys used my lies as a pretext for distrusting King Jaehaerys. You have grown, Your Grace. I stood up and looked at her eyes. I, Lord Edmure Tully, an envoy from the Seven Kingdoms, will represent King Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name, to my full capabilities. To foster good relations between the two last Targaryens, I will support you to the best of my capabilities, Queen of Meereen, Daenerys Targaryen. That should cover all of it. Now, my actions will be that of King Jaehaerys, so if she wants my help, she will be expected to provide her help when the Seven Kingdoms ask for it. Or she will risk her diplomatic relations with every power in the world. No one will want to deal with her if her words can't be trusted. Even with her dragons, she will be isolated and unable to establish power in Essos. Still, it seems that I won't be able to return home just yet. Negotiations would probably last for days, if not months. I didn't have much to offer but to support Meereen. Yet her dragons were invaluable in the coming winter. The only way to win her politically is to use Meereen as a hostage. I must convince her that the city won't survive long without her and us working together. I know she loves the people of Meereen, or she doesn't want to betray her ideals. Either way, it was something I could use against her. Daenerys didn't know anything about the others, so if I could make her agree to evade promise to help us when we are in need, I would be able to trap her. But first, I should contact Arianne, inform her of everything, and simultaneously find out what is going on back home. You are alive? The dwarf from Casterly Rock asked me. So are you, I replied, sitting next to him. After meeting Daenerys yesterday, I was given time for a healer to check my wounds and change bandages. I have opened my wounds as I killed Euron. But it wasn't anything too bad. I was quickly bandaged and given some medicine to alleviate the pain. Then I just fell asleep. I haven't realized that the past few days have taken much of me. Yet, Euron and Aegon are dead. I could finally rest easily. I didn't remember having such a good sleep without nightmares and worries plaguing my mind for a long time. I woke up early and came to the Daenerys Council meeting room, as I didn't have anything else to do and had agreed to meet her here. I didn't expect to see Tyrion so early, and he didn't look hungover. I don't see your sellsword nor any wine before you, I commented. It seems the Queen found other ways to punish you. As long as I am in the vicinity of the Queen, I shall remain weaponless and harmless, Tyrion replied. And sober? I asked. The Queen has taken my talk about wine being a powerful weapon to the heart. I chuckled at Tyrion's demise. But it seemed that Daenerys didn't see Tyrion as a danger to her. After all, Tyrion didn't have anything to threaten Daenerys with. His family's power and wealth were gone, and his name was hated in Westeros. But still, he could offer a good counsel and was a capable politician. As well as being a good thinker, he could support Daenerys in many ways with minimal downsides. I will write a letter home to explain what has happened to me, as the truth has already been revealed, I said. I will ask my wife to look for Tisha, so the better you describe her, the better chance we will have to find her. I prepare a list of all the notable features of her I can remember, Tyrion replied sommely. Your plan didn't go as you thought, didn't it? Euron is dead. That's all it matters to me. Even I was surprised to see my uncle's head so flattened. A voice came from the door to the meeting room. Have you relieved some of your anger by killing him, Lord Edmure? Some, I answered, turning to Asha as she sat beside me. I heard you captured him, thank you for that, Lady Asha. You're welcome, Asha replied. Still, he was part of my family, even if I didn't know him well. So, I hope you can repay me. If it is something I can do, I replied. I want for the Greyjoy name to be forgiven for its head's actions, Asha said. The charges of treason and whatever you and your king have made up, I want them all gone. It will be done, I agreed to her request. But the Iron Islands will not return to Greyjoys. I expected that much, Asha said. But at least we would be able to return home. How interesting. It wouldn't be a problem to reward Asha's actions by forgiving her father's treason. After all, if it weren't for her, I would probably have spent the rest of my life hunting down Euron. Now, I can finally rest easily. Repaying her actions is fine by me as long as it won't cost me much. And it was better to have her as my friend than an enemy. Soon after our talk, the doors opened to the meeting room. Daenerys, Sabaristan, Dario, Grey Worm, the Tattered Prince, and Missandei entered. All of them took their seats except for Sabaristan and Grey Worm. They decided to stay standing. I could tell there was tension between Tyrion, Asher, me, and the rest of the council. "We shall begin today's affairs," Daenerys announced, ignoring Dario's glare at us and Grey Worm's distrusting glances. "Tyrion, you told me you got information about the Sons of the Harpy. Is that true?" "Yes, Your Grace," Tyrion replied. "While everyone was busy fighting each other, I managed to locate where the Sons of the Harpy operate. It wasn't easy, but they didn't suspect I would still try to locate them in the chaos, and they didn't seem composed enough to hide their tracks. Enough of the nonsense. Tell where they are so we can kill them once and for all," Dario said. "That won't be that simple," Tyrion replied. "Why so?" the Tattered Prince asked. "If we know where they are hiding, no Great Master can stop us." "Great Master can't," Tyrion agreed. "But making an enemy of the Giscleri Temple of the Graces wouldn't be advisable." "The Graces?" Daenerys was shocked, but she hid it quickly. "Yes," Tyrion replied. "The Great Masters are using the temples to operate from the shadows. If we make an enemy of the temple, we make an enemy of the whole Meereen. Those rats." Even Dario knew that it would be difficult to do anything about it. "I will not do nothing," Daenerys said. "I won't repeat the same mistake. If the temple harbors ill intent towards me, I will use all I have to subdue them. They will face my dragons as did the Golden Company. Even if you burn the temple, it won't bring you victory, Your Grace," I said as I stopped her from such actions. "As soon as she starts using her dragons, it will be harder to control her." I had to convince her that her dragons were the last thing she should use. "But you are right. We can't let them be and get more powerful at your expense." "You are the last person we should listen to," Dario said. "You lied to us, and even if the Queen showed you kindness, it doesn't mean we can trust you again. All your planning amounted to nothing, and we almost lost to Euron." "But we didn't," I replied. "My plans weren't meaningless. Without them, Euron would have gotten what he wanted. But I can't force you if you don't listen to me. All I can do is advise the Queen and let her decide the right course to take." "I will listen to everyone," Daenerys said. "But it seems some of us have a temper to keep. We will take a moment to rest. In the meantime, think over the information and try to think of something we could use. The Sons of the Harpy are our priority." Well, at least Daenerys didn't dismiss me. Still, I could tell she was careful around me and might believe I was trying to use her. But with time, I will be able to convince her that everything I do is for her good, too. I will take the break to write a letter and find someone to deliver it to Arianne. The sooner I can count on her support, the better I will feel negotiating with Daenerys. Cold hands. Jaime POV. This night was the coldest I have experienced in my life. But it was fine, and it was the day I would die anyway. Yet I couldn't stop now. Even when I felt dozens of cuts on my body, I held my shield high and continued to cut a path through the dead. Even if it was for a few more minutes, I needed to buy more time for Robb to escape. He must survive, for at least that will give some worth to my life. I didn't know how long I was at it, but I found myself in the clearing at some point. I was free of the dead trying to kill me and continued moving forward. I didn't know what else to do at this point. I could feel my wounds freeze in the cold, but it didn't help with pain as much as it helped me not to bleed out. One step after another, I walked forward. Did they retreat or just run past me? I didn't know, but then I saw the sun rising before me. As the light washed over me and I felt the warmth of it on my skin, I leaned on the pine tree for support and smiled. I have succeeded. I lasted till dawn. I bought enough time. Yet I was still alive, and my smile fell. What should I do now? Checking on my wounds, I found them not deep, so it wouldn't be a problem to patch myself up. But what then? Where do I go? Should I just lay here and die from the cold? No, I was still alive, so I needed to fight. Robb might have escaped, but it didn't mean the dead wouldn't come for him again. I had to do everything I could to keep them from reaching Rob. I returned to our camp that was abandoned. None of the Northmen nor men of the Night's Watch were here. Neither were there any dead, no lying on the ground nor walking ones. The others had already been here, taken what they needed, and left. Still, tents and some supplies were left untouched, at least that of what wasn't burned. I could trace a path from one wall to the other wall of burned tents. Yet the outskirts were left unscathed. I ransacked everything I could find. A new coat that wasn't ripped and torn to parts. Some medicine to treat my wounds, and food with water. I got myself a new sword and found dragon glass blades to spare. After taking a longbow with a few quivers of arrows with dragon glass arrowheads, I found animal fat that I could use and a flint. I had taken everything useful and couldn't carry anything more. Maybe some strangler who managed to hide himself from the dead will stumble on the camp and find something useful to them. Either way, I had work to do. I couldn't let the dead come closer to the wall before Rob passed it. So, I turned my gaze to the south and started to walk. I was preparing to face anything in my path. The whites were mindless walking corpses. Dealing with them wouldn't be challenging without the others to guide them. If I could get ahead of them and set the forest before them on fire, I would probably manage to take quite a few of them. But it wouldn't be that easy. I could only hope to catch up to them and slow them down for Rob to return home. I was a lone man. I was the only one crazy enough not to care about his death. The rest who survived the night probably regrouped with Rob, ran away back to the wall, or went into hiding. There won't be any help for me, nor would I ask anyone to do what I will try to do. After bandaging my wounds and eating a light meal of bread and water, I walked in the direction where burned dead bodies were seen. I tried to follow the army of the dead, but they were gone. The whole day I spent searching for them, following tracks left by them. At some point, it seemed like all their tracks had disappeared. I went deep into the forest, taking in the signs of fighting and separated limbs, blood splatters, or discarded weapons, but they all disappeared at some point. Did everything was covered by the snow? I didn't know, but now I was lost. I could only continue on the path and pray that I would be lucky to find them before they found me. But as the night came closer, I got tired. My wounds still hurt, and my muscles protested with every step. Was I too reckless in trying to find them without any rest? Probably, but I didn't care. Just as I was about to lose hope, I saw the murder of ravens fly in one direction. I followed them with my eyes and noticed dark clouds of a storm in that direction. The clouds were similar to the ones I saw last night when we were attacked. I followed the clouds because I had no other way to go. When I reached them, the sun had already started to set. But it didn't matter as I found signs of the whites in the haunted forest, under a dense patch of trees. I smiled and started making torches. Maybe because they hated the sun or something, they were using storm clouds and trees to hide under. So, I wasn't surprised to hear countless dead walking through this part of the forest. I quickly flanked them before they noticed me. It was the perfect time to die. I would burn them in the forest. Because of the cold and the snow, I didn't think a fire would spread too much. But if I used the animal fat well, I should manage to burn at least this part of the forest, taking at least a few hundred dead with me. Tyrion would probably manage to take down a few thousand, but I wasn't as bright as he, so I had to work with what I had. When I found a particularly dry wood, I started my plan. It didn't take long for them to see me once I began to splash animal fat around them. I knew I wouldn't have much time once they saw me, so when the first white came to me, I pinned it down and quickly lit up my torch with the flint. Then I set the first white coming to me on fire and pushed him into the dry wood I splashed with animal fat. It was only the beginning as the fire lit up behind me. Using my shield, I blocked most of the attacks from the whites, and with my torch, I set them on fire before pushing them around. It didn't take long before they surrounded me, rushing to kill me, but it was what I wanted. The more came, the more burned. Soon, everything around me burned. I almost laughed as the fire came to me. I would be burned alive with them, but it was fine. They would be turned to ashes while they tried to get to me. I was a perfect bait. Yet, everything turned around when a wind picked up, and the cold suppressed the fire. My smile was gone as I looked up at the White Walker walking through the fire as it disappeared with its every step. Of course, it wouldn't go as I wished. Nothing in my life went the way I wanted. My actions were always undone by forces beyond me and rendered me useless. I threw away my shield at the sight before me, took out 2 dragon-glass daggers, and readied myself to face the monster. I could see amusement in the cold blue eyes of the White Walker as he lifted his ice weapon. With my plan failed, I leaped at my enemy with fury I didn't know I possessed. Of course, my opponent wouldn't fall so easily. It moved elegantly, deflecting my attacks with ease and precise swordsmanship. My dragon-glass blades shipped with every strike, and I could tell they would break soon. I needed to get closer to the monster for my dragon-glass to reach him, so I came to one conclusion. Instead of dodging a slash across my chest, I went in. I let the cold blade cut deep into me as I fell on the monster and hugged it. Before it could retaliate, I stabbed the dragon-glass daggers into his back. The monster melted before me, and the whites went crazy. I smiled, and with all my strength, I found my torch. My hands trembled as I used flint on the last of the animal fat I had to light up my torch. I struck my torch at the approaching whites. I knew I couldn't set up a forest fire now, but it didn't stop me from trying. As they burned, I pushed the whites into bushes and fallen branches, but I was overwhelmed soon enough. In the end, I had to let go of my torch as I was tackled to the ground. Defenseless and tired, I felt as blades sunk into my body. This was the end of me. Or it would if a mad moose didn't run through the whites, knocking them away from me. I didn't know what came upon me, but I grabbed the moose's fur and lifted myself. I thought the animal would knock me away, but the moose lowered itself to let me mount it. Once I was on the moose, the animal bolted away, carrying me. At this point, I felt delirious. I thought I was dreaming as I rode the moose through the forest. Tyrion would laugh if he heard it. It didn't matter much anyway. I could feel pain in my chest. They were my last moments, even if I was dreaming. I was fine with it. After all, that was what I wished for, to die alone on my last mission. You are useless, I heard my father's voice in the dark. Was I still dreaming, or was I already dead? I didn't know. Like always, you have disappointed me. I had high expectations for you, but every time, you found a way to disappoint me. Wasn't it enough to disregard my wishes and become a Kingsguard? You just had to surrender and look at what you become. I am who I am, I replied to him. I am a man of the Night's Watch. I serve to protect men of all realms. You are a disgrace. Lord Tywin yelled out. You were a Lannister, the heir to Casterly Rock. You have thrown away your birthright, your legacy, for what? To hide behind the wall like a common criminal. Herr Jaime chuckled. I've been living a lie, father. My oath to protect the king turned into something monstrous. In the end, it didn't matter who I was. I've done terrible things. I killed the Mad King. I've lost my honor. But it was just a start. I am a criminal, even if I am not a common criminal. All I can ask now is redemption. Brother, my love. Why have you left me? My father's voice was replaced by Cersei's. You abandoned me, left me for these savages to do as they wished with me. You're a fool, Jaime. You have thrown away everything we had for some misguided sense of honor. Do you think they'll forgive you? Do you think you can wash your hands of your past? No, I said. Cersei, I can't ignore the things I've done. I can't keep living in denial. I must find a way to redeem myself, even leaving everything behind. I am sorry for leaving you behind. For what it is worth, I loved you. But it has to come to an end. A traitor. Joffrey's screams engulfed me next. You should have killed that wolf bastard, not save him. It is your fault that we lost. Death won't be enough punishment for your failure or betrayal. You have to die thousands of times before thinking of redeeming yourself. For once, you are right, Joffrey, I agreed. I deserved thousands of deaths to be forgiven for my actions. I am sorry I wasn't here for you. I should have guided you from the time you were little. Maybe then things wouldn't have gone so wrong. And I should have been with you when you were dying. I am sorry, son, for failing you as your father. I don't know how much time has passed or where I was. But it was dark, everything in me hurt, and I felt weak. But I knew, to my dismay, that I wasn't dead. I heard light footsteps around me. I couldn't move but felt some sticky substance covering my wounds. What surprised me most was that it wasn't as cold as it should be. "He is awake," I heard soft voices around me. "Bloodraven wishes to see him." Somehow, I got used to the darkness and saw shadows of small creatures. I couldn't move, but the creatures didn't want to harm me. They walked around me and spoke in soft voices. It looked like they knew I could hear them, so they spoke just loud enough for me to hear and understand them. I felt as little arms took my armpits and dragged me to a broader place. I could tell that I was in some cave. But it was impossible to tell how deep I was in the cave or where the cave was. Before long, I was placed on the ground near the roots of a tree. I followed the roots up, and my gaze quickly found an enigmatic figure. It was an old man merged with what looked like a weirwood tree. What are you?" I asked as our eyes met. "I had many names and titles," the old man spoke. "But you should know me as Brynden River, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." But I was known as Bloodraven, too. That impossible was the only thing I could say. "After all you have seen, you think something like this is impossible?" the old man asked. "Anyway, I think you are more interested in why you are here. You have been brought here for a purpose, Jaime Lannister. The children have seen your potential, your strength of will." "Children?" I followed Bloodraven's gaze to the shadows and saw creatures smaller than humans but unlike children. They had nut-brown skin, dappled like a deer's with paler spots. Their hands had only 3 fingers and a thumb, with sharp black claws instead of nails. I could make out large gold and green eyes slit like those of a cat. "Children of the forest," Bloodraven said. "Why am I here? What can I offer you?" I asked, looking at my broken body that I couldn't move. "Redemption, perhaps. A chance to serve a greater cause." The children of the forest began to chant softly, a melodic rhythm as Bloodraven spoke. "We will give him a new purpose, a new life." I heard soft words behind me, or was it my voice? I couldn't tell anymore. "You will no longer be fully human, Jaime Lannister. You will serve as a guardian of the realms of men, a sentinel against the darkness that threatens to encroach," Bloodraven said. "That is if you agree to it. But remember, once words are given, they can't be taken back. You won't die, but you shall not live. You serve for eternity." "I agree," I said without hesitation. "I will protect human realms for eternity to come. If it will bring me redemption for what I have done, I see no issues with agreeing." Tyrion would have smacked my head for agreeing on something I had no knowledge about. Yet I didn't regret it even as I felt my body start to change as the children of the forest chanted something I couldn't understand. The wounds that had plagued me began to mend. My skin turned pale, almost icy hue. "You are a new creation, a fusion of the past and the present. From now on, your name shall be Cold Hands, a protector and a sentinel beyond the wall. The shadows under the harpy. Your POV. To attack the Temple of the Graces would be foolish, even if we knew what they were hiding. We would make an enemy of everyone in Meereen. But leaving them alone would bring trouble, too. It was a complicated matter that I didn't wish to spend time on. I wanted to be done with them and return home, but he needed to finish what he had begun." "How much longer do we have to stay here?" Tyrion asked. "Until we see all those who enter and leave the temple," I answered. "Tyrion, Bronn, and I have been watching the temple for days, noting everyone who entered it. While it would be a bad decision to attack the temple, its patrons weren't out of our reach. So, we observed them. Taking all of them out would take too long. But if we find out the most prominent patrons, it would be a matter of planting evidence of their wrongdoings and taking them out. Losing their biggest gold donors would be enough to get them out of hiding. And nobody would be able to help them, as nobody would even realize why they were hit in the first place. Once we have the names of the most prominent people associated with the Sons of the Harpy, it wouldn't be too hard to crack down on them. The temple won't be able to help them. Couldn't the Queen have sent someone else to do this?" Bronn asked. "For how much longer do we need to stay here? I was bored to death 2 days ago." "Like I have said, until we see all those who enter and leave the temple," I repeated myself to the sellsword. Even if it takes weeks. Ugh, the sellsword groaned. I would rather do anything else than sit here and watch some old men and women enter and leave some temple. At least we are not in dungeons rotting away, Tyrion said, taking a sip from his flask that smelled like wine. I ignored them and continued to look through Far Eye, noting all the faces. It wasn't hard to notice the rich people, as the difference between them and average people was too big to go unnoticed. Even though I didn't recognize most of them, I still wrote out their features for future reference. Even if they were proxies, I could trace them back to their masters. If I could move on my own, I would have already taken care of the problem. But Daenerys' trust in us already was burned, and wouldn't trust either Tyrion or me doing something alone. So, we had to report to her everything we did and wait for her to let us do what we needed to do. It was a humbling experience, as I usually wouldn't care about her or anyone else and do what I thought was right. Yet, she was too important of a person for me to deceive and work against. I was still concerned about the winter, and I could see that we would need her and her dragons to survive it. And I was at her mercy, as she could kill me any time she wanted as long as she thought it was a justifiable reason. Even the tattered prince wouldn't be able to help me. I only recently found someone sailing to Westeros to deliver my letter to Arianne, so I will have to wait until I receive a response. And there was still Astapa and Shireen to worry about. If I could convince her to return to Westeros, her presence should be able to stabilize the Stormlands. The lords would accept their fate sooner, with Shireen leading them. That if Jaehaerys haven't already dealt with them. Either way, with her on our side, we could cull any rebellions before they even began. Dario looked at me with vicious eyes while we were waiting for Daenerys to come to the meeting room. Asha played with her dagger, ignoring japes from Tyrion. The tattered prince stayed silent, standing by the wall, not even sitting before the queen appeared. Sir Barristan came first, followed by Daenerys and then Grey Worm. "What do you have for me?" Daenerys asked as soon as she saw me. "After thorough investigation, we found 3 families that are supporting the Temple of the Graces the most," I began. "Of course, there is the House of Galere, which is involved with the temple immensely. They always supported me," the Queen of Meereen said. "They did not," Tyrion replied. "At most, they gave you kind words and empty promises. I wouldn't be surprised if that bitch who calls herself the Green Grace is the head of the Sons of the Harpy. Either way, we know she is deeply involved with their actions." "Then there is the House of Merrick and the House of Gazin," I continued. "They are one of the most ancient slaving houses in Meereen. We saw them bringing various gifts to the temple multiple times. Enough to be suspicious of them?" Sir Barristan asked. "At first, no," I answered. "We thought it was standard supplies. Food, clothes, and medicine." "But?" Dario asked. But I wasn't convinced, so I followed where these supplies came from, I said. "Half of them came from blacksmiths and carpenters." "Weapons?" Grey Worm asked. "My thoughts exactly," I answered. "They are supplying the temple with weapons. And more weapons than they needed." "Temple of Graces wouldn't need weapons to begin with," Dario said. "I meant more weapons than the Sons of the Harpy would need," I replied. "They are planning an attack," Grey Worm concluded. "They need to bleed to know what terror is," Dario said. "Give me an order, Your Grace, and I will carve them into pieces. I leave none of them unscathed. Take your men and block their so-called gifts, confiscate them, and then use the people you captured to push into the houses of those who support the temple," Daenerys said. "Under the pretext of weapon smuggling, confiscate everything they own. If they refuse to cooperate, seize them to be questioned, and if they still resist, you can kill them on the site." Drastic but expected action. It should make the smaller houses hesitant to support the Sons of the Harpy while the others will go into hiding. They would keep their heads down and wait for the storm to pass. It would buy us enough time to plan the end of the temple. If we could frame certain priests for corruption and other things, it shouldn't be much trouble taking the rest of the power from the leaders of the Sons of the Harpy. "Grey Worm, gather your men and maintain the order in the city," Daenerys continued. "No matter what, ensure that my actions do not lead to chaos or further violence. Maintaining the safety and security of the city's inhabitants should remain a top priority. To maintain order, you would need to address the public and explain what is happening," Your Grace, Tyrion said. "Explain the situation transparently. Communicating your actions and intentions can garner support for your decisions and demonstrate your commitment to justice. You need that much as a shield if you don't want to get hurt by the counteractions of the great masters. And afterward, you need to hold a court to implement broader reforms for those who might have contributed to support for the Sons of the Harpy, I added. Extend an offer of amnesty to the houses who would acknowledge their involvement, disarm their supporters, and agree to support your rule moving forward. This approach would emphasize reconciliation over retribution. I will consider it. Daenerys didn't seem like she wanted to agree with us but knew it was good advice. What of Hizdahr no Lorak? Is he in some way involved with the Sons of the Harpy? It is complicated, Tyrion began. At first, we thought he was part of the leadership. However, we have observed his interactions with the temple and the involved families. He seemed not to have much say in the Sons of the Harpy matters or any say in anything, but he is still important to them. I believe he is groomed to be the heir in their organization, I said. The Green Grey seemed like the leader, so I believe Hizdahr is her heir. But it is too early to say as we only observed their interactions from a distance. Thank you for your hard work, Daenerys said, not showing any emotion. You are dismissed. I will call for your presence if I have more work for you. Everyone left the meeting room at her words. I cracked my neck as I felt tired and stood up to leave. Tyrion followed soon after. We had several sleepless nights observing the temple and investigating the involved families. I was ready to take a long rest. At least my wounds have fully healed. I have waited for too long for it. I should have a few spars so as not to lose my skill. Why does it feel like the Queen is using us? Tyrion asked as we walked through the long hallways. Because she is using us, I answered. Of course, we are the only competent people in her circle, Tyrion said. As much as she hates us, I don't think she would want or could get rid of us. Without us, Meereen would have already fallen. Would be to Euron or the Sons of the Harpy. You put too much credit on yourself, Tyrion, I replied. After all, it was me who forced you out of Westeros and me who put you in this position. You know, Edmure, Tyrion began with a wry grin as he took his flask. If we survive this mess, I might write a book about our misadventures. Tales of two reluctant heroes, perhaps. Leave it to you to capture the absurdity of it all, I chuckled at Tyrion's words. I can already imagine you portraying yourself as a misunderstood hero who gained acknowledgement from various influential figures. Ending with my death and your happy ending with your long-lost love. Absurdity, indeed. Yet here we are, watching over a temple, uncovering plots, and waiting for Daenerys to give us the nod to move, Tyrion said, taking a sip from his flask. But who knows the ending? We first need to survive this absurdity. To the surviving the absurdity, then I responded by taking the flask from Tyrion's hands and drinking the rest of the wine inside. Soon, we reached our chambers and left each other alone. As I entered my room, I sat on my chair next to the window and sunk into it. Uncovering the truth behind the Sons of the Harpy had consumed my days and nights, leaving me drained. The flickering light of a solitary candle danced on the walls, barely illuminating anything in the room. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a silvery glow that starkly contrasted the room's darkness. My thoughts wandered to the future, to a Westeros still grappling with the aftermath of war and the looming threat of winter. The letter I had sent to Arianne Martell was a fragile thread of hope, as it might not even reach her. I could only hope she was doing fine and was advising the king well. I closed my eyes, letting them rest. But I knew the sleep wouldn't find me soon. Instead, I thought of my and Tyrion's alliance. In a world rife with chaos and hidden motives, our alliance forged through circumstance and necessity was a testament to the unpredictability of fate. We should be bitter enemies, yet we must rely on each other now. In the end, I didn't manage to sleep for long. I woke up in the middle of the night. Finding nothing else to do, I took my sword. I have missed the feeling of the red rain on my hands. The red-colored Valyrian steel felt light in my hand. Giving it a few swings, I found it felt suitable to use it. Unlike any other steel swords I used, this one felt like it was made for me. Going over the swordsmanship I have learned over all the years. I felt like I was myself once again. My worries disappeared as I moved through the spacious room. As sweat covered me, I couldn't help but smile. For the first time in forever, I didn't see any faces I needed to kill as my sword slashed through the empty air. I was finally free from the nightmares that Euron brought to me. Unveiling shadows. Edmure POV. The courtroom was in disarray. The great masters and notable merchants crowed the throne, seeking the queen's attention. It wasn't long since Daenerys raided the noble families that I found to be involved with the Sons of the Harpy. After confiscating various weapons, Daenerys took them into custody and locked them in dungeons before announcing their crimes to Meereen. Now, the rest of the noble houses were outraged. Some noble houses viewed the arrests as a direct challenge to their power and a breach of Meereenese traditions. It didn't matter to them if Daenerys' actions were justified. I could tell that some were already discussing among themselves, probably trying to form alliances to resist Daenerys' actions and protect their interests. But there were plenty of those who tried to defame the arrested noble houses even more. One of the loudest was the House of Kondak. The weaker houses that weren't full-on slavery before Daenerys came in saw it as an opportunity to shake up the system and get more influence in Meereen. They saw the arrests as a bold move to break the power of the old establishment. Some noble houses took a wait-and-see approach, observing the unfolding events before deciding on a course of action. They were wary of getting caught in the crossfire and tried to adapt their stance based on the outcomes. I could see that they were afraid of Daenerys. They seemed to be more cautious of her after she dealt with the Golden Company. Your Grace, everyone quieted down as the Green Grace, Garlet Sagalaire, a respected priestess and wise woman in Meereen, spoke. The revelations about the Sons of the Harpy are indeed troubling. But I stand before you with a deep concern for the path Meereen is treading by your actions. I hear your concern, but I have no choice but to root out this rebellion and bring those responsible to justice, Daenerys calmly replied. The evidence is inferable. They were caught smuggling weapons. Their long history and standing with Meereen will not save them from their crimes. Green Grace needed to respond with caution, diplomacy and appeals for Meereen's stability. But I knew her primary concern was to protect her family's reputation and divert suspicion from herself while preventing further chaos. Her words must be chosen wisely as she spoke for herself and the city. If Daenerys can refute the Green Grace's words, she can refute the noble houses. The city is already divided, and the abrupt arrest of the great masters could lead to more violence and chaos, the Green Grace said. The people's faith in your leadership could be tested. The actions of your guests are still on our minds. Your intentions are noble, Your Grace, but we must tread carefully to avoid further destabilization. Empty words. I could tell that the Green Grace tried to appeal to the city's safety while being careful not to defend the nobles Daenerys arrested. Otherwise, it might implicate her and her family. Her true goal was to get the support of the noble houses that didn't want to get involved by implicating that Daenerys' actions would lead to more violence and hinder them, even if it was justifiable. It would put Daenerys under much pressure. Your Grace, these arrests cast a shadow on all noble houses. Our allegiances are questioned, and our standing is at risk. Another, seeing an opportunity, quickly added. I beg you to reconsider your actions against them, even if they had a lapse of judgment and unknowably supported the vicious Sons of the Harpy. You speak of compromise, but I will not back down from my commitment to justice, Daenerys replied. The House of Merrick and the House of Gazin will have the opportunity to present their defenses. I can promise the trial will be fair and just. The trial will be held in 14 days in fighting pits, so people of Meereen can witness it. She silenced those who wanted to speak against her with her announcement. So far, everything has gone according to plan. Merrick and Gazin were significant houses among the nobles in Meereen. They had as many friends as they had enemies. Many will come as witnesses for them, a perfect opportunity for the Sons of the Harpy to strike. The trial in the fighting pits would be a spectacle, a test not only of the accused house's guilt or innocence but also of Daenerys' ability to navigate the complex political landscape of Meereen. The Sons of the Harpy couldn't let Daenerys have her way with it. I knew the days leading up to the trial would be filled with more maneuvering, alliances forming, and breaking. And I will be here to observe them all. Those who chose to continue with the Sons of the Harpy will be disposed of, and those who can see that the time for change has come will be left in their positions. It was the only way we could think of destroying the opposing faction but still leaving enough nobility for the city to function. Even now, I notice representatives from some houses nodded in agreement while others exchanged skeptical glances. The court session began to disperse as Daenerys rose from her seat, her advisors following suit. As the attendees gradually left the room, I gave everyone one last glance before joining Daenerys. The clinging of chains could be heard inside the dark dungeons beneath the Great Pyramid. It brought bad memories to me. I won't ever be truly free from them, but I had to ignore my feelings for now. I had work to do. Getting closer to the people locked in their cells, I gave my torch to the Unsullied guarding them. Lord Gazin, I looked down on the older man. How are you doing today? You will not get anything from me, you savage, the man replied. You hurt my feelings, I said with no emotion. There isn't really anything you can say anyway that we don't know. Your friend Lord Merrick is singing like a bird every time I come to see him. I learn many things from him. Hey, liar, the man tried to look strong before me, faking a laugh. Why would you be here if you got everything you needed? To inform you, I replied. Your trial will be in 14 days. It will be held in fighting pits for the nobles and common folk to see. Don't worry. The trial will be fair. Everyone will be able to come to your defense. Your servants, your former slaves, and your friends from the noble houses. They will come as witnesses, so you must only endure us until you are proven innocent. I didn't need to look at his twisted face to know what he was thinking. Just like me, he knew that there wouldn't be many who would defend him. The House of Gazin had many enemies who would use any opportunity to harm them. I investigated them and found many smaller houses that were exploited by Gazin and countless people who have suffered at their hands. You won't get away with this, the man said. My family ruled Meereen for hundreds of years. We won't fall so easily. Taking action against us is like making an enemy of the whole city. You think the Sons of the Harpy will save you? I asked, and it seemed I hit the nail as his expression twisted even more. What do you think is more probable? For them to come to save you or to silence you? There is a reason why we gave them 14 days. You won't get away with this. The man yelled as I left him be. As I walked out of his sight, I leaned against the wall and took a deep breath to calm down. Looking at the chained man, I couldn't help but imagine him as myself. Taking the torch from the Unsullied guard, I went to the other side of the dungeon. Another man was waiting to be questioned. I shouldn't have accepted this job. But Dario wasn't suited for this. He would roughen up them too much, and they needed to be presentable for the trials. Still, there wasn't any reason to question them too hard. We almost knew everything we needed to know. We only needed to fill up some gaps and get confirmation from them. With a bit of trickery, I could get them talking. You! The head of House Merrick shouted as soon as he saw me approaching him. Where is my family? What have you done to them? Your daughter Mezara Merrick is cared for by her grace, Daenerys. You have nothing to worry about her, I replied, giving the torch to the guards. She is such a sweet little thing. We would not harm. But is there a reason to keep her in the Great Pyramid? With your betrayal, we thought you didn't care if anything would happen to her. Wouldn't it be best to give her to be raised by the other noble houses of Meereen? No, you can't. The man was desperate. Maybe giving her to the Temple of the Graces would be the best for her, I continued. Please, not the temple, the man was on the verge of tears. She is innocent. She knows nothing. I can see you care about her much. I knelt beside the man. I have a daughter too. A little girl I haven't seen for a long time. How about we help each other? Please tell me what I need to know, and I see that the girl and the rest of your family are protected. No other family, not even the temple, will be able to get near her. I can't. The man backed off at my words. Why have you helped them? I ignored his actions and continued. I didn't help anyone, the man said. The weapons were meant for me. I would have smuggled them to Yunkai to earn more gold. I know you are lying, I let out a sigh. I know the weapons were delivered to the Temple of the Graces. Your dear friend, the head of House Gazin, has told me everything. I only need to confirm his words with you. You don't need to say anything. Just nod if what I say is true. Do you understand? Promise you will protect my family, the man said. They will be protected by the Unsullied day and night. And you know very well, they won't rest until they are told, and they won't take bribes from anyone, I told him. Now, let us begin. You brought those weapons to the temple, right? The man nodded. See, it wasn't that difficult. The weapons were meant to be used by the sons of the Harpy, right? Again, the man nodded. Do you know where and when they would use these weapons? No, I wasn't told, the man said. The sons of the Harpy only answered to him. All we did was support him. Him? I asked. You talking of the leader of the sons of the Harpy? Yes, from the very beginning, it was him who planned those murders. He chose the targets, the man answered. We didn't even know their true numbers or their origins. But it was too late for me to back off once I was told of their existence. He is a lunatic. He doesn't care about anything but the system of the great masters. He would rather let Meereen burn than let anyone take his power and status. It was an unexpected answer. I thought the leader was the Green Grace. But the man called the leader a man. And it was difficult to imagine the Green Grace as the lunatic that Lord Merrick described. He didn't look like he was lying, so it meant I was mistaken. But who could it be? If I asked him that, he would realize I didn't know as much as I claimed. I understand your fear, I said, trying to buy myself time to think about or bait him into revealing the leader. Having connections to the temple and the rest of the noble houses of Meereen. Who knows how much influence he has? But you don't need to worry about him. We know who he is. We are prepared for whatever he is planning. But we need your help to stop him. It is impossible. His cousin will never betray him, and as long as he has the support of the Temple of the Graces, nobody will be able to touch him. I got everything I needed. And even though I felt pity for the man, I had to remember that he was a former slaver. The sons of the Harpy leader wouldn't have approached him if he didn't think that the House of Merrick would agree to his ideals. Now that the truth is revealed about them, it is too late to seek forgiveness for their actions. Kneelers. Rob POV. Seeing the wall before us, I could tell it wasn't just me who visibly relaxed. Eastwatch by the Sea was prepared to accompany us. I wanted to say that the nightmare was over, but I knew better. The men of Night's Watch expected to see us, but not the wildlings, giants, and mammoths that boarded the land first. Benjen Stark quickly took command of Eastwatch, telling them to send ravens. The gates must be closed and sealed, nobody is to go beyond the wall, nor is anyone to come from beyond the wall. The news of their Lord Commander's death would spread soon, as would the word of tens of thousands of wildlings landing on the North's soil. People were quickly ushered into making camps outside Eastwatch. It would take some time to divide the wildlings and send them to various parts of the North. Then there was the hostage-taking part I liked the least, but it had to be done. I already could tell that some wildlings would cause trouble for me and the North if they were left unchecked even for a moment. As I walked off the ship to the courtyard of Eastwatch, some men quickly volunteered to lead me to chambers prepared for me. I was too tired to refuse, and the sun had already started to set. A soft and warm bed sounded grand to me. I needed a good rest, so with grey wind, I followed the men to chambers with a bucket of warm water prepared for me to wash. Once I was left alone, I just sat down on the bed. I still couldn't stop thinking of what happened beyond the wall. I thought of how many people I have sacrificed and how many will not return to their families and homes. Did I do the right thing? I have saved tens of thousands of people, even if they were the wildlings. I knew I did what I had to do, but why wasn't it any easier to accept the death of my people? I removed my gloves and took the bucket of warm water to wash my face. I looked at my reflection for a good moment. I knew I should rest, but part of me couldn't bring myself to the bed. Yet the moment I forced myself to lay on the bed, I heard rushed footsteps nearing my chambers. The boots hit the floor hard, and soon, someone knocked on my door. My lord, I apologize for your disturbance, but there is a situation, a young man wearing a black cloak said urgently. I took ice, leaning on the wall, and motioned for the man to lead me. I climbed down the stairs and then entered the courtyard. There was a commotion. People gathered around it, but I could see division among them. On one side were men from the North and Night's Watch. On the other side were the wildlings. I pushed my way through to the center of it. I found Uncle Benjamin in an argument with one of the leaders of the wildlings, if I remember correctly, called Rattleshirt. On the ground, I noticed a bowl with Crow and a man of Night's Watch, more like a boy than a man with a bleeding nose. From the way it was twisted, it was probably broken. We just arrived, and we already have a problem. Back off and return to your camp, Benjamin said sternly but calmly. Don't order me, Crow. Rattleshirt replied loudly and angrily. We are not yours for you to command. We are free folk. I am not some green boy you can push around. I'm Rattleshirt, the Lord of Bones, and I bow to no one. Your rules mean nothing to me, and your commands won't change that. I looked around and saw that many wildlings seemed to agree with Rattleshirt. However, I couldn't find Mance among them, yet I noticed his wife's sister, Val, observing the situation. I might be wrong, but it seemed that Mance predicted such a reaction from the wildlings and wanted to see how I would handle it. What is this about? I interjected. TCH, Lord of Winterfell. Rattleshirt looked at me with distasteful eyes. You want me to drink some piss and eat pigs' leftovers? Do you think we accept being treated like animals? I expect you to follow the rules you people agreed on, I replied, stepping toward him. I agreed to shit. Rattleshirt spat at my boots. What reason do I have to listen to a whelp like you? What reason? I asked back, shocked that he even would question it. Maybe because you are in my lands, or we saved you. Or maybe you would show some respect for those who died, so your sorry ass could escape a certain and cold death. I owe you nothing, Rattleshirt replied, sneering at me. If I asked for ale and meat, I want ale and meat, not piss and pig's food. You get what you are offered, or you get nothing, I said, not backing away. I don't want anything to be handed to me, I will take what I want. Rattleshirt spat on my face. And a green boy like you won't stop me, neither will these crows. I cleaned my face as the wildlings cheered. Images of Lord Umber flashed through my mind. I remembered all who didn't return with me, and then I looked at Rattleshirt and everyone who seemed unsatisfied by the sacrifices the North made. Ice went from my back through the air, finding Rattleshirt's arm as he waved it arrogantly. Ice cleaved through the shirt made of bones. It cleaved through Rattleshirt's skin and bone as blood splattered on the ground, and an arm flew into the air. Silence descended as Rattleshirt screamed in pain, clutching his stump as blood spilled. Grey Wind beside me snarled at the wildlings as they seemed ready to attack me. You shall listen to the order of everyone around you, I said coldly, looking at the wildlings. You shall listen to me, to the men of Night's Watch, to my lords. Or you shall return to where you came from. We are no kneelers, Rattleshirt said as he got his bearing back. We don't fear your swords. Whatever deal you have with Mance doesn't apply to me or others. It wasn't a request, I said. My words were cold as ice. If you want to live in my lands, eat my food, and raise your children under my roof, you shall abide by our laws. Those who fail to do so shall be returned to where they came from. Then I'd rather go back than kneel to the likes of you. Rattleshirt bared his teeth, trying to rally the other wildlings who looked uncertain. Very well, there was no emotion in my voice. I made sure to hide. Take him up the wall and drop him down. He shall die as a free folk. What? Free folk, as you call yourself, is the enemy of the North, I explained to him and the other wildlings. If you are unwilling to change, we shall not accommodate you. We shall not tolerate you. We shall not let you threaten us. And we shall not let our enemies live. Drop him from the wall to the lands he belongs to. Stop it, you bastard. Rattleshirt screamed as 3 men took him and dragged him away. Is there anyone else who has any complaints? I asked the silent wildlings. Then return to your camps, eat your food, and be thankful that you shall not be killed and turned into the slaves of the others. The crowd dispersed soon after. There might be more trouble with them, but it didn't seem everyone thought the same as Rattleshirt. Only a few hundred of them crowed behind Rattleshirt, and it was expected as he was one of the leaders of the wildlings. But hopefully, they realize that their way of living isn't acceptable anymore, and they will have to put down their pride and kneel to our laws. It could been handled differently, Uncle Benjamin said. The wildlings aren't the only ones unsatisfied, I replied. If I show any weakness to them, they will exploit it. Kindness isn't a weakness, Benjamin replied. If I showed them kindness, then my lords will see it as injustice, I said. In the end, this is our land. I can't let them think they are above us and the law. If fear keeps them at bay, I am fine with it. I was now beyond tired. It was a hard climb back to my chambers. After washing myself, I collapsed on the bed. Just thinking about the future brought me a headache. But I was forced to close my eyes as I felt Grey Wind rest his head on my leg. I had to rest well to prepare for the next day. I woke up as tired as I went to sleep. My body creaked in protest, but I still forced myself to get up. I had work to do. The sun barely left the horizon before I climbed down to the yard of Eastwatch. I didn't know my way around, so I called a boy to lead me to the dining hall. I wanted to see the other men of the Night's Watch, see how they reacted to me. As I sat down at the table with my food, the men started whispering to themselves, but none stared at me with hate or disrespect. The show I gave them yesterday seemed enough for them to realize that I wouldn't let the wildlings do as they pleased. After I finished my breakfast, I told a messenger to bring Mance Rider and my lords to me. As soon as the men of the Night's Watch finished their breakfast, they vacated the dinner hall. There wasn't any room big enough to accommodate all of us, but the dinner hall, so we were given it to use. Tables were pushed to mine, and food and ale were set on the table. I didn't even ask for it, but they seemed ready for anything. My Lord Karstark came before everyone else followed close behind. I see that everyone has come. I looked around the lords of the north. Sit down. We have many things to discuss. Shall we begin with yesterday's incident? Small Janumber, now Lord of the Last Hearth, asked. It was dealt with, I replied. And any similar cases will be dealt with similarly. Let's get this over with. Lady Mormont seemed disinterested. I want to return home after so long. Very well, let's begin, I agreed with her, wanting to return to Winterfell too. We start with allocating the wildlings to various lands. Firstly, Dreadfort is vacant. Without any heir, the Bolton lands are getting emptier with each day. With the agreement with the rest of you, I am willing to give the castle and the lands to Mance Rider. I get a castle? Mance asked. Surprise was clear in his eyes. How generous. Don't dilute yourself, I replied, not wanting him to get ahead of himself. It will be your prison. If you accept Dreadfort as your new home, you shall not leave without my permission, no matter what. And most of the land is already divided and given to House Karstark, Umber, and Hornwood to rule. Still, it shall be enough for 20,000 new settlers. There are enough farms and fishing villages for your people. You make me a prisoner? Mance asked, confused but not angry. What did you expect? That your dissertation from the Night's Watch and other actions shall be forgotten? I asked. That is the best offer I will give you. And your son shall be raised in Winterfell. I will do my part of the deal, but you must do yours, Mance replied, understanding his position. You shall marry Val, my wife's sister, and make her Lady of Winterfell. Her children shall be your heirs. It shall be done, I agreed, wanting to be done with it. Now, let's continue. House Mormont is willing to take the Thans, Lady Mormont said. They are small enough of a tribe for the Bear Island to accommodate and civilized enough for us to rule over. Even though I don't like it, House Umber will take 3,000 of the wildlings to our lands, not a single one more, Lord Umber said, even though I could hear the distaste in his tone. To settle more than 7,000 into my lands would be difficult, Lord Karstark replied. Very well. I shall not ask of you anymore, I agreed. Benjen, see if there are any who will join the war, and part will be left in the gift. Mance, list the tribes that are good at fishing, hunting, and other things. That way, I will know where to send them. It took a whole day to discuss the allocation of the wildlings. But we barely scratched the surface of the laws that would be implemented for the wildlings as well as for the North as a whole. I had to ensure they realized that I would not tolerate any harm done to the Northmen or the wildlings. Everyone shall be judged equally and justly. Trial of the Harpy. Edmure POV. I didn't know what Asha wanted from me as she called me to her ship. Even though I didn't have much to do, I wouldn't say I liked wasting my time. When Asha came before me with Theon by her side, I knew what she would ask. Theon looked pale and thin, probably side effects from being locked in the ship for so long. Theon, I greeted the young man. Lord Edmure did the same. "Is there something you want, Asher?" I asked. "Just to confirm our deal." I sighed. Asher was getting closer to Daenerys while I kept my distance. I could tell that she wanted to push me with her influence with Daenerys. It meant nothing to me, as I had already given her my word. I didn't have any thought of breaking it. It was pointless to me, but if it satisfied her, I would play along with her. "Once we return to Westeros, I will exonerate House Greyjoy of their crimes against the Iron Throne," I said. "Letting you to return to your home and rule over Pike." "I want it written down," Asher said. "I don't have House Tully seal, but I will write and sign it," I agreed. I didn't have anything else to say to her and her brother. I didn't know why she insisted on it now. Maybe it was to show something to Theon, but I didn't care. My time would be better spent cleaning my sword than speaking to the Greyjoys. The trial would begin in a few days, and even though I didn't have anything to do with it, I still wanted to watch it. I wanted to see the end of these great masters. Even in the scorching sun, the fighting pits were full of audience, awaiting the arrival of the accused. I have told everything I managed to find out of them to Daenerys, and we knew that if the Sons of the Harpy were to attack us, this would be the perfect chance for it. How Daenerys was planning for trials to pass was up to her. I could tell she wanted me close to her to watch me but didn't want to put her trust in me. It was fine even if she didn't tell me anything. Daenerys had capable people around her to protect her and do other things. I didn't need to worry about someone like her. And seeing her dragons freely flying in the sky should put even the bravest of people in fear. The Unsullied surrounding the pits wouldn't let through anyone. Yet, Daenerys chose the center of the pits to hold the court, sitting on a high seat overlooking the convicts. Behind her was Ser Barristan, clad in his white armor and cloak, with a sword drawn and pointed down but held with both hands. Daenerys dared the Sons of the Harpy to come and try to get to her. Only those willing to die could challenge Daenerys. "I'm glad to see all of you, the people of Meereen, here to witness the trial of these two men, who dared to challenge my authority and helped the vicious murderers, Sons of the Harpy." After having wasted all morning introducing herself and the men, it was refreshing to hear her announce the start of it so briefly. I watched it all from the stands with Tyrion by my side. He didn't seem to be even a bit caring about it. With Daenerys as the sole judge, the trial was already concluded. Daenerys only wanted people to hear of their horrible practices. "Do you think we will see a nice show today?" Tyrion asked. "I would worry about it if I was you," I replied. "It wouldn't be difficult to trample someone like you. That is if chaos spreads and people panic and run around aimlessly. Won't you protect me?" Tyrion asked with a sly smile. "I do not need you anymore," I answered with a smirk. "Your death would mean nothing, only less work for me." "How cold," Tyrion said. Instead of listening to Tyrion's nonsense, I focused on the people around us. 4 former slaves, some of them had quite a few cuts on their hands. They weren't old wounds either. I remember having similar injuries when I was young and wanted to learn how to use blades as fast as possible. When you rush such things, it is easy to cut yourself. 3, 4, those two had similar wounds. I counted 9 people around me with cuts on their hands. They weren't treated well, so it wasn't hard to notice them. They wore long, loose shirts covering their hips, so it was hard to tell if they had weapons. Maybe I was overthinking it, those wounds might be from working in the fields. But it was better to keep watch on them to see if they did something suspicious. For now, I focused on the ongoing trial. Daenerys did a great job of telling the accused what their crimes were and informing the public that she wouldn't tolerate something like this. Trials began slowly, calling out previous slaves from their houses to tell the public how they were treated. There wasn't a single one who said they were treated well while working for them. A merchant would come next, telling how he was forced to provide weapons for the accused houses. The merchant recounted how the guards of these houses would threaten him if he failed to do as they told him. I heard murmurs in the audience as more and more witnesses would recount their encounters with the accused houses. Yet I noticed, while watching the trials, that the suspicious people with cuts on their hands kept silent, even as shocking revelations were said. They kept focusing on Daenerys, but now I could tell they weren't interested in the trials. Now, it went beyond my suspicion of them. As I kept discreetly looking around me, I saw that those people were slowly nearing my position. There were more of them than regular people. Some would keep glancing at me. At that moment, I knew that they recognized me. And whatever they wanted from me wasn't anything good. I gripped the handle of my sword, but I didn't move yet. Instead, I looked at the other side of the fighting pits. It was hard to see, but I could make out people moving to the edge of the stands. As the trial progressed, witnesses and evidence painted a complex picture of the accused house's involvement with the Sons of the Harpy. The audience in the fighting pits was already on Daenerys' side. I couldn't see anyone sympathizing with the accused and most already demanding justice. It was clear how the trial would end. But with each moment, I felt the atmosphere growing tenser as the trial unfolded, as it became clear what would be the fate of House Merrick and House Gazin. The results of this trial would shape the Queen's authority and the city's unity against the other great masters. It was something that the Sons of the Harpy couldn't let happen. If I threw you over the stand, would you be able to run to the Queen? I asked Tyrion. What the hell are you talking about? Tyrion looked at me, confused. It isn't that big of a fall, I said. At worst, you would only twist your ankle. To avoid it, I would advise you to roll with the fall. Are you mad or something? Run toward Daenerys. You will be safer by her side. Edmure, your jokes aren't funny. I smiled at him, and instead of replying, I grabbed him and threw him over the rail of the stands. I made sure to throw him with enough force so that he could roll with the fall and wouldn't injure himself. At worst, he would twist his ankle or wrist. As Tyrion screamed as he fell, getting the attention of everyone, I grabbed the wrist of the first man who approached me and pushed him into the crowd. Seeing that I discovered them, the rest of the attackers stopped hiding themselves and threw their daggers. As weapons gleamed in the sunlight, the rest of the innocent people began to panic and run away. Before the attackers could get any advantage, I drew my sword and started slashing the ones closest to me. The blood splattered, and now the audience was in complete panic. Soon, chaos erupted as the attackers rushed into the fighting pit through the stands. Panic spread through the fighting pit. People were trying to run away. Some would fall off the stands to the pit. The attackers mostly ignored the public but would push or stab them if they got in the way. But I could only give one glance around me before I had to turn my focus on my attackers. I ensured my back was secure before deflected a dagger. There were 9 of them, close to me, and who knows how many within the public. But my sword reached further than their daggers. Before they could come close to me, I would already cut at their arms and chest while backing off. I could tell they wanted to surround me, but I didn't let them, as my Valyrian steel sword cut through them cleanly. After cutting 4 of them, I noticed more were coming through the crowd. Seeing no choice, I jumped off the stands to the pit. There were already plenty of them in the pit fighting the Unsullied. A crowd trying to run away blocked the entrance to the fighting pit so no reinforcements would come soon. The dragons above roared, but it would be the worst idea to rain fire on the crowd. The goodwill Daenerys have earned through this trial and the bad will the Sons of the Harpy will gain in this attack would be reversed if she used her dragons now. Still, her dragons soon landed next to her as Tyrion reached her side, protecting her from harm, while the Unsullied backed off and made a protective circle to push the attackers away. Sir Barristan, seeing the Queen safe, stepped forward and started cutting down the attackers. Even though their skills were lacking compared to ours, and they were mainly armed with daggers and short swords, there were too many. The spears of the Unsullied could only stab one of them at a time. I narrowed my eyes as my Valyrian steel sword carved a path through the attackers. What was Daenerys planning? Had she underestimated the Sons of the Harpy that much? If Daenerys is forced to flee, the Sons of the Harpy would count it as a victory. Who knows how many of them were outside the fighting pit? If she escaped while the Sons of the Harpy continued their attack, it would make her look weak. I didn't have time to worry about that, as I cut down one after the other of the attackers. I wished I had command over the Unsullied, but all I could do was join them and fight together with them. The outcome of this sudden and unexpected attack will shape the course of events in Meereen, testing allegiances, courage, and the Queen's resolve to maintain control over the city. So, I was relieved when the tattered prince and Dario, with their sellsword companies, broke from the under of the seats in the stands, quickly surrounding the remaining attackers. It looked like Daenerys had planned it through, hiding her men well. With them joining the scene, the fighting quickly came to an end. The sons of the Harpy were quickly surrounded and killed or captured if they surrendered. I wish I had been informed of this, but it was probably my fault for not asking the tattered prince. The queen has taken a total victory in this battle. She quickly instructed her Unsullied to protect the innocent and maintain order as people still panicked. Now, she has won the affection of the people of Meereen. There won't be any problem with forcibly investigating and taking down the noble houses. Even the Temple of the Graces won't be able to interfere easily. Tattered Prince and the Unsullied quickly left the fighting pit into the streets of Meereen to secure the order. The way Dario slipped with them, I couldn't help but think that some of the great masters would die today. I pretended not to see it and walked up to the queen. Even though I disliked being a target of the Sons of the Harpy, I didn't want to do anything with them. The Redfish. Edmure POV. Seeing Daenerys parade a dozen great masters before the court made many tense. After the attack at yesterday's trial, Daenerys quickly launched a counter-attack. Half of the pyramids in Meereen were raided in one day and night. No matter how much the great masters complained and tried to refuse to comply with Daenerys' actions, their words fell too short. The whole city was on Daenerys' side. The Unsullied had to stop the citizens from breaking into the pyramids and enacting their form of justice. The great masters lost all the city's support after the attack, leaving 34 people killed and twice the number injured. The people wanted justice, and Daenerys provided it for them. It was over now. All those who were connected to the Sons of the Harpy in one way or another will be dealt with now. No one will defend them. No one will try anything anymore, as Daenerys will pass her judgment on them. After this, no one could defy Daenerys' authority, at least within the city. The great masters who conspired with the Sons of the Harpy have brought nothing but death and suffering to the people of Meereen. They hid behind their titles and wealth, but their actions revealed the true darkness within their hearts. They thought they could undermine the peace and justice we seek to bring to this city, but they were wrong. Daenerys' voice was filled with fiery resolve. Everyone who listened to her couldn't deny her will to bring stability and order to the city she sought to rule. It also carried a warning to anyone who might consider opposing her vision. Her words reflected her commitment to justice and her determination to protect the innocent. I vow to hunt down every last member of the Sons of the Harpy and all those who supported them. No one is above the law, not even the great masters. Justice will be served as it will have prevailed, and Meereen will thrive under the rule of law, not in the shadows of fear and conspiracy. Bringing these men who have perpetuated a reign of terror in the darkness of the shadows to the light was the end for them. It didn't matter if Daenerys used underhand methods to get evidence of their crimes. The people of Meereen only cared for the Great Master to be justly punished. Now, she had the support of all the common people of Meereen and defeated the Sons of the Harpy. That is why I am concerned now. What will be her following action? Will she keep her word to me and help Astapa? She might even aim higher and take Astapa for herself. After all, there wasn't anything nor anyone who could stop her dragons. That would work fine with me. If I brought Shireen back to Westeros, I can safely secure the Stormland's loyalty. As the court ended, Daenerys called for the small council. I joined her as I was tired of this city and this continent. I wanted Daenerys to keep her word so I could return home. But it wouldn't be that easy. I had to get her to negotiate with Jaehaerys and agree to a peace treaty. Otherwise, I will have to think of a way to kill her and her dragons. I thought manipulating her wouldn't be too challenging, as I only saw a little girl who didn't know what she was doing initially. But now that she experienced a significant victory, I feared she might become cocky. She already didn't trust me and might be more inclined to refuse to listen to me in the future. I had to do something to change that. Congratulations, Your Grace. Tyrion was the first to speak as we entered the small council room. With this, even if someone wanted, they wouldn't be able to fight against you. You destroyed the core members of the great masters involved with the Sons of the Harpy. And brought Graston no Gallair his knees. But not everyone, Daenerys replied. Temple of the Graces and Lorik family won't be able to amass any power anymore, Asha said. They don't have any allies within the city. Within the city, no, I added. But there are still many outside the city who could and want to support them. Yunkai and Volantis, Daenerys agreed. And there are remains of the Golden Company. Those leeches would take any opportunity to harm me and mine. Yunkai wants to take Astapa first before turning their forces at us, the tattered prince said. I would advise to wait until they move on to Astapa before we strike them. Fuck waiting, Dario cursed, frustration visible in his eyes. I am tired of waiting, your grace. I say we attack them now and let them face the wrath of the mother of the dragons. I agree. Lord Tully. Daenerys turned to me in surprise. I thought you would take the next actions more cautiously. When our enemy and their plans are unclear, it is best to move cautiously, I replied. But there is a reason I am called the Redfish, and it isn't for my carefulness. And what would be your plan, Redfish? Daenerys didn't seem too impressed by my words. Do you need my dragons to burn a path for you? Your grace, I sighed, tired of this shit. I could kill you right now, right here. I would watch your words, or I carve your other eye. The tip of Dario's sword was close to my lone eye. I could kill you too, Dario, I replied, not even blinking. Sabaristan, would you tell them why you have knighted me at the age of 15? And why am I called the Redfish? What do you want me to say, Lord Tully? Sabaristan had his hand on the hilt of his sword. I am sorry I had to hide my true identity, your grace. But even you should acknowledge that it was the only way for me to survive. And have I not proven myself already? Get to the point, Lord Tully. Instead of answering, I grasped Dario's sword, clenching it hard so he couldn't move it. Then, I grabbed my chair with another hand before throwing it at Dario. The chair broke at Dario's head, knocking him back. In a quick motion, before anyone could react to me, I drew my Valyrian sword, cutting Grey Worm's wooden spear in half as he thrust it at me and rolled over the table to dodge Sabaristan's sword and reach Daenerys. My point is that even your dragons won't be able to protect you if I wanted to kill you, I said as I had Daenerys' throat in my hand. Release her, Lord Tully. Sabaristan's sword was by my back, too. Tell her, Sabaristan, how I got the name of the Redfish. In Greyjoy Rebellion, you faced Lord Drum. When you were weaponless and in the hands of Lord Drum, you bit his throat and ripped half of it with your teeth, killing Lord Drum and winning the battle. Do you think I could do the same to your queen before you stabbed me? Yes, Sabaristan replied truthfully. So now you know, your grace. I let her go, and she quickly stepped back. I would have done that if I wanted to kill you. Jaehaerys hasn't sent me to kill you, nor do he or I want to kill you. So, enough of your reservations against me. I am tired, far away from my home and family. So, forgive me if I didn't play by your rules and won't play by them even now. What do you want? Daenerys asked as she looked at me with a mixture of fear and anger. To help you so you can help me, I replied. Give me a chance to kill your enemies. And after I am done with them, please come with me to King's Landing to meet your nephew so you can agree to peace. Winter is coming, and I would rather prepare for it than fight a war with you, your grace. Or I can kill you now and be done with you. Dario's sword was against my neck now. Drop your weapons, Daenerys calmly ordered. Lord Tully is my guest, you shall act respectfully with him. Your grace. Even Sabaristan didn't want to listen to such an order. He tried to harm you. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it, Daenerys said as she straightened up. And it is you, Sabaristan, who failed to protect me, and now you fail to listen to my orders. My apologies. Sabaristan sheathed his sword. Dario, the same goes for you, too. Give me a reason. I will cut your head off, Dario whispered into my ear before sheathing his sword. What do you need? Daenerys asked as her subjects backed away from me. Give me 2,000 unsullied, the Storakraus, and the windblown, I replied. Fine, I will give a few thousand freedmen, too, as well as Asher's fleet, Daenerys agreed. But I expect Yunkai to fall to its knees. It will be done, your grace. It didn't seem that Daenerys was in the mood to listen to the words of her counsel as she left afterward. There was an awkward silence in the room as Sabaristan followed out of Daenerys with Grey Worm. Dario continued to stare at me with the look that promised murder as he left, too. Tyrion continued to drink his wine, pretending he didn't notice anything. Asher played with her knife, not giving a fuck. It was risky and too reckless of an action I took against Daenerys, but I didn't see any other way to give Daenerys my intentions. No matter what I said, She had little reason to listen to my words. I had to make her listen to me and believe me. It was hard to say, but I believe she didn't want to fight the last family she had, but after what Egon had done, it wasn't unreasonable to think she wouldn't trust us so quickly. I didn't wish to kill her or her dragons either. I knew what the winter would bring, but I still had no idea what we needed to do to stop them. The dragons seemed the only way to guarantee we could survive the winter. I wonder if the Night's Watch has already discovered them, but if they did, I believe Rob could take action before it is too late. I was more worried about the rest of the Lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Some were too religious, and others too cowardly to make the right decisions. I could imagine them fighting each other before they even realized the danger the winter would bring us. I could only hope that Jaehaerys and Jason would take it into their own hands and be able to move within the politics to secure the North and unite the rest of the houses. Where has the confidence gone from your face? Tyrion found me as I looked through maps and planned my attack on Yunkai. You look more worried than the Queen. I am not worried about Yunkai, I said, turning to the drinking dwarf. Apart from the walls, the city has nothing I should be worried about. That's good, but may I ask you to warn me if you threaten the Queen next time, Tyrion said, taking one extra long sip of his wine. Just give me time to find a way to escape her wrath. I don't particularly like the idea of becoming her dragon's meal. At best, you would be a snack, I replied with a smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything so reckless anymore. Somehow, I found it hard to believe it. I ignored Tyrion and turned my attention to the map of Yunkai. It was pretty detailed. I could see streets and various buildings on the map. But I wasn't too concerned about the city. I had to focus on its walls. There wasn't any weakness to it, or at least I couldn't find it on the map. It looked like I would have to do it the old-fashioned way. Prepare a letter to be sent to Astapa, I said. They should be more than happy to help us take Yunkai out. I am sure Shireen will, Tyrion agreed. But I am still worried that Yunkai won't fight alone. They won't have time to request help from Volantis or Nugis, I said. And if they did, Asher's fleet would stop them from joining with Yunkai. I am talking about the remains of the Golden Company. I turned to Tyrion, wanting to dismiss his worry, but the more I thought about it, the more I agreed. At least a few thousand of the Golden Company should be alive. It wouldn't be a stretch to say they regrouped within the nearest city. And Yunkai would be all too happy to take the Golden Company into their ranks, even if weakened. But it might be better that way. I could take care of two birds with one stone. Precaution before the attack. Edmure POV. It took 2 weeks of hard riding to reach Yunkai. The windblown and the Storakraus quickly set a perimeter around the city. The 3,000 freedmen Daenerys gave me started working on building the camps. Grey Worm ordered the 2,000 Unsullied to erect defenses. While they did that, I rode around Yunkai, planning how to take it. Yunkai's walls were made of yellow bricks. Poor maintenance was shown as the walls were crumbling, and the towers weren't safe to use. Yet a tremendous golden pyramid was sticking out from the inside of the city. It was a testament to what the so-called wise masters dedicated their time and resources to. After surveying the city walls, I returned to the camp. A commander's tent was erect, and the tattered prince, Dario, and Grey Worm were waiting for me. I climbed down from my horse and went to the table. Taking some stones and branches, I constructed a module of Yunkai walls. I used rocks to mark our camps and men. So, what is our plan? Dario asked. We storm the main gates. If you want to die, be my guest, I replied. But no, we won't storm the main gates. They are well maintained and can be easily reinforced. The walls look weak, Grey Worms commented. Yes, they are old and grumbling, I agreed. We shall divide our men into 3 forces. The freedmen will stay at the main gates. The Unsullied will go to the northern side of the walls, while the Windblown and I will be on the southern side. We will strike from 3 sides. The tattered prince looked skeptical. No, we let them think that, I answered. But our true target will be the southern walls. And what do you need the Storakraus to do? Dario asked. You and your men will watch our back. I don't want anyone taking us by surprise. So, I guess we will take it slow, the tattered prince said. Start chopping down the birch woods, I replied, pointing to the woods not far away. We will build trade buckets and siege towers while we await Asher's fleet and the reinforcements from Astapa. A few of each should be enough. The towers on the southern side would fall after a few stones hit them. It will take too much time, Dario said. We have time, I replied. And I'd rather waste my time than my men. We are not yours, Dario stated. I will take patrols outside our camp and see if any Volantis or Nugis men are coming. But I will watch you too. Make any suspicious movement, and I will come for your head. Worse men were after my head. None succeeded, I said. Dario only sneered at me before leaving. Grey Worm also left after looking at my makeshift map of branches and stones. The tattered prince seemed to want to say something but stayed silent and returned to his men. I could guess what he wanted to say, but it wasn't the time for now. I alone was left in the tent. I thought of my strategy. We could go on this in other ways, but it was better to play it safe for now. And I wanted to see the forces Yunkai had. I wanted to ensure what the wise masters were planning and if they had the remnants of the Golden Company within their walls. The city gates were closed tightly, and to my surprise, no one came to negotiate with us. I looked through my far eye to see men doing last-minute fixes on the walls and towers. The wooden supports wouldn't do much, but it let them use the towers and the walls more safely. But they won't be able to fit the walls with catapults or scorpions, especially on the northern or the southern side. Lady Asher finally has arrived, the tattered prince said as we could see a small fleet blockade the harbor. A bit late, I commented. But I see she had a good reason for it. Rather than sail straight to Yunkai, she gathered more ships for her fleet. Now, she had 50 strong ships at her disposal. Half of them were cogs and galleons. They were slower than the sleek longships from the Iron Islands but big enough to be armored and used in naval battles. And undoubtedly sufficient to use as a blockade. Now we are only missing the reinforcements from Astapa, the tattered prince said. They should arrive within a week or two. While Dario patrolled our backs and secured our supply line to Marine, Grey Worm worked with the freedmen to cut down the trees. The tattered prince and I were watching the actions Yunkai made. Everything went smoothly, but I wouldn't say I liked that the wise masters didn't appear. They should have come and offered us various gifts to leave their city alone, but they stayed silent within the walls. While we wait, I want to discuss our contract, the tattered prince said. I knew you would bring it up soon, I replied. What do you want to discuss? If you help me, I will help you take Pentos. I don't feel like I am helping you much, the tattered prince said. I don't see why you still would work with me. Are you suspicious? I asked. To put it lightly, yes, the tattered prince replied. Pentos is a city I would need to deal with anyway, I explained. And I don't know what Daenerys is planning, so you are my insurance. As long as you stand by my side when I need you, I will give you control over Pentos. Nothing has changed. Then I am relieved. I looked at the old man in a tattered cape and shook my head. I didn't know much about him, or more precisely, I knew nothing about him. There was no reason to trust him, but I had no reason not to trust him, either. But I needed him. If Daenerys decided to do something toward me, I wouldn't have anyone to rely on. As siege towers and the trade buckets started to form, Dario rode up to me to inform me that 3,000 men from Astapa had arrived. After giving some orders to the men to continue their work, I left with Dario to meet our reinforcements. Apart from the knights from the Stormlands and a few hundred other well-armed and armored men, the rest were former slave soldiers. Sir Davos, I noticed the old smuggler. Lord Tully, I came here as the representative of Queen Shireen. Station your men at the central camp. We have already prepared tents for you. Then we will take them, Davos said. But before that, there is a man who would want to meet you. I nodded as a massive man in impressive armor rode up to me. I recognized him and let him follow me somewhere more private instead of talking here. I was surprised to see him here but also pleased. It seemed that Ariane had worked hard to find me. It was impressive how she did it, as I didn't think I would have been able to do it. You are on Ariane's orders, Clegane. She has sent me to find you, Clegane replied before looking at my scarred face. But it seems I was late. There is nothing you could have done, I said. How many men did you bring with you? 200 and a warship. Very good, I smiled at his words. It was a pleasant surprise, and I felt immensely relieved to have my men to order. They were loyal only to me. Taking a better look at those men, I noticed that their armor had my house symbol on them. They were probably handpicked by Ariane. I will have to kiss that woman to death in thanks. And with a ship, I could leave at any time I wanted. I won't feel like I was trapped again. I called for a meeting once Sadavos and Clegane had settled in their camps. Dario looked suspiciously at Sadavos and Clegane while Grey Worm inspected the men they brought with them. From how Clegane stood by my side, I made clear that he was my man. Even Dario had reservations about staring at Clegane, as he stood taller than everyone else in the tent. The wise master has yet to come forward, Grey Worm informed us. They think they can take on us, Dario replied. Arrogant fools they are. They will not lower themselves a second time. They know they have fucked up, the tattered prince said. After losing to Astapa, their standing with Volantis and Nugis has been lowered. The wise masters must make their stand here and defend against us to show they still have power. That is the only way they can ally with other free cities. Even the most desperate people know when they are defeated, Sadavos stated. They wouldn't hold down if they didn't have enough confidence. Who knows how many slave soldiers they have, I agreed. Maybe thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands. They won't be trained well, Grey Worm said. Once we break through them, they will drop their weapons and scatter if given a chance. They didn't have enough time to hire sellswords to help them, and if they did, they would have shown them before us. Dario gave his piece. Unless someone has come to them earlier, I said. The remnants of the Golden Company, the tattered prince shared my suspicions. Either way, we continue with our plan. Once siege towers and the tread buckets are finished, we shall begin sieging them. I ended the meeting. Sooner than later, Yunkai will reveal their forces and plans. But I still should be careful, as who knows what they are planning. But on the other hand, there wasn't much they could do. They will try to defend the city to the end, but why would they hide their forces? Unless they are planning to use them at a critical moment. Would they dare to copy me? Why not? It worked well enough for Astapa, and we had 10 to 20 times fewer men. If about 2,000 or 3,000 men from the Golden Company are hiding inside, why not use them in a way that would weaken us tremendously? And why wouldn't I encourage them if they weren't thinking that way? Stones flew at the towers on the walls of Yunkai. After a day of fixing up the tread buckets so they could hit our targets, we got results almost immediately. They crumbled to the ground after a few more giant stones than usual hit the towers. Archers tried to hit us, but we were too far from their reach, and if arrows managed to reach us, they only hit our shields. Inform that the siege towers should be prepared, I told a messenger. You think the plan will work? The tattered prince asked. You going on an assumption? It matters not, I answered. Look at those walls. After 5, maybe 10, stones hit them, they will break. Without towers, they won't be able to suppress us from above. So, we will only be left to climb over the wreckage and push the defenders back. I guess it would be pretty hard for a cavalry to ride over all that rumble, the tattered prince agreed. And if your assumption about their plan is right, we can easily counterattack them. I fought against Tywin Lannister and Stannis Baratheon, I said. There isn't a trick these sellswords can throw at me that would catch me off guard. And it isn't like they have much choice. The wise masters should know that once we enter the city, their slave soldiers will quickly surrender. And the Golden Company knows that too, the tattered prince agreed. That way, they will have no choice but to fall for your trap. Seeing that most men are coming from the sides, they won't be able to resist striking at our center. Where the Unsullied will stop them, I finished. And then our cavalry will strike them from their flanks, and Dario will finish all the stranglers. And if they don't do as you think they will, then we continue with our assault, I answered. We shall support the freedmen and enter the city. It wasn't a complex plan, failing it won't cost us much. I was only making sure that our ranks were secure. The stones continued to fall on Yunkai walls as I made my observations. If Yunkai wishes to strike, they will do it when most of our men are concentrated on the walls. They will have only one chance to do so. Light resistance. Edm your POV. The giant stone flew over my head, crashing into the tower's walls before it crumbled and fell, bringing the wall down, too. A narrow entrance appeared, and a few more stones widened it further. I ordered the men to wait as more stones hit that place, clearing more space. When I saw that it was a big enough entrance, I motioned for the freedmen to invade the city. With their weapons held high, they rushed to the hole in the wall, climbing over the rubble. I then turned my eyes at the gates. They were closed tight, and there still wasn't a signal that any other gates were opened. With a hole in the wall, Yunkai has no chance of holding their city, so if they have something prepared for us, they will use it soon. To bait them out, I rode closer to the walls. They should see me with my guards nearing the hole in the wall. Just as I thought Yunkai didn't have anything to defy me, I saw smoke coming from the other side of the city. Then I heard the heavy gates before me opening. Instantly, I realized their plan, but it didn't catch me off guard. It only meant they had enough men to strike from two sides simultaneously. I quickly ordered Grey Worm to set a shield wall at the side and block the cavalry from our side. I didn't need to tell the Tattered Prince anything, as he got the gist of what was happening and quickly flew into action organizing his cavalry. The gates were burst open. From what I could discern from one glance, about 2,500 cavalrymen rode out. Seeing as my 200 men with me were already in front of everyone, I took the point. But rather than ride straight at them like a madman, I curved around them, forcing a sizable force to follow me. It would be a risky move on my part, as if they caught us, they would strike us from behind, but I had enough experience and knew what I was doing. My guards and I were faster than them, and the freedmen who still hadn't entered the city quickly moved to intercept the enemy's cavalry. They had no choice but to form a long, narrow column when leaving the gates. Everything fell in place for my small force to pierce them through their side. While the Tattered Prince struck the cavalry head-on, I drew my Valyrian sword and carved a way through their side. The dust rose from all the horses around the battlefield, and chaos ensued. The screams of men or horses were impossible to distinguish as both fell to the ground. The Unsullied stopped the second cavalry coming from the side. But the battle just began. As I pierced through the cavalry, those following us quickly were lost in the chaos of the fight. I quickly looked around to see that the Tattered Prince stopped the cavalry in their tracks, letting the freedmen enter the fray. The Unsullied held off the cavalry coming from the side. Instead of helping either, I looked at the still opened gates that would soon be closed. They were barely guarded, as Yunkai was trying to stop the freedmen from entering through the hole in the wall. So, I took the opportunity, and with my 200 guards, I rode to the city. The guards at the gates were measly, if any. There was little resistance to stop us from entering the city. While the archers took quite a few of us, nothing stopped us once we entered the streets. The slave soldiers, seeing they're getting stomped by our horses, quickly threw their weapons down and ran away. Clegane, take 50 men and lead the freedmen. I don't speak Valyrian. You don't need to speak, just lead them through the city and finish off what is left of the soldiers. With gates secured, it was time to finish the cavalry, and Yunkai would be ours. Leaving the city along the way, we entered. I surveyed the battlefield. To end this fight faster, I needed to take down their command. But it was difficult to see who was who within the dust and masses of men and horses clashing at each other. Instead, I looked at the best group of men who pushed their opponents back even in this chaos. Within the elites, it was mostly likely their command. Either way, killing them would help others, so we again rode into the battlefield. I could tell our horses were getting tired, but so did the enemies. We needed to strike and finish them now or never, and I couldn't let the commanders go, no matter what. As we charged into the chaos of the battlefield, the dust and mess made it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Horses whinnied, men shouted, and the clash of steel against steel filled the air. But I had our target within my sight. And even if few got in the way, they were quickly cut down and stomped over. My Valyrian sword glimmered in the sun as we neared them. They noticed us but were already preoccupied to able to change their formation to meet us. I didn't know who they were, their armor was high quality, but dust and blood covered it beyond recognition. It didn't matter in the end. They were overrun by our numbers and disordered by the rapid turn of events. I would have liked to say they fought bravely and hoped to be seen like this in their last moments, but the truth was that they didn't last even for a moment. My sword cut through them like they were made of straw. Our charge has gored them, throwing most out of their horses, and the rest didn't even have a chance to retreat. Die, you swine! Their anger showed as one took a heavy swing at me and shouted at my face. You won't extinguish centuries-long perseverance. Our bitter steel shall not be defeated. This is not the end. It's a temporary setback, another joined with my sword. The dragon may have won this battle, but our fire still burns. It can burn in hell, I replied, cutting down the last one on the horse. I looked around. There was barely any fighting left. The dust had settled, and the last of the enemy were on the ground. Some have resigned to their fate, others defiantly fought back, even as spears ran through them. I rode through the battlefield to no one in particular. But one man stood before me, his armor was blooded, but I could see gold in it. Surrender! I yelled out to all the remaining men. You have been defeated. Yunkai is ours. Defeated? The man before me asked as he barely raised his sword. Do you think this changes anything? Our cause lives on. Our legacy will endure, and the Iron Throne will know our wrath. This battle may be lost, but the war is far from over. Remember our name and fury, for we shall rise again. I don't even know who you are, I replied, stabbing him through the head. Their defiance at death's door was remarkable but foolish nonetheless. The tattered prince ran through the rest that wanted to continue to fight, and Dario would kill those who ran off. Their words and names would be forgotten. Nobody even will remark on the Golden Company in this battle. They died as nobodies. It was just light resistance that tried to protect Yunkai. The once chaotic battlefield was now silent, save for the faint cries of wounded men and the distant sounds of battle from within the city of Yunkai. I gazed upon the fallen, the price of victory in a world rife with conflict and ambition. Turning away from the fallen soldiers, I focused on the open gates of Yunkai, beckoning me to finish this siege. The streets of Yunkai were eerily empty, the slave soldiers having scattered in the face of our relentless charge. I explicitly ordered Clegane not to spare anyone and to bring down the wise masters from their pyramids and let the people of Yunkai enjoy their blood. Asha and her Ironborn found an opportunity to make waste of what was once a great city. Yet, as I rode forward, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope that this victory would mark the beginning of a new era for Yunkai, one free from the shackles of tyranny and oppression, even though it mattered to me little. But the hope in the eyes of people around us was infectious. So, I didn't stay on the streets for long. This isn't what Daenerys wanted. Dario yelled at Clegane, who ignored him, seeing that he could not get any reaction from the giant man. Dario turned his gaze to me. You. Why have you killed the wise masters? They are all dead. Because I don't have time, I replied, pushing him away. I will not stay and play games with this place anymore. Queen Daenerys can do this on her own. That way, you wanted to take control of the siege. Dario realized my intentions. I did what was asked of me. Next time, your queen would have to think twice before asking things to be done for her. I refused to fall into another cycle of shadow games between Daenerys and the previous rule. So, I made sure to kill everyone in power within the city. Daenerys can deal with the outcome as she wishes, but now I should finally be free to leave her and return home. And it would help if she had to focus on the Slavers' Bay and couldn't turn her gaze to the west. I say it is fine work. What is he mad about? Asha walked in just as Dario left. Is he jealous because you brought Yunkai to its knees instead of him? It could be many things, I replied. It doesn't matter to me. Well, I am satisfied with how things went, Asha replied. The wise masters had quite a few gold coins lying out for me to take, and I even managed to swipe a few ships for my fleet. Now, I only need to find sailors to hire. Could you get in the city any time you wanted? They had no competent commander, no formation, or knew anything of naval battle. I could have crushed their fleet at any moment. You should have told me, I replied. I did what was asked of me, Lord Tully. Next time, be careful of what you ask. I could see her mocking smile from a mile away. Arrogant bitch she was, I didn't care about it now. I instead asked Clegane how things are back home. Even if he has little interest in politics, general knowledge is enough for me. It should be fine as long as the Seven Kingdoms aren't burning. Ariane and Lord Jason would see to it, and G. Harry's wasn't an idiot either. Lord Tully, I see you are fine. Sir Davos came to me with sweat dripping from his forehead. It looked like the heat wasn't very forgiving towards him. The city is fully under our control. The order was established, too. What is left is to introduce Queen Daenerys to Queen Shireen, I replied. Then my job will be done. Thank you for your help, Lord Tully, Sir Davos said. Without Yunkai, I don't believe Volantis will do anything independently. And no matter what Queen Daenerys says to us, at least we were able to preserve the freedom of Astapa. How naive, but entirely wrong. Volantis won't move on its own, but it would matter if Karth, Nugis, or whatever city that doesn't like the mother of the dragons joined them. The end of slavery would hurt them too much to let it go. But it wasn't for me to deal with. I will take the ship Clegane came in and sail back home when possible. My lord, one of my guards found me. We found it. The guard I ordered to look through the Golden Company's belongings brought me a long wooden case. I opened it and smiled in satisfaction. It was what I was looking for. With this, G. Harry's rule will be secure. There won't be a question about his lineage anymore. And his legacy will endure the tides of history. Too far gone. Daenerys POV. Sitting on the terrace of my chambers, I looked at the skies where my dragons flew. I could see they savored the freedom I had taken from them before. They were too big to land anywhere on the Great Pyramid. I missed the days when they would snuggle on my shoulders and lap, looking to be scratched and petted. And I miss the days when I was a naive girl who could trust her brother to protect her. But days have changed, and so has I changed. Time flew faster than I could catch up to it. People left me and joined me. And now I was the Queen of Meereen and Yunkai, Mother of the Dragons. Yet, nothing felt real anymore. Your Grace Sir Barristan announced himself, even though I heard his armor cling as he took heavy but hurried steps. I was informed that a message from Yunkai has come. Lord Tully has taken Yunkai in my name, I replied, giving him the letter a messenger had delivered this morning. It was a decisive victory, Your Grace, Sir Barristan said after reading the letter. And even the remnants of the Golden Company were defeated. And all of the Wise Master were massacred, I added, betraying no emotion. No one can defy my rule over the Slavers' Bay now. Volantis may scheme and plan, and Nugis will wait, but they alone won't do anything. They're still, Myr, Lies, and Tiosh. Cities far away, always fighting over the disputed lands, I said. I would be more worried about Karth. Then congratulations should be in order, Sir Barristan smiled, trying to wash away my worries. Instead of answering him, I turned to the city below me. The vastness of it was overwhelming. I looked down at the people going on their business. They were mine to rule, mine to protect, and mine to guide. And another city now fell under my rule. Yet, it didn't feel right. I have won no battles. I have not defeated any great villains. Be truthful, sir. Am I the queen you wanted to serve? You are just and honorable. Unwavering in your commitment to justice. Your compassion makes you a better ruler and set apart from many others I have served. But am I the right ruler for these people? I asked, not satisfied with his answer. Am I a rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms? Your Grace, Sir Barristan was looking for the right words, but I didn't wait. Leave me. Sir Barristan wanted to say something, and part of me wanted him to stop me from thinking that way, but he, as ever faithful, did as I said. Maybe sensing my emotions, my children screeched through the sky, scaring the common people of Meereen. I sat down and waited until I couldn't hear the heavy footsteps of Sir Barristan. Just and honorable. Was I? I condemned families for one man's actions. Compassionable. How could I be so, after facing so many treacherous actions? Each day, I felt more detached from my people. I am just a little girl playing a game she doesn't understand. But I was gone too far into this game, and I knew if I tried to back off now, it wasn't only my head that would roll. There might not be any winners in this game, but I refused to lose. Lord Tully's words that he could kill me any moment he wanted were right, but I will ensure that it never comes to that. I will make it so that killing me would be more costly to him than he could imagine. He thought he scared me and was right, but I needed a push he provided to move on from my past. I might not be the good queen, but I will make sure that I am the right queen to rule over Meereen and Yunkai. I will not repeat my mistakes and let my people live the lives they want, not the ones they were forced into. But to do that, I would need allies, someone who shared my vision and ideals. Someone who was in the same boat as me. Meereen erupted in jubilation as our victorious warriors returned to their homes. The grand procession found its way through the crowded streets, with Lord Tully leading the way, flanked by the imposing giant of a man I didn't recognize. The tattered prince was close behind, and Dario Naharis waved and smiled at the crowd, his flamboyant nature as bright as ever. Their presence was met with cheers and adulation, a stark contrast to the shadows of doubt looming over the city not long before. The people celebrated their champions, those who had fought and won in my name. But I turned away from the exuberant parade and approached the courtroom. They had their place among the people, and I had mine. I will await them from my throne. Sabaristan at my side, I looked at the entrance, waiting. There was nothing they could say that I didn't know, but I still needed my commanders to say it out loud so my people could hear it. Yet the silence before they came was deafening as I closed my eyes and focused. The doors of the courtroom opened loudly, and announcements were made. The tattered prince, Dario, and Lord Tully knelt before me. Grey Worm was left at Yunkai to oversee the security and rebuilding of the walls. Missandei and I missed his presence. But I couldn't leave Yunkai for the vultures. Asha Greyjoy has still not returned, as I have ordered her to escort Queen Shireen. Your Grace. Dario's voice echoed through the courtroom as his triumphant grin spread across his face. I am proud to inform you that we have taken Yunkai. I ignored the celebratory whispers. Yunkai, the final stronghold in Slavers Bay, had long been a thorn in my side, and everyone knew. They have not only returned to their slavery but also conspired with Volantis and attacked Astapa. It was only a question of time before they turned their blades at Meereen. But now, it didn't matter as Yunkai lay defeated, like my other enemies. This is a momentous victory, your efforts have not gone unnoticed, I said loud and clear as day. So, please stand and enjoy your well-earned rest, as a feast for our heroes will be held tonight. The nobles in the courtroom erupted in applause, recognizing the significance of this moment and the triumph of my rule. That should be enough for now. The people were already festive. There was no need to hold a ceremony to reward them. The nobles of Meereen will only get this one chance to submit to my rule. As the night descended upon Meereen, the city came alive with celebration. A grand feast held in honor of our victorious heroes drew citizens from all walks of life. The streets and squares were adorned with colorful banners, and the aroma of spices and roasted meats wafted through the air. Those who couldn't come to the Great Pyramid celebrated outside. In the heart of it all, I stood, resplendent in a gown of deep crimson and black, the colors of my house, the dragon sigil emblazoned on my waistcoat. The same fiery emblem adorned the banners and decorations throughout the city, a symbol of my authority and the unity of my people. It was a show of my power to ensure everyone saw it. Well-wishers and supporters approached me individually, their voices filled with gratitude and admiration. They congratulated me on the victory and offered pledges of loyalty and assistance. Yet, with each coming to me, I couldn't help but expect they would draw their hidden blades and attack me in the name of their history and traditions. Your Grace, the man of the hour, Lord Tully, approached me with a greying and balding man by his side. Let me introduce you to Sir Davos Seaworth, Hand of Queen Shireen. Your Grace. Sir Davos bowed before me. Sit. I motioned him for a seat beside me. Thank you, Your Grace. Please enjoy a drink or two, I said as wine was presented to us. Without your support, we might not have taken Yunkai and abolished their vile and evil practices. It wasn't my decision, but Queen Shireen's to help you in your crusade. I couldn't tell if he was clever or honest. Then I will wait for your queen's arrival to express my gratitude, I replied. But before that, please tell me more about your queen. Queen Shireen is kind, but her intelligence and desire to learn are her most endearing quality, Your Grace, Sir Davos said. I just want you not to look down on her for her age. How many have looked down on me for my age or because I was a woman who didn't know anything? I would not make the same mistake as they did. I noticed that Sir Davos didn't speak anymore since I didn't reply. Did he have nothing else to say, or didn't know what to say? It didn't matter much, as it was just an introduction. I would learn about him and Queen Shireen later. Sir Davos, I apologize for the interruption, but I need to steal her grace. Of course, Lord Tully. Sir Davos nodded as he felt uncomfortable around me. You need to forgive him, Lord Tully said, confirming my suspicion that he came to save Sir Davos from my presence. Sir Davos is honest to the bone, so sometimes, when he doesn't have anything good to say, he stays silent. What are you trying to say? The show of power, he answered, motioning at the banners. It is a bit on the nose. Should I hide my heritage? I asked. No, it is good to be proud of what you are, he answered. You should be more on the nose, Lord Tully, I replied. Speaking riddles won't achieve you anything. I did as you asked. He locked his eyes to mine. The sons of the Harpy are defeated, Yunkai is yours, and the Golden Company is no more. I want to return home. I thought you would want to oversee my meeting with Queen Shireen. Then I would need to wait for you two to reach some kind of agreement, Lord Tully replied. I am tired of this place, Your Grace. I have a family and home to return to. So, I will tell you this once, I will leave when Queen Shireen arrives in Meereen. And I will not wait months for you and her to get to some agreement or alliance. And you will only wait this long for my answer about the alliance with Jaehaerys. If you don't have an answer by then, I will take it as you don't want to have anything to do with the Seven Kingdoms. Resorting to such petty tactics, it is unbecoming of you, Lord Tully. I had to control myself from grinding my teeth in anger. But you will have my answer. Lord Tully knew very well what he was doing by pushing me. His standing is secure, I have already used him more than enough to establish his status. I have gone too far to break my promise or not keep my word. And he knew very well that I would be too busy and need help to secure complete rule over Slavers Bay and altogether abolish slavery. It didn't mean I like it. I hated the man to my bone. But he was right, like always. I needed him more than he needed me. Was I the stubborn fool there? After all, he offered peace, yet I continue to pursue conflict. Do I desire the Seven Kingdoms more than the well-being of my people? Lord Tully ensured I knew I couldn't take the Iron Throne without a sacrifice. Am I too far gone in my ambition to accept his offer? Keeping promises. Edmure POV. Daenerys wanted to hold the meeting with Shireen as soon as Asha returned. I was surprised that they spent the whole day in the meeting. I expected Daenerys to give Shireen her demands, and if she failed to meet those demands, she would start threatening Shireen. I don't know what they have spoken of, but they looked satisfied with the meeting. What do you think about her? I asked Sandor Clegane, who guarded me. About who? Shireen, what happened when you came to Astapa? I was only following Lady Orianne's orders, he replied. I came to Astapa to investigate your whereabouts. The little queen was quick to meet me. They thought I was still serving Lannisters, so they kept me close. I think the little queen is too clever and cautious for her age. That's what happens when children aren't given time to grow up, I said. They grow too fast. Sandor only grunted at me. I smiled and walked up to Tyrion, who was also observing the interactions between the two queens. He didn't have much work to do after we dealt with the Great Masters and the Golden Company, so he spent most of his time on the finances of Meereen. Per his words, they were stable. I am returning home, I told the dwarf. There is nothing for me to do here anymore. I already have given too much of my time waiting for Shireen. It has become peaceful, the dwarf replied. So peaceful that even the court intrigue is becoming tedious. There are no stakes anymore, no interest in hidden meanings behind words. All that is left is meaningless babble. And yet you aren't going to go with me, am I wrong? You know me as an old friend, Tyrion answered. This is the kind of life I was born into. I can't leave it. I know I will not be welcomed into King Jaehaerys' court. You would get stabbed, I said without hesitation. Or worse, Tyrion agreed. And I might get stabbed here too, but I enjoy this intrigue. I have something to do. I mean something to others. Tell Jaehaerys I haven't forgotten our travels, and he should take care of himself. I will send someone with the information I get of your wife, no matter how little it might be. Part of me fears you will find her, Tyrion replied. Can you send a message for my brother too? I will have someone to go to the wall, I agreed. Raven is enough, Tyrion replied. It is a short message, but only for his eyes. Anything else? I miss Arbor wine, Tyrion answered. A few barrels would be nice, and a barrel or two of Dornish wine would go a long way. Sure, I will send 3 barrels of each, I smiled back at Tyrion. But 2 of them will be poisoned. A worthy price to pay, I would say. It irritated me that I couldn't win against him with my wits. So, I left him. It looked like Queen Daenerys was still busy showing around Queen Shireen, and I didn't see a chance to talk to either of them. As I turned to leave, my hair fell over my eye. I tucked the strand under my ear. While I touched it, I found it a bit greasy, and as my hand moved to my face, I found rough patches of beard. Finding a bronze mirror, I took a long look at myself. I didn't like what I found. I couldn't show such a face to Arianne, the burns on my face were ugly enough. The least I could do was clean up. And after the long voyage home, I would even look uglier. Would my children even recognize me at that point? I should start to pay more attention to my appearance. I wasn't former slave Oscar anymore, but Lord of Riverrun, Edmure Tully. The sharp blade of the barber moved along my neck as my hair fell to the ground. He carefully moved along my face to not cut into the burned scars. I could tell that the barber was nervous from the sweat running along his face. But his hands were steady, with no hint of tremble on them. It was impressive as any other man would buckle under the stare of Clegane. I will miss your fiery hair. Asha came in without announcing herself, and I had to motion Clegane not to draw his weapon. It was long and luscious. You looked like a prince of flames. Do you know, Asha, what stops the barber from cutting one's neck with the blade he cuts the hair? I asked, and she stayed silent. A blade under his neck. Should it mean anything to me? No, you are a woman. You don't shave your neck, and from how your hair is cut, I guess you do it yourself, I answered with a smile. You wouldn't understand the danger a simple haircut could possess. Get to the point. The point is that I have to do my research for the barber I choose. I have to make sure that he doesn't have any debt, that his family is safe, and that he didn't start working a week ago waiting for me, I replied as the barber stopped moving his hands. So, knowing how much research I do on my barber, I would like to ask you to think how much research I do on my enemies. I came here because you are going to Westeros, I finished her words. As an envoy for Queen Daenerys and security for Queen Shireen. How possibly? How could I know that when you only finished your meeting and came straight to me? It's simply by the time you found me, my men found everything they could. Why you would want to find me, I answered and motioned for the barber to continue. And I am telling you this because so far, you had to deal with a man who didn't have anything and was alone. Now, you will have to deal with the real me. A man who isn't desperate and doesn't need anything from you. Impressive, Asha replied, sounding anything but impressed. Even scary, but not as scary as 3 fire-breathing dragons. No, I could never compete with these dragons in any way, I agreed. But I don't need to, as I only want to warn you that if you ever again try to put one of your men on my ship, you will be surrounded by mine in your ship, alone in the deep sea. Again, scary, Asha replied, this time her smile faltered a bit. But again, not as scary as 3 fire-breathing dragons, so next time, I would be careful of what you accuse me of. We wouldn't want a misunderstanding to start an unfortunate war. And it would be an unfortunate war for you, Lord Tully. I see, so the man didn't belong to you, I replied with a knowing smile. Very well, I have him killed, and I thought as a sign of good faith in the future, I would give him back with only a warning. He wasn't there to spy on you, Asha gnashed her teeth. You know us, Ironborn, we get too much to drink and mix up the ships. Of course, a common mistake. As Asha stormed out of the barber shop, the barber finished his final touches on me. Looking at the bronze mirror, I nodded in satisfaction. Leaving a few gold coins on the countertop, I stood up and left with Clegane following close behind. It felt nice to have control in my hands once again. Even if I had minimal support, it was enough for me to play with someone like Asha. The girl was clever but didn't know how this game was played. She had to gain 10 more years of experience to play with me on the same stage. And by that time, I should have already done everything I ever needed and could retire from this game. And even if she still tried to play with me by then, I had Arianne to cover my back. The tattered prince was an old man, but his skill with the sword didn't wane with age. He wasn't as good as Sabaristan Selmy, but his years of experience made him a tricky opponent even for me. I knew something about dirty fighting, but the tattered prince was an expert. I almost lost the spar because his sword hilt was longer than usual, and he moved his hand along the hilt for me to misjudge the range of his attacks. The tattered prince took a long breath at the end of our spar. If only I were 10 years younger. Even if my bones keep up, it seems my lungs are giving up. So, what will come of the windblown now? I asked. Will you stay in Meereen and serve Queen Daenerys? The wind doesn't stop, the tattered prince replied. I could stay secure in my position. My men are satisfied with it. But here is little gold to be earned. I travel where the wind carries me, and once I stop chasing the wind, I know I am dead. You know I pride myself with knowing people, I said. I know you saw the opportunity with me at Astapa to profit more and take down your competition. You were using me as I was trying to use you. Too bad you didn't have too much use of me, the tattered prince responded with a smile. But even so, I will not forget the price you promised to pay me. I pride myself on knowing people, I repeated myself. If I don't, I find out everything there is to them. Yet I wonder how much I will be able to find about you. Who are you? Apart from being the Prince of Pentos who chose not to be sacrificed by the Magisters of Pentos and run away. Will I even find your name? We fought together, the tattered prince stated. Why do you care about who I am now? I don't, I replied. But I need to know you. Why do you want Pentos? You said you are an old man now. Even if you took control of Pentos tomorrow, how long will you hold it? 10 years? 20? Even if it is for 1 year, I want Pentos. And I am inclined to give it to you, I replied. But I will make an immeasurable investment in doing so. I can't let you take to burn it into the ground. So, I will be straight with you. I will give you Pentos for as long as you want, but it will always be my city. I had no contractor break his promise to me for years, the tattered prince said. Gone was his smile. Do you know why? Because you cut their feet and feed them it. I asked. No, because they can't afford to make me their enemy. But I can, I replied. I can have an army of 100,000 men to come after you if I wish. Yet, I wouldn't do so because I don't want to make you my enemy. Everything I have, I took with a sword and a horse, the tattered prince said. I denied my fate, time and time again. You want to know why I want Pentos? Very well, I will tell you. I want all the Magisters who chose me as their prince to know that I have returned. I want them to see me and tremble in fear. I want them to know that the city they were to sacrifice my life for is no longer theirs. You are lying, I replied. I don't see the desire for revenge in you. Trust me, I know what wanting revenge feels like. And I know what it feels to want to come home. The tattered prince let out a short laugh. You do know people. When they chose me as their prince, the last one's blood hadn't even dried out. The woman I loved begged me to run away. She begged me never to return. But I promised I would. I promised her that I would return with an army. But no matter how big of an army I could buy, Pentos could buy a bigger one. After 5 years of traveling from one battlefield to another, I discovered she had my child. A son. And I also discovered they were killed when the Magisters found out about her. What was your son's name? I asked. Artos, the tattered prince replied. Don't take me wrong, I want all responsible dead. But I only wish to keep my promise to the only woman I loved. You will have an army bigger than Pentos can buy, I said. They will be armed with the best swords and armored in the best armor that can be made. I will keep my promise to you. But I must say, I don't like Pentos as a name, so could you give me a favor in naming the city? What do you want it to be named? I found Artos do be way better. Going home. Edmure POV. I looked at Meereen from the balcony of Daenerys' chambers. The city stretched out as far as I could see. It was bustling with activity. It was peaceful. Without the Sons of the Harpy and the Golden Company to threaten it, the city didn't have anything to worry about for now. Yet, I knew that if Daenerys wanted to keep it that way, she had plenty of work left to do. I felt the cool morning breeze against my skin as a shadow fell on me. Looking at the sky, I saw the dragons flying over the Great Pyramid. I could tell that Sander Clegane was visibly nervous seeing the dragons as he held the box in his hands. It didn't bother me much. If the dragons wanted me dead, I would die. I could do nothing, so I had nothing to worry about. You have quite the audacity to call Queen Daenerys to her chambers. Asher came in first and took a seat. If it were me, I would have you eaten by the dragons. Watch your mouth, wench, Sander replied, not pleased with anyone talking like this to me. Or what? Asher asked, not bothered by Sander's intimidating presence. You going to rape me before killing me? Too bad I have no children for you to kill, too. Stand down, Sander, I said as Sander was about to do something stupid. And if you have nothing to say, it would be best to keep quiet, Asher. You won't look so foolish that way. I could see that Asher didn't like it, but she kept quiet. By now, she should know that antagonizing me would not gain anything. Soon, Dario came in. He didn't look pleased to be summoned, either. He locked my eyes before glancing at Sander and Asher. In the end, he took a seat too. Not long after, Sabaristan came inside, followed by Queen Daenerys. Queen Daenerys, I turned to her. Save it, Daenerys replied. I know why you have summoned me. I am leaving, I said. So, I will need your answer now. And I know how you can answer, Sander. Clegane stepped forward, extended his arms, holding the wooden box, and opened it. Inside it was a sheathed blade. The sword's hilt was dark as night, with beautiful and enchanting red ruby embedded in the pommel. The crossguard was shaped like two dragons baring their teeth. Daenerys looked at the sword only for a moment, not understanding why I would present it to her. Even sheathed, the blade could be mistaken for no other, Sabaristan said with awe in his eyes. The Black Fiddle. Where did you get it? Daenerys asked, realizing what this sword was and what it meant for House Targaryen. The Golden Company had the possession of it, I answered. But it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is, what will you do with it? Daenerys let out something between a laugh and a sigh as she knew what I meant. Keep it, and the world will see me as an enemy of Jaehaerys. It would mean I didn't support and would fight him, like Demon Blackfyr. Or gift it to him and let the world see that you acknowledge him as the true inheritor of the Iron Throne. It is your sword and your decision. I knew what I was doing, and so did the others. Sabaristan seemed conflicted but ready to accept anything that Daenerys decided. Dario looked furious but kept silent as he understood it wasn't his place to say anything. Asher looked intrigued, but she didn't care what Daenerys chose, as she believed that with the dragons, Daenerys could do anything she wanted. Go home, Lord Tully. Daenerys touched the sword with her hand. And tell your king that we will meet soon. Your Grace. Sabaristan looked at Daenerys with various emotions running through his eyes. I can't use this sword, and it belongs to the King of the Seven Kingdoms, Daenerys replied as she took her hand away from the sword. The sword belongs to a just and honorable king, and as long as King Jaehaerys, the third of his name, is such a king, so will the Black Fur be his. I will make sure to deliver your gift for him, I said. Leave us. Daenerys turned to her attendants and ordered before looking at Sander. I nodded to Sander to listen and leave us. I learn few things from you, Lord Tully, and I am thankful for what you have done for me. I will stay here and will build my kingdom. And I am willing to support you in any way possible, I told her. And in thanks, I will warn you, Lord Tully. Daenerys locked her eyes with mine. If I see an opportunity, a crack in your defenses, an instability of your king's ruling, I will take it. I will come and take the Seven Kingdoms for myself. That won't happen, I replied without hesitation. Because not only would I never let that happen, neither would King Jaehaerys. But thank you for your warning. As a parting gift, I will give you my advice. Be prepared for this winter, for it will be long and dark. And soon you will know what terrors it will bring. Daenerys was visibly confused, but she still took my words seriously. Telling her more without any proof would only make her not believe it. So, I left it at this, left her chambers, and joined Sander outside. It was time to pack our things and prepare for the long voyage home. I had to see my ship ready to leave at any moment. Everything was finally prepared for leaving. Yet rather than coming to the warship that Arianne had sent, I climbed on one of Shireen's ships. It has been a long time since I was on board this ship, and I don't remember anything about my time here. Who knew I would be leaving this place on the ship I arrived? But it didn't matter to me much. I looked at Marine as sails were dropped and we left the harbor. I walked around the ship, getting familiar with it, before deciding to meet with Shireen. The Knights of the Stormlands looked at me, but knowing my identity, they said nothing. But they kept a close eye on me, daring me to try something. I wasn't foolish enough to do so, though. Instead, I enjoyed the wind and the smell of the sea as I finally left this part of my life behind me. All I could think was about Ariane and my children. But then the thought of Lord Jason Mallister came to my mind. I would have to tell him what happened to Patrick. It was still hard for me to accept his death, so I couldn't imagine how difficult it would be for Jason. Interesting how you happen to be here, surrounded by the men that aren't yours. Asher came up to me to gloat. You are alone in the deep sea. I am not alone, I replied. And I am not surrounded by my enemies. And if you are only coming with me on this ship to gloat, you are wasting your time. You never told me you found the Black Fear, Asher said. And why should I have told you that? I asked. I thought we were friends. Even Asher didn't believe her words. Still, it was quite a backhanded way to force Daenerys to make her choice. I thought it was quite a straightforward way, I replied. So? Will you continue interrogating me? Or will you lead me to speak with Shireen as instructed? How did you know? Because the only reason you are here is because of Shireen, I answered. Well, lead the way. It is time we talked. Asher gave me a skeptical look before turning and leading the way. We moved through the ship, passing groups of Stormland knights who kept their distance but couldn't help but cast occasional curious glances. Once we reached the cabin, the guards parted away for us, and Asher walked in first. I considered calling for Sander but dismissed the motion. The room was comfortably furnished, with a large wooden table in the center and a map of the world spread out upon it. Shireen was examining the map when we entered. She looked up, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. I looked to where her hand rested on the map. She was focused on the Stormlands. Lord Edmure, she greeted me with a polite nod. Queen Shireen, I responded in kind. Asher made herself comfortable in a corner of the room, her eyes darting between Shireen and me. There was a palpable tension in the air, and the atmosphere felt strained. We weren't enemies, but calling us friends would be too far-fetched. We still had bad blood, which won't change soon. But I still owed her and was ready to put this war to an end. How many have already surrendered to the Iron Throne? Shireen asked. I wouldn't know, I answered. It hasn't been a long time since they started moving on the Stormlands, but from what I was informed, Oberyn Martell is leading the forces against them. He won't be wasting time, and I estimate that he went straight for the Storm's End. It was almost empty the last time I heard of it, Shireen replied. The Storm's End has fallen, I said as I put my finger on the map. That's what I would have done. Bronze Egget and Haystack Hall have fallen or surrendered, too. And everyone in between would have no choice but to do the same, Sir Davos replied. Still, I know that the Stormlords are stubborn and tenacious people. They will not go down without a fight. The hardest fighting will be in the marches, I told them. Tarth and Estermont don't have a fleet to defend themselves, so I believe they have surrendered or will soon enough. If everything has already fallen, what would my return accomplish? Shireen asked as she clenched her tiny fists. The fighting won't end so soon. It will stretch out for years, I answered. Your presence will put us on the path of peace. The Stormlords are lost and desperate. They are pushed into the corner. Some of them will choose to give up, but there will be those who will fight to the bitter end. Our duty is to make sure that doesn't happen. To put their minds at ease and help them accept the changes without more bloodshed. Will they even accept me? Shireen asked. Won't they hate me for running away and leaving them alone? I don't know, I answered. But I know if I were one of your lords, I would feel relieved that you are alive and safe. That their sacrifice wasn't meaningless. Shireen's eyes flickered with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. She had faced so much hardship, and the weight of responsibility rested heavily on her young shoulders. I could understand how she felt. It would be hard to trust me if I were in her place. Yet, she trusted me and believed she could stop her home's devastation. Asher, to my surprise, who had remained unusually silent, finally interjected. I'd wager many Stormlords are more concerned with survival than grudges. They need a leader, someone to rally behind. And with your return, Queen Shireen, you can offer them a chance and reason to live on rather than fight to death. We have plenty of time, Sir Davos said. We shouldn't rush with predictions and think carefully how to approach this. I didn't have any complaints about that. Seeing that it was better to leave Shireen alone, I exited the cabin, leaving Shireen and her advisors to continue their preparations. Back on the ship's deck, I found Sandor Clegane waiting, his imposing figure starkly contrasting the sea and sky. People around him didn't dare to approach him. I told him he didn't need to be concerned with myself and get some rest, as I would do the same. The last Stormlord. Beric POV. I waited for the signal in the distance, but it never came. All I could see were the plains of grassland. And the army of the new king at my doorstep. I knew the group I had sent to seek help from other houses wouldn't return, yet I still had to try. King Stannis has ordered me to stay and protect the Stormlands from Dawn. So, even though King Stannis is dead and the Stormlands are falling into Oberyn Martell's hands, I still defend it. I was given the order and will follow it to the end. Yet, I didn't know if I could do it. 10,000 strong stood before me, and I had barely 1,000 in my castle. If we could only unite the other lords, we could push them back from where they came, but I didn't receive any answers to my call. It doesn't look good, Thoros of Myr said as he drank my wine. You should have kept your boy. I have my orders, but I could never use Edric as my hostage, I replied, making my decision clear and final. Looking at the army, I could tell it would be a long battle ahead. But Blackhaven's walls are tall, and the bottomless moat surrounds my castle. I will not let them take it, and as long as I stand, the Stormlands shall stand, too. So, no matter how long it takes, Blackhaven will stand as it stood thousands of years against the Dornish forces. There they come, Thoros said as a group of riders near the castle. Let's meet our enemies, I replied, leading the way down the walls to the gates. I walked down the black basalt walls and put up a brave face. I trusted my walls to protect Blackhaven, but still, I had to be careful not to show any weakness to the Red Viper. If I showed him even a bit of hesitation, he would use it against me somehow. I had to stay as tall and strong as my walls. Lord Dondarrion the Red Viper greeted me with a cocky smile as soon as the drawbridge was lowered. Prince Oberyn, I looked at his eyes and greeted him. State your demands. Before that, I should inform you your castle is the only one left in defiance of the new King, Oberyn told me, but I didn't react to his words. If that were true, some forces from the Stormlands would have joined you, I saw right through his lie. State your demands so I can turn them down, and we can begin. Surrender, and you shall keep your name and lands, Oberyn told me, quite a generous offer. Come to King's Landing and kneel before the king and vow to be loyal to him for now and generations to come. That won't happen, I replied without any hesitation. I won't leave Blackhaven, nor you will have it. We can't let you do as you wish, Lord Dondarrion. Oberyn's smile was gone, only to be replaced by a cold and vicious face. I said nothing else and returned to the castle as the drawbridge was lifted behind me. I had to prepare for Oberyn's onslaught and ensure he didn't do anything underhand. It would fit him too well to use any means he could to bring me down as fast as possible. Well, I will not fall for any of his tricks. Prepare for the battle. I made sure my voice could be heard by all inside Blackhaven. Archers quickly took their positions on the walls. The 3 scorpions were prepared to be used and pushed around the wall to where they were needed. 2 catapults inside the walls had plenty of rocks to fling at the enemy. It was all I could prepare for this battle. But even so, I was more concerned about our supplies than the walls. The well inside the castle should have enough water to last us for a long time, but it was exposed to people, and I didn't want anyone putting anything inside it. So, I put 4 guards to watch over it. We had enough grain for years to come, but I split it into many places so that if one storage was damaged, another could still be used. Oh, Beric! Thoros yelled on top of the wall, and it got my attention. It seems they are bringing out everything they got. I walked up to him and looked out at the grasslands. Dozen or so trade buckets were rolled up just far away for our arrows to reach. But if Oberyn thought that tread buckets could break Blackhaven's walls, he thought wrong. The basalt could withstand as many rocks as he could throw. The only way he could get over them was to climb them, but the moat surrounding the castle made it impossible, too. Remember to duck under the ramparts once the stones start flying, I told Thoros, who was too happy to watch the enemy prepare to siege us as he drank my wine. I am leaving the walls to you. Wait, what? Thoros spat out the wine he was drinking in surprise. It is a diversion, I explained to him, as I didn't think Oberyn was a fool. He wants us to focus on his army and siege engines, while his real strategy would be wildly different. So, I will leave the walls to you for the day as I must prepare for the night. A night's raid was the only logical thing Oberyn would do. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay with the army and would leave a fifth of the forces to watch over us while he went on other battlefields. Unless Oberyn was telling the truth, and I was the only one who still resisted King Jaehaerys Targaryen. I still haven't received any signal or messages from the others, so that could be possible. I only hope I am mistaken. The little sleep I could get was over once loud knocking started on my chamber's doors. If not the sounds coming from the outside, then the worry for what to come kept me awake for most of the day. Still, a couple of hours of sleep was better than nothing. The darkness of the night has engulfed my castle. It was time Oberyn made his move. The servant who knocked on my door quickly explained the situation. Seeing that they hadn't awakened me earlier, the walls still stood strong. The servant only confirmed it by telling me that nothing major happened apart from 5 dead and 20 injured men. It was an acceptable loss, even though I wouldn't say I liked it. It didn't take long for me to dress, as I slept in most of the armor on my body. So, I quickly left my chambers and walked through the courtyard. On the way to the walls, I noticed dozens of shattered stones on the ground with small pits underneath them. Some buildings had holes in them or caved-in roofs, and 2 were destroyed. How does it look? I asked Thoros on the walls as soon as I saw him. Poor bastards threw quite a bit of shit at us. Thoros was slightly drunk, but I expected that. But as you said, the walls took it without a problem. Wash yourself and sleep, I told my old friend. I will take over from now on. That is for the better, Thoros agreed quickly and dragged his body off the walls. Soon, my soldiers who fought through the day were replaced by the night guard. 100 fresh soldiers took their post on the walls. It was more than we needed, but I didn't want to take any risks. If Oberyn will try something, it would be tonight. That is why I had to stay vigilant and prepare to stop anything Oberyn would try. It was a night without any sign of the moon. Thick shadows covered the grasslands. It wasn't possible to see anything. So, I needed to concentrate on any sounds that would come. The only way they could pass through the dry moat would be with makeshift bridges, and to climb the wall, they would need ladders. There was no way I could let Oberyn get close even to try something like that. Torches flickered in the night's breeze as I heard a whistling sound. It took me only one moment to realize what it was. I ducked down just in time to dodge an arrow passing above me. The others weren't so lucky. Those who were close to the torches got shot down by the arrows. 10, maybe 20 men were down by the first volley of unseen arrows. Drop the torches. I yelled as loud as my lungs could. Ring the bell. They are coming. Torches from the walls were taken off and thrown at the darkness. Some landed on the grasslands, but most got extinguished before landing or were stomped down. The few that landed managed to set the grass on fire, illuminating the enemy forces. Looking over the ramparts of the walls, I saw thousands of men. They were carrying long wooden structures. At first, I thought it was bridges, but I soon realized that they were way longer than they needed to be. Archers on the walls quickly tried to shoot their arrows at them, but they were too close to stop them. My men, who were resting, promptly tried to take their positions, but it would take time. And the long structures were already lifted by Oberyn's men and fallen over our walls. Oberyn made a bridge. A bridge that covered the dry moat and the wall simultaneously. The thick wood was impossible to chop off quickly, and it was too heavy to lift with only a few people, especially when dozens of people were already climbing it as soon as they were positioned. But I wasn't going to let them do as they wished. We still had the high ground, and I extensively prepared to counter Oberyn's tactics. Animal fat was quickly poured over the wooden structures, and they were set on fire. Stones were rolled over them, knocking the enemy off them and crushing them. Archers shot everyone they could see, and my men pushed back those who managed to climb on the wall. We weren't giving them any ground. Holding firm, we fought back until the rest of my men managed to gather on the walls. Thoros could be seen with his flaming sword cutting down the enemy from the other side of the wall. I stabbed one, cut another, and pushed the third off the wall. Even if there were more than 10 times more of them than us, we still managed to fight them back. My sword became an extension of my will, striking down Dornish attackers who dared to set foot upon our home. The archers continued to rain arrows down upon them, making it a treacherous path for our enemies. As more of our defenders gathered on the walls, we pushed the attackers back, inch by hard-fought inch. But Oberyn Martell's forces were relentless. They kept coming, driven by their prince's fierce determination. It was clear that this was a battle of attrition, yet the longer it dragged on, the more it played to our advantage. My men were loyal and fierce, true Stormlanders that, for generations, protected these lands from the invading Dornish forces. They showed no fear against the overwhelming forces. The night was long and brutal, but as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, the Dornish forces, battered and blooded, retreated. The remnants of the burning bridges crumbled into the dry moat. The battle had been fierce, but Blackhaven had held. Our walls remained unbreached, our resolve unbroken. Unlike Oberyn, who probably was frustrated at his loss. Then, as the sun brought hope, I saw the signal I was so desperately waiting for. It informed me that I wasn't alone. I wasn't the last Stormlord who stood against the opposing forces. The smoke in the distance told me that it wasn't over. The Stormlands still stood, and so will I. Home. Edmure POV. I wouldn't say King's Landing if someone asked me where my home was. But seeing the city that part of me despised, I felt relieved, for I would finally see my family. Yet, I couldn't help myself from touching the scarred side of my face and wondering if I should hide it. But chose not to, as there was nothing to hide. My warship should have arrived a few days ago and brought the news to them of my arrival with Queen Shireen's. So, it wasn't surprising to see groups of people waiting for us at the port of King's Landing. Even from a distance, I could tell it was a grand welcome. But the thousands of soldiers were here to meet with the Ironborn if they dared to do something foolish. Asha knew better than to risk it all now. She would stay put as long as it furthers her goal. I liked it better, too. She can plan and scheme as much as she wants. As long as she doesn't disturb me, I don't care. Once I contact Rob and arrange their wedding, I will leave him to deal with her. I am sure Rob will be happy to see Theon return, too. As the ship docked at the port, I was surprised at how much it had changed. There weren't any burned buildings, no desolate streets, nor homeless people lying by the alleys waiting for food scraps. It made me realize how long I have been gone. It was almost a new city at this point. Once I disembarked from the ship, the soldiers lined up for us and made away. King Jaehaerys was waiting, with his massive white wolf by his side. I could not see anything that resembled a boy in him anymore. Jason Mallister stood tall by his side, but it was hard for me to face him. Shireen, Davos, Asha, and Theon stepped past me as I stopped momentarily. I knew I was using them as a shield, but it was hard to face them after so long. Welcome home. Arianne didn't care about the procession, left the king's company, and approached me. I am back. Look at you. Arianne touched my scarred face. What did they do to your handsome face? You should have seen the other guy, I replied as a smile broke from my lips. All I care about now is seeing you, Edmure. Arianne kissed my lips as I felt my eyes water. Let's go. You don't have to deal with this. Your family is waiting and has been waiting for a long time. I am sorry. I hugged Arianne tightly as our lips parted. I know. I wanted to stay this way, feeling Arianne's warmth in my arms, but my desire to see my children was stronger. Arianne separated from the hut and led me through the guards while the royal entourage welcomed their guests. Nobody stopped us as we left the port and entered a carriage Arianne had prepared. How are they? I asked as we rode to the Red Keep through King's Landing streets. They miss you, Arianne replied, holding my hand. I could barely remember my children. It has been almost a year since I saw them last. Elia would be 7 this year. In the past year, Axel and Gerald have grown a lot. They were about the age when their training would get serious. I hope I didn't miss much of it. I wanted to be by their sides when they started, watching them and encouraging them. We hear the carriage driver said. Let's go, dear, the king will return an hour or so later, Ariane said. So, you don't have to worry about him for at least that long. I smiled at Ariane's consideration and left the carriage with her. Walking through the Red Keep, I saw many servants paying close attention to us. It was easy to ignore them as they stared at my scarred face, but Ariane probably remembered all of their faces and would reprimand them later. I had to make sure that she didn't punish them too harshly. Soon, we reached the gardens inside the Red Keep, where I saw Elia, Axel, and Gerald playing on the ground. It took only one glance at me for the children to stop playing and running at me. At first, they were hesitant and probably had trouble recognizing me, but once Elia leaped at me for a hug, her brothers followed close behind her. There were barely any words, just tears and laughter. Time flew past fast, and before I knew it, the hour I had before I had to meet with the king had ended. The king returned with the guests and summoned me after he settled them. But before I met anyone else, there was a person I wanted to see first. The last time I saw him, he didn't have grey hair, his head was covered. It is good to have you back, boy, Jason Mallister said while patting my shoulder and looking into my eyes. I am sorry, I replied by getting to my knees and touching my forehead at his shoes. Please forgive me. I have let Patrek be killed. I have failed you. Even after all you and Patrek have done for me, I couldn't repay you and let you down, too. Pride meant nothing to me at that moment. I wanted to show how sincere I was. I knew Jason would forgive me either way, but I couldn't accept it. It was my fault Patrek died, and I wanted to show that I am sorry. Kneeling and bowing my head before the father of the man who saved me countless times was the least I could do. What are you doing? Jason quickly took my head into his hands and tried to lift me. Quickly get up before anyone sees you. You don't have to do this. Seeing you, I can tell that my son has done well. I only want to hear it from your lips. Patrek saved me, I told him as Jason wrapped his arms around me in a hug. Even after he died, he watched over me until I was safe. He was the bravest and best knight one could call a friend. Did you avenge him? I did. I killed the bastard with my own hands. Good, good. Jason lifted me to my feet. That's all I wanted to hear. I am glad that at least he was with you at the end, son. Now, go. The king is waiting for you. I nodded and left. Jason Mallister wasn't a man who wanted others to see him crying. I could only hope that my words brought some closure to him, but I would gladly accept his hatred. There was nothing else I could say and nothing he would want me to do. So, I knew it was better to leave him alone for now. When I entered the small council room, the king was alone inside. The doors behind me were closed by 2 guards. I walked up to the table and took a seat. The king stood by the window, looking at something in the distance. I didn't disturb him and waited until he turned to look at me. When he did, I was again surprised at how little he resembled the boy I had made a king. You made plenty of promises in my name, G. Harris said, tiredness eminent in his tone. I could understand the deal with Shireen, as she did save your life, and with her, we could end this damned war. But why, by the 7 and the old gods, did you promise a Greyjoy her title and lands back? I needed her help, I replied truthfully. At that time, I had no time to hesitate in making decisions, and I couldn't doubt myself. I get to give Lady Shireen Storm's End back and let her rule over the lands from Bronze Agate to the Red Mountains, including the Rainwood. The war with the Lords at the Marches has stalled lately, and there haven't been any advances made by our side, so as soon as Shireen can convince these lords to surrender, I will be satisfied. And what about Asha Greyjoy? I asked. I will not blame her for her father's crimes, the king answered. But I can only give her pike back and nothing else. Contact Rob. We should see first if he is willing to marry Asha. That way, we both get what we want. That won't happen. Rob is promised to marry another. Who? I asked, surprised at the news. The princess of the wildlings, the king replied, and for a moment, It sounded to me like a joke. Things have happened while you were gone. Rob went beyond the wall and brought the wildlings back. The White Walkers. So, you heard. Yes, Rob saves about 100,000 of the wildlings, but to keep them in check, he has to marry their princess. So, we can't go against that arrangement now. The wildlings are already starting to settle within the north. It would only make their relations more tense. It was something I should have expected but failed to foresee. He didn't think Rob would return them to the north, but it was probably a good decision. Even though I don't think anyone or anything can pass through the wall, not with thousands of men protecting it, the giants could prove troublesome. Especially if they wouldn't go down without being burned down. I will inform her and see if we can change the conditions, I said. It was my fault, so I should deal with it. What should we do with Pentos? The king asked as he presented me with some papers. Magister Illyrio is quite a powerful man. He has a high position within Pentos. Ask Pentos for his head, I answered after looking at the information the king presented. That it? Giharis sounded frustrated with the answer. Even if we revealed his involvement with the Golden Company, it won't be enough of a pretext. They will laugh at my offer. Then we go and collect it ourselves, I replied. The pretext we will give other free cities is that Mapatis conspired against the Iron Throne, and the other magisters refusing to hand him over are his accomplices. One war after another Giharis took a seat before me. I guess it was unavoidable. Sooner or later, the free cities will start to look at Westeros like it is juicy meat for them to gobble up. And it isn't like we are going to take Pentos for ourselves, I replied. We kill the current rulers and let the other take the position. It will be a warning for the others and a sign that we don't desire any cities from Essos. You know how to put it out so simply. Giharis laughed as he gathered the papers. Even though I don't like that you bring wars to me, I am still glad you are back, Lord Edmure. I am not, I said with a sigh. I am done with this. From what I heard, Lord Malister is a capable hand, so you don't need me anymore. And I no longer wish to get involved in world politics. I have a family to care about and 2 sisters that have experienced much loss to help. You leaving? Someone has to oversee things in the Riverlands, too, I said. But before I leave, I still have a gift for you from Daenerys. I will give it to you at tomorrow's court. With that, I left the king. I was tired of all this political shit and constant fighting. I wanted to return the time I had lost to spend with my family. I wanted to see my children grow up before it was too late. Who knows what the winter will bring? Before leaving for another war, I want to ensure I won't regret anything anymore. Family first. Edmure POV. I couldn't hide my pride as I watched my sons spar with each other. They were younger than usual children who started training in swordsmanship, but they were no worse than other children. Axel and Gerald showed great talent. They were like sponges absorbing everything Sorobar Royce taught them. I did not need to interfere, as Sorobar was a good and patient teacher. From only one glance, I could tell he knew basics like the back of his hand. He could easily demonstrate and correct various forms when my sons made mistakes. I felt relieved to leave their studies to Sorobar, and I could just lay down and enjoy the show. When were you going to tell me? Asha asked the moment she walked up to me. I wasn't going, I replied, not leaving my eyes on my children. I believed you were capable enough to find it out on yourself. And most importantly, I didn't want to deal with you right now. Well, you will have to. Asha didn't sound like she liked my answer. I have accomplished my part of the deal, but your part just fell through the floor. I trust you didn't know Rob would marry a wilderling girl when you proposed the deal to me. I found out about it yesterday, I told her truthfully. So rather than cry about it, we can change the deal now. Me marrying Robb Stark was the deal, Asha replied, not hiding her anger. That was the only way for me to keep control of my lands and let him oversee me simultaneously. But with that not happening, I don't think you will give me the Iron Islands back. If I trusted you, I might have, I said, clapping in encouragement as my sons faced older children. But that will not happen with you. So, you better think of something else you want to ask of me. You have 3 children. Maybe you could extend your trust by giving one of them to Warden Pike. I hope it was a tasteless joke. My smile was gone entirely as I turned away from my children for the first time. Because if it weren't, I would take it as a threat. A threat against my family. And you should know that I eliminate every threat to my family. So, Lady Greyjoy, I would save your jokes for someone else because you won't hear me laughing. I want you to arrange marriages for prosperous houses of the Seven Kingdoms to the heirs of the Iron Islands, Asha said, quickly changing her tone. I won't let you isolate us from the rest of the kingdoms. I also want to be able to build a fleet. Pike will be allowed 50 ships. The 6 other major islands will be allowed to have 20 ships each, and the islands will have 5 ships each. I agreed, as I didn't see any problem with it. The Iron Islands would need ships either way, so it would be better to know how many they have rather than let them build them in secret. As for marriage, I won't force any house to take the offer, but I will make sure to hint about it. It will be your job to appeal to them. We have a deal, Asha replied, finally satisfied. But I still want one last thing. Say it. I need a loan, Asha said. The Iron Islands have faced many defeats, and with your restrictions, it will be hard to get back on our feet. So, you will loan us enough gold to build the fleet we want, and that loan will be in our best interest. Fine, but I will do it as a favor, I replied, knowing she was already asking too much. You will repay me in 10 years with 1/5 of that sum on top of the loan. Agreed, Asha said, producing a paper and a pen for me to write down. With a sigh, I did just that. I wrote our deal on the white paper with black ink. I signed in and even stamped it with the crest of my house. Asha grinned in satisfaction as she just won the lottery. She had all the right to be happy as she got a great deal out of me. But I didn't want to deal with her now, so I let her have it. It wasn't like she asked for unreasonable things. I didn't care much as long as she was happy and won't bother me anymore. If she thought she could push her luck further, though, I wouldn't mind reminding her how her father had died. But I didn't believe she wanted war. She should know that the Iron Islands didn't possess enough military strength to threaten the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. The reaction from various nobles in the court was everything I had expected. Their shock and admiration were mixed with respect and relief as I knelt before the king and presented him with Daenerys' gift. With Blackfyre back in the hands of the Targaryen king, it truly felt like a new era had come upon us. And hopefully, it will be an era of peace and prosperity. After the court ended, I didn't mingle much. I knew that many would want to have a word with me. But I didn't want to spend even one more minute with them, so I returned to my family's chambers. I spent my time till dinner helping Elia study. I felt like a more productive way to use my time, especially when Elia was so happy to spend time with me. A letter has arrived from Riverrun. Dear Arianne hugged me from behind and handed me over a letter sealed with my house crest. I took it and let Arianne read it from behind my shoulder. The letter came from Maester Vimen, who wanted to express that he was happy to hear that I was alright. Sir Desmond Grell also expressed his worry and asked if I would consider returning to Riverrun any time soon. It was nothing serious, but it made me think that maybe it was time to return. How is Shireen doing? I asked Arianne before I made any decision. She is ready to join Oberyn, Arianne replied, but her cheek to mine. Don't worry about it. We can handle it. Oberyn will guard her as she makes her way through the houses of the Stormlands. Once they see her, the war will end. If you promise to return quickly, I don't mind you visiting home. I will take the land route, I told her as I stood up. I might stop to visit some houses and check on the lands. People not only need to hear that I am back and see it to put their minds at ease. You want to take the children, Arianne quickly understood me, even if I didn't want to mention it. They are future lords of their castles and lands, I tried to explain to her so she wouldn't be too mad. They will need to be seen and make friends with children their age. I might be able to invite a few to King's Landing, too. I know Arianne didn't look as mad as I expected. But you will take best guards with you and write whenever you can. I will know your route and schedule at any given time. I do you one better, I kissed and ignored Elia's disgusted sounds. I will let you arrange it. You do me one better. Arianne smiled back at me. It sounds like you don't want to deal with it and leave all the work to me. Pretty please. Fine, but you're not leaving until I am satisfied with you. Arianne smiled mischievously as she dragged me away from the others into our chambers. We missed dinner, I said, playing with Ariane's hair. Then we should make sure not to miss breakfast, Ariane replied, not lifting her head from my chest. You sure you will be able to attend it? Don't play coy with me, Ariane replied. You are not that good to hold me down. I smiled as I enjoyed her warmth. Lying on the bed with her was like a dream to me. It didn't matter that we were sweaty and sticky. All that mattered was that we were alone and together. I haven't even realized how much I missed this. It was good to relax and not worry about anything, just enjoying myself. It truly felt like a dream. Getting up early was difficult as neither Ariane nor I wanted to leave the bed. But the promise of a hot bath did make us move. We spent more time in the bath than needed, soaking in and almost falling back asleep. We barely got in time for breakfast, just for the food to be presented. There was scarcely any time to talk to each other as Ariane and I were starving. And we stuffed our mouths with food. Afterward, the children had to leave for their studies while Ariane had work. It left me to do nothing, as I wasn't the hand of the king and didn't possess a seat in a small council. I was free to do as I wished. Deciding it would be my only chance, I visited the city. I wanted to see how much has changed since the last time I was in it. I was walking through the cobblestone roads, looking around various streets. Clegane was following behind me, with 2 other guards always staying near. As I walked around, I found myself admiring the rebuilding effort that had been put on. The streets looked new, and the buildings had more space between them. And most importantly, the smell was mostly gone from the city. It still needed much work, but the foundation seemed pretty good. I should congratulate Lord Mace Tyrell for his hard work. It looked like the city would be fully livable by the beginning of the winter. Hopefully, it won't get into Lord Mace's head, and he won't start cutting corners later in the development. Along the way of my excursion, I visited a blacksmith and ordered a new set of armor. Then, I found a lovely jewelry shop and bought some gifts for Ariane. The prices were relatively high, but nothing I couldn't afford. Lastly, I visited the marketplace and bought myself lunch. The marketplace looked clean enough, and the food smelled quite well for me to ignore it. I continued my stroll through the city, taking in the sights and sounds. King's Landing seemed to be on the path to recovery after the recent conflicts and destruction. As I walked, I found myself in a more residential area, and the people going about their daily lives seemed to pay little attention to me. They seemed busy with their work. And that is what I like the most about the city now. It looked like everyone had something to do. I barely found anyone lying on the streets begging for coins. There was much work to do, and plenty of people were willing to work. The city was no longer idle. It felt like it was an entirely different city than I remember. But one thing didn't change. The new September was enormous and even more adorned with silver and gold than the previous one. It clearly showed that Lord Mace Tyrell was playing favorites, but I will let it go this time. I didn't see any protesters from the faith on my stroll. And it seemed to do something with Lord Mace's actions. I fully expected the followers of the Seven to preach about the barbarian practices of the North and how the city welcomed them too quickly. But there was nothing like it. It seemed the faith was satisfied, or maybe they didn't gather as much attention as they wanted and gave up on trying to preach nonsense. Nonetheless, I found nothing to worry about the city. Familiar places. Edmure POV. Ariane looked at herself through the mirror with her new earrings made of silver. Her eyes seemed to shine as she inspected herself. I was satisfied that she liked it. But I wasn't ready to get up from the bed just yet as I enjoyed the view before my eyes. Ariane knew where I was looking very well, and I could tell she enjoyed the attention as she smiled widely. It was easy for me to be lost looking at her. I have missed waking up with my loved one next to me. To be able to enjoy every moment we have together. The past year has taken a toll on me, but now I can finally relax. There weren't any more enemies for me to concern myself with. No duties that needed my presence. It seemed all my fights were finally over. You know you didn't need to get anything for me, Ariane said as she got dressed in my displeasure. It was nothing as Ariane covered her smooth olive skin with a silver and golden dress. I forced myself to get up. But seeing it, I thought of you, and it seems I was right to buy it for you. Lady Shireen will be leaving today to join Oberyn and end the war, Arianne informed me as I dressed. Did you have time to plan my visit to the Riverlands? I have, but don't rush it, Arianne answered. I have to inform the lords of your visit so they can be prepared to take you in. Don't you start to worry about my safety, I replied, knowing what Arianne was most concerned about. I will have my guards and travel on the major roads. Shut it. If I have to lock you up in the black cells to keep you safe, I will do it. Arianne wasn't taking a no for an answer, and I gave up on convincing her otherwise. Seeing that I didn't speak back to her, Arianne smiled, satisfied with her victory. Soon, she left our chambers as she had work to do. I, on the other hand, went to the dining hall to have my breakfast. The Red Keep was the same as I remembered. The long stairways and even longer halls led to the same places. Apart from the Decker, nothing has changed. Instead of red and gold, it was black and red, the colors of Targaryen. Still, I could see that Jaehaerys also managed to get some grey in. Despite all that has happened to him, he still refuses to relinquish his Stark heritage. It was commendable. Nobody should forget one's roots, and I was glad that Jaehaerys wouldn't rush into the future and forget his past. Lord Tully, I was stopped in the middle of the hall by a Kingsguard. Your Grace, I bowed to Queen Margaery. To what I own the pleasure. Nothing serious, Lord Tully. I just wanted to see you before you left again and welcome you back. Queen Margaery smiled sweetly at me before leading her Kingsguard away. My dear husband is rejoiced that you returned safe and sound. It perplexed me what she wanted. I feared it was some kind of power play but refused to think about it. I had enough of playing games. For all I know, she just wanted to see me and confirm that I was alive with her own eyes. I had nothing to do with her and didn't even belong to the small council, so it was hard to believe she was scheming something. And before she could even make a move, Arianne would know about it. I found Shireen playing with my children after I ate breakfast, and I was wondering where they would be. Axel and Gerald played with sticks while Elia and Shireen were immersed in some old book with a leather cover. I didn't feel I should get involved because Sir Davos was looking after them, and the guards were stationed around them. It made me smile that Shireen was making friends with my children. And even though she hasn't agreed to it yet, the proposal to marry Geralt into the Baratheon family still stands. And even though I wanted Geralt to inherit Harrenhal before I wanted to give him Casterly Rock, Lord of Storm's End sounded fitting. And it wasn't like I couldn't have more children with Arianne to give out the castles, even if it would take effort to convince her. Leaving the children to do as they wished, I walked away. As I passed through the courtyard, I saw Jaehaerys sparring with his Kingsguard. Sir Robar Royce and Sir Roland Storm faced Jaehaerys on 2 versus 1 spar. From what I could see, it didn't look like the Kingsguards were holding back. It was surprising to see the young king so skilled with a sword. Not wanting to disturb them either, I left the courtyard. I wandered around the Red Keep for a good hour until I got bored and left for the library. Without any duties to do, there wasn't much I could do. At times like these, I miss Patrek the most. He would always find something to drag me away to. Most of the time, he would get us into trouble. While reminiscing about the times I spent with Patrek, I looked through the books I should bring on the journey to the Riverlands to have something to read to the children. Few history books and few fairy tales seemed like it would be enough. But to be safe, he took a few books about the legendary figures of the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Tully, one of Arianne's guards, found me as I was piling up the books for taking. Princess Arianne would like to meet you. Very well, where is she? I asked, setting the books down. In her solar. Take these books to my chambers. I will see her, I ordered the guard, filling his hands with my books before leaving. Getting to Arianne's solar took some time as I had to take a stupid amount of stairs and hallways. I had forgotten how big the place was and how much time it took to get from one side of the Red Keep to another. On the way, I noticed how people would look at my scarred face, some with disgust, but those who knew who I was looked at me with fascination. I guess I can live with that. You called for me? I asked Arianne as I entered her solar after her guards opened the doors. Yes, I received a message from Harrenhal, Arianne said, providing me with the note that a raven brought. They have trouble settling the refugees of King's Landing. I asked Arianne for confirmation after reading the message. I know what you are thinking, Arianne sighed in defeat. It should have been dealt with earlier, and we did receive messages asking for help. But we were too busy and had already had to split our resources to support the war in the Stormlands. I understand, and it isn't an emergency, I replied, knowing how some things can get buried over others. I thought of visiting Harrenhal on the way to Riverrun anyway, so I will look at it and see what I can do. That's why I called for you. Ariane smiled at me. The word has already spread that you have returned, so I believe many will ask you for help, as many things have happened since you were gone. I guessed as much. It wasn't long since the war with the Lannisters and then the war with the Greyjoys, and since I was gone for so long, many were concerned and probably made some questionable decisions without their lord being present. Don't worry about it too much. I will deal with it and ensure you can focus on your work. Thank you. Ariane walked up to me and kissed me after wrapping her hands around my neck. I got a message from one of my informants. It seems Pentos is trying to make a deal with the Sea Lord of Bravos. Then they are out of luck, I whispered back into Ariane's ear. I heard that the Sea Lord is sick and indisposed. After we finish the things with the Stormland, I will have Uncle Oberyn not disband the army, Ariane replied. Pentos won't know what hit them. That is why I fell in love with Ariane. She had the same thought as I did. At this point, we barely needed to communicate to know what we wanted from each other. But it didn't mean we didn't like to spend time together. We just didn't speak much. And since I would be leaving soon, I picked Ariane up and sat her at the table. It took only one look from me for her to start undressing. Garth Greenhand, also called Garth Greenhair and Garth the Green, was a mythical Hiking of the first men and said to have been the common ancestor of numerous houses from the Reach. His firstborn son, Garth the Gardener, founded House Gardener, the kings of the Reach. Garth supposedly wore a crown of vines and flowers and made the land bloom. I read aloud as my children listened to me in the carriage traveling through King's Road. It had already been half a day since we left the capital, and the children got bored staring at various villages on the way. While I was surprised to see the villages, as they didn't exist the last time I traveled through the Crown Lands. From what I heard, they were refugee settlements before becoming villages. Since King's Landing burned and there weren't many places to live, the settlements were built. Many didn't reach Harrenhal, where they were promised housing, and settled in these villages along the King's Road. Those familiar lands had changed quite a bit. Was it true that he led the first men across the Arm of Dawn? Elia asked, excited to hear more. Oh, you heard about it. Uncle Oberyn told me the stories. Well, to answer your question would be hard since it happened many thousands of years ago, and history can be forgotten in such a long time. Or someone could have changed the history to suit their goals. But in every legend, there is some truth. I heard that he predated the arrival of the first men, making him not only the first human in Westeros but also the only human, Axel said, trying to sound smart for his age. In some tales, he is a god, and in a few of these, the oldest ones, he demands blood sacrifice from his worshippers to ensure a bountiful harvest, I added. Like I said, it is only a legend, and people probably tried to change the history to their liking. So, take everything you hear with a good pinch of salt. But Lord Mace told me that Axel pounded in irritation, and it amused me. I am not saying it isn't true, but Lord Mace probably also told you that Brandon of the Bloody Blade is a legendary son of Garth Greenhand. And that he is credited with driving giants away from the Reach and warring against children of the forest, slaying so many at Blue Lake, it became known as Red Lake. Also, he is the ancestor or father of Bran the Builder, making him a possible ancestor of House Stark. Or something along the lines, am I right? How did you know? Gerald looked amazed at me, like I had done some magic trick. I can read minds, I replied, saddened that they didn't believe me. My lord, my household knight came to the carriage window to get my attention. There is a cart blocking the way. It isn't far from the city. I don't think it is an ambush, I replied, knowing what the knight was worried about. But still set a perimeter and make sure the road ahead is safe. When we stopped, I exited the carriage to see what was happening. In the end, there was nothing to worry about as the cart had a broken wheel and fell to its side, spilling the wood it was carrying and blocking the road. Since I was with 70 guards, I instructed some of them to help fix the cart and collect the wood spilled on the road. It took only half an hour for the wheel to be replaced, and the old woodcutter could leave and let us pass. The cursed ones. Edmure POV. Harrenhal's holdings are some of the richest in West Eos, claiming vast tracts of green fertile land that reach as far as the hills of House Woad near the Crown Lands. Yet, it was costly to maintain and even more costly to repair. I have sunk countless gold coins, hired stonemasons, and bought materials to rebuild the immersive castle and its towers. Harren town was near the castle. The last time I saw it, it was a big, lively town with thousands of residents. I saw great potential in it. It could become a city one day, but not today. The town couldn't house 100,000 refugees, especially without using the enormous castle to shoulder part of them. Yet, the new stones didn't replace the old curse. The small folk feared to go near the castle. Many said that everyone who lived in Harrenhal eventually died. Nobody was spared from the curse, its lord, the lord's family, and servants. Not even the residents would be spared from the curse. The superstition ran amok among the small folk. Fix this lady went, as old as she was still a demanding woman who didn't like anyone taking advantage of her. I will not have thousands of people causing trouble in my lands because of their foolish superstitions. You brought them here, so it is your responsibility. Yes, dear aunt, I tried to be as sweet as possible not to anger her anymore. Why don't you spend time with your great niece and nephews while I finish what I started? Shellowent wasn't a woman who cared about the status of others. She was a stubborn woman who had already let me take advantage of her. And it was my fault that there were so many refugees from King's Landing at her doorstep. So, it was natural for me to fix it and let her live in peace as she wished. It was a troublesome job, but the sooner I finish it, the sooner I can return to Riverrun. Still, it felt refreshing and relaxing to concentrate on this kind of problem. I was probably getting old, feeling satisfied to do such things. In the past, I would have focused on the war with Pentos and how to care for them faster. But now, I had no desire to get involved and was more than satisfied to leave it to Oberyn. Still, it didn't mean I wasn't concerned about it. The castle seemed quite empty as I walked around it. Apart from the servants and guards, there was barely anyone. Even the number of guards and servants was minimal, so one could walk through the castle hallways without meeting anyone. It was quite the contrast from the Red Keep, where you couldn't take a step without meeting anyone. Lord Tully, it has been a long time, Sir Willis Woad, the only landed knight that served Lady Went. Sir Woad, I greeted the stiff-necked man. How is your brother doing? That bloke. Sir Woad laughed at the mention of his brother. Who knows? Probably bored to death running the household in my stead. Let's get to the work. I changed the subject quickly. How is the security around the lands? Have you encountered too much trouble? Thieves and cutthroats are running wild wherever you look, Sir Woad replied, his good mood gone. The decent men quickly found work in farms or the town, but the others aren't willing to accept honest work. If only we had enough men to round them up and send them to the wall. But then again, the Night's Watch probably won't be able to put them all to work either. If they aren't willing to do honest work, then we are left with no choice but to force them, I said, a plan forming in my head. Before I could direct the rest of the refugees, I first needed to stop the crime spread by them before it got out of hand. If they started to form groups and got weapons in their hands, it would become troublesome to deal with. I didn't need a bandit army, or worse, someone declaring themselves a bandit king and trying to wreak havoc in my lands. The wall already had their hands full. They didn't need hundreds of good-for-nothing men to watch over. Winter was coming, and people needed to focus on their last harvest. So, to take two birds with one stone, I will need to create prisoner camps and force them to work. Aside from the farms, the roads needed to be looked after, and wood won't be cut by itself. I also need to start to work on the mines in the Westerlands. There was so much work, so if I can't hire them because they don't feel like working, I will have to force them. It is better to cleanse my lands of criminals before the winter comes and they start stealing supplies from my good people. I can't let the Riverlands suffer because of my decisions. Well, we have enough supplies for people, so things aren't getting out of hand, Sir Woad said as we made our way outside the castle grounds. Still, there is a limit to how much we can give out for free. But I fear it will be much worse once we stop supporting them. And I fear we won't be able to handle the fallout. First, take my guards that came with me, I said. We need Harrenhal to have more guards and men in arms. Use men to train young men willing to serve House Went. Start hiring more servants, too, promising to take their families to the castle. We need to end that superstition thing about curses. Lady Went won't like it, Sir Woad replied. She doesn't want unfamiliar people serving her. She already had a problem with increasing men when the war started. She will have to understand her situation, I said, but I knew I would have to talk with her later to calm her down. And it isn't like they will serve Lady Went directly. The castle and towers need cleaning and maintenance. I will not have it fall to disarray after I spent so much gold to rebuild them. The most important thing for us to do was ensure the refugees were taken care of. Just as Sir Woad said, if they feel neglected, more and more will turn to violence. At least the existing infrastructure, including roads, public transportation, and utilities, are equipped to handle the increased demand. So, it shouldn't be challenging to take care of them. Then allow me to suggest that we have a visible presence around Harrenhal. It will deter crime and assure the small folk that House Went is actively securing the area, Sir Woad replied. It was quite a good idea. With visible guards walking around the refugee settlement, not many would dare to act violently, and situations can be resolved way faster. But even with my guards, Harrenhal didn't have enough men to cover it. There will be places left unchecked, and pests will gather in those places. I will stay for a few days to see what more I can do, I informed the knight. But I need to return to Riverrun and see the situation over there and how things are going around the Riverlands. So, while I am here, let's first get rid of the superstition about the cursed castle. I had to wonder how the people would react when a word reached them about the White Walkers if they reacted this badly to the idiotic superstition about Harrenhal being a cursed place. I didn't want to find out, and it only reinforced that some things it was better to keep out of small folk ears. I can only hope that we can keep it under control. The worst thing about being in a position of power was the paperwork. But I had to read through the reports to formulate a plan of action. Without appropriate information, I would be left with a large margin to make mistakes. Still, it was tiring and endless work. When I finished, it was already long past bedtime for my children. On the way to my chambers, I checked on them to see them soundly asleep. And I wanted to continue reading from where we left off, but it would have to wait. Not wanting to stay for the night any longer, I was ready to go to bed. But the sound from the courtyard got my attention. As I couldn't get a good look through the window, I walked down to see what was going on. I saw a few young men sparring with each other in the dim light of a torch. They were beyond drenched in sweat and covered in bruises. Yet, it didn't seem they would stop at any time soon. They gave their all as they swung their wooden swords. Even though it was wood, the clash sounded like it came from steel swords. They sure had a lot of energy. If you are going to continue like this, you will wake up the whole castle, I said from the shadows, not wanting to reveal myself. You shouldn't push yourself so much. It would be a shame if you were injured. I don't care, one of them, the younger one who looked to be 13 or 14, replied. Neither do I, the other one, who had a bigger build but sounded as immature as the first, added. We won't stop until we become great knights of the realm. We still have a long way to go to reach the highs of the Redfish, the first one added, breathing heavily. The Redfish. That got me surprised and interested in the boys. Haven't you heard of him? I thought you could only not see with all the bandages over your eye, the second boy asked innocently, but his words again surprised me as he could see me, though I was still in shadows. The Redfish is the strongest knight in history, like a living legend. He is even better than the Dragon Knight. Is that so? I couldn't help but smile at the comment. But I heard the Redfish is dead. Bullshit. Both boys yelled at the same time. Those rumors are false. He is fine, and yesterday, we even heard that he has returned to the Riverlands. Is that so? I asked, walking to the boys and picking and removing my sword with its sheath from my belt. But I say it is a lie. They are nothing but rumors. After all, nobody has seen him since he went on the war with the Greyjoys. Who are you anyway? The boys didn't like my tone. I am a knight visiting Lady Went, I answered before pointing my sword at the boys. And you interrupted my sleep, so be prepared for the beating. But I am generous, so how about I give you a chance to defend against me? If either of you can hit me, I will let it go. At first, the boys looked scared that I was a knight, as they were probably some boys taking on the guard job, or maybe even stable boys. Even if I broke their arms and legs, nobody would be able to say anything. So, it was understandable that they would be afraid, but I saw determination in their eyes. They seemed set on becoming knights, and a chance to spar with a real knight doesn't come often. They rushed at me with all they might. And I played with them. Their swings were wide but relatively fast and strong, so I felt the impact on my hands even though I could easily deflect their attacks. Their bodies were powerful, and though they looked skinny, their chests and arms were muscular. They impressed me even though I laid them on the ground in seconds. "How old are you, boys?" I asked as they picked themselves up. 12. Both of them yelled out. "Where are you from?" "King's Landing." Names. Henry, the more petite boy with brown hair, answered. Miles, the bigger boy with black hair, answered. "Why do you want to be like the Redfish?" "He is the best," Henry replied instantly. "He is the strongest," Miles added. "He defeated the Greyjoys twice and was knighted by Sir Barristan Selmy, the Bold." "Then he defeated the Kingslayer," Henry said. "The Redfish is the strongest swordsman in the world, so we want to be strong like him, too. If we could have been as strong as him, then we would have defeated the Lannisters ourselves." And then Miles got silent at the end of his speech. "You are orphans?" I asked, and they nodded. "Your parents died in the fires of the King's Landing, right?" They nodded again with tears welling in their eyes. It was probably quite challenging for these boys to survive. Their parents died, they lost their homes, and then had to seek refuge. Who knows what they could have experienced on the way to Harrenhal. The fact that they were inside the courtyard means they accepted work here, even though the rumors of the curse scared most others. They were probably desperate to do so. "Prick up your swords," I said. "What kind of squires are you resting so early?" "But we are not squires." The boys looked at me with confusion. "Now you are," I replied with a harsh voice that didn't leave any room for them to question it. "From today onward, you shall serve me, Sir Edmure Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of Riverrun." The show of power. John POV. It felt like I was in this position for more than 10 years, and I felt like I was growing older that fast. Sometimes, it is hard to reflect on my life because I don't know how far I should look. In the past year, so many things happened that I have only started catching up to it. Before I became the king, I didn't do anything and was nobody. Just faint memories were left of my life before I became someone else. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of his name. It still sounded foreign as the first time I heard my true name. Jon Snow had disappeared after that name emerged. How long until Jon Snow is forgotten? Probably, once I die, since I am the only one that remembers that name. It was still weird. I felt like an imposter sitting on the Iron Throne, donning a false name that didn't belong to me. "This was the last petitioner, Your Grace," Lord Mallister said as people started to leave the throne room. What next in my schedule? My bones had gone stiff for sitting on the throne for hours. "The Queen has planned to visit the city," Lord Mallister reminded me. "Should I inform her that you cannot join her?" "No, I will join her," I replied as I left the throne room. It was only afternoon, and I was already tired. But I had a duty to fulfill. A visit to the city was something I needed to do periodically. The people needed to be familiar with my face and name. I had to be recognized. Lady Orianne had hammered it into my head long ago that my ascension to the Iron Throne differed from anyone else. So, I had to prove myself and make an effort for people to get familiar with me. At least familiar with the idea of me. It wasn't difficult to spread rumors about me. The faith has done just that, and even now, many believe that I was nothing but a wilderling from the north with no different set of morals and beliefs. Ghost staying by my side didn't help with these rumors, but with time, people started liking the silent giant white wolf protecting me. Even toys started to spread among the children of Ghost. It was a rare beast that hadn't been seen south of the wall for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Once people started to get over their fear of the direwolves, they got curious about them. As every member of the Stark family had one by their side, The rumor that they sign of our significance as the gods deemed right to grant us protective beast. It didn't hurt that Ghost was tame and didn't let out a sound. I don't think children would dare to come to pet Grey Wind. I have heard Rob's direwolf snarl. It scared horses. Children would run away crying at that sound. But Ghost was silent, and as long as he was in my sight, he would not harm anyone who didn't wish to harm me. I have been waiting for you. I barely entered my chamber to change for lunch before Margary ambushed me. As always, you're late. Quickly put up your robes, the King's Guard are waiting for us. Where is the rush? I managed to ask as Margary removed my clothes and started arranging my robes. Nowhere. Margary stopped as she took my shirt and touched my bare chest. I suppose we still have some time to spare. I could only smile slyly as Margary started to push me to the bed. Suddenly, she didn't seem in a rush as I lay in the bed and watched her take off her dress. Of course, all good things end quickly, and before we could even start enjoying ourselves, a servant started knocking on the doors to our chambers. At first, we ignored it, but the knocking didn't stop. I swear Margary pouted as she got dressed. What the point of Ghost if he can't scare people away? I will have a word with him, I chuckled, getting up and opening the doors to let Ghost enter and revealing a servant. What is it? Your Grace. The servant girl exclaimed and blushed, seeing that I was half naked. It was amusing at first to get such a reaction from girls, as when I was still a bastard, girls would call me indecent and crude in these kinds of situations. Now, in Margary's words, it was endearing. Lord Mace is looking for Queen Margary and you. Inform him that we are on the way, Margary replied, anger clear in her tone, and the servant girl quickly left. I swear, there is less and less time for us to spend alone. She wasn't wrong. If I wasn't busy, then Margary was. It was lucky if we found a few hours to spend time together in a week. I could tell that Margary was frustrated that she still wasn't pregnant. And the gossip around the Red Keep only made it worse. And I felt pressure, too. We needed an heir. People around us liked to remind me almost every waking hour. The Red Keep can feel a bit stuffed at times. But riding through the streets did feel better. And even though we were surrounded by the King's Guard and other soldiers and servants that came with us, it still felt freer than sitting on the Iron Throne. Our visits to the most misfortuned parts of the city, where houses were still in progress of being built, were a regular thing now. At least twice a month, we would ride through the city, offering food and medicine to those who need it. It was Margary's idea to show direct support to my people. It was to portray me as a kind and compassionate king. Until recently, I was unknown to most people, and it was an advantageous and disadvantageous position I was put on. People didn't know me, so I had a chance to be someone people would readily accept. But I had to show myself more often than anyone else, otherwise, they would start making assumptions about what kind of man I am. The faith wouldn't help to brighten my image. I was from the north, and all the faith needed to know to condemn me to be a faithless bastard. It took a lot of effort to make the faith back off. We had to crack down on all of the septons and septars, making their words untrustful. Then, for those who were left, we had to appease them so they would be on our side. Most of the work was done by Lady Orianne, and she has done well to control the faith to our advantage. The day went on as we visited one place after another, providing people with the supplies they needed the most. To me, it felt like we were showing off our power. We were manipulating people by offering them the things they should have had to begin with. But it was politics, and I was shown that I had no say in some matters. Smile, dear Margary riding next to me said. Your brooding is counterproductive. As we continued through the city, I tried to heed Margary's advice and forced a smile. The people cheered, especially the children, who quickly recognized Ghost, the silent protector by my side. Margary gracefully interacted with the people, listening to their concerns and offered words of comfort. At the same time, I preferred to interact with children. The smiles on children's faces as they petted Ghost and received sweets were genuine. Not polite or fearful most people had. And not the fake smiles everyone wore in the Red Keep. It was refreshing. And it gave me a reason to continue with my duties. Otherwise, by this time, I would probably have run away. It was one thing to fight for these children and another thing to do the same for greedy merchants, power-hungry septons, and glutinous lords. Your Grace, it is time to leave, Sir Roland informed me as we both turned to the setting sun. I nodded and quickly wrapped things at my end. It was too dangerous to be out at night. No matter how well protected we were, it was better not to give a chance for someone to harm us. There was no flea bottom anymore, and the streets were always secure with guards on patrol. But even then, the road back to the Red Keep wasn't short, and who knows who would want to harm us. Back at the Red Keep, Lord Mallister was awaiting me. He probably wanted to discuss something with me, but Grand Maester took me before Lord Mallister could say anything. Maester Marwyn was eccentric and didn't have much politeness for me or anyone else. If he wanted to show me something, he would take me away, and it didn't matter if I was in a meeting or sleeping. "What is it, Marwyn?" I asked with a tired sigh. I was too tired and hungry to deal with him. "A letter came from the Citadel," Marwyn said, providing me with the said letter. "Was it Sam?" I asked before taking the letter. "I have sent Sam and Sorella to the Citadel to find more information about the others and supernatural things, as the Maesters here didn't seem to want to respond to my commands. It was frustrating to deal with them, as I couldn't do much against the Citadel. Their order was too old, and their influence was far-reaching. I could only swallow my pride and repeatedly ask them to provide us with their support. Ultimately, I had no choice but to send Sam and Sorella there. Sorella was familiar with the Citadel, and Sam was heir to the House Tarly. And with my explicit order, the Citadel had no choice but to accept them. Still, I got nothing so far from them, but I had expected it to take time to find more information that not long before was considered nothing but legends. "Yes," Marwyn replied as I started reading the letter. "You think it is true what Sam is saying? That they are hiding information about magic and similar things?" Marwyn asked back, and I nodded. "Not particularly. They don't want to acknowledge that magic exists. It is easier for them that way. Pretend like something doesn't exist until it is forgotten. I will consult with Lady Orianne and see what can be done," I sighed once again as I returned the letter to Marwyn. I was too tired of all this, but I had to do my duty. Taking a last glance at Marwyn inspecting the head of a wight made me more determined. How many months have passed since the head arrived to us? Yet, its bright blue eyes still moved. I needed to find out how it all worked and what could be done to stop them. If it comes to it, I was willing to take over the Citadel and every book they had. Oh, Marwyn stopped me as I was about to leave. "A letter from Riverrun just arrived. Bring it to Lady Orianne after you are done with it." It was a letter from Lord Edmure. A message that he has arrived at Riverrun safe and sound. I wouldn't have read it, if it wasn't addressed to me too. Lord Edmure faced some trouble with the refugees settling in the Riverlands and asked permission to set up a separate military force for security. And he wanted me to nominate someone I knew as the commander of the new military force. I was too tired to think about it. Lady Orianne can nominate anyone she wants as long that someone wouldn't be biased towards anyone in the Riverlands, as Lord Edmure asked. I wasn't against the idea, but as Lord Edmure, I saw the same problem. Anyone who took command of it would receive too much power, and that power could turn against either of them at any moment. Preparing for the winter. Edmure POV. Riverrun was a humble castle, considering how many men in arms my household had. And it wouldn't be a mistake to call my family one of the richest families in West Eos, if not the richest. Tyrells were pretty close to us, but it was hard to tell as they wouldn't tell anyone how much gold they had, and rather than store the gold in dark vaults, I have put them in various projects. The simplest of these projects were conducted right here, in Riverrun. With the farms flourishing in the Riverlands, the food was abundant. So, it is more important to find ways to preserve it. Like Riverrun, most keeps should have adopted storing food in cool, dry, and dark places. The cellar in Riverrun could hold enough food for thousands of people for years. And I have a separate storage that uses ice from the north. I have advocated the importance of food storage to the other lords long before the war. Still, I couldn't enforce it on anyone, but with the winter coming, I hoped they would think of the future and do the right thing. At least nobody has objected to building glass gardens, and now almost every keeps and richer household has built one, as glass was the industry almost exclusively belonging to me and House Martel and easily accessible. I am sorry, my lord, but we simply can't figure out how to improve it right now. My alchemist bowed his head in apology. We tried various processes to seal the food, but iron would rust too fast, and we couldn't find a combination of metals to fix that problem. Even though ceramic seemed to work to some extent, in the end, it was best to seal the food in thick glass. How long does the food last? I asked as I inspected the work. Up to half of the year, the alchemist replied, knowing it wasn't enough. Any longer, and the food would start to spoil or sour. Even though we used wax to ensure the airtight sealing, the air still leaks. We simply can't find better solutions. Continue your work, I said, slightly disappointed but expecting these results. It is not useless work you have done. With this, our fleet can be fed better food and will last longer voyages. You have done good work, so I expect even better results later. Thank you, my lord, the alchemist sighed in relief. I promise not to disappoint you. Too bad I wasn't too knowledgeable, otherwise it would be easier to make canned food. It has been years since I hired some alchemists, cooks, metal workers, and scholars to work on this project. The idea seemed simple, but the technology wasn't up there to recreate my desired results. And I didn't have much time to check on them. But I was starting to get more and more concerned with the winter. I was afraid that the winter might be even more cruel than I expected and I won't be able to support my people. Food would be the primary problem with prolonged winter, but no matter what I have tried, I couldn't make food last for years without it getting spoiled. Still, I didn't give up. Even without knowing how to do it, I am sure someone among the brilliant minds I have hired will find a way. And the results weren't too bad either. With this method, we managed to preserve fruit and berries far longer than it was possible before. With it, we no longer had to worry about sailors lacking vitamins on long journeys. So, voyages to the summer islands and even Sotorios would be far easier. So even if Westeros froze, we still could rely on the southern world for help. Sir Desmond Grohl was over 60, but he still had a pair of healthy lungs to yell at his trainees. Henry and Miles, my new squires, were working hard with longbows with the rest of the new trainees. For hours, they would repeat various ways to shoot an arrow at various ranges until it was ingrained into their muscles, and they could do it without thinking. Axel and Gerald joined them, too, but the kids couldn't last long, and soon, their muscles couldn't handle the training. Still, seeing the young lord joining in their training gave a lot of morale to the trainees. And it would be embarrassing if they complained when children 3 times younger than them didn't. Ultimately, I was satisfied with my men's training and had no complaints about Sir Desmond's methods. Axel, Gerald, get cleaned up, or you will be late for lessons with Maester Vimen, I called out to my boys, and they groaned in displeasure. Every boy their age hated learning letters and numbers. But at least they were interested in history, so they weren't lost cause. Still, I wished they were more similar to their sister, who loved learning new things. She was curious as a cat. Sometimes too curious, the Maester didn't have the energy to keep up with her. So, she would go to the yard to learn swordsmanship or archery after her lessons. My lord, a guard came up to me as I made sure my children went in the correct direction and weren't pretending before running off to another place to play. Lord Dari has arrived and asked for a meeting. Lead him to my solar, I replied, expecting Lord Dari to arrive sometime today. Taking a last glance at my squires and seeing them working hard, I left for my solar. I had to climb the spiral staircase to reach my solar. The castle is triangular in design, and the solar of the Lord of Riverrun is triangular as well, with a triangular stone balcony jutting eastwards. I liked to watch my land from here. But this time, I didn't have time to enjoy myself as a knock at the doors forced me to return to the solar. Lord Raymond, I see you are in good health, I greeted the Lord of Castle Dari. How is your son? Is he well? Can we skip the pleasantries? Lord Raymond asked as he took a seat before me. I thought you would come to Castle Dari, not the other way around. I apologize for misleading you, but plans changed, I replied, opening a bottle of wine and offering a cup to Lord Raymond. I have a proposal for you, though. I am thinking of making an order to deal with the refugees that turn to criminal activities rather than looking for honest work, and make sure to deal with bandit groups before they do too much damage to my lands. Are you looking for men? Lord Raymond asked as he took a cup of wine. My household wouldn't be able to provide many men, and you would have saved more time if you just wrote me about it. No, I am not looking for men. I think many who have nowhere to go or do would take a chance to serve us, I replied. But I need a man who could lead them. And I think you would suit the position quite well. You would entrust it to me. Lord Raymond seemed surprised at my proposal. Sir Mark Piper and Sir Halman Page will serve you as the vice-captains under you, I explained further. You will be provided with resources, but you will be responsible for the training and discipline of the new order. I have high hopes for the order to keep King's peace in the Riverlands and the Crown Lands. What the new order will be called? The Riverguard, I replied to Raymond's question. I know it is a presumptuous name, but it is as it is. Why me? Raymond asked, getting suspicious of my ulterior motives. Because you are an experienced knight, but most importantly, because you have little friends in Riverlands, I answered him truthfully. Even though the order will have many men that fall under your command, without allies, you won't be able to point these men at me or the king. And at the same time, nobody will be able to take advantage of it, as I believe you won't be biased to anyone. I appreciate your honesty, and I will accept this honor you bestowed on me. Lord Raymond wasn't a man to overthink things. Good, I trusted Lord Raymond's capabilities to handle himself and hold order in my lands, so I was relieved. I have my steward bring you all the details you need, and you can ask him anything you want. With one more thing done, I have to worry about other matters, like my visit to the Westerlands. Most of the Westerlands now belong to the Iron Throne, but Casterly Rock and Lannisport were mine now. Yet, I didn't have a chance to visit them and establish my presence since the war ended. I needed to ensure that gold and iron mining was going well. I also needed to start building a fleet in Lannisport. There were so many things to do that I was starting to think I didn't have enough time. I also needed to start looking for more coal sources. The small sources scattered around Westeros might not be enough for future consumption, especially when we must burn them to keep our homes warm. I almost forgot how difficult it is sometimes to deal with my duties. The work just doesn't seem to end. I had to question why I even thought of taking the position of the Hand, as if I was still stuck in King's Landing. I might never be able to leave my solar. Tidying up my desk, I cracked my neck and started writing letters to various lords to prepare their reports for me. While serving as the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, he fell in love with a woman he saw from the top of the wall. This woman had skin white as the moon and eyes like blue stars, and her skin was cold as ice, but Night's King was fearless and chaste and caught and loved her, and when he gave his seed to her, he gave his soul as well. I read the legend recorded in Archmaester Harmune's book, Watchers on the Wall, which included many stories of the night fought to my children as they were cuddled in my bed. I was more tired than them, but they refused to sleep, so I thought I would scare them with this story. Yet, rather than scaring them, they seemed to get more excited as I continued to read. Night's King brought this woman back to the Night Fort and declared her a queen and himself her king. With strange sorcery, he bound the Night's Watch brothers to his will and ruled the Night Fort as his castle for 13 years with his corpse queen by his side. During the dark years of his reign, horrific atrocities were committed, of which tales are still told in the north. It was not until Brandon the Breaker, the king in the north, and Joramun, the king beyond the wall, joined forces that Night's King was brought down and the Night's Watch freed. What happened next? Elia asked as she put her head on my shoulder. After his fall, when it was discovered that Night's King had been making sacrifices to the others, all records of him were destroyed, and his very name was forbidden and forgotten. I continued as my tired eye struggled to be open. But the North didn't forget the atrocities that were done, for North remembers. Will the others come back? Axel asked, yet I couldn't detect any fear in his eyes. Maybe they will, and with them, they will bring the long night that will last through generations. Children will be born in the dark, and they will die in the dark. I was either a terrible storyteller or my children have heard this story too many times to get even a bit scared. But even if they did, the Night's Watch will protect us. The wall will stop them and banish them back to the coldest parts of the world where they came from. No, Dad will defeat, Geralt said like it was a matter of fact. Like you have defeated all the villains before. You will kill the others, and then people will sing about you. I was too tired to argue with them, so I put the book down and blew off the candles. Once the room fell into darkness, my eyes closed off. The last thing I felt before falling asleep was my children fighting over a blanket and room on the pillows. Invitation from the North. Edmure POV. The Westerlands have been through a lot. Losing war isn't pretty, so when the Lannisters lost, the people of the Westerlands suffered the most. Without its Lord Paramount, the lands descended into small skirmishes. There wasn't a lord powerful enough in the Westerlands to control these lands. So, they quickly descended into petty conflicts. Even the king couldn't do much damage control within the lands that joined the Crown lands. The lords in the south of Gold Road answered to the Iron Throne directly, but from what I have heard, it was more complicated. When lords and their heirs die, the cousins and their families fight for the lordship. So, it becomes quite complicated when two or even more people swear their allegiance to the king in the same name. It is hard to investigate who has a better claim to their lands. Some don't want to wait for the king to decide, so they take matters into their own hands. At least most of them don't have much power and can only summon a couple of knights to support them. At most, 100 men join a skirmish between families. But when there are dozens of skirmishes, it becomes troublesome for everyone else. The lands north of Gold Road with Casterly Rock and Lannisport were officially declared as part of Riverlands. It was even more troublesome for me to deal with them. I was gone for too long, and skirmishes have become uncontrollable. If only it were cousins trying to take power over other cousins, it wouldn't be so bad. But nothing was so simple. In a couple of cases, uncles took power from their nephews as they were still children, and nobody trusted them to rule their lands. Then, some people accused others of rebellious actions against the new king and took matters into their own hands to get rid of them. It was hard to tell who was right and who wasn't. I would have left it be if the common folk didn't suffer as they were conscripted into these skirmishes and their food and valuables confiscated to support their fights. There was already a problem with bandit groups rising, and the actions of these houses only made it easier for the bandits to raid and wreak havoc. What is up with these reports? I asked the commander of Lannisport's City Watch. Why do I have reports telling me that your men are accused of illegally throwing families out of the city and taking their homes? My lord, those families were devout servants to the Lannisters, the commander said with a confident smile. They were causing trouble and tried to gather people around them to oppose you. Before your arrival, my men and I worked day and night to ensure the city would be safe and those traitorous people couldn't scheme anything against you. Is that so? I could tell that the man was lying, but he had too much power within the city for me to accuse him of anything. I hope for your good that you aren't lying. I wouldn't dare. The man was too confident and sleazy to be trusted. You are free to go. Before I could deal with the other houses in the Westerlands, I had to take control of Lannisport. The city of 200,000 and one of the major ports in the west was too vast. I didn't have my foothold set yet, so problems arose. If it isn't the City Watch, which became uncontrollable, it would be the merchant guilds that have hired sellswords to defend themselves or the faith that takes people in to serve them in exchange for protection. The man is on the high horse, Sandor Clegane said. He won't recognize anyone above him. Power corrupts people, I agreed. But that man lives in the well and has never seen the sea. He will soon realize how small and insignificant he is. I didn't have time or patience to deal with them. If I were a king, I might have looked at the situation more carefully and tried to be as just as I could be. But I wasn't, and I didn't care if a few innocent lives had to be sacrificed to get my property in order. Once my spies find everyone in power in Lannisport, I will eliminate them and reorganize their orders to my liking. While my agents worked in the city and investigated the power figures, I spent time with my family in Casterly Rock. Before settling in the castle, I replaced all the servants, cooks, and guards with people I was comfortable with. I couldn't have anyone that had any ties with the Lannisters in my home. Even if I didn't plan to spend much time here, I could see myself getting bogged out with work taking over my new lands. Ha! Ah! Yells came out of the courtyard as my new squires were sparring with me while my children observed us. I was still quite surprised at how much stamina these two had. Their vigor and strength were beyond anyone else their age. If not for their lack of skill, I would have thought they had trained for tens of years before I met them. What are you yelling about? I asked them as I knocked them down to the ground. All I want to hear from you in battle is your breathing and your weapons colliding with mine. Even if you are stabbed or cut, I don't want to hear you letting out a sound and telling your opponent that they got you. And if you have the strength to yell, you should swing your weapon. Yes, sir. The boys yelled as they raised their blunt swords again. It was delightful to see them grow so fast. They took my brutal training without a complaint. I could never be as tough with my children as with these boys. Miles and Henry were orphans who grew up in King's Landing gutter. They were used to roughness, and they liked toughness better than kindness. They would be suspicious of my intentions if I were soft on them. Part of me felt sorry for them, but it was how the world worked. It wasn't fair, but nothing was. They only had to learn it sooner to survive. And they were luckier than most to meet me and for me to catch on their talent. Of course, I liked teaching them. It made me remember the days I taught Sam well. The Tali boy was too soft, but he compensated with his hard work. Too bad, Sam was in Old Town, so I couldn't see him in King's Landing. Hopefully, he didn't neglect his training and didn't gain weight. Well, it wasn't my business what he was doing. Sam was a grown man, a knight. He can do anything he wants. I already had too many things to worry about. Every time I avert my eyes from something, they start falling apart. Are we done for today? Henry asked, seeing that I was too absorbed in my thoughts. The sun is still high, I replied, motioning them to continue. They were older than most kids who started learning swordplay. So, I didn't teach them sophisticated techniques that were only good at tourneys. I wanted to make them into household knights that would serve my children. Hopefully, they grow to be friends and foster loyalty to my house. I still remember Sir Alan, who betrayed me and almost killed me in the battle for King's Landing. Trustworthy people were hard to come upon. So far, the only people I could trust to work were the ones I brought from nothing. The spies I made of the orphans were only loyal to me because they would be nothing without me. Knights were more fickle than spies. Honor meant little to most of them, and they would go to the highest bidder, especially knights from lesser houses. As night came upon us, I let the boys have dinner and rest for the day. I returned to my solar. I would have to review the reports prepared for me while I ate my dinner. There was no break for me. And it didn't seem I would have time for anything until the winter hit us. At least I trusted the Night's Watch to be able to hold on their own and stop whatever would come with the winter. First came a report from King's Landing. Ariane informed me that most lords from the Stormlands agreed to lay down their weapons in Lady Shirene's presence. They would come to King's Landing to negotiate a peace treaty and pledge their loyalty to the king. It was good news, and finally, the war would officially be over, and we could start putting all our attention on preparing for the winter. Ariane also informed me that Oberyn would soon take his army to Essos. Once the investigation of Iliomapatis and other prominent members of Pentos Magisters is done, they will be ready to attack the city. Part of me wished to go with Oberyn, but I would be only wasting my time. Oberyn can handle it, especially with the Tattered Prince's help. Still, I probably will need to visit Pentos once it is over and make a trade deal with it. I had too much work over here to make journeys across the sea pointless. And seeing the endless requests directed to me to help some houses to end their conflicts, I knew I would be busy. The only way I could think to end those power moves within families was to invest in one side and then destroy the other. Making decisions on who has a better claim on the seat of lordship would take too much time. It was better to see who was more worthy of my investment and then help them to deal with their opposition. Not only will I gain their loyalty, but they will owe quite a favor to me. It was the easiest and fastest way to deal with these small fishes trying to eat each other. But firstly, I had to re-establish order in Lannisport. It shouldn't take much time to round up the big shots that decided to take advantage of the situation and eliminate them. But the problem was that it would leave a power vacuum, and I needed to fill it before unsavory folk took advantage of it and tried to insert themselves. I needed men I could trust. Faith was the most problematic. They had too much power over common folk, so I probably will have to replace the Septon in the city with one in the Riverrun. But I couldn't kill this Septon, I will need to send him somewhere else. I have to ask Uncle Brendan if he could help me with it. Vale was the most prominent location for the faith, so I might send all the problematic septons where they will be isolated from the rest of the kingdoms. Too bad the mountain clans were defeated and almost eradicated, otherwise I might use them to eliminate the septons. What is this? I looked at the letter placed separately from the other reports. Looking at it, I discovered it was from Winterfell directed to me. I had almost forgotten that Rob was getting married. And the letter reminded me and invited me to Winterfell to celebrate the joining of the North and the Wildlings, ending the centuries-long war between them. The letter was put quite nicely, clear work of Cat. My sister surely knew how to put words together nicely. The invitation was probably sent to more than just me, as much as I wanted to decline it and focus on the work that already has piled up on my hands. I knew it was the perfect place to meet most lords from the north and other places. If I could get Shireen to attend it and meet Bran, I could set these two together beforehand. The king probably also would want to attend it. Otherwise, Rob will have some harsh words with Jaehaerys. And politically it would show that Jaehaerys still values the north and wasn't consumed by the south. And with the king, many other lords will attend it, creating a perfect place to meet with them and discuss the matters of the winter. The festive north. Edmure POV. It has been some time since I have been in the north. Moat Cailin was the first thing that greeted us as we entered the north. After the swamp, it was good to be on solid ground. Moat Cailin was now a real stronghold, with tall walls, overbearing towers overlooking the area, and the keep to hold countless people. We had to pass through Moat Cailin's gates to continue our ride to Winterfell, and it was the place where Arianne, with her entourage, would join us. Moat Cailin was connected to all regions of the north by well-maintained roads. The King's Road led to Winterfell, a smaller road forged to White Harbour and another to Torrens Square. It even had a busy port so ships could come from the west through Blazenwater Bay and Salt Spear. Not only did Moat Cailin serve as a stronghold but also as a trading hub. "My lord, Ladies Arianne's caravan is approaching the town," one of my household knights wrote to me and informed me. "Should I lead them to you?" "No need, we will wait for them by the entrance," I replied, as I knew my children were tired and would like to stay in Moat Cailin for the night, and Arianne probably was thinking the same. There were more people than I expected. I didn't even know who was in charge here. Most lords from the north will be on their way to Winterfell by this time, so some cousins of the Castellan were left to oversee things in this area. But the guards seemed to maintain the order quite well, so at least those in charge wanted to make an impression. Mom. Elia was the first to go after Arianne as they saw each other, while my sons were more reserved. Go on, I had to encourage them to meet with Arianne. While my family reunited with each other, I observed the others who had come with Arianne. Maybe it was still too early, but Jaehaerys wasn't with her, nor were the Tyrells. Lord Mallister will probably stay in King's Landing to oversee things there, so he won't be coming. But most prominent lords from Crown Lands were within my sight. "Your eyes should be on your dear wife," Arianne said as she kissed me. "Those fools decided to sail with me to court a favor or two. You don't have to care about them, they will soon scatter as bigger flies come into view." "Too bad I only have one eye left to look at you," I replied with a smirk as she took my arm into her hands. "That means you should look at me twice as long as you usually do," Arianne smirked back. Too bad, Arianne wasn't used to the cold as she was covered in thick furs, barely leaving anything for me to enjoy. I could tell she hated that the men weren't staring at her and making me jealous. But she was already too big of a tease and deserved it. Still, nothing would stop her from doing what she wanted, and once we entered our accommodations, she quickly dragged me to the bedroom. She was too eager to remove these fur coats covering her once we were alone. Moat Cailin protected the north from the south for thousands of years, and only recently, after being left to grumble, it was restored to its former glory. But maybe it was protecting the south, too, for this damn cold. Once we left Moat Cailin, there was no escaping the harsh winds and snowfall. While the rest of the Seven Kingdoms still enjoyed their warmth, the north was already in the winter, even if they would say it was nothing but light summer snow. "I still think it was a waste of gold to rebuild all those towers," Arianne said as she looked out from our carriage. "Who needs 20 towers? They are compensating for something. They will only fall into disarray as they become useless, and then what? Will you pay to repair them again?" It is only a waste of gold. Are you even listening to me? The cold is making you cranky, I replied with a smile as Ariane buried deeper into my chest to defend herself from the cold. Shut up, Ariane wasn't taking kindly to my comments. How can this not even be the winter? I am telling you, the maesters here are probably all fools with frozen heads if they can't tell that. It will only get colder, I replied, not nearly as bothered by the cold as Ariane was. But imagine the hot springs in Winterfell. You will be able to bathe in them as much as you want once we arrive. All the cold will melt like the snow. That does sound nice. Ariane calmed down a bit at the promise of the famed hot springs of Winterfell. But my point still stands, I don't want you to waste our gold on more stupid castles with dozens of towers. Nobody needs them, and they will just fall apart anyway. I can't believe I didn't stop you from doing it sooner. Do you know what people want the most when they are afraid? When are rumors of war spreading among them? Rumors of unnatural forces? When the darkness engulfs them? I asked as Ariane slowly turned her gaze back to me. They want to feel secure. To know that no matter what, they will be protected. Those towers don't need to be used because as long as they stand and people can see them, they feel protected by them. So, it is only to keep ignorant masses from panicking. Ariane interrupted my words too literally, but she wasn't wrong. We still were about 3 weeks away from Winterfell. The children weren't against the new environment and loved the snow, especially playing with it. Throwing snowballs at each other and the knights protecting them. Or building snowmen as tall as they could. The little snow they had seen before would melt before it could even land on the ground, so this was new and fun to them. The carriages were well made to handle the cold, so it wasn't that bad, and Ariane was only acting like a spoiled child because she wanted my attention. I was happy to provide it to her, so I had nothing to complain about. And along the way, there were plenty of villages or keeps to stay for the night. Even if not everyone could fit in them, it wasn't too bad sleeping in carriages, even if Ariane would rather gut me than sleep in them. I was getting fat. The months of traveling around the 7 kingdoms took its toll on my body. The most exercise I did was when I trained with my new squires. Otherwise, I would talk with a lord or another over dinner or cooped up in my room, working on managing my lands. It was hard to watch my physique in these times. Would you stop it? I asked Ariane the 10th time as she pinched my belly. He. Why would I? Ariane asked cheekily. I won't have time to have fun with you from tomorrow onward. Once we are in Winterfell, you will be with other lords if you don't spend time with your family. So, tonight, you will have to endure me. I could only sigh in defeat and lay next to her. It was quite nice traveling for the past 3 weeks. There weren't any terrible storms or blizzards that blocked off the road. So, it was quite a smooth ride. And it was rather relaxing, there wasn't much to deal with rather than planning a day's journey. It lets us enjoy our company and nothing else. I only wish Patrek was still here and could drink with me for the peace we achieved. It saddens me that my children probably won't even remember Uncle Patrek once they grow up. But I think Patrek would still be happy that they managed to grow up in times of peace without worry. All I could do was drink in his name from time to time. Winterfell was nothing like I remembered it to be. We hadn't even gotten to the gates to Winterfell and were only at the entrance to the town surrounding Winterfell. But I already could see how much it has grown. The town was bustling, full of people. New houses were built, extending the length of the town. And even though there weren't any walls around the town, the watchtowers overlooked it. It was impressive how long the line to the town was, and one could only imagine how long it would be to get to Winterfell. Fully armed guards patrolled the road and checked everyone wanting to enter the town. But nobody complained even as people had to wait hours in line for their turn, as the townspeople offered them hot wine. The mood was festive. People were celebrating their lord's wedding. Even people on the road waiting to enter the town weren't left behind by the festive mood. People traded with others. They sang and drank together. Children from common families played with noble children coming to the wedding. It was quite an impressive sight as people from various places covered in various clothes mingled. Don't run off too far. I heard Ariane yell out to the children as they ran to play. Don't worry, I replied with a smile. If our knights don't scare off any potential danger to them, then the dozens of guards patrolling around will surely will. It sure is nice here, Ariane said. It might be better than our wedding. No way, I replied. What is a wedding without a plot of murder? A boring one, Ariane agreed. It didn't take long after to process us to enter the town. It was even more vibrant inside than outside. Various lanterns were hung around, with light covered in various colors of glass lighting up the streets. It was quite a brilliant idea to create great glass representing the houses of the north, making Wintertown a welcoming place for everyone. Various vendors selling knicks and knacks stood on the main street as we passed them riding towards Winterfell. Too bad it was already getting late. I didn't wish my children to spend more time in unfamiliar places once the sun started to set. So, we skipped the vendors. I was sure we would find time to visit them and explore Wintertown in the morning. Uncle. We were welcomed into Winterfell warmly by the Stark family. I would be lying if I didn't think that Arya wasn't my favorite, and she probably knew that, too, as she was the first to run up to me and hug me. Soon, the others joined, and even though my children were at first a bit shy, they were taken by Arya, Bran and Rickon to play before dinner. Rob was the only one standing a fair distance from me, with Sansa and a blonde-haired woman beside him. Look at you, I walked to him and slapped him on the shoulders to check if he wasn't slacking in his training. All grown up. Too bad you still can't grow a beard like I do. I am fine with that, Uncle Rob replied warmly. It is good to see you. I turned to Sansa, who looked at me all shy and ladylike. And you think you all grown up too, huh? Can't even hug your uncle. Of course not, Uncle. Sansa, a bit embarrassed, gave a haste hug. Kat was the last. She didn't hold back, burying her face into my chest as she hugged me. I could see that the past few years were quite hard for her from the wrinkles on her face. And from the way she looked at my scarred face with trembling eyes, she told me how worried she was for me. It was nice to see them after so long. Even with one wolf gone, the rest of the pack has grown stronger. The wedding of the Lord of the North. Edmure POV. Beneath the windows of the guest house, an underground hot spring feeds 3 small pools, with only wooden walls separating them for some privacy. To Ariane, it was the best part of Winterfell. I couldn't disagree with her on that one. We would soak in the hot waters every evening and morning, drinking wine and enjoying each other. The wedding was only a few days away, and as more guests arrived, I heard more complaints that we occupied one of 3 pools for ourselves. Nobody, of course, dared to voice their complaints in our faces. But I did feel a bit bad for them, though not bad enough to vacate the pool for others. What was the point of all my hard work if I couldn't use my power and influence in these situations? The king should arrive early tomorrow morning, from what I heard Ariane said with her head on my shoulder. He is running on a tight schedule. Who isn't? I asked, a bit annoyed that Ariane would bring that up now. Lysa and her son might come on the wedding day with Brynden. The Red Wines and the Hightowers will come with the king. And even Royces and Mandaelis arrived only yesterday. Just saying. Ariane caught my unpleasant. House Euronwood arrived yesterday with Tarly and Carons. I wonder why I smiled, as both of us knew that Lord Euronwood was looking only to make connections, so he joined Lord Tarly and Lord Caron. Is it that wrong to do that? Ariane asked. I rather like how obvious Lord Euronwood is. I don't even need spies to know what he is planning. It is a nice change of pace. I decided to ignore her for the rest of the evening. After Rob's wedding, I will be forced to join the political world of Westeros once again for at least a few days. But for now, all I wanted and needed to do was to enjoy the peaceful days and relax. After all that happened in the past few years, I deserve a vacation, even if it isn't long. In this life, I only saw Lysa a handful of times, most of which were in King's Landing. Even though she was of my blood, I had barely any relationship with her. And by the way, she looked at Kat and me. Lysa didn't seem like she wanted to be here or anywhere near us. At least she seemed close to Uncle Brynden, so I don't need to worry about her. Robert Arryn, better known as Sweet Robin, looked like a healthy boy with blue eyes and dark hair. He was only a year and a half younger than Bran. And both boys seemed to get along from the get-go. Another worry warded off. It was good to see that my nephew seemed to grow healthy. And hopefully, nobody will concern themselves with Robin's future as Lord of the Vale. With half of your face covered in scars, it is hard to recognize you, Brendan said as he approached me. Did the fucker who did this to you get what he deserved? I vent my anger by smashing his head into a bloody mess, I replied as I hugged my favorite uncle. The realization in his eyes as he died was quite satisfying. Too bad his head was soft and turned into mush too quickly. Yes, I would have loved to see it, Brendan said as he raised a cup of wine to me. I was quite worried when I heard you were missing. I almost went on my own to find my favorite nephew. I am your only nephew, I replied with a smile. My point still stands. How is Lysa doing? I asked after laughing with Brendan. Worse at some aspects, better at others, Brendan replied worriedly. If I didn't force her to eat the first few months, she probably would have starved herself to death. Whatever that little fucker Littlefinger did to Lysa was severe enough that I need healers and Maester from all the world to help me. The fate wasn't kind to her, I replied, feeling pity for my sister. Maybe she is going to grow stronger from this ordeal, Brendan said, taking a big sip of his wine. I was wondering if it would be alright for her to live in Riverrun. Uri is getting too cold to live comfortably. So, we would be moving to the Gates of the Moon. If you could take Robin as your page, Lysa could join him in living in Riverrun. I would love to, but I will not have time for Robin, I declined. I have my hands full with my squires. Those boys? Brendan asked, pointing at two boys stuffing their mouths with various sweets. You sure about them? Aren't they from gutters? At least, that is what I heard. You won't gain any favor with anyone by taking them in. I don't need any favor from anyone, I said, feeling slightly insulted by Brendan's words. I took them in because of their talent. Even if they started training a bit late, they will be great knights once I am done with them. They are more worthy than any favor anyone could give me. Well, I guess I will have to ask Rob to give Robin a chance, Brendan replied without hesitation. Are you going to call him your favorite grandnephew in front of my children and me? I asked, feigning being insulted. I wouldn't dare, Brendan laughed at me like what I said was a joke. I will do it behind your back. If I didn't know better, I would have thought Brendan wanted to eliminate Lysa and Robin. But winters in the Vale Mountains were as harsh as in the north. Winterfell was much bigger than the Gates of the Moon, and Robin would find more friends here than anywhere else. And Lysa was distant from the rest of the family for far too long. It would be nice if Cat and Lysa got closer, for both of their sakes. And I was worried about Cat, too. Even though she would smile at me, I could tell that the loss of Ned hit her quite badly. The years weren't kind to her, and it showed on her face. Still, she looked genuinely happy to see her nephews and niece. But it would take more time for her to get over Ned's death. Hopefully, the wedding will be a good distraction for her. Soon, the time came for the main event. The bride, cloaked in a maiden's cloak bearing the new sigil of Winter's Horn in the black field, was escorted by Mance to the Godswood of Winterfell. As in West AOC tradition, Mance was forced to take on a new banner. And officially take his place as Lord Rider of Dreadfort. And since Mance was Val's closest relative, he had to act as her guardian. Val was a northern beauty. With long blonde hair of the color of dark honey tied in a golden braid and resting on her shoulder, she was the envy of many women and men. She was slender with a full bosom. But even though she looked graceful, anyone with sharp eyes could tell the awkwardness she had as she walked to the Godswood. It would take more time and more than this for people to accept the wildlings. They looked out of the place as it was. They will need to learn how to adapt to their new surroundings fast. I looked at Mance Rider as he escorted Val to the Heart Tree. Even though I didn't think it was warranted, I still had to make sure he understood the situation he and his people were in. Who comes? Who comes before the gods? Rob asked as tradition commanded under the Heart Tree. Val of House Rider comes here to be wed. A woman grown and flowered, true-born and noble, she comes to beg the blessings of the gods. Who comes to claim her? Mance was quite a performer. He sounded like any other northerner. Me, Rob of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell. I claim her. Who gives her? Mance of House Rider, guardian and good brother to the bride. Mance then turned to the bride and asked, Val, will you take this man? I take this man, Val replied, without pausing like she had rehearsed it countless times. The bride and groom joined hands and knelt before the Heart Tree, bowing their heads in submission to the gods. They spent a few moments in silent prayer, then stood up. Rob replaced the bridesmaiden's cloak with a cloak bearing the sigil of his house, signifying his taking her under his protection and into his family. And that was that. Even though it was a short ordeal, the wildlings here still looked bored and annoyed. They would probably throw a rebellion if they had to endure the southern wedding with the priest talking way too much. Even though it was only a small crowd that observed and bore witness to the wedding, many still take notes of how the wildlings reacted. With applause, Rob led Val back to Winterfell. There, the celebrations would continue as usual. As drinks and music were offered, it was the perfect moment to introduce myself to the last king beyond the wall. With ale in my hands, I took a seat next to him. As a family of the groom, there wasn't a seat I couldn't take. The quality of the ale and food must be better here than in the true north, as your people call it, I said, offering a jug of ale to Mance. I am sure it beats anything your people were offered before. A warning? Or is it a threat this time? Mance asked, seeing through me. An advice, I replied. You will need to try harder to get accepted by the people of the north. If your people continue to show their displeasure at everything, especially at your lord's wedding, they will take it as an offense. Everyone seems to like to throw their advice at me as they wish, Mance replied, taking a long sip of his ale. You are no different from anyone else that did the same. Everyone here would rather not see us in their lands and especially at their homes. You are the same. So is that young king of yours. I am sure he will find me while I am alone and will offer his advice. Maybe I partially agreed, as a king should at least do that much. But I am not just any lord or a king. I am Edmure Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of Riverrun. I am the most dangerous man you will ever see. And if it were up to me, I would have just left you all to die beyond the wall. But since my nephew decided to show mercy on you, I will respect his decision and give you advice so he doesn't need to regret it. Just say it. Mance didn't look impressed by me, but he took me seriously this time. There is no need for pretty words. If one of your men breaks the law, deal with him yourself before anyone else gets the chance to do so. I began my piece. If anyone needs any kind of help, offer it and don't expect to be repaid nor be thanked for it. Suppose a situation calls for someone to sacrifice their life for others, volunteer yourself, and die. After doing it 100 times, the North and the rest of the world will accept you and your people. So, if I want my people to live peacefully, I have to slave myself for others. Mance scoffed at the notion. Yes, I replied. Live like a slave and die as one. Then, after a few generations, your people will be treated like people. And if I refuse? Mance asked. My sword will be the last thing you will ever see, I answered. I will be watching you. And before you even think of rebellion or harming my family, I will come for you. You won't see me. You will only see my sword. And yes, this time, it was a threat. I probably went too far with it. But it needed to be said. The wildlings were an unpredictable bunch. I am sure most of the crimes committed in the north will be attributed to the wildlings. The crimes will be blown out of proportion, and before long, everything bad in the north will be put on the wildlings. So, it will only take time for the wildlings to feel like they have a better chance of fighting for their place than submitting to others. I wanted to ensure that Mance and Rob realize how things will be. Great Council. Edmure POV. I liked snow more than most people, even though I wouldn't say I liked getting it in my shoes, having it melt, and making my socks wet. I liked how it reflected the light of the moon in the night. When the sky is clear, the snow feels like it is sparkling. Everything snow touched was visible, giving the usually chilly night a touch of beauty. They are waiting for you, my Lord Mayor Stillowin informed me. Has everyone been gathered? I asked as I prepared myself for a lot of bullshit. Yes, Lady Shireen, with Lord Beric Dondarrion, were the last to arrive. It was still a surprise that Shireen was willing to come. She quickly convinced the remaining lords of the Stormlands to surrender and pledge their allegiance to Jaehaerys. While I was busy overseeing my lands, they ended the war. But I thought since she didn't come to the wedding, she would refuse to attend the council. I was wrong. I didn't think she would want to come because the other lords wouldn't trust her. Even though she accepted the Iron Throne's conditions, she is still the daughter of Stannis Baratheon. It would be hard to believe that Shireen wouldn't have any resentment for her father's murderer. But unlike the Lannisters, Stannis had a justified reason for his actions, and he hadn't done anything that could be considered unforgiving. I knew it would be a long night. Hopefully, the winter doesn't fall upon us before we are finished. Entering the Great Hall of Winterfell, everyone's eyes settled on me. Jaehaerys sat at the high seat, to his right were Robb Stark and Lord Wyman Martindale. They represented the north, while Jaehaerys represented the Crown Lands and the Seven Kingdoms. The seat to Jaehaerys' left was left empty, it was also the seat next to Arianne. Lord Andor Euronwood and Arianne represented Dorne in Prince Doran's stead. Blackfish and Lord Yohn Royce were under the Vale's banner. Shireen and Lord Beric Dondarrion were here for the Stormlands, but nobody would deny they had the least power here. Lord Mance Tyrell and Willers Tyrell came in together with Lord Randall Tarly representing the Reach. After greeting others, I took my seat and looked at Lord Tytos Blackwood, who could be considered the second most powerful house in the Riverlands ever since he took massive pieces of House Bracken's lands and the Keep of Stonehenge. Only House Mallister could compete with House Blackwood in my trust and influence. He and I would represent the Riverlands and the newly acquired lands of the Westerlands. Should we begin? Lord Roderick Harlaw was the only one that was from the Iron Islands. Asha didn't want to participate as she knew she wouldn't have any more power than Lord Harlaw. And unlike her, Lord Roderick has a better reputation with the rest of the houses. Since everyone has gathered, we shall begin. Jaehaerys agreed as he saw how some of the houses felt quite out of place. Firstly, I want to thank all of you for agreeing to gather here. It is a great honor to be in your presence. Secondly, without wasting your time, I will begin with something some of you know and others wouldn't believe. Grand Maester, if you please. Of course, Your Grace Grand Maester Marwyn and Maester Lewin attended the meeting as they would record it and offer counsel. Before I start, I would like to ask Lord Commander to add or correct me so no misunderstandings occur between us. Benjen Stark, clad all in black, nodded. His expression was between somewhat tired and stone cold. He was here in the name of the Night's Watch, and even though some of the lords looked confused about why he was here, nobody said anything about it. Seeing that Benjen agreed, Grandmaster continued as everyone else watched him. Firstly, I would like to ask if anyone here doesn't know of the others and the White Walkers. Seeing that nobody said anything and were somewhat familiar with it, Grandmaster continued. Those legends, some even say fairy tales told to children, are true. True? Lord Harlaw asked while Lord Dondarrion narrowed his eyes. In what sense? That the night that will last generations is coming. The White Walkers and the army of the dead are real, Robb replied as everyone's eyes gathered on him. I saw them with my own eyes. I fought against them, and I killed them. The first known encounter happened when Sir Jaime Lannister and Sir Waymar Royce were on a raging mission, Benjen added. A fellow member of the Night's Watch was found dead in one of our outposts beyond the wall. When night fell, the dead rose and attacked their squad. Even after cutting his head off, it still moved, and only after burning him did they save themselves. The severed head was still moving and was sent to Winterfell before it was delivered to the king. The head is still in King's Landing. It is slowly deteriorating, it lost its skin and most of its flesh, but his eyes still move as its mouth, to Grandmaster confirmed Benjen's words. Why is it the first time I have heard of it? Lord Euronwood asked as he looked at the Grandmaster, then at Jaehaerys, and lastly at Arianne. It wasn't wise to spread the word of it, I answered. Firstly, there was no way of knowing how other people would react to it. Secondly, who would believe it without proof? And lastly, the king could be accused of many unsavory practices by the faith, as the faith and king weren't in their best relationship. You said you faced them and fought them, Lord Stark. Lord Blackwood asked before Lord Euronwood voiced more of his dissatisfaction. It began long before Robb answered, slowly gathering his thoughts. Before the war, more and more wildlings started climbing over the wall and invading our lands. The ones that were captured alive said the same thing. The dead is rising. The others have returned. Nobody believed them, nor did I. But as the evidence was provided to me, and knowing why the wildlings organized themselves into an army, I was left with a decision. I chose to be on the side of the living and let the wildlings pass the wall safely. I heard of your expedition to beyond the wall. Did you meet the others, then? Lord Royce asked. They found us first, Rob answered. Since we had limited information on where the wildlings were, we first came to the Fist of the First Men, where they were last seen. The attack on our camp was fast and ruthless. If the animals within the camp didn't react first and put us on guard, we might all have been killed. Lord Commander said that only by burning their bodies can they be killed. Is that true? Lord Donderion seemed skeptical, but it was impossible to deny the facts when so many people confirmed it. Yes, Rob replied. It is hard to tell how many attacked us. It was deep into the night, and storm clouds covered the sky. It could have been tens of thousands or even more. Cutting them apart didn't stop them. And even when they were set on fire, they continued moving until they were thoroughly burned. On the other hand, the White Walkers could put out the fire. Then how did you kill them? Lord Harlaw asked, having his full attention to Rob. Valyrian steel cut right through their ice armor and body. Rob unsheathed ice, leaning beside his chair. Dragon glass, otherwise called obsidian, made their bodies melt once pierced through their armor. It also confirms the legend that the Forest of the Children pushed them away with weapons made of dragon glass, Grandmasters added. It is hard to believe, I said. But deny it would be the same as accusing Lord Stark and Lord Commander of lying and deceiving us. And I am sure thousands of soldiers who went with them would confirm it. Most importantly, it would insult the previous Lord Commander, Lord Umber, and everyone else, who sacrificed their lives at Hardham to save the wildlings from the army of the dead. Hearing my words, the rest couldn't say anything back. Even though Rob was still young, he was Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. His words had unimaginable influence. Ignoring them would be considered an insult to his honor. And nobody can say otherwise, since his words can be confirmed by those who fought with him that day. What should be done with them? Lord Tarly asked, his expression severe. The Wall and the Night's Watch stand vigilant, Benjen replied, his voice calm. We have sealed all the tunnels leading to the north of the Wall. Thousands of men are patrolling the Wall, day and night, ready to face the enemy at any moment. So, we should leave it to you and the Night's Watch? Lord Tyrell asked, concerned about it. Nothing else can be done, Benjen replied. Still, the Wall needs resources. Food, steel, more importantly, dragon glass and other necessities. And even though we have about 5,000 men in our ranks, only half of them are capable of fighting competently. Most are criminals who are hard to discipline. I would like to ask for seasoned knights to join the Night's Watch so they can take command and train the others. As Lady of Storm's End and Lady Paramount of the Stormlands, I promise to provide you all those who are willing and capable. Would it be knights, cooks, healers, or scholars? Shireen said her first words. Even if we can't effort much, we will give the Wall our best support. I am sure the rest of the Lords of the Seven Kingdoms will do the same. That is why I liked Shireen. She knew very well what position she was in and used it perfectly. Not only was she the first to promise support for the Wall and gain the favor of Benjen Stark, uncle of Lord of Winterfell, but she also challenged others. Now, no matter how much Shireen sends to the Wall, other kingdoms will have to at least match that, not to be outdone. They couldn't let a house that had fallen to its lowest outshine them in anything. The Riverlands will support the Wall as it has done for years, I said, as I wanted to make them even more embarrassed that a little girl promised her support before anyone else. We shall do it for years to come. Since House Baratheon and the Stormlands aren't in a position to make great contributions, I will take it upon myself to match their offerings in addition to our normal contribution. After all, with my family's strength, something as simple as that isn't a problem. From then on, the other houses quickly promised their support as they tried to outshine each other. I was once again surprised by how mature and brilliant Shireen was. In the political world, she will rise quickly. The only thing that holds her back is her name and age. But I think within 10 years, she will make her house and the Stormlands rise again. She was someone I wanted as an ally, no matter what. Since we agreed to support the Wall to our best capabilities, we should trust the Night's Watch to protect the realm of the living. Jaehaerys spoke after everyone quieted down. On the next agenda, I would like everyone here to sign a pact of peace. Pact of peace. Willers Tyrell wasn't the only one who was surprised by it. After this long and bloody war, I do not want to repeat the history, Jaehaerys said. So, I prepared a pact of peace, and all those who sign it will have duties to upkeep the peace. If anyone breaks the pact, the rest that sign it will have the authority and a responsibility to stop the aggressor. Even if that aggressor is me. So that is why I haven't heard anything about it. Harris knew that I wouldn't have agreed to such reckless action. The king's rule was as effective as his authority. But with this pact, Harris is letting part of his authority go. It is hard to tell if it will pay off in the future or cause more trouble. I would have never agreed to it, as it was too risky. That is why Harris didn't tell me anything, and now I can't voice my concerns if I do not want to be seen as someone against peace. Since not everyone has power over their liege lord to sing it, I will await them in King's Landing, Harris said as the parchment of the pact was passed down to the lords to sign and seal. Through the uncertain times we face, we must be united. I hope everyone feels the same way as I do. How can anyone else respond otherwise when the king has put his feelings and ideals in his words? It would be like challenging a king directly. Even I couldn't do anything but take the pact and sign it. Ariane glanced at me, showing that she was angry that she didn't know of this, but I also could tell she was quite happy for the king to show this kind of shrewdness. Without a delay, we should discuss the last thing for tonight before it gets too late, I said after everyone signed the peace pact. The winter is upon us, as everyone can see coming here. The days are becoming shorter and colder. While most kingdoms to the south still don't feel the effects, it is only a question of time. Will it be months or years before all kingdoms fall under the effects of winter? It matters not. We should prepare for it now. As Lord Tully said, we need to prepare for this winter, for it might be the longest in the living memory, Harris added. Grand Maester, has the Citadel assumed how long this winter will be? At our lowest estimations, it will last at least a decade, Grand Maester replied. But we should prepare for twice if not thrice the number of years. As I am the only one that extensively studied magic, I can tell that the others will bring even harsher winter than ever recorded in history. That's why I want to change laws regarding trade and food, Harris said. The food needs to be distributed through all of the 7 kingdoms as equally as possible. Regulations for food production and storage must be stricter than ever. I will not tolerate someone hoarding food and using its shortage as leverage to exploit people. We must set prices and quantity of food for each kingdom while we are here. It is almost impossible to control people's greed, no matter who they might be. The regulations have to be foolproof so that people can't find loopholes and exploit them. It will take a lot of time to prepare them, and everyone must agree with whatever we come up with. Well, nobody will voice their opinions as long as the king is satisfied with them. So, we have to do it while Harris is here and doesn't have to return to King's Landing. Ariane looked at me like it was my fault that she wouldn't be able to enjoy hot springs in a while. Epilogue. Year 320 after Egon's conquest. The snow crunched under the hooves of the horse. The snow was light but still deep enough for the horse to have trouble if it needed to run fast. That is why the young man on top of the horse was careful to keep to the road and slowly moved forward, observing his surroundings. By his calculations, they should reach the crossroad in before sunset. Behind the horse, there was a sled that was dragged along them. On the sled, there was a woman in her 30s. She was quite tall and muscular. The danger was evident in her eyes. But she was tied up tightly on the sled, with no way to escape. Even her mouth was gagged, and she couldn't let out any sound. And so, slowly, the young man and woman moved towards the crossroad inn. The long winter has done its damage to the Riverlands. Even if it wasn't as bad as in the north nor the Vale, the Riverlands still awaited the spring eagerly. Even the false spring that would come once in a while was quite a relief for people after the harsh winter. The cold and the snow came with their challenges to people, but the short days and the long nights were the harshest things everyone experienced. But to the young man on the horse, it didn't matter much. He would frequently ride from Casterly Rock to King's Landing to Riverrun. It didn't matter if it was an unforgiving blizzard or unbelievable cold that stood in his way. His family called him stubborn and foolish, but the young man didn't give it too much thought. He did what he wanted. "Sir, please let me help." As the young man arrived at the inn, a stable boy came to him almost immediately, but he stopped when he noticed the women in the sled. "Is that? It can't be." The boy quickly backed away from them, Fear filled his eyes as his legs were trembling. The young man dismounted from the horse. He removed the fur cloak that covered him, revealing his auburn hair and blue eyes. Behind the warm fur cloak was a set of plate armor protecting the young man's body. It was worn, with dents and scratches all over the place, but was still intact and functional. "Take Spotty to the stables and give her water and hay," the young man said to the stable boy, pointing at his mare and throwing him a silver coin. "And secure the sled." The young man picked up the tied-up woman and holstered her over his shoulder as he entered the inn. The doors creaked loudly, getting everyone's attention as he walked in. The inn was almost full. There wasn't a table that wasn't taken. There was no free chair to rest on either, as many just leaned by the walls. All of them looked at the young man with the tied-up woman on his shoulder. Yet, none of them said anything as they also saw two swords on the young man's sword belt. One on each side. Everyone could tell that he wasn't a simple man. He was a knight. But that got even more curiosity from the others, as knights don't usually travel alone and capture women. Just as someone was about to ask who they were, the knight dropped the tied-up woman, making everyone stop and stare at the woman in recognition and fear. "It's the Corpse Queen," one of the people said with a trembling voice. "Hey, innkeeper. I am getting out, prepare my things." 5,000 gold dragons, the knight suddenly said as the people were getting ready to leave. "That is the bounty on his woman. I will share it equally with everyone that stays." Nay, one burly man with thick furs covering him and a giant axe resting near him said with a laugh. "I will not get involved with these cannibals no matter how much it pays. There are only a few things worse than getting eaten alive." Like him, the others, too, chose to leave. Giving out copper or silver coins to the innkeeper, they quickly packed up their stuff and left. It didn't matter that night was already falling. Everyone knew what awaited them if they stayed. No one wanted to see the outcome that this night would bring, as they already knew their fate. But there were always a few desperate ones or honorable ones. A hunter with a bow raised his tankard of ale to get the knight's attention. A woman in her 30s showed her thin sword. An old knight and his squire showed the sigil of their armor, indicating they served a local lord. And a man threw a coin at the knight. The coin had a symbol of a sword and a bow, symbolizing someone who served as a ranger. 5. How the knight commented as he looked at each of them. "More than expected." 8. My foolish brother, a man with the same auburn hair and blue eyes walked down from the second floor with two knights following behind him. "You late. I have been waiting for you for a few days now. Take the women to the cellar and hide yourself and everyone that doesn't want to get involved." The knight ignored the new arrival and kicked the woman toward the innkeeper. "Do not remove the gag from her mouth, and do not untighten the ropes. She will kill you." You don't need to say it twice," the innkeeper replied, and took the woman with few stable boys and servants to the cellar. "Seriously? You going to ignore me after so long time has passed?" the man with two knights following behind him asked, looking hurt. "Brother," the knight said, and took the leftover food that was hastily left behind and started eating. The soup was thin and barely warm, but it was better than his frozen bread and jerky. He was on the road for a long time. Ever since he heard a word of the Corpse Queen and her group, the knight sprung into action and tracked them down. They were infamous in the Riverlands and the Crown Lands. The Corpse Queen's wanted poster was in every inn from Sunspear to the Wall. Nobody knew clearly where they came from. A popular theory was that they were part of the clan in the Vale Mountains. But it didn't matter where they came from. They were the worst kind of people. Not only did they pillage, rape, and kill, but they also ate humans. It didn't matter if they were children, women, or old. As long as they had bones and flesh, these bastards would eat them. Many times, the lords tried to capture them. But these monsters weren't fools. They moved in groups, separate from each other. And they seemed to be unusually adept in the worst weather conditions. Even if they were caught, there was never an easy fight with them. Nobody knew the numbers, so knights would always get caught in surprise while facing them. "I don't see you for a year, and then you get in so much trouble," the brother of the young knight said with a laugh. "But I guess the name of the twin sword isn't wasted on you. Only someone like you could catch that woman." Twin sword was a name given to the young knight, as he was able to wield two swords at the same time. It was said that ever since King Jaehaerys knighted him, he has not faced a defeat. No matter who he faced or how many, no one was able to defeat him. Even the king's guard are said to be inferior to him. Only a few men, like the Redfish, are equal to Twin Sword in swordplay. Did father send you? The young knight asked as he continued to eat and rest, as he knew what the night would bring. Now the brother replied, tasting the bitter ale. He wanted to go himself to get you. But before he got ready, I took Henry and Miles with me and left. I knew you would come here, so I waited. Father will be furious. You telling me that? The brother replied with a grimace as he knew what his father would do to him once he returned. He is more furious with you, though. You should be in Casterly Rock overseeing Lannisport and the lands. And what does the famous knight Gerald Tully do? He goes out to hunt some bandits. Oh, father will beat you to a pulp once you return to Riverrun. You will be lucky if he isn't going to be sending you to the war. Like you don't sneak out of Riverrun every time you have a chance, Axel Gerald replied as he finished his food. Anyway, we should start preparing for the night. Gerald was lucky to encounter a group of dozen of them wreaking wreckage on a farmstead. When he was tracking them down, he didn't expect to meet the Corpse Queen herself. She was the leader of the cannibals. Or at least considered to be the one. She was seen multiple times leading the groups of cannibals, and she was the most infamous of them. How many will come? Axel got serious, as he knew what was coming for them. I left plenty of tracks for them to follow, Gerald said loud enough for the rest to hear, too. At least 3 groups will come, about 40 of them, maybe 50. And what? Did you think you could do it alone? Yes, Gerald replied without hesitation. The inn will provide perfect cover from their vicious archers, and the only more crude thing than their weapons is their skills. They might be strong, but that's all they are. Brawn without a brain. I don't think there will be more than a few that could match the Corpse Queen's skills. Only someone like you would say something like that. Axel sighed in defeat as he knew he couldn't say anything to his little brother. Well, you have Henry and Miles and the former ranger with you now. So, you don't need to worry about your back. I and the rest will support you as we can. Don't look down on yourself, my lord, Henry said. There aren't many your age that could best you. Leave the bootlicking to the other lords, I know my capabilities, Axel replied, taking another sip of the bitter ale. Just look after my idiot of a brother. And don't let him die. I don't want father to vent his anger only on me. As you say, my lord, Miles responded with an understanding smile. It seems those fools ran too fast, the former ranger said after overhearing the brothers. With the Twin Sword and the Silverfish Knights, there is nothing to worry about. And I thought I could finally die. All of you rangers are so damn down all the time, the woman with a slender sword said. Can't you live a peaceful life with all the gold Lord Tully gave you? What can a man do with the gold when he doesn't have any friends or family to share it with? The ranger asked, taking another long sip of his ale. Give it to me, old man, the hunter replied. My parents won't need to starve in this frigid winter with that gold. Gold this, gold that, the knight who stayed silent with his squire said. All that should matter to a man is honor and valor. You can't feed a family with honor, and valor only gets you killed, the hunter replied, seemingly insulted by the knight's words. I will not let my parents leave our home so my siblings can eat. Not this winter, nor the next one. All right. That's enough. The woman stood before the knight and the hunter, so they don't get into a fight. Let's save some energy for these damn cannibals. Well said, Lady Mormont, Axel said, shocking everyone by revealing the woman's identity. Lionel Mormont, the knight and the squire quickly bowed their head in greeting. I never thought I would see the she-bear of the north. After this, I would like to invite you to my household. My daughter has so much admiration for you. It would mean a world if she could meet one of her heroes. Axel, you dunce, couldn't you keep your shitting mouth shut? Lionel threw a chair at Axel. And why are you getting impressed by me when the son of the Redfish, the Twin Sword, Gerald Tully, is sitting here? We are impressed by him, the squire said, with sparkling eyes as he glanced at Gerald. But there is only you and Lady Arya Stark, that has such a fearsome reputation and beauty, among the women in all of the 7 kingdoms. The songs of the she-wolf and the she-bear of the north are sung in every establishment in the known world. The story of defeating the devil knights on your own is something that comes only from fairy tales. And yet I see a living proof of that tale. Ah, annoying idiots, Lionel replied with a frustrated grunt and sat back down. Gerald didn't listen to the banter. After having his meal, he was in his little world, planning how he should defend the inn. He rode slow and left plenty of tracks to be followed by. He was sure that they would attack tonight. It was one of the reasons why they gathered such a fearsome reputation among the small folk. They retaliated instantly against those who hindered them in any way. If anyone fought one group of them, they would gather as much as they could and get their revenge. And Gerald caught their leader. So, there was no way they wouldn't come after him. That is why Gerald chose the Crossroad Inn as the battlefield. It was a place he was familiar with, and he knew he would find some people who were willing to join him. I need 2 archers, Gerald said, getting everyone's attention. I am confident with my archery, the hunter replied. My squire is handy with a crossbow, the knight said, slapping his hand on his squire's back. That be good enough, Gerald said. Get to the 2nd floor. I need you 2 to watch the south. Barricade your room, we won't be able to respond immediately if some get past us. I also need someone to hide in the stables. To strike them from behind, the old ranger replied. I will do it. I know how to keep myself hidden and move in silence. Good. Gerald stood up and nodded to the rest. They will try to save their leader, so they won't use fire to burn the inn down. But cover the windows. Their archers are vicious and extremely accurate. We will form 2 defensive lines and hold until the morning, no matter how many of them come. The cannibals only had this night to strike. By the morning, reinforcements will move in to secure the corpse queen. And even if they don't come, the cannibals will not risk it and leave before sunrise. They might be fearsome and brutal, but everyone knew that Lord Edmure Tully doesn't tolerate people like them and hunts them every time when the opportunity presents itself. The cannibals weren't the first to wreak havoc in the Riverlands, nor they will be the last ones. The harsh winter affected people differently. Some couldn't take it and were forced to take actions into their own hands to survive, even if those actions were unsavory and unspeakable. Still, there were only a few times when a group as terrible as these cannibals emerged in the Riverlands. And each time, they were hung in gallows for people to see. Gerald looked out to the outside as midnight came. He could feel the cold in his bones, even when the hearth next to him burned fiercely. He wasn't one to dismiss his gut feelings. They were coming, and his body was already reacting appropriately. He focused on every shadow he might see in the night, looking through the gap in the window. Gerald looked at the 2 entrances to the inn. The main doors and the kitchen doors. Axel, Lionel Mormont, and the knight were guarding that door. Since the kitchen doors were narrower, they should be easier to protect. While Gerald, Henry and Miles were focusing on the main entrance, where they expected the main forces to barge in. The arrival of the cannibals was not silent. To put fear into their opponents, they would tie bones on their bodies and their horses. Then, they would ride around their targeted places. The bones clacked, creating unnatural and disturbing sounds. They were twisted in all the wrong places. And Gerald didn't plan to leave even one of them alive. Since they were foolish enough to show off, they were paid off by arrows and bolts coming from the 2nd floor. Knowing they couldn't stay outside, they started to break the doors. Gerald took a deep breath and put on his helmet before preparing to meet his foes. With a sword in each of his hands and Henry and Miles by his side, Gerald didn't fear anything. The doors broke inwards under a hammer's weight. However, the wielder of the hammer didn't have a chance to celebrate his victory against a door as Gerald's blade entered his neck. With a kick, Gerald pushed his foe outside while he stepped back. 2 more came, rushing into the inn with manic smiles and mad eyes. They were killed instantly, too, as Henry and Miles cut their heads off with a quick swing of their swords. But it didn't matter as the rest of the cannibals quickly went inside, stepping over the bodies of their comrades. Gerald let few get inside before he once again stepped in and started a killing spree. His swords never stopped moving, and with years of training by his father and the best knights in the 7 kingdoms, Gerald had a wealth of experience. He used his swords very effectively. If he felt pressure from the right side, he would stab someone and push their body to block the right side and vice versa. Gerald was as good with his left hand as he was with his right, so he never had trouble using both swords simultaneously. And since his swords were of the highest quality, He could use them to block blows, too, without worrying that they would break easily. Come here. The cannibals weren't intimidated by Gerald's swordplay as they pushed deeper into the inn. Give the queen back. But it didn't matter much for Gerald, as he would kick a chair at them, knocking them back, or push a table between them, blocking their path, before stabbing them into the neck, the softest part of their body. The worst that could happen in a fight was getting your sword stuck. Even though the bones on their bodies have many gaps, one could use them, but it still made it difficult to pull the sword out of their body. Gerald was used to be outnumbered, as he fought bandits numerous times. Most of the time rushing into the middle of the battle on his own. His father's berating for reckless behavior never managed to stop Gerald. And since he never had lost, he never learned. His swords flew through the air, stabbing one, cutting another one. Gerald's hands never stopped moving. Soon enough, the inn was filled with the corpses of the cannibals. Gerald, Henry, and Miles were covered in blood from head to toe. And even though Gerald could feel his hands go numb after killing dozens of them, he continued to fight. He heard fighting from the kitchen and knew that his back was safe, and if he pushed himself a bit more, he would thin out their numbers enough for the old ranger to make his move. And sure enough, he heard horses from outside scream and wrecking around. It was time to finish this off. With newfound strength, Gerald propelled himself forward, dancing around the cannibals, cutting their hands and chests, and leaving for Henry and Miles to finish them off. While Gerald rushed outside, breaking through the ones standing in his way. The old ranger moved within shadows, barely seen, his throwing daggers hitting the neck or the eyes of the cannibals. The horses trampled a few of them, too, as they were running amok. Arrows and bolts covered him. Probably drunk on their power and feeling invincible, they never expected to be so thoroughly defeated. After all, they only possessed the numbers and unpredictability to put fear on others. But once they are faced with an obstacle like Gerald, they can only flee or break. And since they chose to come here, they can only break. With one sword in the neck of the cannibal and another sword in the other's chest, the fight soon came to an end. Edmure POV. I was getting too old for this. But not old enough to have grey hair sticking out. It is all because of those unruly children of mine. Making me worried all the time and not listening to me. If not for them, I would probably be resting for the rest of my days. Now, I have to follow their every movement and fix all the trouble they cause. My lord, Lord Axel, and Lord Gerald have returned, a guard informed me. Putting on a fur cloak, I quickly left my solar and walked to the courtyard. Maybe because they heard my furious steps echo through the halls, or they already knew what was going to happen, the guards opened the doors for me before I even reached them. When I entered the courtyard, people were celebrating as my sons walked in front with a captured and bound woman following behind them. My lord, please calm down first. Sir Desmond Grill, the old master at arms, tried to stop me, but I didn't listen. Father, both Axel and Gerald knelt before me. My lord, their companions did the same, leaving only the woman standing and staring at me with venom in her eyes. Henry, Miles, you two will take the night guard for the rest of the year. I looked disappointingly at the knights I raised over the years. Axel, you shall guard the next caravan to the wall. And you? I was lost for words as I started at my second son. If not for everyone looking at us, I would beat the shit out of this reckless shithead. How many times had I told him not to rush into battle? His skill with a sword was a blessing and a curse, as he got too overconfident in himself and never thought that he would be defeated. It was because of him that my hair was turning grey. Go home, I said through gritted teeth. How much can you worry your wife? You will go back to Casterly Rock, and you won't leave it until I have half a dozen grandchildren, or I will break your legs and tie you to your bed. My lord, please calm down. Desmond once again rushed to my side and tried to calm me down as my words didn't match my status. Surely all of that could wait. Sir Gerald once again showed his bravery and caught the corpse queen. It is a feat worthy of celebrating. You both are lucky that your mother and sister are in Dawn, or they would have skinned you two alive. I let out the last words of anger before calming down and looking at the infamous corpse queen. I guess I can disregard my plans on cornering these cannibals and culling them all simultaneously. But since I have you, I will know everything I need to about them. These cannibals have been causing too much trouble around the Riverlands and the Crown Lands in the past few months. It was hard to predict their wild nature, and they were scattered all around, so it was hard to capture them all. Taking the gag from the woman, she tried to bite my fingers off, but one slap to the face and she fell to the ground. I will say nothing to the likes of you. The woman's voice was disturbing, reminding me of a snake's hissing. The dead rise. The living have no place in this world. You should be honored to be part of a greater will. Soon, you see, you will fear, you will despair, and you shall give up and surrender to the greater will. Take her to the dungeon. I kicked her head to silence her nonsense. The rest of you, who helped my foolish sons, are welcome here as long as you want, and you shall be compensated for your troubles. Father, Save it, I interrupted Axel, trying to control my temper. Go clean yourself and join me at my solar. The same goes for you, too, Gerald. I swear these kids will bring me to an early grave. I understood that they wanted to prove themselves. I wasn't deaf to people comparing them to me. And even though Axel was more mature and didn't care much about it, it still must have bothered him. Gerald, on the other, always wanted the greatest knight in history, a hero that songs would sung about. At least I had my second daughter, Triss, named after Tristifamudder, king of Riverlands in the Age of First Man. And my third son and youngest child, Vesemir. Hopefully, they will grow to be more similar to Elia than to these two idiots. But soon, I saw two mops of black hair, or my youngest children, celebrating Gerald's feats with the rest. And I was starting to lose hope. The long years of the winter were harsh but also quite peaceful. Ever since the war ended, there haven't been any remarkable skirmishes among the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, only a few loud disagreements among them. The King's Peace Pact seemed to work somehow, as no one dared to be the first to initiate a conflict. Aside from the bad weather that created a logistic mess on most lords' hands, the years were calm. Still, within that calm, fear was festering. It has already been 15 years since the public found out about the others. In a couple more years, it was common knowledge. But since the wall stood tall and the lords were united, panic was avoided. The question was for how long it would last. The winter didn't seem to have any wish to leave the Seven Kingdoms. Even with few false springs, it was starting to be harder and harder for people to live. Hopefully, another spring, false or not, will come soon to alleviate people's minds. I could only imagine how bad the situation would be once the people started to starve. I can deal with bandits who think they deserve more without working harder, or mountain clans coming down to wreak havoc. These cannibals weren't the first, nor would they be last, even if they were one of the most vicious groups that came to the Riverlands. At least I will be able to finally deal with them once I get information from that bitch called the Corpse Queen. Father, you wished to see me. Gerald entered my solar as I finished with work for the day. I wish you would stay in your home, I said. I won't bother lecturing you again since I know you won't be listening. But Janie is worried sick because of you. And it would be best if you oversaw Casterly Rock. You can't just dump your responsibilities and duties to others and chase after every bandit you hear about. My apologies. Gerald was a man of few words. At least give me a grandchild before you get yourself killed. I hoped that a child would make him settle down. Otherwise, I didn't know what to do. Janie is a good woman who had all the right to hate us. Please take care of her, son. I will. At least Gerald held his words in high regard and wouldn't break them easily. It was probably the most I would get from his stubborn fool. So, I let him go this time. Watching him leave, I could only feel pity for Janie, Kevan Lannister's daughter. Since she was too young to remember the war, she didn't hold any grudge against others. She grew up in a good household and was cared for as much as possible. She fell in love with Gerald at first glance. It was good since I planned to marry them, but now I see her as my daughter, and Gerald doesn't understand how much he is hurting that girl with his actions. Now, I only need to force Axel to marry. I wanted one of the houses of the north to marry their daughter to Axel. But Axel was stubborn and didn't want to get married yet. I would have thrown him to the wall so he could fuck off from my sight for his foolish stubbornness. But he was smart and talented, and most importantly, my heir. I need a vacation, I muttered under my breath. I should go to Dawn and enjoy the warmer climate and see Arianne with Elia. Ever since Doran died, Arianne was forced to make long trips to Sunspear and oversee her duties. Elia would follow her most of the time, as she was to inherit Dawn from Orianne. But then again, Daenerys was coming to King's Landing to meet Jaehaerys again, so I should probably come too. And then there is the birthday of Bran's and Shireen's son. And I wanted to visit old Malister since he got sick. And then, I promised Robb to take one of his sons to ward in Riverrun. And Willers Tyrell wrote me wanting to visit me with Sansa. With how slow travel was when the snow covered all the roads, I don't think I will ever finish anything. The end.